That's actually where.
I don't even know where that is.
It's an island and in the Caribbean, and that is where probably Columbus landed.
Oh.
We don't know exactly, but probably where he landed and discovered the New World.
Okay, well, it's about to get pounded by this hurricane.
Yeah.
It's been barely through the Atlantic Ocean. It's not expected to make landfall in the U.S. They're still projecting that it's going to make it.
So, what are your thoughts? You want to be interviewed?
Push it out. Hopefully, they're going to get rain and stuff.
It's going to be bad. It is. And notice that Hurricane Erin, E-R-I-N, and when you say he, it used to be all male names a few years ago.
I know.
I used to allowed female names, and it all went to hell when they allowed women to vote in 1920. Yes, literally went to hell in a handbasket. And now they're doctors and lawyers, and God forbid they're pilots on airlines. What? I get on an airline and then you have some female pilot's name and probably not trans. And what's a woman flying an airplane about? Anyway,
really?
So yeah. Okay.
What's next? Talk show host?
Well, that's now.
All right. At the behest of the Trump administration, a lot of arms going up in the Republican category of, hey, use some of our guys. So West Virginia, South Carolina, Ohio, they are Republican governors have announced just this weekend that they're going to send National Guard troops to Washington, D.C. to help Trump out.
Right. Why is this happening? Well, because crime in Washington, D.C. is out of control. The criminal elements have taken even the crime has gone down. And
Big win, Zoot.
Troops that are put into place by the president isn't enough. It has to be all
Big win, Zoot.
that are also bringing in troops that are going to become federalized. What?
You haven't seen the pattern. President Trump, he loves the theatrics of all.
Of course, it's all up.
And this is what, when he does the show of force, the hope is that it will automatically slow down the crime. And actually, I think that works.
It is slowing down anyway. Cyclical. Crime goes up, crime goes down.
That's garbage there. See, you know how numbers work. You get it goes down. Let's say it triples, and then it goes down by 2%. They say, hey, it's going down. Yeah,
it doesn't triple. You don't see 3 times the number of burglaries and murders. All I'm saying is that this is one of those incidences that are done for optics, and that's it. You really need federal troops in Washington, D.C., not only the Washington, D.C. National Guard, but from 3 states. Why not 5 states? Why 3?
You know what they do here in L.A.? They get beach lights, and they park them in front of, Hollywood and Highland and all these things as a show that there's law enforcement there that isn't even.
And I understand there's a deterrent. They're doing. They're guarding. When was the last time during the course of recently with the demonstrations where federal buildings were somehow at risk?
January 6th.
That one. But are you actually telling? But wait a second. But January 6th was not an attack. January was a patriotic move. It was just Americans that were demonstrating. That's it.
I will never swallow that pill. And anyway,
okay, we're on the same page. We're just obviously taking different views of that. I'm right, you're wrong. Moving on.
Fuck.
They must not have been making enough money. Amazon is shuttering its Amazon on the Android operating system. If you got it, time's running out because it ends on Wednesday, August 20th. It's this Wednesday. That means the mega corporation's competitor to the Google Play Store, Google Play Store, is no longer going to be available. The company shut down the App Store on Windows back in 2024. They say we've decided to discontinue the Amazon App Store on Android to focus efforts on the App Store experience on our own devices.
Yeah, how many people that have iPhones go to, or how many people have Android phones go to the Amazon App Store? I would think not many.
The only problem, right, Amy, is that if you did download an app, it could.
It might not be there after Wednesday.
Yeah.
Yeah. That could be problematic. I know, because like with Apple, you go to Apple's, whatever it is, its App Store, and then they also have the Android Play Store. So why wouldn't you just go to that? Why go to a third party?
Well, that may be the issue. All right, this is a story that sussing out. San Bernardino police responded to a call dealing with an officer-involved shooting. In this case, it was a federal immigration officer in the shooting. Apparently, they pulled someone over. The Department of Homeland Security said that agents were conducting this targeted enforcement operation in San Bernardino there, and said that the Customs and Border Protection officer was injured during a vehicle stop. It seems that the vehicle was the weapon in this particular case, so says they. And the subject just flat out refused to exit the vehicle and tried to run them down. That's their story. And on the flip side, the individual said that he would not get outside. He said that they broke his window and started shooting at him.
Well, you can see the window being broken. The video shows the window being broken, and you hear the shots. Now, the argument...
They say they broke the window because he wouldn't get out.
Right, he broke the window, I guess, to drag him out, because you see a hand going through the window, clearly. And as soon as that happens, the driver steps on the gas, and the police are saying that they were hit. And that's easy to ascertain. Were police hit? Were there injuries? Okay, where's the argument there? And so I'd love to see what...
Dude, it's not even close.
And according to the driver and witnesses, the car was unmarked. The car was unmarked, and it was part of an investigation that ICE was having, or Border Patrol was having.
But they were wearing jackets that said police or something, because that's on the video.
Yes, and you don't know if that could be seen from the driver. He said all I saw was a bunch of guys in helmets, and the car was unmarked. You're right. It's two different views of this completely, and the police have to suss it out. All right, let's take a break. We're coming back. Let's check in with Amy at KFI News.
2 men from New York have been arrested for allegedly breaking into a home in Redondo Beach and tying up people inside.
Home invasion happened on Sunday morning. It started with a report of a person pointing a gun at another person inside a car. Then it shifted to a report of a home invasion robbery. Officers later found the suspects in the area, chased them, and arrested them. Police say the victims were bound for an extended period of time and suffered non-life-threatening injuries. One of the victims was taken to a hospital for treatment. Daniel Martindale, KFI News.
The Menendez brothers have a parole hearing this week.
The siblings, Lyle and Eric, had spent the past 30 years behind bars for the highly publicized murders of their parents in 1989. They were resentenced earlier this year to allow for the possibility of parole. The parole board will make a recommendation, but the ultimate authority rests in the hands of California Governor Gavin Newsom. Michael Kastner, KFI News.
The hearing is set for Thursday. If California's proposed new congressional map is approved, Democrat Amy Barra may have to face off against Republican Kevin Kiley, who won re-election last year by 11 points. That's because of a plan that would shift parts of Barra's district into Kiley's. Kiley says the redistricting effort goes against the will of California's voters. European leaders are due to meet with President Trump today in Washington, D.C. to talk about an end to the war between Russia and Ukraine. European Commissioner Ursula von der Leyen says the main goal is to stop the fighting.
These are challenging times. Only Ukraine can choose its own destiny. But you always count on Europe.
Trump will host the meeting
What up, pimp?
with President Zelensky and leaders from the UK, France, Germany, and other countries, as well as Secretary General. The leaders of several Republican-led states have announced more National Guard troops will deploy to Washington, D.C. It's in support of President Trump's efforts to clean up crime and homelessness in the capital. Maryland Democratic Senator Chris Van Hollen says he thinks it's an abuse of power.
It's a manufactured emergency. If you wanted to see an emergency in Washington, D.C., that was back on January 6, 2021.
He says crime in D.C. is at a 30-year low. More than $500 million is on the line for tonight's Powerball drawing. There was no winner for Saturday's jackpot drawing, so the lottery tonight will be worth an estimated $605 million. We'll check some problems on the 4-5 next.
Later on, the story.
You happy about that?
And there aren't enough people in their houses.
Are you thrilled about it? Is it the happiest thing in the world to you right now? All right. Fuck no. Legions. I love how you know this.
They'll offer you a fair price for your home, no lowballing, and you'll cash the escrow period, as I said, 10 days or less. That's an easy way to sell your house. And no lowball. Guys, just don't worry about it. So,
what's that, pimp?
Directbuyers.com. Call 844-242-SELL, 844-242-SELL.
Are we playing? Complete your opponent by placing cards on the battleground. Once all cards have been placed. I thought you said we could. Okay, we'll put your guys on the battlefield.
About the same tomorrow and Wednesday, maybe a couple of degrees warmer, and then the big warm up happens later in the week.
Okay, what'd you do, big dog?
100s for the valleys, IE and high desert. Mesa 66 in Irvine, and we are going to Irvine, but
Yeah, goofed when I sent you that first tease. Yeah, the 5 freeway, southbound right there at the 133. Several vehicles all tangled up with each other, and it's taking some time to get the tow trucks in there and get them out of there. Southbound side of the 5 stopped all the way back from, looks like the 55.
This game, you don't want to play? I'm trying. How do I put him down?
Southbound side jammed from before Victory Boulevard. Southbound 170 pretty slow. You get away from Burbank Boulevard on down to the 101-134 interchange. With Southern California's most accurate traffic reports, I'm Will Colstrider.
There's a mild sickness near this town. You must excise it. Take it to the deep earth.
I know. And I just went. I'm whooping your ass, son.
On America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Follow Havoc and start listening on the free iHeartRadio app today.
Morning, Mama. How you feeling?
Great, and I'm ready for you today.
I'm checking in on you. Morning meditation. Check. Dressed and ready to work out.
Check.
Check your blood pressure yet?
And check.
Boom. Great job, Mom. And about those golden rings?
No, ma'am.
Now more than ever, it's important that we protect our hearts and the hearts of those we love. Monitor your blood pressure daily and help each other stay motivated. Rally your squad to take the online pledge at releasethepressure.org.
I know, pimp.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of over 350,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
Lisa Sky Hain loved working with people.
I want to do something that really lights me up. I love creating community, connecting people.
She was excited about her new job.
Day one, literally 8 a.m., I have an email that says, "Good morning. create the largest networking community on the planet.
Lisa's new boss was a 6'5" entrepreneur from Israel named Adam Newman, and he had a brand new startup called WeWork.
I remember thinking, all right, I'm about to be on a ride.
Why is this a better idea for millennials than working at home or finding an office? We like to say this is for the regenerations, the ones that by age or gender.
He said that they were elevating the consciousness of people on the planet.
It was $1 billion idea. Co-working giant WeWork is amongst the most valuable startups in the world.
WeWork here in Shenzhen.
From Wondering, the makers of Dr. Death and Business Wars, comes a new series, We Crashed, about a $47 billion startup. There's a lot of talk about
You know, that was baller.
And quite frankly, it just all sounded, too soon out.
that was just too good to be true.
One of my colleagues turned to me and said, oh, my husband.
David Brown, the host of Business Wars, We Crashed, wherever you're listening right now.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. Number one for music, radio, and podcasts all in one.
Here's what we're working on in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
Federal agents have and who allegedly tried to run them down in San Bernardino.
Are you sure?
Party in Covina's turned deadly.
I don't think I won.
Home there was hosting a back-to-school swimming party. Ukrainian President Zelensky will meet today with President
Oh, I did win.
in Washington, D.C. Zelensky
Tight.
said
That game's a...
demand for the Donetsk
No, we're not.
region, among other things.
We... I thought you said only like a bunch of people had to play it at once and it wasn't available to two people. Okay.
Monday morning, Mystical Monday, as Amy has so brilliantly depicted it and named Mondays. All right, back we go. More handle on the news and Amy with Amy and.
All right, pimp. I got the best cards
Well,
ever.
the First Lady had a little something to say from far, far away. First Lady Melania Trump sent a letter with President Trump to Russian President Vladimir Putin. So when they met in Alaska, he got the letter. She said it is time to protect children of future generations around the globe. She said we must strive to be a dignity-filled world for all. She said a simple yet profound concept.
Are you ready?
I am sure you agree is that each generation's descendants begins their lives with a purity and innocence which stands above and ideology.
And he immediately declared, "You're absolutely right. I'm stopping the war today." Okay. A letter to Putin. Yeah.
Air Canada, they going back and forth with their strike. You have more than 10,000 Air Canada flight attendants that.
What the fuck is up with your bombs?
Canadian government jump in. Their Canadian jobs minister jumped in, intervened using Section 107 of the Canadian Labor Code. This was back on Saturday, saying that, hey, you got to get back to work. This operations and duties is important to the secure industrial peace and protect the interests of Canada. And they went,
That's right. They said, "Go pound ice."
So they proceeded in the process of still being on strike.
I wonder what happens because here there is, for example, there will be an order, usually a federal order for the strikers to return to work, and usually that does.
Dude, what the fuck's up with your bombs?
This is when this is ignored under the law. The Canadian government this, and the strikers saying we. That is that's anarchy, effectively. We're not in what the law allows or doesn't allow us to do. So I've got a problem with that.
It's really trendy to look tired these days. It's the latest Gen Z makeup trend. It has a name. It's called Tired Girl. Celebrates the look of not having been to bed. Of course, historically, looking sleepy and worn down has been associated with poor health, aging, and unattractiveness. But tired.
Well, now you do. Now you realize it, don't you?
And of course, the poster child for it is Wednesday Addams.
Hey, explain this to me, and I'm asking Amy and Ann. You are the female ilk.
Well, I'm now cool. Is that tired of looking about?
Cool every day.
Yeah, so does Ann. So I guess you two are the wrong people to ask. Sorry about that. But do you try to hide it with makeup? No, exactly. But I don't understand the other way. Why it's so cool to look tired. Okay.
It definitely.
It's not it's not for you to understand.
I mean, I can understand. That looks like you have open chancres on your face. That I can.
That was not it.
No, but yeah, Amy and I are very good.
Okay.
Even with makeup.
That's the word I use. All right, let's go ahead and take a break, and then we'll come back, and we'll finish up Handle on the News on this Monday morning, August 18th. Checking in with a very tired-looking Amy in the KFI Newsroom.
Here's the latest. A teenager has been shot and killed at a back-to-school swim party in Kobina. President Trump welcomes Ukraine EU leaders to the White House to talk about what Ukraine may have to do in this country. And new details about Marilyn Monroe's death are coming out from the man who did the autopsy. The stories of the
Because it was an amazing move to make.
Odoo, the only business software you need, Sunny Skies.
You know it. I know it. Everybody knows it.
Neil and I are inviting 5 of you plus a guest to join us at the Anaheim White House for a dinner of garlic, onions, and Zelman, strangely enough, or unstrangely enough, is sponsoring this to prove how good Zelman's.
Are you ready for this move, Zoot?
Way beyond mints, little capsules that you swallow, and
okay.
They're covered with a very strong mint. It's delicious. I love it. And then you swallow or bite into them, and they go to work in your stomach, where bad breath also can start. And no mint does both your mouth and stomach. Zelman's does. So how does someone enter this contest, Neil?
Well, Bill, I'm so glad you asked me.
All right, Zoot. No, we played that one twice. Oh, we have to play again because I won one and you won one. I'm doing something else. I'm not really paying attention to it.
It'll be great. It's on October 11th. Sure, there's rules and all those things that apply to this. You can find out more at Zelmans.com. Just remember, whether it's 3-packs, 5-packs, whatever you are purchasing, use the code KFI this month, and you will be entered to win that dinner with the breath boys themselves.
And Zelman's is all about fresh, clean breath that you have not had before. That's Zelman's.
Yes, it is.
All right, you're up, Pimp.
It's Zelman's. That's right. Zelman's. Zelmins. Zelman's.
Keyword KFI. Perfect. You did great, Bill.
It's Zelman's.
Are you guys done now?
So.
Okay, good. This report brought to you by Discover. We've got a stall in Costa Mesa on the 405.
Is it Zelman's? Yeah, 405 freeway southbound. It's going to be right before the 405 southbound at Fairview. This stall in the far left lane of traffic stops. Ways looks like it's stopped pretty much back from Beach Boulevard on the southbound side. Meanwhile, over on the 5, there on 420.
Oh, for sure I'm going to play, baby.
Several vehicles involved in this crash, and traffic now backing up from the 22, the Orange Crush. Also slow is the 55 southbound.
Why didn't I defeat you?
On down towards the 5. The
Are you proud of that? Could you be any more proud of it?
Where they come together, heading into Riverside with Southern California's most accurate traffic reports. I'm Will Volkswagen.
Live radio, trusted DJs, breaking news, play-by-play, music, and podcasts just for you. It's the free iHeartRadio app. Radio your way. Join the millions who already have it.
All right, Zoot, you ready for this?
Number one app for radio.
Date night at the movies.
Same? Yeah, baby, because I'm a pimp, and you know it.
Back to the moments we miss. Starts with getting informed. Get the latest info about COVID-19 vaccines at getvaccineanswers.org. It's up to you. Brought to you by iHeartRadio and the Ad Council.
The free iHeartRadio app is number one for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. Discover a new podcast from a library of over 350,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
In 1995, a college student disappeared on the USA.
I reported him missing right away, but they won't take it.
So his mother started investigating.
Zoot, you're getting smoked, son. Zoot, you're getting smoked, son.
I joined this mother's search for justice. I am now. Someone Knows Something, Season 6. Available now.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. Number one for music, radio, and podcasts.
Zoot, did you know you're getting smoked, son?
Find your iHeartRadio everywhere. There are hundreds of ways to experience iHeartRadio at home and on the go, beyond the iPhone and Android app, and at iHeartRadio.com. Here's another way to connect to iHeartRadio. Vizio
Oh, that's a mistake.
iHeartRadio is coming into your living room.
Oh, you reverse it?
Check your TV remote.
Oh, what the fuck is that?
For one-click access, or visit the SmartCast App Store and make sure you log in with your iHeartRadio account so all your favorites are there and ready for you instantly. All your music, radio stations,
Zoot, you're still getting smoked, son.
on the biggest screen in your home. iHeartRadio and Vizio. Check it out for free now. iHeartRadio. Anywhere you
Zoot, they should just call you Salmon, because you getting smoked, son.
Apple has introduced an updated blood oxygen feature to some Apple Watches. The redesigned app is on the Series 8, 10, and Ultra watches. Apple says some to update the iOS on their iPhone and Watch OS to get the feature. Blood oxygen calculated on the user's paired iPhone, and the results can be viewed in the respiratory section. Chatbots have reportedly been conducting inappropriate conversations with kids. Internal documents suggest
What do you want me to do, son?
on AI chat behavior that allowed its AI engage a child in conversations that are more sensual. A Meta spokesman told TechCrunch that those guidelines have since been removed, and that Meta allows it to have flirtatious or romantic conversations with children.
Calm down, Zoot.
Sources say the Trump administration
Calm down, Zoot.
taking a statement. I'm Mark Mayfield.
Records, milestones, firsts, lasts, and everything in between. What happened today in sports history on iHeartRadio?
What is that bullshit?
Fans, it's Andy West. Let's look back on this day in sports history, August 18th. We'll start with a weird baseball tale in 1965. Hank Aaron, monster home run, but was called out because his left foot was entirely out of the batter's box when he hit it. Bob Uecker, who became a famous play-by-catcher for the Cardinals and the one that brought it to the umpire's attention. The Braves would win the game 5-3 on another home run in the ninth inning by Don Dillard. Jumping way ahead today in 2009, 6 months after he tearfully announced his retirement for the second time, and 3 weeks after affirming he would never return to football, signed a $25
What up, pimp?
deal with the Minnesota Vikings. 2016, Jamaica's
I'll show you.
completes an unprecedented third consecutive sweep of the 100 and 200 meter sprints, elevating his status as the most decorated male sprinter in Olympic
Maybe like
history.
this.
Now you know, today in sports history on iHeartRadio.
more stimulating talk.
All right, so you got that. We'll play that game again some other time. Because I want to focus on that one. Okay. You didn't want to play that one. All right, the island is next. We're going to figure that fucking shit out, dog. 7. You're strangers with a mysterious island. Be the last to survive. Okay, I don't think we can do that one. Rock card. Points to win. 3. Number of plays. We can't do that one. Dungeon Tales. 2 players. It needs a full minute.
You're fine. We got this. So Capital One is in hot water. They were actually in September 2019.
Oh, we're playing Go, dog. But hold on, we have to play this one.
They did not change the rate. They froze their rate at a low level for several years, even though nationally the rate was rising. So that cheated customers out of more than $2 billion in lost interest payments. So they have agreed to a $420 million settlement to resolve all this.
We're playing Dungeon Tales. Do you know what Dungeon Tales is? Okay. I don't want your fucking opinion if it says that there are 2 people who can play this game. We're doing Dungeon Tales, dog. Choose a campaign. Drums of War. Max bonus fame 10. Rumors tell of an army of orcs gathering. Choose a class. Wizard class, obviously, because I'm a pimp. It's been a week at sea since you've been in Iron Mask Black Skies. Okay, group vote. All right. Pirates suddenly appear on the deck, startling everyone. The captain yells, "Engage!" I'm going to use a lightning bolt on these bitches. Are we on the same team? Whoa. Why do they get to use so much? I'm going to use another set of lightning bolts. Dog, I just fucked them up. The party feels refreshed. Stay sharp, more pirates are coming. Your captain yells as a volley of arrows impales him. Dog.
If you add all of those companies together in terms of the number of people where data was
Ram the Galleon. Cast breath water. 70
million people here, 40 million there when you start listing the companies.
Group rolled with 20 out of 20. This is awful. You feel gills appear on your neck. You dive into the churning sea. Search for survivors or loot the bodies. Search for survivors.
I think the companies do, but they don't have to pay it. No, they will pay $425 million.
Lying on the ground, run through with arrows is the captain. He holds a map. Leave the captain. Leave him. Because I don't have another choice. With grim faces, you get up and leave the captain behind. The captain coughs up blood. Find the sea wolf's lair and your way home. Go to a volcano.
Yes, at a place called Alcatraz would come under the eyes and the curiosity.
Okay, you want the jungles?
Now weighing the detainees' legal rights there. So it's today over whether
You enter the caves as soon as the belly is a huge cauldron of lava. As the heat seems almost too hot.
have been denied their legal rights.
Now, this is a technicality. It's one of those.
1713.
Which county has jurisdiction?
Plus 10 fame, baby.
That's the fight that's going on.
You cross the molten lava only to find you have gone from a frying pan into the fire. I bet there's a dragon. From out of the lava, a creature appears. I am Firewater, the Efreet. Best me, and I will perform a service for you. Maybe she'll blow us. Lightning bolt.
That argument and that decision has to be made before
Rousing ballad.
and that's the case here. All right, I think we're done, guys.
45.
We are
40.
big,
Oh, I beat her.
and that is Vladimir
Wait,
Zelensky
stop.
meeting,
You are engaged in a battle with the fire woman.
and we have
Alright, I'm gonna paralyze this bitch.
Europe, the world leaders plus the European Union.
Oh, dude, she has a ton of health.
More about that.
Zoot uses Song of Life.
Exactly what I'm talking about. Right? This is
The rabbi uses Paralyze. Okay. Fire one. 36.
16-year-old.
I'm gonna use Stone Skin.
Live from KFI 24-hour newsroom. A back-to-school swim party in Covina has turned deadly.
Zoot rolled a 15. That was awful.
Dozens of teen party
Rabbi
goers
uses
walked
Stone
the streets away
Skin.
from a house party on Camellia Drive Saturday night. And a home was hosting an open invite back-to-school swimming party. Covina police say a 16-year-old boy was shot and later died. No one else was hurt. Police are
Draw
still
game.
looking for the shooter. KFI News.
Okay, that's fine. I'll take the loss on that one. Conspiracy. What is this? I don't even know what this is. No one knows what this is. No one knows what one of these things is. No one knows. Oh, yeah, we'll play it in a second. Oh, you need 7 people for that one. All right. Deep thoughts. What's deep thoughts? Okay, we're gonna play easy. Dungeon Tales. Choose a class.
98 is offering his account of what really happened in the new book, L.A. Coroner, Thomas Noguchi and Death in Hollywood. He told author Anne Soon Choi the autopsy was never fully and properly performed. Noguchi also admitted evidence quickly went missing. He did not agree with the official ruling of death by suicide. Monroe's death has been the subject of numerous conspiracies for decades.
Even at this distance, you can hear the pounding of the war drum. Approach. Let's approach him. Let's fuck him up. Human, no here. The sentry snarls. Me destroy. You good. What do you want to do? We're charming this motherfucker. We need 28. Group rolled and passed with 20. The sentry is needed as charmed by your display, nodding and stepping to the side. You've earned your audience. War Chief Harak glowers you. Want talk? Must pass test. He gestures to a bed of glowing coals. What do you want to do? Zoot, what do you want to do? What do we perform? Okay. 20.
Also subpoenaed former President Clinton and former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton.
14.
Republicans on the committee say they're looking for
The
information.
orcs enjoy yourself so much they forget about making your.
Trendy
Okay,
sunscreen.
fight or brag.
Not doing what they're supposed to.
The FDA says mousse, foam, and whipped sunscreens may not work as promised. In new warning letters to companies,
Zoot, fight or
said those
brag.
but aren't approved in those formats. That makes them misbranded under federal law. The FDA is urging consumers
7.
versions like
9.
sprays or sticks.
Group passed. We just destroyed them.
You are not the president. No one who needs so many possibly.
Okay, one more test. The shaman steps forward holding a bubbling green potion. Fake it or drink it? Fake it. Drink it. 2. 18.
Of course, best known for playing General Zod. So good too. Terrence Stamp, but Southland weather.
Caracal chip. Speak now, orcs listen. Convince. 20. 17.
For Metro LA and Inland OC, upper 80s to mid 90s for the valleys, low to upper 90s for the inland.
War Chief Harak Najgumi, you speak wise. We know make war on humans.
And then tomorrow and Wednesday, about the same as today. It's going to heat up quite a bit on Thursday. Highs in the 80s on the coast, 90s for the metro areas, low 100s to about.
War Chief Harak Najgumi, you speak wise. We know. Okay, go.
68 in Cerritos and 65 in Rancho Cucamonga. The KFI market report, the Dow is
We won.
down 72.
Okay.
The Nasdaq is off 19, and the S&P 500 is
All right.
down 4. We've got.
I know, I had it on easy mode. All right, here we go. We're going to play Go. It takes forever. I'm going to make it smaller. This is the last one. Here we go, Zoot. Zoot, you have an invitation. Zoot, are you... Okay. Zoot, are you ready? You're up, pimp. It was the worst move I've ever seen. Are you going to go, or are you just going to jerk yourself off raw? One of the worst moves you could have ever made. Terrible. You and I have never played this game? That's too complicated to go through it right now. Just put shit down. No, don't put it down there.
Financial damage with it.
You don't.
Your thoughts on the daily. So the Bugman is offering a free termite inspection. That's the only way you're going to know what's going on inside that wood. So they'll get rid of the termites. If they find them, they'll do it without tinting, and they're going to repair any damage caused by those pests. I've been using them for 8 years or more, so I know this firsthand. Protect your home the way I do with your free termite inspection. Dial pound 250. Say the Bugman. You'll also receive a free 1-year maintenance program with a completed inspection and service. So for your free inspection, dial pound 250 and say the Bugman.
Our iHeartRadio Music Festival, presented by Capital One, is back in Vegas. Streaming live only on Hulu. A weekend full of superstar performances. And keep listening for the next chance to win your way there. Capital One is the proud presenting partner of iHeartRadio Music Festival, bringing great products, rewards, and services to its customers. What's in your wallet? Number 1 on your car radio preset and the new and improved iHeartRadio app. Free never sounded so good. KFI AM 640. You are listening to The Bill Handel Show. KFI AM 640. Bill Handel here. It is a Monday morning, August 18th. big doings today at the White House, and that is Zelensky. President Zelensky is going to be meeting with President Trump at the Oval Office. Remember last time the two met, it wasn't so pleasant. Trump laid
Yo, pimp.
Zelensky. JD Vance laid even more.
No.
And Zelensky.
Oh, shit. Yeah, you did just score.
Was thrown out.
You can remove one of my guys.
There's a sign right there, if you notice. We have the right to preserve, to refuse service to anyone, and that's exactly what they did with Zelensky. Okay, so today,
You don't get it.
which not only Zelensky's going to be there, but also
No, you don't.
major country in Europe, 7, plus the European Union, are part of this group.
Shoot.
At the same time, maybe may not be, and they are coming to back up Ukraine. And here's what happened. It looks like it happened that President Trump, prior to meeting Putin, said, "I'm going there with a ceasefire in mind. If I don't get it, I'm walking out 2 minutes." That's what's going to happen. He completely reversed himself. He walked out of that meeting saying that
I lost.
the only way peace is going to be accomplished if Ukraine gives up the land.
Are you going to go?
Has been occupied by Russia after the invasion. 20% of Ukraine is in Russian hands. And the deal is, here's this land swap, as the president, and that's in quotes, the president has said. You give up all that land, and there'll be peace. That's what Putin. You give up the land.
I'm happy to lose. I want it to be over.
The Russians are occupying. He will then give you peace. And land swap? How much of Russia is being given up? 0. And so the president now has exactly what. I mean,
Okay, let's add it all up.
Security from the United States. Steve Wyckoff.
Here we go. You won Ocho. You won Pool. I won Karam. I won Match Monsters. It's 2-2. You won. You won Brawl Bots 3-2. I won Mini Golf. I won Table Soccer. That's 5-2. I won Bounce 6-2. Bowling 7-2. Word. Plot. Okay, yeah, you're right. Okay. You won Ocho. You won Pool. That's 2-0. I won Karam. I won Match Monsters. It's 2-2. You won Brawl Bots. That's 3-2. I won Mini Golf. That's 3-3. You won Table Soccer. That's 4-3. I won Bounce. That's 4-4. I won Bowling 5-4. Word Box 6-4. Box 7-4. Disco 8-4. Ludo 9-4. Bingo 10-4. Blitz League 11-4. Archery 12-4. Skee Ball 13-4. 4 in a row 14-4. Dominoes 14-5. You won that. Backgammon 14-6. You won that. Cribbage 14-7. You won that. Bankroll, I won that. That's 15-7. Dice Party, I won that 16-7. Gin Rummy, who won that? No, I won it. 17-7. Chess, I won 18-7. Sea Battle, I won 19-7. Spades, we couldn't play or something. Hold'em, 19-8. You won that. Wacko, 28. I won that. Moncala, 21-8. I won that. Werewolf, we couldn't play that. Dots and Boxes, 21-9. Basketball, 22-9. Cup Punk, 23-9. Bullshit, we couldn't play. Checkers, I won. 24-9. Truco, you won. It was 24-10. Draw Together, I won 25-10. Minesweeper, you won 25-11. Literati, I won 26-11. Old Zombie, we couldn't play. Big Two or Pussy Dose, I think you won 26-12, something like that. Reversi, I won 27-12. Hearts, I won 28-12. The Island, we couldn't play. Rock Hard, we couldn't play. Maybe we could play the Island. We did play that. I won that one. 29-12, something like that. Dungeon Tales, we drew. You couldn't really win that. The Con one, we couldn't do. Legions, like Conquest, you won 29-13, something like that. Legions, I fucking forget who won that. You won, so 23 or 29-14. Go, you won 29-15, something like that. Wow, dude, that was amazing. That was fucking fun, dude. Good job. I enjoyed it. Did you have fun? I think it was 29-15. Dude, you did better than I thought you would do. I thought I would win like 35-5. There were a lot of those games I didn't know how to play though, but we'll learn them. We'll be really good at hearts and gin rummy and backgammon and spades. I don't think we can play that, but whatever. We'll get good at all that shit. Zoot, are you proud of the way that you played? Good for you, man. I'm proud of you. You did well. And I'm really proud of you for doing stand-up comedy, dog. Are you tempted to do stand-up comedy tonight?
All right, coming up, let's move locally to the LA 2028 Olympics, and there's a big talk afoot. Let's get the hell out. We shouldn't even be involved in the Olympics, and there's a couple of legalities involved, just a little bit, and it's happened before. It wasn't too long ago where a city said, we're done, we're bailing out. So I'll talk about that when we come back. Amy, live at the KFI newsroom.
Here's the latest. Inconsistencies in a kidnapping has law enforcement raising their eyebrows. An elementary school in Tarzana has been spray painted with several swastikas and anti-Semitic graffiti. It's nice now, but the heat is coming to Southern California. Those stories and more coming up at the bottom of the hour. We will check some problems on the 405 next.
The Anaheim White House restaurant, by far my famous restaurant out there. This is a destination restaurant without the destination prices. I mean, look at their menu. This is an Italian steakhouse. The pastas are insane. They have a lobster ravioli that you can die for. Their steaks, their pizzas. I mean, it goes on and on. I've never had a bad meal. As a matter of fact, I've never had an incredible meal there. And let me tell you how much I love the Anaheim White House. My daughter was married there. I have our events. KFI has our annual pasta-thon there, helping Katerina's Club feed the kids every night. 5,000 of them there. I'm having an event coming up this Saturday, and the White House restaurant is going to be catering it. You know, I've invited over 100 people, and 3 have RSVP'd and are coming, so it's not going to be that expensive. The Anaheim White House restaurant, there's nothing like it out there. Go to AnaheimWhitehouse.com, AnaheimWhitehouse.com.
Lots of sun on the way today. Highs in the 70s at the beaches, 80s to low 100s inland. This report brought to you by LifeSource Water System. From the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center, save more at the pump with Toyota's full fuel-efficient vehicles. We've got slowing in Van Nuys on the 405.
The 405 405's had a rough morning there. Southbound side of the 405, right around Valley Vista. We had reports earlier of stalling lanes, some metal, wooden debris, and then a pothole, all kinds of things. Looks like everything's clear right now. Southbound 405 jammed up from Roscoe all the way down to Sunset Boulevard. It's also been rough on the 405 northbound, getting away from LAX. Really slow from Century Boulevard on up past Slauson. Stays slow pretty much to Venice Boulevard. The 5 in Orange County is recovering from an earlier problem southbound right there at the 133. Crash out of lanes there, but traffic still really solid all the way back from the 22, the orange crash. And the Cajon Pass has been kind of slow. Southbound 15, a bit slow from Oak Hill Road down to the 138. With Southern California's most accurate traffic reports, I will Colts Driver.
Get into summer with iHeart 80s. Rewind to a decade in music that defined a generation. From Madonna to Michael. And more. iHeart 80s goes commercial free this weekend and every weekend. Open the free iHeart app, search iHeart 80s, and make it your next preset. iHeart Radio.
I'm so sick of hearing men talk about women's basketball. If only there were a professional WNBA player with their own podcast I could listen to. You rang? Hey, this is Lexi Brown, WNBA player and professional yapper. And this is Mariah Rose. You may know me from spilling the tea on Hoops for Hotties on TikTok. And we've got a new podcast, Full Circle. Every Wednesday, we're catching you up on what's going on in women's basketball. And not just in the WNBA, but with Athletes Unlimited, Unrivaled, and college basketball. We've got you with analysis, inside stories, and a little bit of tea. I know you guys have seen a lot of former and current basketball players telling their stories from their point of view, and I just think it's time for the girlies to tap in. We want to share all of the women's basketball stories that you won't see anywhere else.
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now. iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this.
Have you ever wondered if your pet is lying to you?
Why is my cat not here? I go in and she's eating my lunch.
Or if hypnotism is real?
We will use a suggestion in order to enhance your cognitive control.
But what's inside a black hole?
Black holes could be a consequence of the way that we understand the universe.
Well, we have answers for you in the new iHeart original podcast, Science Stuff. Join me, Jorge Chan, as we tackle questions you've always wanted to know the answer to about animals, space, our brains, and our bodies. Give yourself permission to be a science geek. Listen to Science Stuff.
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
You know those arguments you have with your friends in the group chat or barbershop about who is the best shooter, best scorer, or who has the best handles of all time? Well, now imagine one of your buddies is an 11-year vet in the NBA who has not only played against the game's best, but has a backstory to validate his opinions.
I'm Seth Curry, guard for the Charlotte Hornets. Our new podcast is called GOAT, G-O-T-E, Greatest of Their Era.
I'm Trevon Edwards. Join the discussion with me, Seth, and some special guests.
We will break down who is the greatest of their era in all the categories that you care about, like clutch shooter, lockdown defender, and one-on-one scorer.
Listen to GOAT, G-O-T, Greatest of Their Era on the iHeart Radio app.
We're Caitlin and Tyler Baltera, and we've got a new podcast, Kate and Ty Break It Down.
We've been through it all. Marriage, raising kids, working through trauma, and figuring out who we are in this next phase of life. Marriage isn't always easy, but it's worth it when you put in the work. And then there's just figuring out how to survive being a 30-something parent without losing your mind.
So follow, rate, and review Kate and Ty Break It Down wherever you listen to podcasts.
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
Welcome. My name is Paola Pedrosa, a medium and the host of the Ghost Therapy podcast, where it's not just about connecting with deceased loved ones. It's about learning through them and their new perspective. Listen to the Ghost Therapy podcast on the iHeartRadio app.
iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this.
A few miles from the glass spires of Midtown Atlanta lies the South River Forest. In 2021 and 2022, the woods became a home to activists from all over the country.
I found a struggle worth fighting for.
Who gathered to stop the nearby construction of a massive new police training facility, nicknamed Cop City. There, in the forest, they built a different community.
The forest occupation or things like that present a vision of a society where we can have what we need and support each other without being at each other's throats or being subservient to each other.
Until one day, everything just shatters open.
At approximately 9 o'clock this morning, as law enforcement was moving through various sectors of the property, an individual, without warning, shot a Georgia State Patrol trooper.
What I heard was a full clip unload. It was just like a whole mess of shots, just like blasting off.
From Wondery, Campsite Media, and Tenderfoot TV, this is We Came to the Forest.
We got about 150 to 200 protesters that are rushing the officers now.
I'm Matthew Scher. Follow We Came to the Forest. They were so dedicated to that forest, they never want to leave. They never did.
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
KFI, AM 640. More stimulating talk.
Coming up on the next Gary and Shannon show.
Here we are on the cusp of a new chapter between the United States and Russia. What are the repercussions for geopolitics?
That's coming up today at 9.
Well, I'm back down. No, I won't back down. You can stand me up at the gates of hell, but KFI AM 640. Hang on a minute, I'm about to sneeze. Okay, got it. Anyway, welcome to the show on Monday morning, August 18. And let's talk about Olympics for a moment, because 2028 Olympics are quickly approaching here in LA, and there are a few things that should be discussed. One of the big ones is, should the Olympics be here anyway? And should we bail? Wildfires, immigration raids, the call for withdrawing from the 2028 Olympics have intensified. Testified. Now it has happened already. Yeah, that too. Yes, it has already happened in modern times, and this is when Denver was awarded the Olympics, and then the Olympics were pulled. And why is that? Because Denver lied. Denver told the Olympic Committee, oh, we've got plenty of venues, and it turns out there would be no snow at those venues. They were close, but they sort of miscalculated the snowfall. I can't imagine the National Committee would have figured that one out. And the Olympics have been moved. 1916, they were canceled. They were supposed to be in Berlin, so they went to 1936. World War II, 2 Olympics were canceled. And one was 1940, the other one 1944, which was World War II. But other than that, the Olympics moved forward. And it doesn't really matter. Pandemics, floods, I mean, it doesn't matter. They move forward. And what LA 28, which is the local organization that is leading the call, leading the group of people that are actually putting this together, and it's a private organization, has say that the federal government has promised foreign athletes and their delegation will be able to travel to LA. But there's still questions. Why is that? Because the government has said that, and guess what? They've said no to a couple of teams and will not give visas. And the problem is that during the course of the Olympics, all international conflicts are put aside in terms of the athletes getting together. So the call for LA Olympics to bail out is there, and it's becoming more persistent. So what happens? Well, there's a contract, straight out, and a breach of contract that puts LA into a real predicament. Now, the contract doesn't allow the city to bail out, but it allows the International Olympic Committee to bail out. And the contract calls for the city to still pay the expenses For example, LA, the budget runs over, is responsible for the first $200 million give or take. It is going to be a very interesting time. So why did LA get the Olympics? Actually, LA is probably one of the best cities in the world to get the Olympics. The number one
that's it. Free communication.
The Olympics is infrastructure. Putting in new subways, putting in new transportation lines. We actually did that for 1984.
Okay, 3 executions. That's it. You are totally out at this point. He ends up being ritually.
Yes, LAX is one of the worst airports on the planet, and a lot of that is the infrastructure that was done for the '84 Olympics. And LA really is an advantage because it has virtually all the infrastructure. It has SoFi Stadium. It has the Coliseum. It has venues. The swimming venues have already been built. The velodromes, bicycle races. It's all here. So the amount of infrastructure that has to be built is minimal. And the International Committee looks at that. They look at what a city can bring to the table. And it can cost.
Actually humiliated yet again, and so he goes home and he sits down at a table and he writes a 10-page document, his autobiography called Exemplar Humanae Vitae, which is the example of human life, in which he basically tells his whole life story in a very short period of time. After he completes it, he waits at the table for his cousin to arrive. He picks up a revolver and fires it at his cousin and misses. And then he takes another revolver, and I imagine these are like single-shot muskets, and he ends his own life. So that's the sad story, the arc of the life of this Uriel da Costa's experience with Judaism. This is a great example of a tortured soul, deeply spiritual individual who is horribly damaged by the Inquisition, who tries to find his place in Judaism, but then he sees that this island of Judaism that he imagined is entirely different by the road, and he sees he can't swim, he goes far short. Yeah, his legacy is remarkably important.
You guys are going to see the first round. Maybe even the second. Shout out to Drickus Duplessis for doing the interview. I'm going with Jim first. I'm going with Drickus Duplessis.
He is one of these early thinkers of modern period. This really quite early. You won't have people like Voltaire ultimately criticizing religion for a couple hundred years yet. But he's beginning to question religion in ways that no one else has, especially in France. His thought had a signal impact on another Amsterdam Jew,
I think Drake is
and in this 1888 somewhat fanciful image, they never met, is showing Acosta here holding on to the young Spinoza on lap, indicating in the view of the artist the strong connection to the work by Samuel Hirschberg in 1888 is actually very penetrating. You can see that Spinoza, the child, was very relaxed and contemplative, and in fact, Spinoza seems to be not terribly bothered by the ban that was put on him. He lived his life normally afterwards. But Acosta was a tortured individual. Look at how his hand is gripping the chair in this manner. He's gaunt and he's sort of brooding, and his colors are all dark, whereas Spinoza is portrayed in much more light and relaxed fashion. He is, I think, in the final analysis, though, an illustration of the kidnapped child phenomenon, that even as an adult, and even having grappled with the incredibly difficult aspects of living any sort of a Jewish life under the conditions of the Inquisition, he nevertheless was not able to gain full access and consent to the concepts of Judaism as practiced by those who possess the tradition. And I would like to think, at least in a philosophical sense, I'm certainly not qualified to render any sort of judgment in a religious sense, that he's a classic example of that kidnapped child that is ultimately not culpable for the damage he did to himself, and perhaps even to the damage he did to future Jewish thoughts. the Israeli-American.
That concludes my presentation on the sad life of Uriel Acosta. I'd like to thank you very much for your endurance and your attention. Please applaud now because it sounds good on the tape. Okay.
Stand clear of the closing doors, please.
Change the baby's diaper when someone approached, said hello in Spanish, and punched her in the face.
I couldn't even turn and that was this. I don't remember nothing. I got up off the floor and I didn't see my child. Someone took him from me.
The child's grandmother says investigators asked
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for coming. We've got a great lecture tonight. Doña Gracia Nasi is a fascinating individual. Doing the research on this individual just blew my mind. I read another book, another biography that was absolutely fascinating, and I feel this is one of those tremendously underreported history of. So this is one of those tremendously underreported heroines of Jewish history that makes such a phenomenal difference to our self-understanding and, in fact, our continued existence, as we shall see. And I hope that I'll be able to convey some of that to you over the course of the next 60 minutes. She is affectionately known by many supporting as La Senora, as the lady, because of her phenomenally important work on behalf of the Jewish people, her heroism, her unstinting willingness to stand up for what is right, despite tremendous, really legal odds against her, as we shall see. In Hebrew, she's often known as Hagiveret, the translation of La Senora, meaning the lady. We'll explore that. This picture is most likely nothing like what she looked like. It's a modern artistic representation, but we do have a sense of what she might have looked like from a slide that I'll show you at the very end. But nevertheless, her personality was incredibly appealing and attractive, and that's really what we're going to be concentrating on today. Here we go. We'll be relying very heavily on her two principal biographers in English, Cecil Roth, the great interwar scholar and post-World War II scholar of Jewish history, who wrote an extremely important biography, and the book that I just read for tonight's lecture, Andre Elian Brooks, who wrote a fascinating account called A Woman Who Defied Kings, which is in fact a very accurate term to use to describe Gracia Nasi, using a lot of more current research, archival materials that have become available in the almost 80 years since Professor Roth wrote his book. We're very heavily indebted to the research of these two scholars for tonight's presentation. So let's start with her name. What shall we call her? This is an extremely complicated subject. So at her christening, obviously we're speaking about a woman who is a converso, a woman who lived a double life, posing as a Christian in inquisitorial Portugal and later on through Europe. So she led a dual existence, posing as a Christian while secretly holding Jewish attitudes and behaviors. So at her christening, she received the name Beatriz de Luna Iquez. Beatrice is a name she never used in any formal sense. De Luna was one of her ancestral names, and in Hispanic culture, it's very common for women to take both their mothers and their father's names, and it probably alludes to the family background in Aragon, which is a region of Spain. Niquez is also an interesting name. Both of these, by the way, were probably given to them by sponsors, because when a Jew was baptized as part of the mostly sham conversions that they underwent during these difficult times, they would be accompanied by a sponsor, typically a member of the royal family or a nobleman or something like that, and then the Jew now converted to a Christian would take on the name of their sponsor, kind of a godfather-like figure. Hence, you have so many Jews with the name Nunez, Mendez, Rodriguez. These are all names of important Spanish royalty of the 15th century in particular. So the name Luna is probably from a sponsor on one side of the family. The name Niquez is kind of interesting because she actually had one family member. The name repeats itself several times in the family. He preferred to use it because it alluded to his date of birth, which occurred right around this time of year, Parsha's Miketz. So he enjoyed calling himself Miketz as a result. She preferred, however, to use the name Gracia, which is a diminutive of Beatrice. Beatrice, however, is a Latin term which means saintly one. Beatrice means saintly in a Christian sense. She never liked using that term. She preferred using the term Gracia, which may have been a translation of her Hebrew name, Hannah. This is, to me, it's truly in a very personal way because, of course, you know, I also have two names. Like many Jews, I have my Hebrew name, and I have what I like to call my slave name. Right? Henry is my regular secular name that my parents gave me, and Hillel is also my Hebrew name that my parents gave me as well. But Henry is what I use when I try to pass in the street as a regular American. Not too successfully, I think. But, you know, this whole dual identity and the whole dual naming is something that probably dates really from the Spanish Inquisition. I'm hard-pressed to think of Jews having secular names prior to the 1500s. It's a very, very common phenomenon, however, and among Hispanic Jews, often the names are totally different. I mean, in English, Henry and Hillel begin with the same letter, but in Spanish, you can have completely wildly different names. Anyway, the Afghan may have chosen that as a translation for her name, her surname, through her husband, who was also her uncle. It is very common characteristic of converso families is that they are highly endogamous, always marrying within the same converso families. In other words, even though they may have lived as Christians for 3, 4, 5 generations, they're still marrying other Jews who are similarly living as Christians. So she married her uncle, which quite a bit older than she, which is typical, which is actually considered ideal in some Talmudic texts. It's not consanguinity. Is that a real word? Consanguinity. Marrying someone who's close to you and origin. His name was Mendez, also known as Benvenista, also a very common surname that is used by many Sephardi Jews today. I actually know some Benvenistas who claim descent from the house of Nasi all the way to the Bay of Florida. So the bottom line, she preferred to go by Gracia Nasi. Nasi is one more name to add to the whole mix. This is a family name. It's a Hebrew word that means prince, as in Yehuda HaNasi, indicating a royal lineage, or at least a lineage of leadership. And this is how she allowed herself to be known most commonly. But all of these names really apply to the same person. Confusing, complicated, but we're going to stick with Gracia Nasi in particular. What I find most fascinating about her life is that it's so illustrative of the liminal existence of the converso. We're talking about a person who is really living in two worlds. It's not that once a Jew converted to Christianity, especially under duress, that they could simply adopt this new identity. Because as we shall see and explore over the next 20 minutes or so, the Spanish Inquisition was specifically designed to root out those conversions to Christianity which were not sincere. And so even though these conversos had actually adopted a new faith, they were always being tested in that new faith. And the smallest little deviance from what was considered acceptable behavior could be grounds for incredible persecution, confiscation of their wealth, torture, and even execution. And this is a curse that they lived with for generations. The fear of being discovered as a crypto Jew, or even the fear of being denounced as a crypto Jew when it was not at all the case, was something that plagued conversos for many generations. Even those who may have wished to become complete and enthusiastic, authentic Christians, they always had to live under the shadow of suspicion. This is a rather interesting depiction of two converso Jews who have been accused of Judaizing, that is, of going back on their Christian vows and practicing Jewish rites. They're both wearing this ritual garment that was part of the Inquisition when they were taken to task for their behaviors. The figure on the right here, a little caption in French that says, this refers to a man, a Jew, who was condemned to the fire, but he has acquitted himself through his confession, meaning he has, admitted, yes, it's true, I love bagels and lox, and I eat them every Sunday morning, and things like that. And as a result, he is, he's going to the flames, but with a clean heart. They would also give them the benefit of strangulation prior to their burning, so that they could, die a somewhat less brutal death. This figure on the right is saying, I refuse to confess my sins. I am actually a good Christian. I just like bagels. And the French says, a person who will be burned by the decree of the Inquisition. It's sadder because he's really but in both cases, we're talking about Jews who are forcibly converted to Christianity, and whether they confess or whether they don't confess, whether they regret or they don't regret, they are still bound by these Kafkaesque rules of the Inquisition to do horrible things. We'd like to say a few words about the experience of Iberian Jewry, including primarily Spain and Portugal, obviously, because today's lecture and the next two lectures are really going to borrow heavily from this experience. We should consider the fact that in the 15th century, the destruction of Iberian Jewry was a colossal event that can be compared only to the Holocaust in our times. Spain was a country that had housed the Jews for centuries, had given them a phenomenal golden age, had been the home of Yehuda Halevi, diplomats like Chastai and Shaprut, scholars like Shimshon Anagrela, scholars like Maimonides, is true, who fled from Muslim persecution in the region, but nevertheless, Spain was like America. Spain was a tremendous home of the Jews for centuries upon centuries. And the rupture of Jewish continuity in this peninsula was overwhelming. And in fact, took Sephardic Jews centuries to get over it. Maybe they haven't gotten over it today. To be sure, the next 100 years, Jews are obsessed with the idea of how did Spain fall and what it means for the unfolding of the Messianic period.
What the fuck?
So we really can't minimize the impact of the end of Iberian Jewry on the Jewish consciousness. Here's a map that gives you a sense of the diaspora of Sephardic Jews, that is, Jews from Spain. And we're specifically going to be looking at the Jews who were expelled from Spain around 1492, or some had left earlier, and then went to Portugal over here, where
obviously this is just one individual's experience.
She lived most of her life in Lisbon. Later, I'll show you a map that shows how she fled Lisbon and made her way, like many of the expellees, up to England, and then to the Low Countries, down through Italy, and ultimately to Constantinople over here, Istanbul. The influence of Spanish exiles, Portuguese exiles throughout the entire Mediterranean basin had a telling impact on the future development of Jewish intellectual and creative thought for centuries. So let's look at the collapse of Spanish Jewry and understand a little bit of the roots of the Inquisition. As I mentioned, Spain went through several centuries of phenomenal acclaim. Jews reached the highest levels of cultural activity, their scholarship, their political activity, they had, they were really the leaders, like in America in many ways, the leaders of all cultural activity, of publications, poetry, literature. We had a Jew who was the head of the army in one region of Spain for a while. Incredible amounts of achievements. It all came crashing to a halt, in particular in 1391, when there was a tremendous backlash after a few years after the death of one of the greater of the Jewish political figures in Spain, and there was a widespread pogrom that raised this is the Alhambra Palace, which was possibly built by Jews, raised up one of the great landmarks of Spanish Cordova. Following the 1391 pogrom, which was very significant, there was more and more Christian influence coming down into Spain, and one of the attributes of the Iberian Peninsula in the Christian context is that since it is not only on the borderland geographically, it's also on the borderland religiously as well. Spain for many years toyed with different forms of Christianity. Arianism in particular was a rival to the Catholic interpretation of the faith that was ultimately ousted in the 4th century, and of course Spain was Muslim after the 8th century, so it was always kind of like it had the zeal of a convert. I can say that about an entire peninsula. The Spaniards in particular were often trying to demonstrate their Catholic bona fide, and one of the best ways to demonstrate that you were in fact true to the faith was by persecuting the Jews. So Spain had Christian again, it had a very, very strong anti-Jewish streak that appeared over and over again. In our context, perhaps the most significant are the history of disputations which raged throughout Spain. 1263 is perhaps the one you're most familiar with. That's when the great scholar Nachmanides was called to debate a Jewish Catholic Jewish convert to Catholicism, Pablo to Christianity. Nachmanides ended up winning that debate. He officially lost, but then he was banished immediately thereafter because he had shown up his interlocutor. And then a much more of a horrific example in 1414 in the city of Tortosa, which Jane Gerber, a scholar of this period, has called more of a pageant than a disputation, where 2,000 guests were assembled in order to witness the rituals remediation of the Jewish interpretation of the Bible. So there was just more and more events that were culminating, indicating that Spain was no longer a hospitable environment for Jews. It culminates 1479 with the establishment of the Inquisition. Now, what exactly is the Inquisition? This is a key point that we have to bear in mind. In Spain, in the 15th century, there were a tremendous number of forced conversions of Jews to Christianity. Many Jews, feeling the threat of immediate violent harm, had acceded to the demands of their persecutors and had taken on baptism. This is an issue we talked about a couple of weeks ago when we looked at the Ashkenazic lands and how many Jews there chose to actually commit suicide, murdering their own children before they killed themselves. Horrific examples. In Spain, many Jews chose the route of pretending to be Christian and hoping that things would eventually die down. And this lasted for close to a century. And so when you get towards the end of the 15th century, you've got all these Christians of Jewish origin who are sort of waiting to go back to Judaism. They're hoping that the political climate will change, that we'll have a new king and things like that, things will calm down. This incensed the church and those zealous elements within Spain. And so they appointed Thomas de Torquemada, who was reputed to have some Jewish origins himself, as the Grand Inquisitor. And the Inquisition was designed specifically to root out those new Christians, so-called new Christians, who may have been 2 or 3 generations Christian, who were secretly practicing Christian Jewish rites. Note that, technically speaking, Jews who never convert to Christianity were exempt from the reach of the Inquisition. The Inquisition was directed at Christians who were Judaizers. Jews who were Judaizers were technically exempt. They would not be exempt from the expulsion of the later, but the Inquisition was directed specifically at these Christians. And the Inquisition used the most horrific means possible to exact the information they needed. It was almost Stalinist in its scope. Where Jews would be, or new Christians, would be arrested, and then they would be routinely tortured in order to examine confessions of their Judaizing practice, and even more importantly, to betray others in the Jewish community or in the new Christian community who had also similarly Judaized. Because they, and in the twisted logic of this time, because they may have actually been innocent, they may have actually been Christian, and it was forbidden to shed the blood of a fellow Christian, torture methods were used only if they did not pierce the skin. And so a whole range of devices were employed to try to coerce confessions out of these new Christians, typically involving hanging, stretching, formal waterboarding, some really strange devices like this one, which involved extremely uncomfortable positions for long periods of time. And not surprisingly, as we saw in the 1930s in Stalinist Russia, that people would give up all kinds of things. They would say anything out of torture, and so then those people who were betrayed, who may have been innocent, would then be brought in, would also be tortured, and this expanded far out of control. In fact, it went way past the new Christian community and even attacked Christians with impeccable credentials. The Bishop of Toledo, for example, was also drawn into the net of Torquemada's excesses, and hence the Spanish Inquisition became proverbial as a purge-like witch hunt that goes on and on for centuries. The Jews would be, or the new Christians, I keep on making that mistake, they would be brought before a public tribunal. Here you can see them wearing these hats of shame, long conical hats, which may have had situations later, witches' hats and dunce caps, where they would be forced to either recant their ways, which would guarantee them a death by strangulation and then by burning, or if they refused to recant, then they would simply be thrown alive into the fire, which is of course, the auto da fe, the acts of faith, so called by the church at the time. So that's the sort of mechanism of the Inquisition. I reiterate that it's directed primarily at these new Christians and not at Jews per se. Let's also talk a little bit about terminology before I go on. I'm just going to go away from this awful slide before we do. The terminology is complex. You may have heard the term Milano, which is perhaps the most common term. And many historians have tried to find fanciful derivations for this term, from medieval Latin and so on. In reality, it's simply derived from an old Spanish word meaning pig. And this was a term used, a term of opprobrium used to describe these Jews who had become Christian and then were supposed to be returning to their old ways, like the church would have.
Athleticism, folks.
So the term Milano is not exactly politically correct, even though it was overwhelmingly popular even among Jews themselves. Another term that might be more appropriate is converso. These are Jews who had converted, or crypto Jews, that is, Jews who were hiding their Jewish identity. And let us bear in mind that the very tenuous nature of what could expose us to a charge.
Look at this athleticism.
The smallest kind of deviation from Greek standard was highly scrutinized by those who wished to pronounce a Christian. For example, the habit of many converso families of eating a kind
yes, and they make clips with their YouTube links. TikTok.
Sausage with partridge or chicken would immediately expose a family to the risk of Judaizing. So they're very diet of a Jew was considered very suspect. Of course, the Jews would show up for regular mass, if they had unusually large and frequent gatherings in their homes. All kinds of things like this would point a finger of suspicion that would linger for decades and decades. And we should not also recall, so we should also recall,
And they put some YouTube technically. We'll forgive you this one. Really? Oh, for sure, dog. Why? Why not? Look at this athleticism, though.
An incentive for people to rat out their neighbors and tell the church that they were in fact.
No, don't blame me.
Just like on the Psalms, for example, it made it grow larger and larger. So essentially the condition of Jews in Spain specifically for
Yeah, everybody hates to come in. Oh, somebody talk about me and be like, oh, you're the best.
With this document, which of course is the decree of expulsion that was signed by Ferdinand and Isabella, demanding that Jews pack up when given a few months' time, leave the.
Does anybody else get these? No, maybe the only one who likes
some 900 years. A terrible experience that left such a huge scar on the Jewish mind. Okay, that brings us to Portugal. Okay, so let's go on. Now, Portugal's a little different. Portugal, you know, is the country on the westernmost point of the Iberian Peninsula, and they did not have the same history of persecution that the Spaniards did. Many Jews, of course, in 1492 felt that the easiest route to take to flee Spain would be simply to go to neighboring Portugal, and in fact, they resided there. However, the Portuguese realized that they would have a difficult time with their Spanish neighbor if they had a much more liberal policy. So they adopted a policy which was economically prudent, and that is they agreed to accept the Jewish refugees on a payment of very steep and temporary residence fee. Jews had to pay a rather astronomical fee to reside in England for any length of time, and there were fees for crossing certain bridges and fees for remaining in certain places and so on. And the Portuguese hoped to profit as much as possible from the situation. Things changed, however, within a very short period of time as King. Now, I wish I had written this down. There's a king, there's several of them actually in Spain, who's often referred to as King John in English literature, but in more modern scholarship, his Portuguese spelling is used, which is spelled Jajoao, right? And my daughter, who's fluent in Spanish, not Portuguese, I was trying to figure out with her, how do you say that? Jao. She thought it was like wow. Could you imagine naming your son wow? I mean, the J in Spanish. So she actually said Jow. So anyways, I'm not going to go with John. But luckily for today, the only Portuguese king we're going to talk about is Manuel, which is pronounced Frank. No, Manuel. So King Joao died, I think, in late 1495, and Manuel, his younger man, married a bride. Ferdinand and Isabella had a daughter, also named Isabella, but she refused to marry the king of Portugal, which would have united the entire peninsula. She refused to marry the king of Portugal while Portugal housed Jews. So Manuel had a choice to make. Should he expunge all the Jewish peasants in his land, which was economically not expedient at all? Portugal had a huge windfall by having the Jews come into their region because, after all, the Jews were incredibly experienced traders, very, very experienced in commerce, literate, and so on. And so he really wasn't sure what to do about this, but Isabella was quite fanatical about this. She would not marry him otherwise, and so he came up with a kind of a plan. The plan was essentially to forcibly convert the Jews of Portugal to Christianity, and then expel whatever was left. But that way he was hoping to keep the population and their business acumen and their business connections and so on, and of course their wealth. Then a small number, he could simply expel them and he would win the favor of Isabella. And this is exactly the plan that he followed, with incredible cruelty, however. He began by looking at the economically weakest elements of the Jewish population, and he tore away some 700 children from their parents' arms and forced them, shipped them off to the little island of Sao Tome, you see over there on the equator, a relatively new possession of the Portuguese, who were at this time engaged in tremendous maritime activities. There is the 700 children who were sent there disappeared. It's assumed that the vast majority of them died. And according to a contemporary chronicler, many of them were actually devoured by these great lizards that lived on that island. I'm not sure if they actually have lizards out there. It would be fanciful. It's actually, I looked at motor dragons, but this is a monitor lizard. They're related. Okay, neither of them are Portuguese though. But at any rate, I wanted to kill a big lizard. I forgot there would be a professor of biology. But at any rate, it's a sad story. 700 children taken to Sao Tome and then killed. The rest, under duress and under torture, were converted to Christianity. And as a result, Portugal now acquired a large universal population as well. However, Manuel was not stupid about this. This was purely
check out this whole thing.
And so he signed into the conversion agreements that the Jews would be free from investigation for 20 years after the forced conversion. In other words, he said, okay, you all have to pretend you're Christian, but we're not going to look too closely at you for 2 decades. And that way, the Jews, unhappy as they were, and it was definitely brutal and they were exposed to torture, nevertheless, they could more or less continue their lives as normal, more or less, under Portugal, with much greater freedom than they had enjoyed in Spain and the Inquisition. There was no Inquisition in Portugal at this time, so there was no interference of the church demanding that they conform to Christian norms. And so initially, the Portuguese experience was really quite different from that of Spain. And it was in this environment that Dona Gracia was born, probably in the year 1510. That is some 15 years after the expulsion from Spain. She was married, as I mentioned earlier, to a very wealthy family. The Mendez family were very big into banking, into jewels, and they really capitalized very heavily on the huge maritime trade that Portugal was really opening up in the late 14th and early 15th century. Vasco da Gama, the great explorer, had already gone around the Horn of Africa and had discovered another route towards India. And so there was a tremendous amount of trade we had by supplanting the old overland route for spices from the Orient and taking it by sea and offering a much cheaper price to the expanding European markets. So the Mendez family were able to extend banking privileges to the Portuguese kings, loaning them sufficient funds to be able to mount these massive maritime exploits, and then receiving their payment after the ships came in, so to speak, making the Mendez extremely wealthy and powerful and very closely related to the kings. So like many convertible families, she married within the larger convertible community. And here you see a painting of her from the famous artist Arthur Zick, that shows Francisco here as somewhat younger than he probably was. He was twice her age when they married at 18. He was in his early 40s. But nevertheless, they enjoyed a brief but very happy marriage together that produced one child, named Anna. Now, the problem is that the conversal wealth that they had was a promise. It gave them tremendous power at all times because they were able to leverage that wealth for policies that they promoted for the benefit of the Jewish community. They were extremely over and over again, just constantly pay off to ecclesiastic and temporal officials to exemptions and protections from the depredations of those who would denounce them. Let's have a look at one more kind of Elizabeth's name that according to this picture, you can see she's holding a scroll here. And when we look closely at the scroll, guess what it says there? Right. Beautiful passage from Psalms. If I forget you, O Jerusalem, let my tongue cleave to my mouth, let my right hand use its cunning. The children of Zion is very prominent. In fact, she was a major figure in establishing a Jewish presence in Israel later on. Oh yeah, look at this little Jewish child. This is quite anachronistic. We're using this as a symbol for Judaism back then, but nevertheless, really cool. Okay, so let's go on. So they spent many years. She was married at age 18. She was widowed at age 25, making her the heir to a tremendous zanui. That's not my everybody. She is the heir to tremendous fortune. Maybe if I hold it further away, is that better? She was heir to a tremendous fortune, and once she was widowed at age 25, that made her incredibly powerful. Her husband had a brother named Yo-Yo who was living at this point with counselor, and she would join him later, and she would later inherit him as well. The whole family founded it. That I'll share some details with you. But in 16th, 17th century Europe, widowhood is really one of those few ways that women could exert power in the world. I'll show you on a small scale, but when you're dealing with a woman like Gracia, who was working with and sometimes in opposition to kings and queens, incredibly powerful individuals, popes, her widowhood was really what gave her independence and her might, the ability to actually flex her muscles financially and achieve her will. They were acting in a clandestine fashion when they were married together in Lisbon, primarily to thwart the Inquisition, which eventually did make its way to Portugal, but they finally wrote a lot of activities trying to prevent the church from extending the Inquisition there, including very liberal bribes and perhaps even some assassinations of inquisitorial officials. But the Inquisition was impossible to hold back. And the smallest thing could set them off. So, for example, there was in the Jewish quarter of Lisbon, which they still had like a Jewish quarter of kind of a ghetto type of setup, but it was more like what they would call it, both words on a gated community. There was a young Christian courtier who was seeking out a young Jewish woman that he had met in the marketplace earlier that day, and he went into a house hoping to find her, and he discovered a whole bunch of Jews gathered there around the table, and this happened to be Erev Pesach, the Passover Seder. And of course, these are new Christians, conversos. And of course, he came out and he proclaimed this in the streets, and it caused quite a hue and cry. Similarly, on another occasion, when there was a plague raging in the city, a whole bunch of new Christians and older Christians were gathered in a church, and they were praying for redemption from this plague, and the light shining through the windows in the back lit up a cross at one end of the room with an unusual luminescence. Many of the Christians in the room felt that this was a miraculous sign that, in fact, the plague was about to be lifted, and a converso, you can tell it's kind of a Jewish approach, he scoffed at the idea that this trick of the light meant there was divine favor. This incensed the entire church population, and a riot ensued shortly thereafter. So you can see the kind of tinderbox that Elizabeth was at this time as the Inquisition was approaching. So she decided to flee Lisbon and make her way to Antwerp, where her surviving brother-in-law was living and making business. Tremendous difficulty getting out of any of the places she tried to get out, because, of course, her phenomenal wealth meant that the ruling authorities refused to allow her passage. On the one hand, they didn't want to insult her because they wanted to keep her wealth intact and keep her working for the benefit of the larger economy, and so they couldn't simply refuse her passage. She was allowed to travel, but on the other hand, if they allow her to travel, there's always the worry that she would not come back. And that is, in fact, what she did. She made her way up to London, where there was a kind of a secret underground railway for Milanos, but therefore she wanted to flee out of Spain and Portugal. And then from there she went across the English Channel to Antwerp, where she met up with her brother. She brought with her a character that I have not mentioned yet, but someone who will be very important in her later life, her younger sister, Rianda, and Rianda, who would later marry Diogo, would eventually have a child. Her younger sister, as we shall see, did not share Gracia's attitude towards Judaism, and in fact this would have disastrous consequences for all of them. Later on, just to jump ahead of our story because we have this beautiful map here, she made her way down to the south of France, to Venice for a while, to Ferrara, where she was very active, and she most likely it is in Ferrara where she finally renounced her Christian status and returned to Judaism, and eventually she made her way to Constantinople, where she most likely passed away. Constantinople at this time was, of course, ruled by the Ottoman Turks, who were Muslims, who were openly inviting Jews to come to Muslim lands, and were laughing out loud in press and all kinds of proclamations that the Christian persecution of Jews was in fact enriching the Ottoman territories. Very famous passages from various sultans to this effect. When she was in Ferrara, in particular, recall at this point she met up with Diogo and a lot of fascinating sort of behind-the-scenes negotiations over the estate that belonged to her late husband, and ultimately her brother-in-law ceded her complete control over the entire wealth of the house of even over his own wife and daughter.
Secret history of athleticism. Look at this move.
About to know Jack more about athleticism. And I cannot speak highly of He's truly brilliant.
Look at this move.
Kind soul.
Really impressive.
This wasn't a huge honor for pleasure.
Look at this move.
Supported. Please check out our sponsors in the description and consider subscribing to this channel. And now, dear friends, here's Jack. Genghis Khan, born in approximately 1162, became the conqueror of the largest contiguous empire in history. Before that,
the first is the work of Samuel Liske, a famous work which has been translated to English, The Consolations for the Tribulation of Israel, which is a sort of historical philosophical work about the nature of Jewish persecution over the centuries. And then the famous Ferrara Bible, which is a translation of the Hebrew Tanakh
into
doesn't begin at birth. That's the beginning of life. The story begins long before birth. Sometimes it can be many generations before, and sometimes only shortly before. But I think what Jacob the crucial thing is to understand how his parents met.
And it's an unusual kind of emblem to put on the front page of a Bible.
One day,
thoughts of why she would choose to have it decorated so? This special Bible in the spirit really of the age, publishing in German and so on, writing a Bible that conversely could read in a language that they were trained in schooling, and yet having this kind of image on the cover.
That some woman was moving from one place to another. And in fact, her husband was with her. She was a new bride, and her husband was on a horse close to her. So what happened was a man named Yasuki was the future father of Jacob. Yasuki was up on a hill. He was hunting with his falcon. The words of the secret history of the Mongols were very clear. He looked down and he saw her, and he could barely glimpse her, but he knew she was young, and she was a new bride. And he rode back to camp, he got his two brothers, and they came racing down. And they came, and the husband of the woman looked around, and he decided to flee. Not because he was a coward, but he figured he would probably pull the men after him. They would chase him, and they did. They chased him, he went far away, he circled around, he came back. He arrived back at the cart where his wife was.
Who was known as La Chica. She's
Erlen
named
had time to think while he was riding around, being chased by the Mongols.
Young one, and that's
And
often
she
used to
decided
distinguish her from her aunt.
that it's more important for him to live.
But it seems
And she
that
told him when he came back,
younger
you must
sister,
flee.
is
If
really
you stay
not
here, they will kill you and they will take
about
me.
all the schlepping
But
around
if you flee, they will take me,
converso
but you will have the chance to find another
She was
one.
really
There
happy
are many
in
women in the world.
She was
You
happy
find one and
living
you call
as
her
a Christian.
after
And
my name.
all
And
this,
you remember me when
living
you're
on
with
a
her.
razor's edge,
It's a
worried
very
about what's
dramatic
going to happen to the family, what's going to happen
rode
to
away.
our money.
And he looked back and forth, and it says that the pigtails or the braids that were hanging down were whipping back and forth from his chest to his back. He was divided, obviously, and whether he should go or stay. But the three men were approaching again. They were headed straight for the cart this time. And
ultimately, after Diogo passes away, and in his will, as I mentioned earlier, he left
she
all
didn't
of the
say
money
a word
in the control of
her husband was
his
over the
sister-in-law,
ridge.
not his wife and his
When he was
daughter.
over the ridge and she could no longer see him, she began to scream and wail.
The younger sister,
And one of the brothers said to her,
formally denounced her own sister
doesn't
to
matter
the
if you
church.
shake the waters out of the river,
Claimed
and
that
if you shake the
her
mountains with
sister
your screaming, you will never see this
sister
man
was
again.
secretly living as a Jew,
He was right.
and that she,
That was the
therefore,
moment.
Leandra, the younger
Genghis
sister,
Khan's mother
deserved
and
all
father
of the wealth of
That's
the
the
family,
beginning of
and her
his story
sister should be
in this
arrested.
kidnapping. And it's going to reverberate every detail
It was
of
a
it.
really difficult
Will come
point
back
in
again and again,
Gracia's life. If you
not
can
only
imagine
throughout the story of the
this
life of
human
Genghis Khan,
conflict
but
that
it's going to
such
continue
a
on
fever
with the
pitch,
feuds and the
but
issues
it's clear
caused
there
by
was no
it,
turning back
all the way
between
into the future.
the
To some
idea
extent,
of
in
fleeing
certain
Europe
parts of the
altogether
world,
and
you could
living
say
in
it
a
still
Muslim
exists.
country was something
So
that
the
was so
meaning
foreign to
is
Brianna's way of
fundamentally
thinking. She had grown used
a
to
mixture
the
of
life of
heartbreak,
consumption that
dark,
was associated
criminal
with the
type
uber
of
wealthy
kidnapping.
of Europe, and she simply would
That
have
is
nothing of it.
conceived
She
as
tried her,
of the biggest
had
contiguous
anticipated
empire in
this
history.
and had
What I was
very
really interested in
liberally
was
greased the pawn
how did
of
this
all
happen?
kinds of
Who
church
was
and
this
temporal
person?
officials trying to
So
pull back
Wordsworth wrote in his poem,
lawsuit
the child is father of the
She was
man.
not able
And it's the
to
childhood
prevent
that
a
created
lawsuit
him.
from
And
actually
it's
reaching
that
the court, but she
episode that
was
was before he
ultimately
was
able
born.
to
But all the
defeat
things that
her
happened
sister
throughout his
in
childhood
legal battle
made him
and
into the man that
laid
he became.
authoritative claim to
And so
the entire
he was
inheritance. Just a
now
rather
suddenly
amazing
feet. It just shows you how
unusual
useful
situation
money
was
is.
created where
On
a
the
child
other
is
hand,
going to be
in a
born
related
to a
development,
kidnapped woman
there
who
was
is
also
being
a
held
rabbinic
by
court
strange people, the
convened
locals, that
on
were not her people.
this particular issue. That included some
And
of the
he already
greatest
had
minds of the
another
era.
wife
Don't forget, this is the
for
16th
husband.
century. This is the
Had a
era
wife named
when you
Sochiko.
have
He had at that time
Moshe
already one
Vitrani,
son.
for example,
Later he had
and
another son
then
with her.
Rabbi
It was a very
Rothschild,
odd
the
situation.
author of the Code
And
of
in
Jewish
fact, the
Scholarship
father,
in Torah,
Yasuke, wasn't even
who
there.
debated this very point, and ironically,
He
the
was off
author of the
fighting the
Shulchan Aruch,
Tatars.
Joseph
And during this
disagreed with
campaign
Gracia
against the
Mendes.
Tatars, he
Even though
killed
he
two
felt that she
Tatars.
was a wonderful
One of
person
them
and
was
they
an
did great things for Jewish people and so on,
which
it
is sort
wasn't
of
right that the
person of
sister
iron.
didn't get an
That's what it means
inheritance
from
and
the
that
Turkic.
the niece didn't get an
But
inheritance
today,
either.
part of
But that's another
also
story
Mongolian
beyond what we'll
language.
discuss here.
So he came
Part
back,
of this
he had a
whole
baby,
debate was
and
surrounding
he
as
decided
well
to name
who
him
would the
Timuchin,
younger
person
child
of
marry,
iron,
who
or
would
Iron Man,
Beatrice
we might
Lachika
call
end up
him,
marrying.
after the man he killed.
One of
After the man
the,
he killed.
and at this point,
So
kind of
his
omitted
kidnapped
discussion
mother,
of the role of kings
she's
here,
a
but
second
there was
wife,
tremendous involvement
now,
of kings and
not a
queens,
legal wife, but
all
just a
having
second
designs
kidnapped
on the
wife.
money of the House of Nasi. In
He's
this
named
particular
for
case,
someone his father
George
just
V,
killed.
the Holy
It was not
Roman
auspicious
Emperor,
beginning.
had a wife
In fact,
who wanted
just
to marry
episode
off
after
Lachika to
episode
one
in
of her
his
closest
childhood
friends,
was
and in so
inauspicious.
doing, hoped to garner
The father and
a
mother
large
moved camp
section of
one
the
time
assets that
when he was
belonged to
quite
the
young,
Nasi
and
family.
somehow they
When the
overlooked him and
queen
forgot him.
approached Gracia
He was
Nasi
left
about
behind.
this, she actually
So here's this young
avoided
child, we don't know
several
what
times
age,
by
like
feigning
around
illness,
4 or
and
5,
when was finally
and
forced
he was left
to
behind.
answer up
As it
front
turned out,
what she
some
say
other
about
people
this
behind
particular
you
marriage
found him,
of
and then they
the
kept him
niece
for a while,
to
and
this
eventually
older
he was
Christian man,
reunited with his father
Gracia Macy said,
and mother. And
intemperately,
it's
Rosina
very odd to
drowned,
me that
then married to
I
that
never
man.
have
Very strong
any
language.
inkling of a
She really had
spark
to
of
figure
relationship
no more
much between the
excuse for
father
her at
and
that
the
point.
son.
So they ended
Because then
up
when
finally making their
Timuchin
way
is
to
8 years
Istanbul.
old,
And
his
at
father
this point,
decides to take
Gracia
him off to
Nasi
find a
had
wife.
revealed her
Which
Jewish
finding a wife
identity
in the Mongolian
and
terms means
was
you
quite
give the child
openly,
to that family, or you
actively
give the boy to that
sponsoring
family,
Jewish
and he
causes
will live
without
with
any
them, and they will raise him up, and they will train him the way they want before he can marry their
she
daughter.
met with several setbacks. One
So
that's
he's
very
taking him
important
off
is
at
the
age 8.
Altona incident of
But he didn't take the other son
1556,
from
which is
the other
perhaps
wife,
the
but he
saddest
took
moment in her career.
He was keeping
There's
him.
an
There
Italian
was something
city
about
with a port
Timuchin having been
called
lost
Ancona,
once and found by the Daichi
and they had a
with
very
the family.
zealous
Now his father
inquisitor
takes him
there
off
sent by a
at
new
age
pope,
8,
Paul IV.
and he was going to take him
And
to
there was a
his
very large
family.
conversal
He never
community.
made it.
These are,
He stopped with
remember,
another
before we
family,
talk
sort of
about
like the
this,
first
we
family
would
he came
have in
across.
Ancona, we have the regular Jews, the Italian
words of the
Jews who
secret
had lived there
history,
from time immemorial,
it's
who
like
were
instant
not
love.
forced to convert to
There was
Christianity.
fire in his
You had
eyes and
regular
fire in her
Christians,
eyes.
and then
He
you
saw
had
this
this
girl,
conversion
Brishta,
community
who
largely
was
made
about
up of
9 years
Portuguese
old, a little
Jews
older,
who
and
were
he wanted to stay
formally
there with that
converted to
family,
Christianity
according to the
and
story.
were
And so the father left him there with that family.
but were nevertheless living
But on the way
pretty much
home,
openly as Jews, marrying with each other,
the father
keeping kosher,
decided
and all kinds of things like
he
this.
saw a drinking party,
And
and he decided
they
to
did
join
not,
him.
declare themselves
They were
open to
Tatars.
the Jewish,
He
because
hid
that
his
would be in
identity.
contravention of church
On
law.
the
You
step,
can't
everybody
simply
kind of
convert to
figures out who
Christianity and
everybody
convert
is.
back again.
And they figured out who he
But
was.
they were not prepared to live as Christians. So you have
They
these
poisoned
three
him.
distinct
He
populations
got on
in
his horse
Ancona,
and
as
was
you
able
did
to
in
ride
many
back home.
centers where Jews
But
settled.
within a few days, he
The
died.
Pope and his very zealous inquisitor
So now
arrested approximately 100 of
Timuchin
these
is off
conversos
living
in
with another
Ancona
family.
and proceeded to
And somebody comes from his family,
traditional
family,
inquisitorial route
not a relative, but a close person.
torturing them,
One comes to
extracting
get him, take him
confessions,
back,
arresting others, and so on, and threatening to
and they
burn them.
make it through the winter.
Gracia
They
Mendez,
make
of
it through
course,
the
was
winter.
incensed.
Mother
and wanted
Erno,
to
by
do
now,
everything
she has
possible
4 sons.
to prevent the
And one
abuse
daughter, I think the daughter had already been
religionists,
born. One
but she
daughter
was
was going to be born not too
unable
long
to succeed.
after that.
She actually went so
They make it
far
through the
as to
winter.
enlist the aid of the Sultan
The spring
of
comes,
Turkey,
and
which
of
she
course,
had that level
the
of
clan is
confidence,
going to
and
move
the
to a
Sultan
new camp.
sent an
They go to
emissary
spring
from
camp or winter
Kona
camp.
to
And they have
indicate
a
that
ceremony
any sort
for the
of
ancestors.
maltreatment of these
They started the
would
ceremony,
result in
what they did
potentially
not tell
military
her.
action from the Ottoman
And so she
Empire.
came and she
Gracia
was
also
angry that she had been
rounded up a
left out.
huge number
The
of
old women
Jewish
said,
communities who
"You're the one
agreed
for
to
whom we do not have
impose a
to call.
boycott
We
on
will
the
feed you if you come. We
and
do
to
not have
bring that city
take
to
care of
its
you."
knees
Let her
economically
know that
because Jews
as
were
a captive
extremely
woman,
involved in all kinds
she
of
was not a
international
real
trade
wife in
and
her view.
refusing to do business.
And that was really the signal that when they moved camp, they were not taking her with them.
Unfortunately, she was unable to achieve unanimity on the question of
took the animals. When she still had one horse for a moment, and she jumped on the horse and she took the banner of her husband and she reached around the people. And the banner after death contains the soul of the person. And so she reached around and they were a little bit nervous, and so they camped for one night and they waited until it was dark. And they took off. At this time, one of the friends of the family kept running out to try to stop them, and they killed him.
And they argued against him,
as did several local
communities who were heavily dependent on the unemployment
There was
rate.
nothing he could do. It's
Despite
just
her
a little
tremendous
boy.
efforts, she was not able
But
to
now
bring
that family
together
is left there on the step. Four children, possibly 5 already.
Failed. And 100
so she killed the other woman with 2 children.
As a result,
they're all left there to die on the step. When the winter comes, they will surely all
devoted most of the energies of the last years of her life to developing the land of Israel.
In the words of the secret history, she pulled her hat down over her head, she took her black stick, and she ran up and down the banks of the river, digging out roots
she received an
exclusive the gullet of her brood.
In perpetuity,
she fed them through the winter. She found food,
on the Sea of
digging up
in
whatever
exchange,
she
of course,
could, finding whatever she
funds that
could,
will be produced
everything she
and
could.
will be given to the
And even at this young age, Tamuja was already beginning to go out to collect things.
modeled in many ways on the
He
successful
could
city
get
of
fish, he could do a few tasks to help feed the family. It was an extremely awful struggle at this point, but she saved
So if we
every
want
one
to
of the
bring it back
children.
to look at her legacy, this is perhaps our best chance of
early
getting what
years
she
were
actually
marked
looked
by
like.
loneliness,
This is a medallion that was struck
struggle. Yes, even
in
after
honor
this,
of
he was kidnapped
birthday.
at one point
And you
by
can see that
Taichi
it says in
people.
Hebrew,
He was kidnapped,
on the Hebrew
and we
here,
would say,
on her
I
18th
think the correct
birthday.
word would be enslaved.
This
They
is
put him
the
into
niece known as
a
like
king, a yoke,
So to whatever degree there
like
is
an
a
ox would
family
wear.
resemblance,
And so
that's
his
the
2
degree to which
arms
we
are
get a
in it, and
sense
his
of
head is in
how
it,
she,
and he's trapped in this thing.
heroine actually
And
looked.
every night he would be taken to a different pier to be guarded by that family. And one night there was a little celebration, so most of the people were drinking. And he's left with a boy who's not very smart.
And trajectory we get
And Tamuja managed to take the wooden yoke that he's trapped in and use it as a weapon, turning it around very quickly and hitting the boy in the head, knocking him out.
Difficult challenges.
Those were the first lessons for the Mongols that anything that moves is a weapon. This is going to go on for generations. Very important for the Mongols. If it moves, it's a weapon. He did that. He raised him off in the night and he jumped into the river to hide. He's still got a gang on him. He's still trapped under there. The people are looking for him. They come out and up and down the river, and he's hiding underneath the water for the most part, trying to breathe as best he can. But it's dark and it protects him a little bit. They give up and they say, okay, we'll come back tomorrow. He can't possibly escape. But the next day he knew one family that he thought he could go to. And he was right. He went to that family at a great risk to themselves. They, in fact, were a captive family, Taichi, at great risk to themselves. They managed to saw off the gang and burn it in their fire. And they gave him food to escape. And then he had to go find his family again. So this is the kind of life that this boy Temujin had.
So he, just to be clear, the neck is trapped and the hands are trapped?
We think that's how it is. We just have the word. They don't say the head and the hands. We know that his body is trapped in it. But from all evidence we have, it's the hands and the head.
And he's running around deeply alone with this thing.
Yes. Yes.
Hello, everyone.
And then he has to go out and find wherever his family is.
So this, in part, was the foundation of his breaking with Mongol tradition that kinship is the most important thing above all else. Because here's his life story where he's abandoned over and over and over.
His father's own brothers. See, the men who kidnapped her, they had an obligation under Mongol law and custom to marry her when her husband died. They did not. They should take care of her and her children, because her children, or the children of their brother, they count as the sons of the clan. Well, they should. But no, they had all deserted him, all betrayed him. He learned very early on that you cannot trust family.
You mentioned that Genghis Khan's childhood, Temujin, was marked by extreme tribal violence. Can you describe sort of the state of affairs in the steppe? How much violence is there? How much kidnapping is there?
The story of Temujin is not a unique story for that time. Now, as an isolated family outcast, of course, he's not participating in the various feuds and the raids of the people around him. But they are constantly raiding in the winter, and for women, and for horses, and for any kind of valuables that they can find. It's almost like their way of getting trade goods from China, that one group raids the other in order to find out whatever they have for textiles or metal. Mongols produce nothing. They could produce felt to make their tents, but they were not craftsmen, and so they had to get these items from somewhere, and it was through raiding. And so even in the genealogy of Temujin, you see going back generation after generation of women having been kidnapped, children born who are not necessarily the father's child. It's unclear who the father was. And all of these issues go back for a long time. Later, Genghis Khan will realize, once he becomes Genghis Khan, he will realize that the true source of most of the feuding on the steppe is over women. And later he will outlaw the kidnapping of women and the sale of women. In part, not only because of what had happened to his mother, but what happened to him next in his life.
And this is one of the things you talk about. This, in some ways, the love story with his wife was her kidnapping was the defining. If you could point to one place where Genghis Khan, the conqueror, was created, it's that point of his wife being kidnapped. Can you describe, first of all, his love for this woman and what that means, and what the kidnapping of her meant?
At age 16, first, the girl he had met when he was 8 years old and she was 9. She's now 17, and she and her mother called
which sort of begins in the central Mediterranean region.
It's hard to even imagine what it was like for this 16-year-old boy who had suffered these indignities of life in every way that you can imagine. And suddenly, here is the love of his life, who's going to be living with him, making him happy. He has somebody who loves him, not just his mother running around getting food and trying to feed the 5 children, and plus the other wife and her 2 children. No, he has somebody who loves him. And it's all the excitement that you can imagine, with the fire in the eyes and the excitement, and then it only lasts a few months. So there they are, and there's a lady visiting them. We don't know exactly who she is, but just they called her grandmother Kawakchin. Granny Kawakchin is there. Granny Kawakchin is sleeping, of course, on the floor of the ger, the tent. And early in the morning, she feels the vibrations in the earth. And she knows the horsemen are coming. She rouses the family. But Mother Erlun is in charge. Mother Erlun is still in charge, even though Temujin is now married. She puts all of her children on a horse. She takes the baby girl Temujin in her own lap. She has one extra horse. but she won't take
some of the trucks broke down.
because she knows she doesn't know who the men are. She has no idea. They're coming in the dark. They're coming a woman. They know there's a girl there. This family of outcasts has acquired a wife, and they know that they're coming for that. So she leaves Sochiko, the other wife. She leaves this old lady, Granny Clocks, who actually has her own cart, and she leaves first. They pile into Granny's cart. It's only ox to pull it, so they don't get too far before the attackers get there. But Mother Erlin is right. She's able to get her children off to the mountain, into Buchan Haldun, to the mountainside, away from them, because the men are so focused on this cart and finding out how many women are in there and who they are. And so Mother Erlin saved her family. But at a cost, suddenly Butcher realizes he's obeyed his mother, but he's lost the most important thing in his life. And I do think this is the defining moment of his life. The story began back when his mother was kidnapped, but now the kidnapping of his wife, and he gets to define what will he do? What should he do? What can he do? Is he going to just resign himself to it? And is he going to go out look for another wife? And he decides that life is not worth living without her. He has found something good in this life. And if he has to die trying to get her back, he will die trying to get her back.
And this is the early steps of the military genius. Born because in order to get her back requires an actual organization of troops.
He needs allies. He goes to a man who ruled the Karyak people in central Mongolia, kind of on the Tol River, about where the capital of Ulaanbaatar is today. He goes there because that Wang Han is the name, or Oracle Han. He goes there because Wang Han had been the lord over his father at one point, and his father had gone on raids for him, and so he went there. And actually, he took a gift. That's because Marshta's mother had brought a sable coat as a gift for Mother Erlun at the time for marriage. So he took the coat, and he took it, and he gave it as a gift to Wang Han and asked for his help. And Wang Han said yes. And he said, I will send some troops, but we need more. And you need to ask Jamaka. We need to ask him to come also. He said, I will send a message to him to get troops.
You have to tell the story of Jamaka. The story of Genghis Khan is one of people abandoning him, being disloyal. And here is a person who's not of his kin, but becomes his, in a way, brother, loyal, and as you've described, he's both the best thing to have happened to Genghis Khan and one of the biggest challenges in the later years of Genghis Khan. So who was Jamaka?
Jamaka was a boy about the same age as Tigrinya. And his family had winter camp close to where Mother Erlun was living with her children. And so the two boys met during the winter time. In fact, they both claimed descent from the same woman about 4 generations earlier, or 5, it's a little unclear. She was a Urihanghai woman who herself was kidnapped. And actually, Jamaka was the descendant of her from the fact that she was pregnant at the moment of kidnapping. And then Temujin is descended from her through the new kidnapping of Chan, his ancestor. So they're both through as the Mongols would say, from the same womb. They come from the same historic origin. However, their lives were similar, and they both lost their fathers very early. But Jamaka also lost a mother. So he grew up in the household of his grandfather. He had no siblings. Unlike Temujin with a whole household of siblings.
He grew up with his grandfather, and his grandfather had several wives, so he grew up with a bunch of old women, which later he said he thought was an influence on his life. But the two boys meet, so they come from different backgrounds, and Jamaica is not as deprived by any means as the life of an illusion, but he has a emotional deprivation, I think, having not had mother, father, siblings, and he lives with these old people. The two boys meet, they become good friends playing on the ice. And so they're playing on the ice, and then very early on, I think when they're about 10 or 11 years old, they decide to make a pact. It's called becoming Anda. Anda is more than a friend. A friend is like Nuh in the language. There are several different types of friendship. Anda is a friendship that's beyond a friendship. It's something for life. And they swore that they would be there forever, to protect each other, to help each other in every moment. And they exchanged knuckle bones. So each one of them had the knuckle bone of a rope on a deer. Knuckle bones are used in these games that they play, but it's also used to forecast the future. You can roll them around and all. And it's very strange. On the ice, we'll say, wintertime in Mongolia, it could be up to 50 degrees below zero. It doesn't really matter if that part is in Celsius or Fahrenheit. You slide something across the ice, and it's just absolutely smooth like silk, and it goes on for a long way. And if you put your ear down to the ice, you hear this celestial sound that is unlike any sound on earth. It's just like the angels are singing under the ice. So once there's one, this relationship of Anda, then a couple of years later they swear it again, but this time they're slightly older boys, and they have bows and arrows, and so they exchange arrows with each other. In fact, the text is very specific that Jamaica took the horn, cut it off of a 2-year-old calf, and he whittled it down, and then he drilled a hole into it in order to make a whistling arrow, which is used for several purposes. For one purpose, it's used for signals for one thing, from one person to another. But also when you're hunting, if you want to move the animal in a certain direction, you send a whistling arrow in the opposite direction to make the animal move. But it had a lot of use. So the boys had exchanged robot knuckles. This time they exchanged. And so they had been close friends. And Van Han said, okay, Jamaica should raise some troops and go with you. Later, particularly with so the three sent out some troops from Van Han. He himself did not go, he was too old. But he sent some troops. And then Jamaica and his troops, but then basically just Temujin and his family. He just had his brothers. That's all. They set off to find the Lurkin people on the Seling River, which flows into Siberia and on into Lake Baikal. They had to go through some extremely rough territory. And you see in this episode, though, Jamaica is already a little bit fierce without necessarily thinking it through carefully. He gives this long speech about all the things they're going to do to the Merkin people. We're going to jump through the tunnel, the smoke hole in the top of the gear. We're going to jump in there, and we're going to kill them all. We're going to kill the men and the women and the children. We will destroy these people forever. He has an extremely militant rhetoric, at least. And he's also rather critical of the other people. Van Han's people came late, and he gave them this long lecture about we are Mongols, and if we give our word is our promise forever, and rain or sleet or snow, it doesn't matter, we be there on time. And so he's dressing down his superiors, he's very aggressive, he's very helpful. So these troops, they move in on the Merkin camp. They also come in at night, and so there's a small amount of warning because some men are out hunting sables, Merkin men, and they race back to the camp and they tell the people, and the people are getting ready to get out as fast as possible. So Bergstedt has no idea who's coming. She doesn't want to be kidnapped again. So somebody. So she and the grandmother come out again, and so they're loaded into a cart to go away.
So Temujin comes in, and there's a full moon that night, so they can see what they're doing. He's really searching for her. He's not paying too much attention to the battle. And he's calling for her, and she hears his voice. She knows who it is. She jumps off the cart, and she runs to him. And they're reunited. And he grabs her, embraces her. And then he said, this is the goal. This is why we are here. We don't need anything else. He was very clear about that.
And that was his first full-on military engagement.
Yes, aside from the things, yes, his first full-on military engagement. Now, along the way, in addition to escaping all these horrors, he had killed his older half-brother.
And that, too, was a deeply formative experience. So what was that about? Can you explain in Mongol society the role of the older brother and the power struggle there? And, you know, not to moralize, but there's also, you know, the ethical foundation behind the murder.
The killing of Baxter, that's one of the things that's totally unknown outside of the secret history of the Mongols. None of the Persian chronicles, none of the Chinese chronicles, none of them knew about this until the secret history was deciphered and translated. But Baxter was the older child of Sochiko, and his son, the older brother, has complete authority over the younger siblings in Mongolian society. They have to refer to him with a special pronoun all the time, Tom. He refers to them as Chi, as a formality. And his word goes, he is the father in the absence of the father. But also it's quite common that if a man dies and his brothers, he has no brothers or his brothers do not marry his widow, and if he has a son by another wife, she will become his wife. So it would have been common that Baxter eventually, when he passed through puberty, would then perhaps marry one of the early. Now, I don't know that happened, but either it did or Temujin was trying to prevent it, because it was bad enough that he was the older brother, but he was the older brother and the stepfather. Temujin just couldn't handle that. And he was already, Baxter was ordering him around, so he would take things like a fish or bird, and Temujin had called it. That's perfectly acceptable in the Mongol hierarchy.
So Temujin would catch a fish, and Baxter would take the fish.
Yes, it's only recorded once, but perhaps several times.
So that's no kid thing to do for an older brother. Just take stuff.
Yes, he can do anything he wants just about with his younger siblings. That's, yeah. But Temujin is not going to stop for him. So mostly in the record, they kind of put the blame on this fish, which I'm not so sure that's really the blame. But the boys had actually taken the sewing needles from that mother. They were using them for fishing. And I think it's more complicated than that. But for whatever reason, he and his next brother, Hasser, decided to kill him. And they did.
Why to you is it more complicated than that? It feels to me like stealing of the fish is like the final straw. Here he's being abused over and over and over. And the fish is a symbol of that. But here he takes matters into his own hands.
I think it is the symbol of that, and it can be the thing that pushes him over the edge. But it's all these other tensions of what's going on with the family. Because they shoot him with arrows, they kill him. But what happens afterwards is also interesting from the dynamics of what was going on before, because we hear nothing from Sochiko. She and her younger son, Mengatai, they stay with the family, they don't go away. But the one who is outraged is Mother Ergo, his mother. She screams and hollers at him in the longest kind of tirade you can imagine. You will never have anybody in your life except your own shadow. And, you are worse than everything that she could name. It could be worse than. She was outraged and went on and on and on about it. So she was obviously extremely distressed about it. Whereas Rothschild, the mother of the boy, she may have been distressed, I don't know, but nothing has shown up in the records. So he does have this episode of having killed off his mother, but I don't think it was a deeply meaningful, I think it was important, but I don't think it was emotionally deeply meaningful for Tibuchi. Her mother was gone. Problem was solved. Mother is extremely ticked off at him, but
it does show, in fact, it's interesting if it's not a big deal for him, it does show that he's willing to resort to murder to take care of a bad situation.
He is capable of doing anything that needs to be done to resolve what he sees as a problem. If there was a problem, he resolved it at a very young age. So he'd had that experience behind him. Now, Hector's younger brother Elkatai is on the raid with him and with Tomoko when they go to get some rest tonight. So, he has both loyalty, and Elkatai stays loyal to him his entire life. So it's very interesting.
So, if we return to birth, is it normal to have such a love story across many years when you're separated? Having that kind of loyalty, because it's two-way loyalty from Bersha to Temujin, and Temujin to Bersha. And this is like before he was Genghis Khan.
I think as children, he was too preoccupied with staying alive, getting trying to find fish and fruits to eat and things like that, to really be pining for her all the time. But for whatever reason, she came, and it could be that her family liked him in some way, or that she remembered him, or that she had no other suitors. But at 17, she should have married. So I can't explain why, but it was certainly a strong love story after the fact, if not before. I mean, those two were loyal to each other throughout their lives. She was, I would say, the most important person to him after that.
He went to literal war to get her back.
He risked everything. He was willing to die. He was willing to kill. He was willing to die in order to get her back.
I'll give you another example.
Got her back. And now he's reestablished his relationship with Jamuka. So they decide to stay together, and they all go off to the Hofanaka Valley. And she is pregnant. This becomes a huge issue for her.
If you look at the halachic literature,
it's one of those things that to this day, almost, it's an issue. And what happens
all the time.
But as he says much later in life, when his own sons rebel against him, and they call that first child a market bastard, he defends his wife vigorously. To his own sons. He says, you were not there. You do not know who loved who and who did not. You did not see the sky turning around. You did not see the stars falling. You did not see the earth turn over. You don't know what was happening. And if I say he is my son, he is my son. Who are you to say otherwise? You were not there. You come from the same warm womb. If your mother could hear your words, her warm womb would turn to cold stone. So he defended her forever. But he's off now. We go back to the beginning. She's pregnant. They're in the Hofanaka Valley. And he and Jamuka decide to renew their vows of being undone to each other. So this time, it's more serious than a ceremony in front of the whole. We can't say tribe, it's not big enough yet for a tribe, but the whole clan that's there. And
thing. All of a sudden, it's
Someone takes off a gold belt, which actually he'd stolen from the merchant at some point. And where on earth they had a gold belt, I don't know. He took off a gold belt and he put it on Temujin. And then Temujin gave him a mayor who had never had a foal, had never given birth. It was an unusual mayor who had a little growth on her head, which they called a horn. It was an unusual gift, but I don't. It's meaning, but I don't know all the meanings behind it. It's sort of odd to me. But golden belt, and then kind of sort of think about it in different ways. But the belt for the Mongol man is really the sign of manhood. And in fact, this belt of Tus, a woman was often then and even now called person without a belt, because that's how they were at that time. Today, women wear belts, of course, but they still use the word puskui, no belt. So it's a very important symbol of manhood. So he gave that to Temujin, and they celebrated. And the words from a secret history, they stuck them apart under the same blanket, apart from the other group, and they were happy together. And then when the baby was born, Temujin named the baby Tuch, which means visitor. Some people say, well, it's because the child was really the market child. Other people say, no, it's because he was a visitor on the territory of Jamuk at that time. And other people can say, well, Jamuk's ancestor, who had been born from the kidnapped woman who was pregnant, they had named that Jorigadai, which meant foreigner. So it's kind of like a parallel, the visitor and the foreigner. And so Jamuk's clan took the name from him. They were called Jotabat. And so there are all these things that sometimes we can't quite understand because we don't have the total mentality of that time and we're not there.
But we should say that it's a pretty powerful part of this love story is that the child is likely not his, and he accepted that child as his own and defended it as it becomes much more important later as his first child.
Yes, he defends his child through his entire life. And
okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for coming. Sorry for the, oh my gosh, the record late start. We had actually a technical problem because they put a new lock on the door, and I don't have a key to the new lock yet, so we're a little behind.
He lords it over you too much.
So, for those of you who were here over Shabbos, you know we had a magnificent affair. The Rabbi son of Rami was bar mitzvah, and he was a tremendous cut-up. He was brilliant. We really enjoyed not only his laning, but particularly his Torah. And he started with the following joke. So the joke, and this is an Rami Greenstein original, I think. Joke goes like this. So between Mincha and Marav during the week, many Rabbanim like to say a short bar Torah, you know, in that period before, during sunset during the week. And so the Rav gets up to give a Dvar Torah. You have to imagine this joke told by a 13-year-old, the son of a rabbi who gives a Dvar Torah between Mincha and Marav, by the way. And the rabbi's giving his Dvar Torah, and he notices towards the back of the room, one of his best Malabatim gets up and walks out of shore. One of his most loyal parishioners, congregants, gets up and walks out unexpectedly in the middle of his drasha. I mean, the rabbi is used to having people get cell phone calls and things like that, but have his best member, really, his most supportive member, walked out of shul during the drasha. He was very, very disturbed by this. So, and then a while later, just before he's about to wrap up his Dvar Torah, the member walks back in. So he's very grateful to see it back there. So he doesn't Marav, and afterwards he goes up and he says, listen, Shloimeh, I was kind of surprised to see you leave the shul right in the middle of my Dvar Torah. Shloimeh says, yeah, I had to get a haircut. And the rabbi says, you had to get a haircut? You couldn't get the haircut before Mincha? He said, before Mincha, I didn't need a haircut. Okay, I think Rabbi said that one better than me. But anyway, you get the deal. Okay, so tonight's lecture is actually
a lecture of tremendous meaning and value for me personally, and I'm hoping that it'll reach you as well, because it has tremendous value really for anyone who goes to synagogue on Friday nights to have automatically a connection to this particular figure. Exactly. We're going to hear a lot of versions of Ricardo D from the audience tonight, and I'll even play a couple more for you. But basically, we're going to be talking about Rabbi Shlomo Alkabetz, who is one of the most important Kabbalists of the 16th century. He was in many ways founder of the Sfat school of intellectuals, that very unusual 16th century explosion of Jewish religious intellectual creativity that occurred in northern Israel at that time. But he's really mainly known for one particular prayer that he wrote. As we shall see, it was apparently a wedding gift that he gave to his bride, which adds a whole new dimension to reading about what this prayer is all about. And this prayer was universally accepted. It was printed almost immediately after he wrote it, and it is one of those rare pieces of liturgy, particularly early modern liturgy, that was accepted by all streams of Judaism as they were known then, and even as they are known today. It's hard to imagine a Friday night service without L'cha Dodi. I don't even know exactly what it would look like. And you can think of a lot of different strange ways to serve Friday night service, but L'cha Dodi is pretty much central. So over the course of the next 40-odd minutes, I'd like to give you an overview of Rabbi Alkabetz's life, and in particular look at the L'cha Dodi prayer in a little more detail, and place it within the context of the Jewish liturgical and intellectual tradition. Okay, so first of all, here's a photograph of his grave. I'll ask to have a few of these here. In the city of Tzfat, the holy city of Tzfat, which we'll also explore a bit. You can see his name is Alkabetz, which is probably some kind of Muslim derivation. Like
so it's exciting to them when there's this double meaning, and the double meaning plays with each other, and that excites them.
Especially with my daughter there. We're not exactly sure of his origins. The family name is Islamic in nature, so it could be that he came from Moorish Spain, perhaps.
It's a French name.
We catch up with him in Turkey, and he's very much associated with the Portuguese exiles in Tzfat later. So it's difficult to say exactly what his family origins are. They definitely have significant roots, though, in Turkey. We have a grandfather we know of as a printer, for example, but otherwise much of his origins is lost in the background. All his years, by the way, just so we know of, roughly 1505 to 1584. Comparatively short life, not as short as many of the Kabbalists that he was a teacher to. That 16th century, in the space of about 25 to 40 years, created such a tremendous revolution in Jewish thought that we're still feeling its echoes today, 4 centuries later, 5 centuries later. So let's place it in context. The 15th century was in many ways, it can be compared to the post-Holocaust generation in many ways. It's very difficult to make that kind of comparison. The scale is nothing like the Holocaust. The suddenness, the ferocity of it is nothing like the Holocaust. Only the suddenness, perhaps. But you have to understand that the first decade or two out of the 15th century, Jews were reeling from the shock of the Spanish expulsion. The expulsion, of course, came in 1492 when Isabella and Ferdinand showed here decided after a significant amount of time persecuting the Jews and also Muslims, they decided to simply do away with them. This is the writ of expulsion that was slated for Tisha B'Av of that fateful year. Of course, Tisha B'Av is the sort of national Jewish bad luck day. It happens to be a day when so many bad things in Jewish history seem to occur, all the way up to the Warsaw Ghetto, decimation under the Nazis and so on. It's a very, very bad day for Jews. At any rate, they expelled the Jews from Spain. You can see here during the many of them chose to go to Portugal nearby, but that was only a very brief respite because 5 years later there was a tremendous forced conversion of Jews in Portugal and an ensuing expulsion as well, particularly hard on children. Thousands upon thousands of orphans were created in the very brutal Portuguese expulsion. And Jews made their way
to the north, to the Netherlands, in particular Amsterdam, where they found some safe havens. Many of them moved along the coast of North Africa, and many of them made their way finally to Israel, which is where we'll be focusing on for most of our lecture today. For our purposes, however, the destination of choice for many of the Spanish and Portuguese exiles was the Greek city of Salonika or Thessaloniki, which was a major Jewish center at the time. It was supported by some very important Jewish largesse, some very important people like Don Ignacio de Mendes, who supported the Jewish exiles in a very significant way. And the Jews found a lot of shelter in Greece and later in Turkey, which is essentially the route that would be followed by our protagonist, Rabbi Shlomo Alkabetz. He made his way first to Salonika. Again, we're not sure exactly what his backgrounds were, but he shows up first in Salonika, where he is a student to the great Kabbalist Yosef Taitatza, who's left behind several writings, but he is known as one of the brilliant early Kabbalists of the period, who was reputed, for example, to only sleep on a bed on the Shabbat, on Friday nights. Otherwise, he would sleep on the floor. He did this for 40 long years. He was a teacher of many, but in particular, Rabbi Shlomo Alkabetz instructed him in the mystical arts and doctrines of the Kabbalah. And that brings him to Tzfat. His route to Tzfat goes through several towns in Turkey, and particularly Adrianople, where he is acquainted with some of his greatest disciples, including this man. Of course, this is the iconic picture. We don't know if this is exactly what he looks like, but none other than the great Rabbi Yosef Karo, who was to be the author of the Shulchan Aruch. It's not very well known outside of cognoscenti, but this great legal mind who composed the 4 sections of the Code of Jewish Law was also a noted Kabbalist, and in fact, much of his Kabbalistic thought and his halakhic thought overlap. And he borrows from much of Kabbalistic ideology as to inform his halakhic writings as well. So Rabbi Yosef Karo and several others were attracted to Rabbi Shlomo Alkabetz, who was by then beginning already to gather disciples, directing them along the teachings of Rabbi Taitatza that we saw earlier. And it was at this time in Turkey that the two of them, with other disciples, spent the night on Shavuot studying and learning, which has become a very good tradition now for Jews. There's an midrash, I'm sure you're familiar with it, that when God wanted to give the Torah on Sinai, the Jews slept in, so he had to make thunder and lightning and things like that. And so as a result, from then on, the Jews, as it were, resolved to always get up early to be able to receive the Torah on the holiday of Shavuot with passion and eagerness. But a custom developed, particularly from this one incident in the 16th century, when Rabbi Alkabetz and Rabbi Karo were studying together, and Rabbi Karo reported a visitation from an angelic being called a Magid, who would come to him many times over the course of his life. And as a result, the tradition became widespread to spend the entire night of Shavuot learning, as in fact we do in this synagogue and many others. And in a particular text that Sephardim in particular used, this is a cover from an 1860 printing of the Tikkun Leil Shavuot. Anyway, so they stayed up all night. Now, he arrives in Tzfat in the year 1535 or thereabouts, and this is really where the huge explosion of activity occurs. He gathers around him a host of Jewish celebrities, the like of which would not be seen for hundreds of years. It was really such a phenomenal concentration of people that you never have anything quite like this, an all-star game of Jews, as it were, all at once.
Something about that and we'll try to explain what the reasons for that with the next slide. But his disciples included Rabbi Yosef Karo, I mentioned earlier, Rabbi Elazar Azikri, who wrote a fascinating book called Sefer Charedim, which is essentially a book that lists all of the 613 mitzvot and then compares them to the parts of the body that are used to perform those mitzvot, along with the ways of atoning for those transgressions. So, for example, if you use your right hand to threaten to strike someone, then you have to use your right hand to give charity. An act of cruelty has to be matched with an act of kindness with the same hand. He goes through all the body parts like that, eyes, ears, nose, and so on. It's really quite an amazing book. Rabbi Abraham Galante, very important tablet, and the most important of all of them was Rabbi Moshe Cordovero, known as the Ramah, who person is very, very dear to my own research. I published a book on him just earlier, just last year, and ironically, Rabbi Moshe Cordovero turned out to be so influential as a student that Rabbi Alcabetz, who, by the way, was also his brother-in-law, because Rabbi Moshe Cordovero married Rabbi Alcabetz's sister. Rabbi Alcabetz then turned around and became his brother-in-law's student. The teacher became the student, and he ended up really teaching his disciples own teaching afterwards. But that's going to take us further afield of where we want to go. But the question is, why Safed, or Safed as it is? What is so special about Safed? It never shows up for the vast majority of Jewish history until the 16th century, and then all of a sudden, for Jewish activity. What exactly happened? The place is referred to in Tanakh in a passing way, and it does show up in the Hebrew Bible in a passing way, but there's no activity, there's no personality for the first 2,000 years of the existence of this town in northern Israel. It's a cipher, it's comparatively nothing. So whenever you have one of these kinds of conundrums in Jewish history, why not Jerusalem, for example? Why aren't all these exiles from Portugal, Spain, making their way to the holy city of Jerusalem because they're so central? Why this town of Sfat, a good 150 miles north of Jerusalem, that has no resources whatsoever? So what I like to teach my 18-year-old undergraduates, and I have a feeling that many will appreciate it as well, is what I like to call the Abramson rule of history. Now, do you remember the Abramson rule of history? Follow the money. It's not exactly that phrase, follow the money. I like to say it that if you don't know why something happens, Judith, the answer probably is money. It's probably money. If you figure out the Tokogo, who benefits, that's not being able to select in Latin, they say, cui bono, right? Who gets the benefits? But in Russian, I like it better. Tokogo, who's eating who, right? You can figure out who's getting the benefit of it, and then maybe you should figure out what's going on. So if we look at Sfat, it appears to be basically economic in nature. The Turks who were controlling Israel at the time, the Ottoman Turks, they put in place some very beneficial tax policies which encouraged the development of businesses, particularly textile and import-export businesses in Sfat during that century, which suddenly made it quite a magnet for business interests. And you have a lot of new money that is sort of released as a result of the Spanish expulsion. The Jews are leaving, they're looking to invest, they're looking to settle down somewhere, they need something. It's either Istanbul or maybe it's Salonika, or what about this new place, Sfat? It's kind of like, as it were, the Las Vegas of the era. It was a Wild West, a lot of potential there, and many Jews have a discussion.
Document, and I happen to love it very much. But I said,
well, it actually served as a crossroads to the north, because the way the Galil is set up, right, in Jerusalem is definitely higher now than
Genghis Khan.
Yeah, but still, it's got a commanding presence over the entire region. It's the largest town in the region, so it had a lot of benefits that the inhabitants could find. But it's one in particular that is especially important, and that is spiritual tourism. This was a new industry that was very big at the time, and that is, and in fact, by the way, Rabbi Alcabetz was very important in developing this industry. Visiting the Kivrei Tzaddikim, the graves of the righteous ones,
was considered like an act of great piety. People were finding these grapes all over the place. Most of the grapes that we visit in Israel today, they're deep, doubtful origins, but Sfarm was really well placed for that. It's beautiful, it's water, lush, has lands for growth, has all kinds of things that Jerusalem at that time did not. And so money concentrated there. People sit up and actually, your question is so fascinating. Think about Las Vegas, the comparison. What does Las Vegas have, right? I mean, there's no water, there's a desert, but it's a human-created economy. Just get all of us there together on one base and we'll figure out a way to make money. And in fact, it happened. It just boomed for about 80 years, and they had a problem with earthquakes and plagues. And that kind of shut it all down. By the 1580s, it was on its way down, and it declined significantly since then. But the first 3/4 of the century were great.
I don't know, other people contributed, helped him. It's a little bit unclear. Among those, they don't specify that. They always tell you exactly where something happens. So we know exactly where it happened. You can still go to that spot where he wrote it. That's very important to the Mongols. And we also know the year of the Maoist, so it was 1228. Genghis Khan had died in 27.
Yeah.
So he wrote down, it begins with what we would say are the...
To my knowledge, it was not. It was not on the
coast. I'm not sure they're myths, but the origins of the myths begins with the marriage of a great blue wolf
would not have affected
with a tawny deer.
And it's not such a direct
rule. Well, that's some kind of myth, totemic.
So I don't think so.
They look at me, I asked them about
it definitely has strategic value because of its height.
He was named Blue Gray Wolf. She was named Tawny Deer. They married. They're very practical about it. They think they're real people. Maybe they were or not. I don't know.
No.
So this earlier history is just the genealogy.
And there's ways to get around them.
It should be.
So there's always familial connections. The Abrahamov family found ways to some bizarre ways, but they found ways to funnel out a lot of their friends when they had to leave Spain as well. So there were ways to get money out. Difficult, but then once again, the money is in play. It's not invested in a particular industry or real estate. Textiles seems like a pretty good idea, and Surat really benefited from that. So what happens next, of course, is once you have a thriving economy, then culture develops. You don't have universities develop in the middle of nowhere. You only have universities develop where there is a significant amount of concentration of resources to allow for the development of agriculture. And that's what attracted all of these people, because there was suddenly a wherewithal for them to apply their trade.
This is one reason that it was secret. It was only for the family.
Here's an interesting picture. Can you zoom this back a little bit? You can't see the full picture. Some of the graves there, you can't really see it. Some of the graves there, I'm glad you're enjoying the lecture, but you should put me on the camera right now.
19th century, a Russian academic who was working
this is one of her favorite cities, by the way.
China.
So you can just see the some of the graves here, they're
very, very odd.
colored blue, which is considered a way of warding off the evil eye. Blue is considered
makes no sense.
Here is the Ramak, who is one of the greatest disciples of the Reb Shalom. And way up here you can see the Ari, the great Rabbi Isaac Luria, who was without doubt the most famous Kabbalist of the time. Luria deeply influenced Hasidic thought kind of more than Rabbi Cordovero or his teacher Rabbi Alphabet's Kabbalah. But they're all like grouped together here because they had this tremendous concentration in one place. Now Rabbi Alphabet's, who was perhaps not the most well known, was probably one of the most prominent at the time. He was the head of the yeshiva in Meron, which is close by to Tzfat, and he had many students who were actively learning in his body. Based on the relative ages of these people, and it's also important to note that most of these people were in their 20s and 30s. They were their most creative, and many of them died in their late 30s to their 50s. So it's a period of young people getting together, being extremely productive, writing a tremendous amount of material, and then unfortunately dying off under tragic circumstances, something which historically affects novelists far more than regular people. Rabbi Alkabetz himself was extremely prolific. He left behind many titles. Unfortunately, at some point, quite a few of his manuscripts were lost. There's some suspicion that they may have been stolen by his rivals, but they are simply lost. No, of these texts we do not have only a handful of texts remain in their completeness. Ironically, he makes no mention of the Arizal in his extant writings, which could be due to the fact that the Arizal, the great Rabbi Luria, was one of the latecomers to the party, as it were. By the time he arrived, it was really already in the leader was in the 1570s by that point, so correct me, Nate. I think so. And Strauss had already had such a tremendous reputation that he had come specifically to study under the disciple of Rabbi Alkabetz, Rabbi Cordovero, and then Rabbi Cordovero died just a few months later, and everything began to go downhill at that point. So we don't have any references to the Arizal from one of the greatest teachers of the time, which might be a reflection of the distance between them in ages and the limited amount of time that the Arizal was actually there. So what did he do while he was there? We knew he had a job. We knew he had a wife whose name has been lost to us. We know he had a son, Moshe, who he named after his grandfather, his father, excuse me. But what did he do for a living? He's only left behind a few signatures on communal documents, indicating that he was a highly respected figure who was consulted on legal decisions quite often, but he was something of a recluse when it comes to communal affairs. His main activity was in the yeshiva, studying Kabbalah and so on, and not as, an askan, a person who was deeply involved in the affairs of the community. Rabbi Caro, the author of Shulchan Aruch, was much more deeply involved in those kinds of things, although he himself would consult with Rabbi Alkabetz on many weighty issues. What we do know about his activities primarily comes to us once again from his disciple, the Ramach, and he used to have this very unusual form of meditation which he called Gerush, or divorce, or exile, something which Rabbi Moshe Cordovero actually wrote an entire book about, describing this particular spiritual practice that his teacher would engage in, and that he on many occasions would go along with him. What exactly were these so-called Gerushin?
It's clear.
And by the way, the word Gerushin was loaded with meaning. Not only does it mean divorce in contemporary Hebrew, but it also means exile, but it was also the same term used to refer to the expulsion from Spain. Gerush Sfarad. So when people would practice Gerushin, it was like, again, think as the way we do in a post-Holocaust generation. It's a frightening thought. I hate to make these kind of comparisons, but it's like going to concentration camps.
Absolutely right.
And imagine such a thing. It was extreme, bizarre, and strange. But what exactly was it? Basically, he would go off alone for hikes through forests surrounding spots in the regions like you see in this photograph here. And he, often with his disciple, the Ramach, would wander around, following rivers and climbing over ridges, until he would sense, through a level of spiritual sensitivity, that some righteous person was buried here. Again, remember, this is a fairly remote part of Israel at the time, not very well settled, but it had a long, glorious history. And so he would come to a place, buy a book or something, and Rabbi Alkabetz would say, on this spot is no doubt the grave of, and he would name some figure from the top of that say. And at that point, he would sit down, and imagine a lotus position, but probably not. And he would simply meditate for hours on end, maybe 6 hours at a time. And they might go back to the spot and then come back the next day and do it all day as well. Strange rituals, enforced silence, strange body position, and just meditating on the spiritual resonance of the land that they were occupying.
And
I know which direction
Rabbi
they came
Moshe
from. The only
claims
direction they
that
did come
as
from
they
was
were
that way.
doing these things,
You begin to
tremendous
see it, and his
insights
life
would
starts to
appear to
unfold
them, and
in
they
a
would
very
pose
dramatic
in their minds
way.
great Talmudic
I have the
commentaries
text,
and so on, and later they would
but the
set them
text
to
is like it
writing.
has no
Essentially,
scenery,
he
no
recorded a
props,
spiritual
nothing like
journal
that. The Mongols all
of
understand
these
their way of
many,
life. They
many
don't
trips
have
that
to
he
explain
took
anything.
with Rabbi
They know
Alkabetz,
which way to give
discovering these
faces where the
graves
sun.
and then
They know
kind
all
of
these things.
imbibing
But for me,
the spiritual
that's how I learned
influences
it.
that
It was
came from them.
being with
It
the
definitely
people.
sounds
It
very
was the
strange,
most
and it
important
reminds
thing.
me of a joke,
And this
which I'm
was
not sure I can
starting in
include
the
in the archive version,
1990s.
but I'll tell you the joke
And the
anyways.
people,
Did I tell you the joke
there were,
about
at this
the
time,
woman
we
from
were
Brooklyn
amazed
who
that
decides to go to Tibet?
I would come. The Soviet era
So
had just ended.
she's playing
Socialism
mahjong with
was
friends, and
just
she says,
ending. Democracy was
I'm going to
starting.
Tibet. And I
Genghis
said,
Khan had been
Tibet? What do
forbidden
you want to
to
go
do
to Tibet for?
for
It's like,
almost the entire
like
century.
past Europe and
Every
everything. Why don't you just go to
descendant of
Boca or
Genghis
something?
Khan
No,
was
I want to
killed
go to
in
Tibet.
Mongolia.
So she goes to the travel
Following
agent.
the
The travel
secret
agent says,
history
Tibet?
that became
At your
the key
age?
to
On your
writing
own?
what
I
I
mean,
wrote.
Del
Take the
Rey is
history,
very
which is
nice this
difficult
time
to
of year. You want to
understand.
go all the way
You have
to
to go
insist
over
on going to
many
Tibet. So he
I
sells her a
will
ticket.
never
She goes to
understand
Tibet. She
different
lands
parts, or
there.
I
She
change
says,
my
I
mind.
want to hire a
I think it
Sherpa
was
to
yes,
visit the
now
Holy
it's no.
Mountain. They say,
But
you
the
know, it's
secret
like
history
quite
is
a
a
long
valuable
distance.
document.
It's not like,
And to me,
five-star hotels
also,
between here
it's
and
the
the Holy
opening
Mountain.
document
And she
of
says, I don't care.
Mongolian
So they find, they
language.
hire a Sherpa. She
But I
goes,
think it's very
travels on the
important
back of a
how
yacht to the
the
Holy
people
Mountain. And she
begin
says, I want to
the
climb the Holy
language.
Mountain. I say, no
And
women
they
are
begin
allowed
it
to climb the Holy
with the
Mountain. It's a
words,
very difficult thing. And it's
anything they
dangerous. If
see
I don't care,
from
get me
highest
another
heaven
Sherpa, get me, all the
came the
guides I need.
destiny
Sure enough, she climbs the Holy Mountain. She says, I want to enter the Temple of Silence. They say, no, you can't go in there. No one except the disciple is allowed. She doesn't care. She bursts through the doors. There are all these monks there in saffron robes, and they're trying to hold her back. She bursts into the central sanctuary. She says, I want to speak to the Holy Man. And they're all afraid. She goes behind the curtain, and there's the Holy Man sitting there. In total silence, emaciated, in the lotus position, meditating. And she says to him,
We cannot say that for any other place in the world. Starting out for America, but just a few hundred years ago, it was entirely different. People, languages, everything. But you can't say it for London or Moscow or Constantinople, Istanbul,
anyways, so he
Constantinople.
would do
All
these
of
kinds of
these things
things
have
and
changed so
have these
much.
kinds
But
of
Mongolia is
experiences and
still
so on.
Mongolia. It's
And
one of the largest countries in the
graves,
world
you see that,
space.
in terms of the industry that was created, he certainly furthered this along, not only by discovering, as it were, more graves, but also by developing the culture of what one does at these graves. I mean, how is the visiting of graves a religious activity? He essentially sort of codified rituals that are still in practice today. The lighting of candles, or those little signs like this. You're not allowed to light candles here. Stretching oneself out on a grave, which has biblical precedence as well. The prayers, meditation, things like that. Many things which, of course, persist to the present day. Maybe I can mention, I know this is a little bit of an aside, but it's a very beautiful thing. One of the many beautiful rituals that we have lost in the 20th century as a result of the huge weight of rituals that used to have in Eastern Europe that have simply disappeared in the Mongols, was this beautiful thing called the measuring of wicks. You ever heard of this? Measuring of wicks? It was a custom that was very widespread in Eastern Europe for hundreds of years, that in the month of Elul, the month before Rosh Hashanah, the women of a community would all go to the graveyards, to the ancestral graveyards, and they would go to their deceased, departed relatives, and they would take out the cotton that they used to make wicks out of candles, and they would measure out all of the graves. They would line the graves with this cotton string. And then later they would take that cotton string back home and they would make Shabbat candles with those wicks, and they would use those Shabbat candles all throughout the year. And it was a way of kind of tying together the dead and the living in a very, very beautiful ritual, which was practiced specifically by women. That unfortunately we don't have anything like that today. The best we have today is, some schools have a custom in the month of Elul that they send the kids out to clean up the graveyards. Now we're professionals too, and pay them and so on. But it's just, that's a beautiful way of connecting to dead and living, which we have simply lost. If you're curious about those things, I have a great lecture on Sarah Bastovin on the internet website, which has a lot of more of those things. Okay, so you get the idea of the creation of, or at least the development of this ritual of visiting graves and what one does at the graves, and what the value is and so on. That certainly accelerated the interest in Tzvat and in the entire Tzvat circle as a whole, because these were people who were expert in those things. And I think at this point, we're going to turn to his writings. Maybe I'll pause for a question or two.
Very strict and very
clear. Do me a favor and give me an Hebrew English sitter. I appreciate it very much.
Also, it's dangerous to live close to the river because there are flash floods in the summertime. You could suddenly have it, and it could wipe away.
The earliest the earliest, in my humble opinion, would probably be, thank you, that is the Restream,
in a way that I don't see anywhere else in the
which
world.
will be 2nd century.
And even today, with the changes,
that's the one that's certainly most celebrated.
And with solar panels, and they could get TV out in the middle of the step. Still, they're living a similar life. The young people, of course, want to drive a motorbike, but they're still herding cows and yaks and camels. If it's on a motorbike, okay, they're still doing it the local way.
11-9, so Av is 11th, and the 9th the month of Av. It's very good. Very good. It also happens to be 11-9 in European calendar, is the night of Kristallnacht. It was also on November 9th. Okay, fascinating. All right, so let's talk a little bit about his writings. As I mentioned earlier, we lost most of his writings, but we know of many of them. He wrote commentaries on many books of the Bible, and he wrote specifically Kabbalistic works as well, including a fascinating work which deals with the Kabbalistic interpretation of the act of intimacy, which is something that permeates much Kabbalistic writing, and he's devoted an entire book specifically to that topic. He also wrote quite a bit of liturgical commentary and a commentary on the Haggadah. And it's at this point that after his student, Rabbi Moshe Cordovero, came out with the classic Pardes Sermonim, or the Portrait of Pomegranates. That makes sense, right? Then he was so impressed by what his student had written that he began to quote his student liberally and essentially form his own thoughts around it. The most famous thing that we've got to study, and I know you've been waiting for it, is specifically is the Chah Dovi poem, which I'd like to spend a little bit more than a few moments with. So, what is this poem? It is a piece of liturgy that is inserted on the Friday night service between the afternoon service and the evening service. And as I mentioned earlier, it really is the linchpin of the entire service. It's a beautiful hymn which is sung typically by the entire congregation. And in many different tunes, I have a couple of them that I'd like to show you or play for you. But it is associated with the Friday night prayers more than anything else, and in fact, it's associated with the onset of the Sabbath more than any other prayers. I find myself many times during the week when, especially like, Mondays, Wednesdays, if I start humming L'chag Dovi to myself, it means I can't wait for Friday. I gotta get back to Shabbat. It's a deep association of roots that any Jews who observe the Sabbath specifically connects with the wonderful time that is the seventh day. So let me just read it to you with some translation and maybe a little bit of commentary, and then I'd like to play for you versions of it, or maybe not the entirety, just to give you a sense of how resonant this is in the culture. The prayer itself, as I mentioned earlier, was apparently a wedding gift that he gave his bride. That is a pretty amazing gift. I mean, it's economical and yet long-lasting. Right? I have to remember those kinds of gifts. And it describes, it's got some mystical language. It basically describes
years ago, a presidential candidate ran under the slogan,
one inviting the other to keep the Sabbath.
It just resonates
Most
with the
commentaries
Mongolian
follow
spirit,
the line
and
of
the dust
argument that
itself
it's
is important.
the Jewish people
They will
inviting
wipe the sweat
God
and the dust off
to
the horse
together welcome the Sabbath. But there are other commentaries that follow a slightly different track as well. And then after
this
there's this little introduction of a couple of verses talking about what the meaning of the Sabbath is. Then there are a whole series of stanzas that refer to Jerusalem and the yearning for its renewal, I am going to say, and then connecting at the very end to the arrival of the Sabbath. The specific origins of this prayer is a passage in the Talmud, which there's one rabbi who says, on Friday nights, he used to tell his friends, let us all go together and read the Sabbath. And another one would go literally into his courtyard, like leave his home and go outside to, as it were, welcome the Sabbath queen into his home. Which is why, by the way, in the very last stanza of part of the custom is, universal custom, that although everyone faces east during the prayers, to the last stanza, everyone turns around, as it were, welcoming in the guest, the Sabbath guest. Kind of on a darker note, and since it is such a beautiful and uplifting prayer, mourners and any congregations are not allowed to be in the synagogue while that prayer is sung, and then they're only invited back in after it's over because it's simply too happy for the association. Okay, so let's have a look at it here. I'm reading from the English translation in the Art Scroll.
He fell from the horse.
Come, my beloved, to greet the bride, the Sabbath presence, let us welcome. Right, come, my beloved, in Hebrew, the implication here is that beloved is the either God or it is the Jewish people, that together they are welcoming the Sabbath. Safeguard and remember, those are two quotes, in a single utterance. That's referring to the two different times that the Ten Commandments refers to the Sabbath. In one place it says safeguard, shamor, like guard it. And another place says, remember it. And the commentators say that this discrepancy between the two versions of the Ten Commandments means that both of these words were uttered at the same time and understood at the same time by the Jewish people receiving the Torah. The one and only God made us here. Made us here the Ten Commandments. God is one and His name is one for renown, for splendor, and for praise. To welcome the Sabbath, come let us go, for it is the source of blessing. The idea is the spiritual energy that one builds up on the Sabbath is the energy that is the source for all the energy throughout the week. So you really have to recharge your batteries Friday night through Saturday night, and then you can use those energies for the rest of the week.
He lived.
And I realized the chulent is the physical energy, right? This is the spiritual energy.
She knows that.
From the
it's probably hard for her too.
From antiquity, she was honored, meaning that God thought of the Sabbath before He began creating the world. And this beautiful phrase, Sof Maaseh Machashava Tekula, the last to be created but the first in thought, meaning that God said, well, we have to have this fantastic world, so we can have Shabbos. So He set Shabbos aside, that is the seventh day, the last day, everything else had to happen in order to make the seventh day possible. Now there's a shift from that kind of welcoming Sabbath and how fantastic Sabbath is to discussions of Jerusalem. O sanctuary of the royal city, arise and depart from amid the upheaval, meaning Jerusalem, arise from your ruins. We'll recall, of course, that although there is this tiny settlement of Jews in Tzfat, a somewhat larger settlement of Jews in Jerusalem, we're still talking about the hundreds of people. We're not talking about tens of thousands of Jews. We're talking about very, very small populations. So Jerusalem is still definitely considered in exile itself. Too long have you dwelled in the valley of weeping, He will shower compassion upon you. And this can refer either to Jerusalem or to the Jewish people living in exile, the valley of weeping, the valley of tears. Shake off the dust, I rise. Don your splendid clothes, my people. Through the son of Jesse, that's of course David, the Bethlehemite, and that's the Messianic age. Draw near to my soul and redeem it. Many of these passages, by the way, are little bits of verses, especially from the book of Isaiah. So people familiar with the liturgy will hear echoes throughout the entire poem.
One of the most unstoppable
Wake up, for your light has come. Rise up and shine. Awaken, utter a song. The glory of God is revealed upon you. Feel not ashamed. Be not humiliated. Why are you downcast? Why are you so disconsolate? In you will my peoples afflicted find shelter, as the city is built upon a hill. Meaning Jerusalem, speaking directly to the city. Do not be sad because you will have your
just watching some of the videos, it's just incredible how stable you can be on top of a horse.
May your oppressor be downtrodden, and may those who devoured you be cast far off. Your God will rejoice over you like a groom rejoicing over the bride.
Your body to maintain
With that
balance,
transition
and there's
to
the skill of the actual
the wedding ceremony, we go back to this idea of greeting the Sabbath, which is itself called the Sabbath bride. Rightward and leftward you shall spread out mightily and shall extol the might of God. Through the man descended from Paris, once again the Messiah, then we shall be glad and mirthful. And by the way, I should mention here, I really need a process to explain these things, but there are certain points, even though there are maybe 100 different melodies for the top of these, there are certain points where it shifts, like it shifts from a major key to a minor key, like be not, feel not ashamed of not humiliated, and so on. The music picks up on the meaning of the word in a very special way. So when it talks about the groom rejoicing over the bride, you suddenly have a swelling of emotion that comes along with it. And then this is the last verse where people turn around, face the western wall, enter in peace, O crown of her husband. And this, the Kabbalists say, refers to the union of the masculine and feminine aspects of God.
By 3 years old,
even in gladness and good cheer, among the faithful of the treasured nation, enter, O bride, enter, O bride. So that's the English translation, with a little bit of commentary there. Let me just give you, I'm going to play the entire thing for you because it'll take about 5 minutes for each one, but I'll show you two very brief excerpts that will give you a sense of how these are sung. You may have the pleasure of enjoying this yourself and listening to us, so forgive me. The first one here is by the incomparable Shlomo Carlebach, a unique sort of soulful thing.
One rider with several horses, and usually 5 is the number that you should have before you want to go off the map. And this ability then is shoot. You have to depict your animals and the wolves around, foxes and other in some areas where tigers and other animals that come in, and you have to be able to shoot and defend it against other people who might be making it. And then again, excellent archers. They had composite bows that were very powerful, much more powerful than those of more sedentary people. So I say all that because it's very important. But those are all sort of erratic traits of the great state anyway. I mean, in an earlier version, you had the Huns, who came out of Mongolia, and Hun is just the Mongolian word for human.
Let me play you now another version. This is by very popular a cappella band called 613. Believe it or not, this is entirely a cappella.
So
it's one of my favorites.
You have this perfect weapon, but also you have to have perfect strategy and how to coordinate it, organize it, use it. And this is where the genius that I cannot explain at all, the genius of Genghis Khan did that. Other people, I think, have been very good in earlier times, a number of Turkic leaders, and also, or even Attila the Hun, who, of course, was actually born in the West. But they were charismatic leaders, very dramatic leaders. It wasn't that they were so excellent in strategy. They were very good in warfare, and that is what you should do. Genghis Khan's army was extremely good at warfare from small. He never got probably above 100,000.
Okay, so you get the idea. I personally would like to say sit and listen to these all day,
When
but
you're going
I happen
against
to be
China,
availous.
it has millions
My
just in
father
the army.
in August,
Of
so I
counting
can't
the
even
country,
listen
and you're
to
going against Russia,
music for
and you're
a
going
long
against the
period of
Middle
time.
East,
I'm at that
and Persia,
stage in
and
my
Afghanistan, and
for
these
the
areas.
last 11 months, 12 months actually, this
Your
part of it
whole
where you're
army
not
has
allowed
to
to
be
do
as
it.
finely
But when I get
tuned
put on
as
hold,
each
I really
rider,
enjoy it.
each bow, and each horse.
So, at
That's
any
the
rate,
weapon.
so
What the
the
army becomes
legacy
the
of
super weapon
Rabbi Shlomo
of Genghis
Alphabet
Khan.
is
How he
tremendously profound.
organized
I mean,
it, and how he used it, and the
I can only
strategies that he
imagine
put together.
what a tremendous
Yeah, when you have
achievement
a
must
small
be
army,
to
just think
compose
about
a
that.
song that
A
will
small
move
army
people
to
for
conquer
centuries. And very, very few pieces of art have this kind of quality. He outpaces Shakespeare in terms of his impact on the Jewish group, to be sure, and in many ways reaches much deeper. One of my favorite experiences when I was living in Israel, and I'm sure many of you have similar experiences, there was a broken down old synagogue in the Katamon region, and it was literally broken down. Like one side of it was a big bundle of rocks.
And
I don't know
so
how
there's
long
light
it was, probably
gallery and
built in
heavy
the
gallery.
era, 19th century or something.
Breaking
And it
down
was
units, using
abandoned
decimal
during the week,
system,
but on Friday
10, 100,
night,
1,000.
they would have a retro
So,
Hasidic minyan there.
There's a
And
kind of hierarchy
the Chazan would sing
where
the Chagodi, and it would literally take about
authority,
50
but
to 75
to the
minutes
degree there's
just for that
commands,
one poem that I
they
read in
must
its
be
entirety
followed
in
strictly.
about 5 minutes.
So for
50
like
to 75
extremely
minutes just singing
efficient,
that one
accurate,
song. And the
precise
synagogue was so packed
deployment of
that
these
people would come and would stand
troops on the
outside.
battlefield,
There
and
was
the
like
dynamic
several
movement
million
of the troops,
outside the
including all the
windows
interesting tactics
listening
that
to
we
this song.
utilized.
And
You have to
what
have
was
really
most
good
beautiful about it
communication
is that most of the
coordination.
people who
And for
were
that,
at this
orders
minyan,
must be followed.
the people who came early and got
Is there
inside
something
the
to speak
synagogue,
to
they
them?
were
Like, how
your
do you
usual
do
typical
this kind
Shomer
of
Shabbat,
system
most
to
of them
where
were
everybody
Hasidic
is
and so
working
on.
together so
But
well?
outside, there were all these Jews who were coming en route to a soccer game or, various other secular activities of mine. No intention of observing the Sabbath other than that brief and intense spiritual moment that they had listening to the Chabodi and participating in the singing of it. It's a tremendous work of art, of soaring genius that speaks to his deep Kabbalistic and intellectual proclivities as well. So with that, I'm going to conclude for tonight. I'll take questions afterwards, but I want to thank you very much for listening to the life of Rabbi Shlomo Alphabet.
And the head of that squad, he had total control over.
Thank you.
When the men knew that they were going to protect each other, and they had to come back with every member or everybody. You don't leave anybody behind. So this was extremely important. So if you submit to the orders of the man in charge, you know that he's risking his own life for you also. And you know that your brother on the left and on the right is risking his life for you. The army was, organized it with 5 horses, each man. They had their bow and they had a lot of arrows, as many as they could have, but they also retrieved arrows at the end of their battle. And they also would retrieve the enemy arrows. This was a great advantage, by the way, when they hit Russia, because the Russians could not use Mongolian arrows. They couldn't knock them in their bow, but the Mongols could use Russian arrows. But so all these little things, but it's not even just the arrow. Also, they had to carry needle and thread. Every soldier had to be able to sew. And sometimes that could be a torn garment. It could be a piece of skin or a wound that somebody has. It's a very odd thing when you think about the army of Genghis Khan and they're carrying everything themselves. They don't have any pack train behind them. And then one of the things they have to carry is needle and thread in order to sew up things.
So complete self-reliance in that regard.
Yes. They also carried dried dairy products. Otto, it's called, where they dry curd, and they can keep it for a couple of years even. But you dry it, and then when you need it, you can put it in a flask of water. You ride all day, it joggles up and down, boom, boom, boom. It turns into kind of thick protein. It's said that the Mongols could easily go 3 to 5 days without ever building a fire. They had enough food there. So all these little things at the lowest level were important, as well as the highest level of his loyalty of his men to him. And it went all the way down. Loyalty was extremely important. And he
organized the army into left wing, right wing, or east and west. Mongols, the word for left is east, the word for right is west. So those two wings, and then in the middle was the pole, the center, this moving center. That was his bodyguard and his unit in the middle. And usually they'd have a vanguard and a rear guard. And sometimes the vanguard would go out as much as 2 years in advance to clear the land, run the people away, scare them, make them go away, so that the grass is left there for the army when it moves through. And they never march the way other armies do it in a line of one following the other. They would always go in long lines spread out in wings, so that each horse is on its own path, you could say, but all parallel together. So they had very precise ways of doing things. And this, I think, was the secret with him. And he used the best people, but he was willing to train them as much as possible. He never punished them for what happened. So Shikikuto, for example, the supreme judge, he was command one time of a group in the battle in Afghanistan, and he lost the battle, which is very, very unusual for Mongols. So Genghis Khan went out with him and said, okay, let's go to the battlefield together and look it over. And you explain to me what you did, and then we will talk about it. So he was very thoughtful in the way that he was training the people around him. And they knew they were going to be punished. It's not like these countries where the general comes back and gets executed because he lost. No, Genghis Khan knows every general is going to try 100%. And if they retreat, fine. They're saving Mongol lives. They know what to do. He respects that. So all these things like that fit together. But I think a part of it that was important for him, so he had this base from steppe warfare.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, why don't we get started?
The archery, how that all
the
fit
joke
together.
that I really wanted to tell tonight, my joke editor has said that two joke editors, one told me that I said it just 3 or 4 weeks ago, even though it's a perfect joke for tonight. The other one said it's older than I am, so I won't tell that one.
This is how we do it.
I may tell later if I just go back and forgive me. Meanwhile, I have a couple of good and welfare things, but I will start with this joke, which is once again from me, Dr. Weiser, who actually types these up and delivers it on the day of the lecture. Here it goes. So, Benjamin wakes up one morning, on Saturday morning, and is in a terrible mood. He says, Mom,
so he went into tundra territory of what's now northwestern China.
Says, Mom, I'm not going to the shore. I'm not going to the shore.
So he went there, and of course the cities have walls around it.
I'm not going to the shore. And Mom says, but Benjamin, what's the matter? He says, you know, I go to they don't like me. They make fun of me. I feel terrible going to the shore. Says, listen, Ben, you have to go for 2 reasons. First of all, you're 45 years old. And second of all, you're the rabbi. Okay, that's not so bad. Okay, a couple of good and welfare announcements. First of all, I have to say thank you to Mr. Joseph Ray. I'm not sure exactly how it should be pronounced, but he sent me a nice email. I like getting these kinds of emails, so I'll read this one. Not all of it, but anyways. This email is greatly overdue. I have been an admirer and follower of your online history classes for a very long time. Though I am a businessman living in Antwerp with my family, I give Jewish history classes voluntarily at a local Jewish center for women for the last few years. My lectures are structured very much in the same way yours are, and I too use PowerPoint. I know you've upgraded the software. When I prepare and research my classes, I always watch your lectures. They help me tremendously with the final flow of things and very often draw my attention to new facts and events. I can tell you more, I often steal your jokes as well. Anyways, so it's nice to get these kinds of emails besides the hate mail. So thank you, Mr. Ray, and I wish you a lot of success in your endeavors teaching, and it's wonderful that you do this for your community. Okay, so tonight's lecture is, of course, on
Baruch Spinoza, fascinating figure, and one that really I've been thinking about for a long time, and I was really grateful for the opportunity to speak to you about him and gave me a chance to do a little bit more research, because one of the larger areas of research that I find fascinating is the whole concept of Jewish identity. What exactly is a Jew? Who is a Jew? When is a Jew considered in the community, out of the community, or the Hebrew phrase goes, "Chutz lamachaneh," in the camp or outside the camp? Those kinds of questions I find very fascinating, and Spinoza is an excellent test case. Tonight's lecture is sponsored by our good friends Maui and Steve Schwartz, who are here in the audience. My yoga auditor, of course, is Steve Schwartz, and they're going to be the honorees for the dinner this year. A round of applause. They do fantastic things for our community. Maui is the unsung but very much accomplished historian of the shul. She's worked on a significant work which has been published so far privately, but the manuscript hopefully will send to a significant journal, because there's a lot of fascinating history here in Surfside, and she's done some nice work. Steve is, as I'm sure all aware, a tremendous cantor, not only in terms of his vocal strength, but his intellectual appreciation of the meaning of the Torah. As I was just saying to my 12-year-old son Boaz, as we were starting his bar mitzvah lessons, the Hasidic masters say that the Torah has 3 levels that correspond to the 3 levels of the soul. The lowest level, the nefesh, is corresponding to the letters themselves. But the letters without the consonants cannot be pronounced. So the next level up is the vowels that are added to the consonants so we can make words out of them. But the highest level of the soul, which is something that only a person like Steve can really reach, is the trap. When you're able to pronounce those words with vowels and set them to the music that people can appreciate. So for both Maui and Steve, we're really grateful, and hope you'll support the show and come visit them, honor them later in February on the 23rd when we have the dinner.
Back to the horses, you mentioned every soldier had 5 horses.
5774, right. Right. We're going to honor them next year too. Sorry, David. Thank you. I never edited videos, that's why I'm in trouble. Now, one more good announcement. This is something special. I'm going to try and use a little more video in our classes. But I have one that is kind of like a personal video. It's my son, Alexander. It's a minute long, so it won't take too much time from our presentation. Mr. Rodriguez, focus on the screen here for a second. Here we go. The video is made by my talented daughter, Denise.
It does not need to follow roads because it's used to riding in the open steppe. So you can do all kinds of dynamic movements and circling of places. And then also, one of the other famous things is the famed retreat that was used continuously. Can you explain how that worked?
The Mongols did not fight for honor the way we often think of brave soldiers, Achilles and the Iliad and things like that. They fought for victory. That was the one thing. So to retreat, to save lives, there's no shame in that. So the Mongols would often retreat, and Genghis Khan basically, he himself never fought a battle that he thought he could lose. And he won every battle he fought. That wasn't true for every general under him. As we said for Shigeo, he won every battle because there was no change in retreating and not fighting anything. However, that also becomes amazing. He would send in a small group of soldiers to attack.
He is going to be running in the ING Miami Marathon next month for Keep Friendship, which is a really great community organization that helps mainly children and teens and some adults with various disabilities, especially autism and things like that. So if you're interested, please visit the website and you can donate to Team Friendship. Okay, that's it for the good and welfare. Let's go straight to the material tonight.
Ways. So they're firing coming, they're firing going. But
26.2
the soldiers who are against them
26.2, yeah.
To chase them.
Now,
they want to go, they want to get the weapons, they want to kill the Mongols.
17th century philosopher.
He
is one of the greatest philosophers of the modern age. He falls into that category of people like Moses Maimonides and Einstein, for example, whose fame outside of Jewish community really outdistances their fame inside the Jewish community. And in fact, it's a little bit ambiguous to even put him within the parameters of Jewish history per se, because his greatest contributions are beyond the scope of what is specifically Jewish. Many more liberal thinkers want to claim him as a Jewish philosopher per se, and in fact there are elements of his philosophy that we will discuss at least in brief tonight that are consonant, certainly inspired by Jewish ideas, but ultimately the main connection that Spinoza has with the Jewish community is negative, because he was forcibly removed from the Jewish community in an unusually harsh act of cherem, or excommunication. I have the text of it, and I would like to read it to you a little later on in this lecture. It's a very rare step for a community to specifically single out an individual, excoriate them publicly, and then forcibly remove them. But that is in fact what happened to Spinoza. So the rejected son ultimately ended up influencing world philosophy, European philosophy, the intellectual tradition at a tremendous level, but in the Jewish world he was cut off in a very dramatic and in fact permanent manner. The question that, and this was happened by the way at age 23, might have been 24, before he even published anything, before he had made a mark on the world of philosophy. And one of the great exercises of intellectual historians has been to try and perform the archaeology of the events that led up to that excommunication, to try to determine exactly why the community took such a drastic step. It is far from clear, but I hope towards the end of the lecture to give you some of the theories that are circulating regarding his excommunication, and I think that actually it has a lot of implications for our own communal standards today, our own sense of identity, and ultimately our sense of who is a Jew, who has the privilege, the right, the responsibility to remain within the community, and who perhaps might be better served outside the community. So we'll hopefully explore that over the next 40 minutes or so. His background, originally they're from Portugal. His grandfather was among those who were expelled in 1497, possibly some earlier from 1492 in Spain. We're spending a lot of time these last few weeks looking at people whose lives were affected by this cataclysmic event, with something that many of the thinkers of the 16th century felt and the 17th century felt was like a split in the world that required tikkun olam, because how could it be that the most powerful, the most intellectually superior, spiritually most advanced community of Jews in the world was suddenly devastated within a single year in the case of Spain, and then 5 years later in the case of Portugal. So in many ways, Spinoza's own experience is an aftershock of that tectonic shift that we saw in 1492. His grandfather came to Amsterdam with his infant son, Michael, who was Spinoza's grandfather. So Spinoza had direct contact with one of the refugees themselves, his own grandfather. His father was a very successful merchant, and we have plenty of archival records from the period that indicate that he was a lay leader in the synagogue. He had a position of some authority. They had a very prominent house close by the synagogue, and his father had significant leadership role there, which makes the eventual expulsion of young Spinoza from the community all the more poignant. Michael Spinoza was not lucky in love. He was widowed 3 times. His second wife was the mother of Spinoza, who passed away when Spinoza was a young boy. Spinoza was ultimately raised by one of his older half-sisters, and there was a considerable amount of family dysfunction between the half-siblings, all children of Michael, that we will see play out in Spinoza's own lifetime somewhat later.
In one episode
we should spend a little bit of time talking about Amsterdam, though, which is a fascinating, interesting, not exactly footnote, but sort of a tributary of Jewish history at this time. The Netherlands were under the control of Spain until 1588, and Jews were not allowed within the territory. Under the Union of Utrecht, there was some movement towards granting freedom of religion, but that freedom of religion was a very difficult one. One that in many ways, now that I think, we're speaking a little bit in Quebecois about Northern Ontario, maybe I'll relate to that a little bit. The people of the Netherlands were sandwiched between the French Calvinists and the German Lutherans. Byproducts of the still quite young Protestant Revolution, Reformation, and as a result, there were significant doctrinal disputes between these two Protestant movements. The only thing they had in common was their hatred for the Catholics, and as we shall see, that had some ironic implications for the early Jewish at the time. What it reminds me of in my own life is that I grew up in a small town in northern Ontario called Iroquois Falls, Ontario. If you ever look at my Wikipedia page, there are 6 famous people from this town, population 4,500. I'm one of them, so I'll be one of them. 4 of the others are professional hockey players. So you get a sense of what kind of town this is. But what's interesting about it, for our purposes, is that it was almost evenly divided in population between Anglophone Protestants and Francophone Catholics. And it was tremendous, the degree of conflict between these two bifurcated populations, and the kids who had it in many ways the worst were me. I was only a Jewish kid, and this shit right? My Chinese friend Peter Chin, who's now a lawyer in Toronto, and there was a black girl who lived about 30 miles away in Matheson, and we had it the worst because we didn't fit in either camp. So this is a lot like what the Jews of Amsterdam were like at this time as well, because obviously they're not Calvinists, and they were not Lutherans. They were somewhat different, but there was always a little bit of a push and pull over what do you do with the Jews? Which camp do they fit in? Which camp do they sympathize with? And certainly they should not be associated with the Catholics. And within this kind of tenuous environment, where there is at least nominal allegiance to the concept of religious freedom, it was often obeyed more in the breach than in its observance, and the Jews had a unique kind of pressure placed upon them to conform to orthodoxy. And I say here orthodoxy with a small o, meaning conform to the status quo. Jews should not step beyond their boundaries, socially, religiously, and otherwise. In this context, I'd like to introduce you to a theory that was advanced by a European colleague of mine named Heinz Dietrich, who wrote a tremendous piece on the evolution of anti-Semitism as a consequence of Jews stepping beyond their borders. Meaning, it is his contention that anti-Semitism is quieted, or we should say anti-Semitism is quiescent. It does not, raise its ugly head. Except in those moments when Jews begin to challenge traditional norms, when Jews begin to seek out new employment, to seek advancement in educational institutions, to seek advancement in cultural institutions, when they begin to break beyond the boundaries that society has placed for them, that's when they begin to test the kind of tolerances that have been laid out for them so far. Heinz Dietrich Löwe was specifically referring to the 19th century in the Russian Empire, where the advance of socialism and other secular movements were beginning to attract Jews away from traditional orthodoxy, not to mention Zionism as well. And in that, he says, exacerbated tensions with the Russian population, which ultimately led to pogroms and so on. I think a lot of this can be said about the Amsterdam Jewish community, in that there was officially a level of tolerance, but the Jews should not get, to use an American term, uppity. The Jews should not be going beyond what is their acceptable borders. And once they start challenging some of those boundaries, that's when anti-Semitism be felt in the community. So in this context, it seems that the Jewish community of Amsterdam, and of course I remind you, we're talking now about the 17th century, there is no non-Orthodox community, there is no liberal congregation, there's only one congregation with one leadership, my way or the highway kind of Judaism, and the community itself is a little bit unhappy with anyone who's not conformist. They want to try and keep everyone in line. So let's bear that in mind as we go through Moses' story, because I think it says a lot about the reasons for his excommunication. Okay, I'm going to pause for a second to sip my coffee, and I'll ask if there are any questions. Yes, please.
So how should we think about the brutality of numbers like these?
The number itself is difficult to deal with. Millions of people were killed. For every family that lost someone, it's a total loss. It doesn't matter what the number is. It's tremendous loss. And there was tremendous loss of life.
I'll tell you exactly what happened. It's not entirely that they were invited,
I don't think we should
but they were not
judge him
disinvited once they proved their economic
other
worth.
conquerors in history and other
It reminded
countries
me of a
today
joke
that
for a
fight
minute,
wars,
and then
including our own country.
I lost it. It was
Whatever
like
we
just
are willing
right
to permit
there,
our country to
and
do, we should be able to understand
okay.
why
All right.
Genghis Khan or the Mongols did it.
No, but it's been a long time.
In the world, people are killing
the car with no pedals, no brake pedals.
children.
Yeah, okay, all right, okay, we'll go past it. Okay, anyway, so
Every day.
there are
There's always the name of
legends
something,
of
in the name of
Jewish
peace or
settlements
in the name of God
in
or in
the
the name
Netherlands,
of
which are
coronation.
fascinating.
There are always
And
reasons
legends
to
always
kill.
have some kind of
And the United
truth,
States
but
is
often
certainly
are exaggerated
involved
beyond
with-
measure.
involved
There's a
with that.
particularly
Supplying
fascinating
weapons
one
for bombing
where
people,
the
invading
origins of the
Afghanistan,
community in
invading,
Amsterdam
fighting
relate to a
in
particular
Iraq, fighting
Portuguese
in
Jewish woman
Syria.
who
The
was
United States is
somehow,
very involved.
when they were
And
fleeing
there's always,
Portugal, she got on one of these English
we
boats,
brought a hell of a
and
lot of
the
democracy to
Duke,
Afghanistan.
who was the captain of this boat, something like that,
We
fell
killed
in
a
love
lot
with
of
this
people.
incredibly beautiful woman, and import turned her and trying to get her to marry him,
Look back
and
to
she
World War II, our
refused,
great
steadfastly
moment
indicating
of
that she was a
democracy
Jewess,
and
and she would not do so,
democracy.
but she was apparently so strikingly
We
beautiful
dropped a
that when they
bombing
landed
bomb
in
from
England,
Hiroshima,
the Queen
Nagasaki.
herself
Those were not
drove her
military
around
targets.
London in open
We were
car
not doing
because her
anything
beauty was something
strategic
really,
against the country
well
other than
about, so to speak. That's
terrorizing
what the Queen,
the
that's the
country
English
by
term they
killing
use.
women and
And it
children.
was like something shocking. It was
It's
kind of like
America.
a princess story
My
in
father
reverse.
fought in that
Here's a
war.
princess
He fought
who
in all. He fought
refuses
in
to
Vietnam.
marry
He fought in that war.
the
And he fought in
prince
Korea.
because he is not Jewish.
And he was a good.
Boy, I got so they're
There's
really
nothing
not
wrong
so
with
sure. I
it.
can't
But
tell
I'm
you.
not.
So,
I don't
and
even
then she ended up
America, but
moving
I'm
to
saying,
the Netherlands.
how
That's
can
one of
we
these
condemn
kind of like
one set of people for doing it
the
and then
stories,
excuse
the
it in
origin stories.
ourselves?
What we
Well,
know
we tend to
happened
do
from
that.
some of the
We,
records
especially
whatsoever, is that
barbarian people,
even though Amsterdam had never formally
we tend to demonize
allowed
them.
Jews to
For
enter,
any enemy we have,
anyways,
we tend to demonize them.
1593,
You
so
said
that's
a
really
lot of
quite
interesting
early,
things there.
right?
So
The actual
one
expulsion
is just
is
the very nature of war.
1497.
War is
That
how
is a typo? No, it's okay. We have Jews,
Yeah,
Portuguese
sometimes
Jews,
things I drop in the atomic bomb,
surreptitiously
which is
moving
an act
into
of
Amsterdam,
essentially terror.
and they're claiming status
In the
not
same
as
style
Jews,
as
but as
Genghis Khan.
Portuguese merchants, which is true. They were from
in an
Portugal,
attempt to
and they were
prevent
merchants.
further.
They just didn't mention that they were always Jews. But
This is
again, in this
justification. People are
anti-Catholic
always
atmosphere, there are a lot of
fighting for
suspicions
peace.
about,
Always fighting for
those
peace.
Tutsis. What
World
are
War
those
I
Jews
was to
doing?
make the
What are
world
those
safe for democracy
Portuguese
and
merchants
peace.
up to? And
In
there were
World War II,
suspicions
but what
that they
happened?
were actually
We went to war in
Catholic, not
Korea.
Jewish.
We went to war in
So
Vietnam.
they
We bombed
organized
Cambodia.
an
We bombed
armed
Laos.
raid
We bombed
on one of
Afghanistan.
these
We bombed
Portuguese Jewish
Syria.
homes,
We bombed
thinking
Iraq.
that they were actually
We're
holding
always
Catholic
fighting.
services. They didn't
I'm
realize
not
it was
a
actually Yom
pacifist.
Kippur,
I am
and they were
not.
davening
I
in a
grew up
home. They arrested
surrounded
all
with
of them,
soldiers, and I'm
and
not
by
a
the time it got
pacifist.
sorted out, they
I
said,
am
listen,
trying
we're
to be a
not
realist.
Catholics. Don't worry, we're
All
actually
nations
Jews. I said,
kill.
okay, Jews, fine.
It
But
happens
they have to
everywhere.
decide what to do
So
with them.
can we
At that
universally
point, they
also
talked
then,
about their
the way you
economic
passionately
acumen and their
criticizing
resources,
the
and they
20th
said, okay,
century,
fine, you're here
we
already,
also criticize
as long as
Genghis
you're not
Khan and
Catholic, so,
Alexander the Great,
you know,
and
there's
the
no
wars
day, and
fought
that's
by
how the
Caesar and
Portuguese
others
community
in
was
the
established
Empire,
ultimately in
that
Amsterdam.
they're
But
essentially
it took a long time for that small
wars of
beginning to
conquest.
actually flourish into a
And
community. And we have to
in
bear in
some
mind the very,
human
very
way were
tenuous
not
nature
necessary,
of their
or were
toehold
not
in Amsterdam.
defensive. They're
They
just
did
part of
not
this
get
human
official
drive to
permission permission to have public worship until 20 years later, and they did not have official permission to get a citizenship until 1657, almost 75 years later. They had difficulty establishing their congregations, enlarging their congregations. Everything was always proceeded, it was a little bit like zoning committees that maybe some of the people in this room are familiar with. It's very difficult to get these things pushed through, how much more so in Amsterdam. And again, this kind of atmosphere a distrust of the Jewish community, of a grudging acceptance is something that certainly had an impact on Spinoza as well.
What do you think about
So let's talk about Spinoza himself. He was born and given the name Baruch, which of course means blessed. Later on in life, after he was excommunicated and he was writing in Latin, he chose a Latin translation of blessed, Benedictus. The term in French, benching, bench at the end of a meal, for example, is also derived from the same term Baruch, although this time through a French root. But he was known as Bento by the Portuguese root. He received a very traditional Jewish education with the most prominent educators in Amsterdam at the time, rabbis who were famous on their own right for various things they published. And also, fascinatingly, he was not taught by closed-minded, very insular kind of rabbis. He was taught by rabbis who themselves were sometimes censured for being perhaps too open in their attitudes, translating certain texts into Hebrew or out of Hebrew into vernacular languages and so on. He received the kind of education that you would associate with, a good, balanced education of secular values, history, mathematics, literature, and so on, with the Jewish education. So the idea that somehow he broke free is simply not the corresponding to the reality of his upbringing. He received a very well balanced education that was offered by rabbis who themselves were very comfortable in the milieu of 17th century European culture. However, towards the end of his teens, he came under the influence of a deep Jesuit priest named Franciscus van den Enden, who was someone who was asked to leave the Catholic Church because he was known as a free thinker, that he had significant questions about Catholic doctrine and Catholic theology. And it was Van Enden who ultimately taught him Latin and introduced him to the wider world of thought as a whole. He ended up living with Enden for quite a while, and as we see, he formed a relationship of sorts with his daughter, who was nearly 20 years his junior. But it was under Van Enden where Spinoza really began to encounter the world of ideas as a whole. Without a doubt, the most prominent influence on young Spinoza was René Descartes, who was a very famous French philosopher, who was also a devout Catholic, although not necessarily in the dogmatic mold of most of his peers. I'm sure you're familiar with his most famous statement, cogito ergo sum, which means, translated usually as I think, really it means I perceive, therefore I am. Let me take a moment just to talk about Descartes and there's a sense of how his philosophy could really shatter Spinoza's entire Weltanschauung and affect the way that he went through his own philosophy. So Descartes, of course, the author of many works, but the most well-studied are his 6 meditations on first philosophy. And in these meditations, Descartes begins with the preposition or the proposition that nothing can be relied upon. Absolutely nothing is true. Everything that he's investigated in his life, religion, politics, Greek philosophy, there's no way to really get on solid ground. So Descartes says, this is first philosophy. I'm going to start with the assumption that I cannot rely on anything being true. And then, like building an edifice on a strong foundation, I will only build my philosophy on those elements that I can absolutely say with certainty are true. And ultimately, he says, I'll be able to form a solid edifice upon which I may rely. So he starts by saying, what do I know? I don't know anything. I don't know if this table that I'm writing at exists. I don't even know that I exist. I don't know if the breeze on my face is real. Nothing. This is, by the way, the actual way he writes. It's a very, very compelling text. It's only about 150 pages in length, and it's really quite engaging. And then he says, well, wait a second. So what's real is I certainly feel the breeze on my face. I feel the pen in my hand, the quill in my hand.
not
I
giving
feel
it
my
of their
weight in the
time
chair.
with
So then there are
describing
two possibilities that
the
exist.
brutality
Either
of the killing,
these things
the
actually
hell
exist,
that
I
is
exist, in other words, to
So
feel them.
can you understand this
Maybe the
criticism?
chair as itself doesn't exist, but I have a direct, immediate sensation of the chair, so I can't deny that fact. I sense it. So either I am here to sense it, and it's there, or some evil genius is confusing me and giving me the sensation of this chair and this space and so on. Like I'm dreaming it, or I'm under hypnosis or something like that. But in either case, whether it really does exist or whether an evil genius is making me think it exists, I know I must exist, because there's no other way for me to feel it. That's the root of the concept of cogito ergo sum. I feel, I perceive, therefore I am. Because that's the first principle. I can stand on that principle. I know I exist. At that point, all the priests say to him, Yashakoach, well done. But that's your first statement. I know I exist. Then he goes on from there to describe, for example, the existence of God. And he has a very appealing group called the teleological argument. Which is really a restated version of St. Anselm's argument for the existence of God. We're not going to go there, as it would take a long time. I know that Elisa, you're not going to let me go tonight until I tell you the teleological argument for the existence of God. But he ultimately ends up recreating what an amazing thing 17th century French Catholicism, exactly the way it was before he started his philosophy. Everything worked out exactly as he planned. It's ironic that a lot of these religious philosophers, when they start out, they say, I'm not going to believe anything, but by the time they get to the end, wow, look at this, the religion that I've been believing all along is exactly right. Emmanuel Kant did the same thing in his
but in reality, history is not divided in this kind of way. The barbarians are not these crude,
just even saying it. That's why we say
brutal, plain, simple people.
Religion
That
within the boundaries of reason alone. He starts out believing nothing, and ultimately, when he gets to the end of the book, look at that. Lutheranism is beautiful.
Kinds of people
So that's essentially Cartesian theory. Of course, we know that the term Cartesian you see in mathematics, with Cartesian graphs, things like that. I'm not sure if that's Descartes. We'll fact check me, Mr. Rodriguez. But
we tend to have two categories for them. There are barbarians who kill people and
thinking, the idea of breaking everything down to zero and starting over again with no reliance on revelation, no reliance on a biblical text, no reliance on a prophet, just starting from what you can logically prove had a tremendous impact on Spinoza's mind, and in fact his philosophy is in many ways proceeding along the same lines as advanced by René Descartes. I think you can also hear in this description of Descartes the spirit of the age, or as the German term has it, the Zeitgeist, the spirit of the times, the way people who were like turning away from the old style religion and saying, wait a second, we can do this on our own, with our own brain power, with our own reason. That was the beginnings of modernity in the larger sense of the term. Okay, so Spinoza's philosophy, I only want to take a few minutes to talk about it because I haven't studied it in great depth, but I read a little bit enough to be able to say at least a few words without stumbling too much, I hope. Ironically, Spinoza has been excoriated, especially in his lifetime and shortly thereafter, as an atheist, Gesundheit, which is really a misapplication of his ideas altogether. This image of him says here, Benedictus de Spinoza, Judeus et atheista, right? Jew and atheist, right? What is the, there's a story, I think. I see Rabbi Wunsch is here. Maybe you told me the story about I think it's Rabbi Shlomo Karlovac. He was speaking to a group of college students, and he says, okay, I want to know, who are you people? And someone put up his hand and says, I'm a Catholic. Someone else put up his hand and said, I'm a Lutheran. And someone put up his hand and says, I'm from New York. Says, oh, you're a Jew. As soon as you say atheist, it's almost always the Jews who are the atheists, right? But ultimately, that's a misunderstanding of Spinoza's thought as well. The poet Novalis from the period refers to Spinoza, I think correctly, as God intoxicated. Meaning for Spinoza, he held the concept that God was literally everything, that there was no space where God was not, an ens absolute infinitum, meaning ein sof, or ein od milvato. In Hebrew, there is nothing other than He, which is a time-honored Jewish thought. Definitely, you must have received these influences through Kabbalistic teachings or so on, which were circulating. But it is a difficult thought theologically, because ultimately, if we really believe ein od milvado, that there is nothing other than God, then what exactly are we? What exactly is our consciousness? What exactly is the material world? Are we going to say that every material thing is also God? To a certain degree, that completely nullifies the very meaning of the term God if we say that all is God. We say it in a kind of like a passing way, perhaps, but we don't actually think about it deeply. For Spinoza, he thought about it deeply, and he believed that, in fact, the entire world was an expression of divinity. Even evil, even the most mundane physical expression of godliness was, in fact, godliness. I happened to be reading Tanya, the famous work of the first Lubavitcher Rebbe, as I was preparing this lecture, and the same concept happened to come up in the daily study of Tanya over the last week. So it's not at all a foreign thought to Judaism, this idea that everything is God. The philosophical divergence between traditional Judaism and Spinoza, however, definitely lies in the concept of God's consciousness, of God's action in the world. The God that Jews believe is a God that is active in the world, a God that intervenes in the world, that will create, a miracle like the splitting of the Red Sea. The concept of hashkaka pratit, individual supervision, the idea that God is personally aware of what is happening to every human being, and in fact every animate being and every inanimate being, and somehow directs these things. That's not Spinoza, but that is definitely Judaism. So there's a clear divergence, and he definitely would not pass the Maimonides Man of the Year award in terms of believing that ein od milvado, but there is no question that to call him an atheist would be totally misunderstanding his thought. He also believed that contemplation of God was the ultimate expression of human identity, and that deep contemplation of God was ultimately the greatest form of immortality, that somehow by constantly thinking of God, one would achieve a type of immortality of the soul. I'm not exactly sure how these pieces fit together. There is a wonderful book on the topic, which I have not read. But one of the criticisms that was levied against him was this idea that he did not believe in resuscitation of the dead, revival of the dead, but in fact he did believe in immortality of the soul, which he called in Latin amor Dei intellectualis, the love of God that is of the intellect, an intellectual contemplation of God at all times. When you look at these kinds of ideas, however, it's not hard to see that he did not view with favor the authenticity of the Bible as we have it today. He did not value that every verse in the first 5 books, for example, was actually handed to Moses from God as we have it. He felt that it's a human invention, perhaps inspired by this larger concept of godliness, but he was openly critical of the what he considered a credulity that people had, that the Bible was actually somehow the divine word of God. It was in Spinoza's God, it would have been beneath his dignity to actually try to capture himself within words directed to a specific nation with expressions of specific requirements of behavior. That's not at all the way Spinoza thought. And ultimately, this opened up a breach in the way in which the Bible was approached, and it is upon Spinoza's shoulders that much of what's called the higher criticism of the Bible evolved. The criticism of the Bible that reached its apogee in the 19th century with the attribution of multiple authorships to the first 5 books of the Bible and so on, really rests at Spinoza's front door, because he was the first one to really open up this concept of the Bible not necessarily being divine, at least not in any meaningful way divine. He also had a lot to say about politics, boiling things down to its basic essence, in which he believed, for example, that all politics are really an expression of the desire to maintain one's existence, to persist in existence. And he understood the idea of religion and politics being intrinsically related one to another, as is in the title of his most famous work, the Tractatus Theologica Politicus, the tractate of both theology and politics. Wow, heavy stuff. Now, we'll leave philosophy. What ended up happening to his life, he made a living. He never was famous during his lifetime. In fact, much of his most famous work was published posthumously. He made his livelihood as a lens grinder. Optics were at this point in a significant level of development, and people were, taking lenses with grinding machines and grinding the glasses down to get them to the right shape so that they would focus appropriately. He would work over a bench with a grinding stone day in and day out, constantly breathing in fumes and the dust particles from the lenses that he ground, so much so that he died a very early death at the age of 44. On a personal level, he never married, although he apparently did extend a proposal of marriage to Francisco van Emden. Remember him? He was his secular teacher, the defrocked Jesuit priest, and she ultimately declined his offer, and she married someone who may have been his rival, who, the uncharitable stories circulating indicate that she did so for a pearl necklace that this other gentleman was able to offer her. He was a philosophical colleague of Spinoza. They had a long and extensive philosophical discussions, but he ended up going into business and became very successful, and the young Clara chose him over Spinoza. Speaking as a father of daughters of just about marriageable age, I don't think it's such a bad choice, but they're a little young. But nevertheless, there's a lot of questions about this rumor. It's not even clear if he really had this relationship with Clara at all. Now, the elephant in the room with Spinoza is, of course, the excommunication. What exactly was going on there? As I mentioned earlier, he was a young man. He was only in his early 20s. Various sources put it as he was 23 or 24 years old. The text of the document is incredibly harsh, and it stands out even against other excommunications that were used at the same time. I'm going to read it to you in just a moment, but it includes phrases like Spinoza should be cursed by day and cursed by night. People were, not only was he forbidden to come to synagogue and so on, people were not allowed to stand within Dalet Amos of him. Literally, you could not stand within 6 feet of his presence. And this was a permanent cherem. It was never revoked. He did, as we shall see, make some sort of response to this cherem, but ultimately it was a complete severing of his relationship with the rest of the community. And again, we're talking about a kid in his 20s who hasn't really done much with his life yet. What was the cause of it? Okay, here is the text of the actual cherem. I think you'll get a feel for it. Okay, the lords of the Ma'amad, which are these are the lay leaders. They're not rabbinical leaders. These are like the board of directors of the synagogue, pronounced. Having long known of the evil opinions and acts of Baruch de Spinoza, they have endeavored by various means and promises to turn him from his evil ways. But having failed to make him mend his wicked ways, and on the contrary, daily receiving more and more serious information about the abominable heresies which he practiced and taught, and about his monstrous deeds, and having for this numerous trustworthy witnesses who have deposed and borne witness to this effect in the presence of the said Spinoza, they became convinced of the truth of this matter. And after all of this has been investigated in the presence of the honorable sages, they have decided, with their consent, that the said Spinoza should be excommunicated and expelled from the people of Israel. The sages, of course, would be the rabbinical leaders of the community. And the decree reads, by decree of the angels and by the command of the holy men, we excommunicate, expel, curse, and damn Baruch de Spinoza, with the consent of God, blessed be he, and with the consent of the entire holy congregation, and in front of these holy scrolls with the 613 precepts which are written therein, cursing him with the excommunication with which Joshua banned Jericho, and with the curse with which Elisha cursed the boys. That was when they were bothering him, and then the bears came and ate them. And with all the castigations which are written in the book of the law, cursed be he by day, and cursed be he by night. Cursed be he when he lies down, and cursed be he when he rises up. Cursed be he when he goes out, and cursed be he when he comes in. The Lord will not spare him, but then the anger of the Lord and his jealousy shall smoke against that man, And all the curses that are written in this book shall lie upon him. And the Lord shall blot out his name from under heaven. And the Lord shall separate him unto evil out of all the tribes of Israel, according to all the curses of the covenant that are written in this book of the law. By you that cleave unto the Lord your God are alive, every one of you, this day. No one should communicate with him, neither in writing, nor accord him any favor, nor stay with him under the same roof, nor within 4 cubits in his vicinity, that's about 6 feet, nor shall he read any treatise composed or written by him. That's a really strong, phrase of excommunication. Let me pause before we go into the discussions of why. Any observations that are salient or questions?
Sounds like an Islamic fatwa.
The comment is, it sounds like an Islamic fatwa. I don't know much about fatwas, but it definitely is a strong communal statement. And let's remember, too, that we're talking about a period where there's no such thing as secular identity. The idea that you're just part of the community, of a community, doesn't exist. You're either a Jew, or you are a Lutheran, or you are a Calvinist, or you're a Catholic. You got to be something. It's just at the beginning of the period where people can somehow float around without being in any specific group. So it's not like you can just, go to another shul. This is it. Yes, please. Right. That's a good question. Okay. Excellent. Yeah. Well, it's one of those things where, in my understanding, there are a few rabbis in the room here, so I'm not a rabbi, so I'm like not a card-carrying member of the establishment. It's like vows. It's not that we're not allowed to make vows. It's that we're strongly discouraged from making vows. If we make a vow, we really have to keep it. That's why if we make them by accident, we have kol nidre. So curses also, we're not supposed to curse, but we do have the power of cursing. And in fact, they're quoting biblical verses here. If you're familiar with Yiddish literature, curses take up, I think, about 18 or 19% of the syntax. But you're right. But nevertheless, this is different also because not an individual cursing. This is the community leadership taking a stance and saying, we represent the community and we excoriate Spinoza. Yes, Ms. Abramson.
Download the PrizePicks app today. Use code KFI to get $50.
Oh, so this is interesting. It's an excellent, brilliant question. My daughter is so brilliant, I have to say. Right. So this is the period where, you begin to have a separate category, just the beginnings of it, of outcasts. Right? It's not like they're jumping from one religious community to another. It's not like they're going from one estate to another, which you have 100 years earlier in feudal Europe. This is where you have people who, don't fit in. And what do you do with those people? They are like stateless, so to speak. Ultimately, they will become the majority. Most of European culture, most of American culture are made up of people who have very, very nominal attachment to some kind of religious identity. But back then, no, you were. And actually, if I can respond to one other statement about the orthodoxy, we have to remember, first of all, the term Orthodox had not been coined because there was nothing against which to be Orthodox. This was the Jewish community, and being part of the community meant at least nominal observance of the behavioral standards which are expressed in the Torah and mitzvos. So it's not like today where people voluntaristically decide, you know what, I'm going to affiliate with this movement or affiliate with a different movement. You're part of the kehillah, part of the congregation, and you're expected to observe Shabbos. If you don't observe Shabbos properly, publicly, you desecrate Shabbos, then you can be, you can suffer all kinds of communal harm. But to think that people aren't secretly desecrating Shabbos in the privacy of their own homes, it's probably the case that would happen. Okay, last question, Solomon, then we'll go on.
From iHeart Podcasts and Well, favorite thinking is Epic Town.
Yeah, cursed.
Sex in the Bridgewater on Listen to Habit Town on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Follow Habit Town and start listening on the free iHeartRadio app today. Here's what we're working on.
Well, I don't want to go into a particular show, but the concept yeah, it's like my grandmother, Allah Hashem, would always say the jails are full in Israel too. She was a very wise woman. Okay, so let's. Yeah, we use those words. We do. Let's go now to some of the roots of this. So, Stephen Ladler is the premier biographer of Spinoza in our times, and I've relied quite a bit on his analysis of the excommunication. So, he argues that we have to understand the excommunication of Spinoza within the context of that tenuous amount of religious freedom that was arrogated to the Jews at this time. That the Jews, remember Heinz Dietrich Löwe's theory that it's when the Jews start sort of like pushing against their barriers, that's when there's anti-Semitism in place. Now, what Nadler argues is that the Amsterdam Jewish community, being so nervous about what will the non-Jews think, that they put a tremendous amount of energy into trying to keep everyone on the straight and narrow, more so than in other communities in Europe. That because they were kind of like a liminal community in the interstices, I'll have to edit that part out, but the boundaries, the seams of culture, they really wanted to make sure that all the Jews were behaving. And in fact, he goes and he looks at the use of the cherem, the excommunication ban in Amsterdam this time, and he says it was used 36 times between 1622 and 1683. Almost once a year, they're banning somebody. Somebody's getting in this amount of trouble, and once a year. And there were threats an additional 50 times during that period. So they're really using this strong tool very liberally because they're trying to make sure that the outside community does not think that the Jews are changing at all. They want the status quo, and they want to be perceived as protecting the status quo. So what kind of crimes were people accused of that got them into this trouble? So Nadler chronicles things like religious observance is one of them. For example, regular attendance at synagogue. Can you imagine, Aaron, the president of our shul, if we were like to take attendance at shul on Shabbos, and if someone missed like 3 Shabboses, then we bring out the Sifrei Torah and ban them, But they're keeping track. Everyone has to show their bona fides. Everyone has to show their nominal observance of the dictates of their religion and show up in shul. And that means before Kiddush, they have to be here, gambling, marriage without parental consent. Interesting kind of expression of, hope you're paying attention, Lisa, right? Kids getting married without their parental approval, put them into cherem. Yes, I know. You want to object to that? So that's actually, I have to say, every time you open your mouth, at least in public, it's very good. It's true. Jewish law, my daughter points out the Kitzur Shalchun Aruch, and you can go back even before that. You look at the Talmud, that one of the things that a person has complete freedom over is choice of marriage partner. There's no such thing as an arranged marriage in Judaism. There are arranged introductions. There's lots of parental coercion. But sof kol sof, at the very end of the day, a person may not be married against his or her will. So what does it mean then? I'll turn it back to you. What does it mean if the community is saying if you get married without parental consent, we'll put you in a ban, when the Torah explicitly says, or the Talmud explicitly says, you can't get married without your parental consent? It means the parents are breaking the rules. Yeah, I would like to say that it means that the community wants to be, so to speak, more Catholic than the Pope. That the community wants to uphold a standard which is even beyond what the Torah actually dictates. For obvious reasons, they want to make sure that their society is kind of moving along the straight and narrow, very predictable, the same society that we had 50 years ago, we're going to have 50 years from now, and so on. Payment of communal taxes, that's an old one. Jews have often been put into cherem and things for not paying their dues, that sort of thing. But in general, Nadler says that the ban was used as a kind of house cleaning device to try and really enforce that kind of rigid adherence to authority and conformity with the said rules. Now, if we turn this to Spinoza, what exactly did he do? He certainly didn't marry against his parents' will. We have evidence that he's showing up at shul. He hasn't published anything, that really is his own ideas or anything like that. So what Nadler argues is possibly one of the big issues is his talking about Descartes. Remember we spoke about him, the first philosophy? So Descartes was a destabilizing factor in 16th century philosophy, that he was like taking religion down to the grain, to the very bottom, and building it up again. And there are many that felt that this guy Spinoza, who is recognized as a sharp intellect, that he was simply getting too vocal about his circulation of these ideas. And Nadler argues it was perhaps his openness to discuss these things without fear. One of the great characteristics we see of Spinoza through his life, he was never afraid to speak what he thought was the truth, that this ultimately got him into trouble. Now, I find Nadler's analysis, based on my limited study of his ideas, it doesn't seem to fit the real severity of the text of the ban. I mean, to put him into that lifetime ban, and nobody stands with, I guess nobody stands with 6 feet on because he might talk to you, right? But it's so harsh. So there must be more missing pieces here beyond the kind of things he's thinking about. I myself even did a little casting about the internet to try to understand, why did he never marry? Was there some kind of question there about his personal orientation? I couldn't find anything, It was fun looking, but I didn't find anything. No, Lisa, no more questions. Ask me about that later. Okay, but it seems that it's just, it says more about the community than it says about Spinoza, at least on the surface. And I think there are a lot of implications for our understanding of identity today. Now, how did Spinoza react to this? We only have limited evidence of his response. He did, in fact, compose a treatise, which may have been published, but it has unfortunately been lost. Parts of it may have been incorporated into another piece that he published posthumously. It is written with the Latin title, An Apology for the Justification of His Leaving the Synagogue. We don't know exactly what he argued, but apparently he made his case, but he did not protest. He did not ask to be readmitted. He simply said, these are the reasons why I'm maintaining my position. He never converted to another religion or anything like that, but he simply left the community, again, at this tender age in his 20s, and he spent the remainder of his life, about 20 more years, wandering from place to place, setting up shop as a lens grinder, mainly outside of the Jewish community. He continued to engage with other philosophical circles, and his fame as an intellect slowly grew, although certainly would only explode after his lifetime. One small nugget to give you a sense of his personality during these trying years. At one point, one of his older sisters argued that he should be cut out of the inheritance of the family. Since he was, formally excommunicated, then he should, as an excommunicee, no longer have any inheritance rights. He sued. He took her to court. He won. He effectively defended his inheritance, and then he said back to his sister, well, you can have it all. The only thing I want is he wanted his mother's bed and some other trifling things that were of sentimental value. everything else, all the money that his father had made in a very successful business career, he gave to the sister who was his litigant. So you get a sense of his value of the truth and his willingness to defend his impression of the truth, but at the same time, he was not out for glory anyway. And in fact, many of his philosophical colleagues wished to support him out of their own funds. He refused to accept any funds, and he insisted on making his own living in this very meager way. So his legacy is, especially for our purposes here in this Jewish biography course, is somewhat confusing, because on the one hand, he's incredibly important for the history of Western thought. He laid the foundation for a tremendous body of work on the idea of religion, the place of politics in society, and so on. And in many ways, he surpassed even Descartes in the approach to epistemology and several other disciplines of philosophy. Nevertheless, his tenuous connection to Judaism, although I think a study of Jewish influences on his ideas is really something that deserves more attention, in my humble opinion. And I can't say that as someone who's really explored the historical literature, but the coincidences between some of the Kabbalistic ideas and his thought are uncanny. And nevertheless, his connection to Judaism is primarily through that one negative moment of that very, very stark communication. And I think it has implications for us, even in the 21st century, to try to understand how we must deal with those who are perhaps at the margins of our own community today. So with that, I'm going to conclude the lecture. I thank you very much for your attention and your endurance. I'm going to make a little plug for next week. We have a topic that I find absolutely fascinating. We're going to look at a woman who is not well known, Sarah Bastovin, who was a paitan, a liturgist. She wrote a lot of specifically female prayers, with much of which have been lost in the Holocaust, but they're beginning to be rescued by scholars of women's history in the Jewish world. So I certainly encourage you to come. I look forward to speaking about her work with you next week. Thank you for your attention.
Whether it's brought to you by Compassion International. We are going to check on your traffic. Looks like we've got crash on the 110 downtown.
Downtown LA, it's the 110 northbound right there. The 101 crash on the right shoulder, 2 vehicles, and yeah, that northbound 110 kind of jammed up. Anyway.
Okay, very good. So, I'm relying on your prodigious memory to not recall some of the jokes that I tell, so that I can repeat them with some regularity. And the joke that's really appropriate for tonight's topic, which is going to be on one of the greatest mystics of the Jewish, experience in the world, it's appropriate that I tell you a joke about mysticism. So I know that, my canary in the coal mine, Steve Schwartz, remembers this joke. So does anyone else remember the joke about the 3 college students talking about their spiritual leaders?
No.
Okay, so I'll tell you this joke, and then we'll be able to get right to it here. So the joke goes like this. There are 3 college students sitting around a dorm room, and they're talking late at night about all kinds of things. And one of the students says, "My guru, he is so amazing. He has so many spiritual powers." You remember the joke now, so maybe I shouldn't tell it? It's too late already. All right, too late. So he says he has so much metaphysical power. He's in communion with the divine. Once we were walking through the forest, and we were walking next to a raging river, and we saw in the middle of the river there was a rock, and a little kitten was trapped on the top of the rock in the middle of this river. So my guru stretched out his hands, and for 6 feet around him the water stopped flowing, and he walked straight out, and he rescued the kitten. And the second student says, "Oh, you think that's something? That's nothing. My Swami, with whom I study all of the Vedic arts, once we were walking by I-95, and there were cars that were just going 75 miles an hour. Okay, if it was I-95, they're probably basically parked. But let's say an imaginary I-95. Cars going 75 miles an hour. We saw that in the middle of the median, between the lanes, there was a little puppy trapped there. And so my Swami, he stretched out his hands, and for 6 feet around him, all the traffic stopped. And he walked out, and he rescued the puppy and brought him back. And the third student says, you think that's something? That's nothing. My rabbi, he is amazing. Once we were walking on Shabbos, and as we're walking down the street, we see on the middle of the road is a $50 bill. And my rabbi stretched out his hands, and for 6 feet around us, it was Tuesday. It's a mildly anti-Semitic joke. I really probably shouldn't. What do you think, Mr. Rodriguez? Cut it out? Yeah, okay, it's good. All right. Okay, today's topic is a fascinating one. We're going to talk about the Holy Arizal, Rabbi Yitzchak Luria, one of the most influential figures in the history of Jewish thought. The vast majority of contemporary Kabbalistic study owes its origins to the thought of the Arizal. And even if you are not predisposed to study Kabbalah, his thought and his practices are so pervasive that they literally permeate every aspect of Jewish practice today. You'd be very, very hard-pressed to find a synagogue that willingly or knowingly does not have extensive Lurianic practices built into everything from, you know, the way we sing Lecha Dodi Friday nights, which was something that came out of his circle in Tzvat, or certain songs we sing, or certain practices that we have, prayers that we have, and so on. And even basic ideologies about the meaning of Judaism, the metaphysics of Judaism really go back to the thought of this one individual who died tragically young at the age of 38. And in the space of really just a couple of years, he made this phenomenal impact on world Jewry. So what I'd like to do today is take you through his life, look at some of the major influences on his thought, explore some of the arcane ideas that are behind Lurianic Kabbalah to the limited extent that I am able, and then we'll speak a little bit about his legacy. So before we begin, we have to thank our super anonymous sponsor. We do have a sponsor this evening. We're very grateful. But when we asked him, you know, should we sponsor it in your name? He said, no. And then we said, so we'll sponsor it anonymously. He said, no, I don't want that either, because, you know, we want to say sponsored by anonymously so people should know that it's worthwhile to sponsor lectures. He didn't want that either, so this lecture is simply sponsored. Anonymous, okay? Thank you, anonymously. Okay, let's go. By the way, I'm getting some interesting comments. Someone did anyone hear of Williamsburg, Brooklyn? Yeah, so anyway, someone from Brooklyn has been watching these videos and said, hey, can I sponsor them? So yes, you can. Just go to the Young Israel website, yibh.org, and you'll see a little button there that says donate, and it gives you an option to make a pledge, and we're very grateful for the support for the Shiur and for everything that Young Israel does for this Kehillah, and thank you very much. All of you out in the Philippines and Williamsburg and places like that. Okay, so let's get to our material itself. Starting with his name, Yitzchak Luria. So he is known popularly as the Ari, which is either an acronym for Ashkenazi Rebbe Yitzchak. The word, of course, means lion. Ari is a lion. Or as most of his followers in the generation after he passed away called him, Eloki Rebbe Yitzchak, the divine Rebbe Yitzchak. Now, this morning I had to go to Rabbi Grunstein and ask a lightning shaila, like on-the-spot question, because his name in Hebrew, the title they gave him, a very rare title, Eloki, the godly. I had to ask Rabbi Grunstein, should I say Eloki, which is, for those of you who are familiar with Hebrew, one of the 7 divine names of God you may not use in vain. It's one of the big 10 commandments, right? That you can't use the name of God in vain. And so when you're not pronouncing it in the context of prayer, you would say it with a hey instead of a kuf, and Eloki. So I said, can I say Eloki, or do I have to say it with the kuf, or can I say it otherwise? And right there on the spot, right over there, in fact, Rabbi Grunstein passing the shaila without hesitation, I should say Eloki, just to be Yotze Kol Hadeos, just to satisfy everyone, because the people in the Philippines are very strict about these things. We have to make sure we say it right. But anyway, they called him the godly Rabbi Yitzchak, a very, very rare name for anyone in our tradition. I myself cannot think of anyone else who is called with that name. We do have a few rabbis in the Talmudic period who are called Hakadosh, the holy, but never the godly. But that gives you an indication of the status with which he is held. He's also known by a little bit more formalized term, Arizal, which stands for the Lion of blessed memory. Zal, like Zichron Livracha. Sometimes that's all brought together in one word, the Arizal, meaning the Lion of blessed memory. But his name actually was Yitzchak, family name Luria, possibly a rather famous family from Provence, although unlikely because they were Leviim and he was not a Levite. And Ashkenazi because he hailed originally from either Germany or France, as we shall see. This is a photograph of his grave in Sfat, which is a renowned pilgrimage site for spiritual seekers. It is a magnet for those who wish to study the arcane arts of Kabbalah and to revere his memory, just as it was for him when he first migrated to Sfat in the 16th century. So let's try and get a sense of the background here for his life. It really starts in Jerusalem, where he was born. The early 16th century, Jerusalem was quite a backwater. There was only one synagogue, the Ramban synagogue, which is shown here. We even know its dimensions. It was approximately 63 feet long, which I would say is probably about the size of this room here. So if you're thinking of Jerusalem, Ir HaKodesh, the holy city, and the only synagogue in town is the size of this, young Israel. Before we built the big building, gives you a sense of how weak the community is. But in the early 16th century, it began to attract a lot of refugees from three primary regions of Europe. The Spanish Inquisition, followed by the expulsion of 1492, and then the Portuguese expulsion of 1497, and then a series of rather unfortunate expulsions from France as well drove a lot of Jews out of Europe and out of the Iberian Peninsula at exactly the time when the Ottoman Empire sought to make their empire more inviting to Jews. So there's a lot of new economic opportunity, and I'll discuss in the next slide exactly what Jews were doing, that attracted Jews to regions in the Ottoman Empire like Greece, Saloniki, Constantinople, Istanbul, and of course Israel. So at the beginning of the 16th century, there was the beginnings of a burgeoning population boom in Israel, still very small. We're talking about less than 2,000 families total in Israel. At the beginning of the 16th century, we have relatively good population statistics because the Ottomans kept very good records, but it was something that would grow dramatically. What the Jews brought were a series of interesting new trades that the Ottomans did not engage in. One of them was printing. Gutenberg, of course, had invented the printing press in the 15th century, and the Arabs were slow to pick it up. The Arab society in general was viewed printing with disdain because they considered the bookmaking as an art. The very fine calligraphy and the illuminations and the arabesque decorations and so on, they felt that's a book. But to print these things off a machine and they're all identical, and they just couldn't see the value in it. And so although they viewed it as something kind of useful if you had to, communicate something to a large population, but that's not what we call a book. The Jews, on the other hand, really recognized the tremendous technological innovation that printing represented. And so the first printing presses in the Ottoman Empire were actually printing in Hebrew. In fact, they were not even allowed to print in Arabic because the Ottomans said, keep that stuff away from us. You can use it for your things, but not for ours. But this only took about 20, 30 years before the Arabs realized, this is actually a very useful thing, and they came to admire printing as well. Jews were also, of course, advanced in medicine. This is something that historically Jews had plied their trade in. But interestingly, two other areas were new to the Ottomans, or the Jews had significant advancements. The Jews brought with them the concept of theater. They had, in Europe, developed some kind of association with troubadours. And this is something that we should think about, actually. It runs through much of Jewish history because Jews are typically a liminal people. Jews live on the borderline of societies. often in little urban islands that are heavily Jewish, whereas the countryside is all non-Jewish. And so there are all kinds of entertainment-related arts and activities that Jews historically are attracted to. Klezmer music in Europe, for example. One would like to think, for example, Hollywood out in California, which is itself a very liminal edge sort of culture. People tell me that the country is built on a slight slant, and things that aren't tied down very well eventually make their way to California. I don't know if I should say that. Some of you are here, but I have one or two people who watch in California. But anyways, and also, strangely enough, Jews brought a lot of armaments. They had a lot of weapon-making technology that they had developed in Europe with some of the more advanced sciences going on there, and they were teaching the Ottomans how to create greater firepower, rather surprising kind of things. But that was not the backbone of Jewish industry. The essence of the Jewish economy was always in commerce. And for the last 400 years, the Jews had especially pioneered international commerce, primarily because of the great tensions between the Muslim world and the Christian world after the Crusades. In 1095, when the First Crusade was declared, essentially you had the beginning of a geopolitical war that continues really to our own day, a huge split between the Christian world and the Muslim world. And one of the very few peoples who could easily transverse that boundary and find, pockets of support within either realm were the Jews. So the Jews were quite active in international commerce, and the Ottomans saw the expulsion of the Jews from Europe as a tremendous boon. The Ottoman emperor at the time was famous for making these kinds of statements, laughing at the European nation for expelling the Jews, because he was extremely happy to bring them into his empire and then to advance the economies in Greece, in Turkey, and places like that. So this is a period where Jews were really expanding their economic sphere, and this will be very important for the development of Kabbalah, as we shall see. One last function that they were very active with in Europe, and they were used as well in the Ottoman Empire afterwards, is tax farming, which I believe we have discussed in a previous occasion, so I won't go into great detail, but basically, in a corporate society, sometimes called a feudal society, the rulers do not tax people by individual status. No one had social security numbers. There was no way they could identify individuals and say, you owe so much and so much tax. They taxed entire communities, entire estates, entire classes. And so in order to manage this kind of mass communal collection of funds appropriately, they would frequently, both in Europe and in the Arab lands, they would farm out the task to middlemen. In other words, the Ottoman leader could say, all right, from this particular region, I estimate I can get whatever, 5,000 gold coins. So the Jews would say, we can get that for you, sire. And the Jews would go and they would collect maybe 6,000 gold coins. And the extra 1,000, the profit, they would retain for their own use in the community. It's called tax farming, and Jews were quite adept at it. Why specifically? A couple of reasons. One is their numeracy, the fact that Jews had valued the ability to work with numbers and mathematics and literacy as well. And they had a long tradition of this that extends from both European and North African and Middle Eastern experiences. And at the same time, perhaps even more important, they were a border society. It was often very useful for the leader to have a different ethnicity controlling the dominant ethnicity. It guaranteed their loyalty because they knew they could never, cheat easily on the king because they were at his mercy. They could not collude easily with the dominant nationality, and so there's a lot of reasons why Jews as a minority were a favored choice to engage in tax farming. It did not make them a beloved people, as we shall see a little later on in this course when we talk about the uprisings in Eastern Europe, for example, but that was part of the economy. Okay, so let us move now to Yitzhak Luria himself. He was born in this new Jerusalem community in 1534. We know very little about his parents. His father was named Solomon, and most likely had immigrated from the Ashkenazic lands. He was called Ha-Ashkenazi, the Ashkenazi, which is the kind of designation that you give to someone who has originated elsewhere but is now living in a new territory. As I mentioned, his name Luria is a famous name in Provence, but it's unlikely that he himself came from that same family. His mother's name is unknown, but she is most likely Sephardi, as we know from her brother's family. Solomon died when young Isaac was very young. We have only very limited kind of bibliographic and biographical data about this period of his life, and in fact with his life in general. But Isaac is called a katan when his father died, which we would assume would mean he was no older than 13. His mother elected to take him out of Jerusalem to Cairo, where her brother Mordecai was a well-to-do tax farmer. And under Mordecai's tutelage, they prospered, he studied well, and he ultimately ended up marrying his first cousin, which did not violate the rabbinic laws of relationships. But he married his first cousin, the daughter of his uncle, Mordecai Francis. His uncle was probably from France, as the name implies. In Ladino, Francis is often used to describe someone who came from France. So he has Ashkenazi background. He also has Sephardi background, living in Cairo. Okay, I'm going to pause for a drink of coffee, and I'll ask if anyone has any questions so far. Yes, please.
I know that there's a lot of Sephardi in France, but at that time, were most of the people who were expressed to the Jews, were they Ashkenazi?
Yes. The question is, were the Jews in France at this time basically Ashkenazic? Yes. The patterns of settlement of Jews in France, for the most part, they come from Spain over the Pyrenees up to the Rhineland. We're talking about a process of several hundred years. In the Rhineland, which is more or less northern Germany, you have the development of traditional Ashkenazic culture. And then, of course, there's a lot of communication down through France and into the coast area of Provence and so on, but they're definitely identified as Ashkenazim, and by the time you get to the 15th, 16th century, they've really diverged significantly from the Sephardim in Spain. On a ritual level, perhaps on an ethnic level, we're not sure about that. But they're definitely arguing with Sephardim a lot. We have arguments between the Bali Tosfot and the Maimonidean camp, for example, that's quite intense, even from the 13th century. Okay, so let's go on. When he was in Cairo, we know actually a little bit about him from the Cairo Geniza. And just to refresh your memory on what the Cairo Geniza is, this is a fantastic collection of 250,000 fragments of documents from the Ben Sira synagogue just outside, or is it Ben Abraham? Ben Abraham, Ben Sira. Ben Ezra, thank you, Mr. Rodriguez. He's got his, this time he knows it automatically, he knows it cold, but he can always fact check me on Google. At any rate, a tremendous treasure trove of documents found just outside Cairo that it gives us incredible insight into the dense nature of Jewish society in the Middle East for about 500 years, a tremendous trove. And through poring through these documents, they found several documents that specifically mention Yitzhak Luria in the 16th century. So what do we know about him from the Cairo Geniza? We have primarily commercial documents, bills of sale. And it seems that in the 1550s, when he was in his 20s, he was primarily involved in the sale of various goods on an international level. We know that he was involved in selling pepper. We know he was involved in selling leather. He has it's hard to say if they're business disputes, but he specifically, writes letters requesting payment for, he sends out invoices, things like that. So it appears that he was quite active in international commerce in his 20s, and that's likely where he got his the wealth to be able to travel to Tzfat. Just a kind of interesting side note, 3 days before his death, he settled all of his business accounts, made sure that all was right, which is, I think, in itself a rather interesting attestation to his probity and to his perhaps mystical sense of what was coming. But anyways, he's making his living there in his 20s as a spice and leather merchant, basically traveling around, dealing in various things. And at the same time, he's engaged deeply in Talmudic study. Two specific aspects of study characterize this early period. And in general, it's a dichotomy that is preserved in much of Jewish study. You can study what's called Toras Nigla, the revealed Torah, and Toras Nister, the hidden Torah. These are euphemisms for a body of knowledge, of information that is kind of like considered open. It's hardly open in the sense that you really have to develop quite extensive training to do so, but it's a body of knowledge that is considered accessible and open even to children with proper training, and another body, which we'll call Kabbalah for now, which is essentially hidden knowledge. The open Torah, or the revealed Torah, refers to, of course, the 5 books of Moses, the Bible as a whole, the Talmud, the Mishnah on which it is based, and the vast corpus of halakha, books which have not been written yet, but for example, the Shulchan Aruch, the Code of Jewish Law. This is all called the revealed Torah. And for anyone who has ever attempted to study Talmud, especially as an adult, you realize it's hardly revealed. It's an extremely coded and difficult and mysterious text to enter. But the sense of the revealed, it means that basically anyone can approach this text regardless of their level of training. They may not understand it, but there's nothing taboo about studying it. Toras Nister, on the other hand, the hidden Torah, the mystical aspects of Torah, is something which is restricted only to those who have achieved great heights of personal experience and personal training. This is something that we find in the Talmud, which says things like, for example, you should not approach this Torah of truth until you have eaten bread and wine, which means you should have a full meal of the regular revealed Torah before you approach the hidden Torah. And in fact was a subject of massive controversy around, for example, Maimonides' works, and one of the strange patterns that seems to repeat itself over and over again, including up until our own times, is that the most gifted Kabbalists tend to die very young. So the rabbis placed a ban on the studying of Kabbalah until a person is 40 years old, and there are several other qualifications. They should be married, they should have completed all of the revealed Torah before they try the hidden Torah, and so on. Not everyone agrees with this ban. One of the most important teachers of Rabbi Yitzhak Luria himself, Rabbi Moshe Cordovero, felt that people should start studying Talmud, studying Kabbalah at the age of 20, for example. But that's basically, it's a widely accepted ban. Nobody studies Kabbalah until they've reached a certain level of study, of expertise. At any rate, in Cairo, he studied under a very famous Kabbalist, the Radbaz, Rabbi David Ibn Zimri, and he studied both the revealed Torah, and as we shall see, he studied also the hidden Torah, the Toras Nister. In his revealed Torah studies, he proves to be quite a gifted student, and we know quite a bit about his participation in various councils and Bate Din and courts of law and things like that indicate that his opinion about standard halakha was definitely accepted. He was a very reputable person with all of the credentials. And we also know a couple other interesting things about him. For example, the Keniza has a document in it that's dated 1557, which has 9 signatories to it, in which these 9, they're all rabbis, agree to form a kind of conventicle, a kind of association, a chevra, in which they promise to behave on a very high level of ethical conduct, and they stipulate specific punishments if any of them ever transgress even a tiny little breach of ethical conduct. This may have been a secret fellowship, and it's the kind of thing that you see quite often among the great Kabbalists. You see the same thing, for example, with Rabbi Moshe Chaim Luzzatto, the Ramchal, who also had kind of like a secret gathering of friends. You see it also in the Musar movement, where rabbis would get together and they would form these secret little groups where they would criticize each other if they ever saw, step out of boundary in any way. And it appears that the Ari, at a very young age, in his early 20s, was admitted into one of these secret circles. This definitely had a strong impact on him because he would later form a much greater circle of that nature in Spot. But while he was there in Cairo, he spent a lot of time studying the Talmud and, in fact, collaborated on a commentary that was incorporated into the famous Shita Mikubetzes, which is a collection of commentaries on various Talmudic tractates. I myself studied the Shita Mikubetzes when I was in yeshiva myself, so it's a very well accepted text. The specific parts that he worked on, unfortunately, were lost in a fire, but it's well attested by secondary sources that he was one of the multiple authors of that text. Bottom line is he had excellent credentials when it came to the traditional revealed Torah. He was not like, let's say, you find sometimes in Hasidic leadership where people have inspired visions, but they can't necessarily demonstrate mastery of Talmudic tractates. This is a person who definitely had all of the credentials to be a traditional rabbinical scholar, and yet his primary fame was going to be in mysticism. Okay, pausing for questions again? Yes, Ms. Abramson. Oh, I better get ready. Okay. Yeah, thank you, Elisa. That's brilliant. This is the future of our people, right? This is great. She says, let's give her a round of applause. I have to repeat the question, though, for the internet audience. Basically, my brilliant daughter asks, wait a minute, so they have a secret fellowship to be ethical? I mean, isn't that the point? What do you have to have a fellowship for? That's being Jewish, right? Okay. Everyone got the question? Yeah, so it wasn't so much that they were secretly being ethical. It would be nice if people were secretly ethical, but they would secretly monitor each other, and they had each other's backs to make sure that if Reuven saw Shimon doing something that really wasn't quite up to standard, then they promised that Reuven would take Shimon aside private and say, listen, the kind of behavior that you're engaging is not up to our standards. And it was a support group, really. It's almost psychological, a support group where they would get together and they would promote each other's ethical development. So that's kind of like super Jewish, right? That's kind of like getting your friends to make sure you're a great person. And the Ramchal did exactly the same thing. The Piaseczna Rebbe had the same thing. It's actually a repeating trope in Jewish history where a group of individuals who care about each other and care about Judaism work together to try and leverage their communal strength to be even more ethical. It's a beautiful thing. Okay. Yeah, I think the key difference is that whether it's a voluntary self-imposed restriction. I've heard about some communities up north that shall go nameless that you're not supposed to have internet in your house, so they'll have people who walk outside the front of your house with their cell phones to see if there's a Wi-Fi going on in your home. And if you are, then you receive social ostracism, and they'll cut off your YouTube. And then you won't be able to watch these edifying lectures. But now we're talking about a group of people who, voluntarily choose to self-associate, and that's what is, charismatic or characteristics, of Gloria. But let's go on to the Torah's Nigla now. So, the last thing he did. Now, the Radbaz, his principal teacher in Cairo, was also a noted Kabbalist. Not nearly at the same level as his student would be, but under his influence, he elected to engage in a very unusual, highly idiosyncratic practice. His uncle, you'll recall, and his father-in-law now, wealthy tax farmer, owned a small island, presumably in the Nile Delta. I didn't actually look it up on a map. This is the actual, we know which island it is. He owned this island, and what the young Yitzhak Luria would do is he would go out to that island and spend 6 days a week in total solitude. And he did this for 6 years. He would come home only for Shabbat, I presume for holidays as well. He would speak to his wife only in Hebrew and engage in, holy association with his wife only. She must have been a tremendous woman, but we know very little about her. And then he would return to this island, which is called Jazirat al-Rauda. And he spent 6 years in this solitary communication with the divine, solitary contemplation of what he would later reveal to his students as the mysteries of Judaism. So you take this all together, he's engaged in the outside world in business for quite a while. Then, while he's studying the Torah's Nigla, the revealed Torah, he gets to a very, very high level. And then he basically takes 6 years off, a long sabbatical, to be able to focus on the development of his mysticism. And this was all in preparation for what would really be the brief flourishing of the Safed Center, which is where he would make his mark. So we should talk now a little bit about Tzfat, which is a fascinating just explosion of Jewish creativity in the 16th century. Tzfat is a city that in many ways is kind of like a nowhere place in Judaism before it explodes onto the scene. It is in northern Israel, in the Galil region. It is not mentioned at all in the Bible, although the name Tzfat, or Safed in English, indicates that it's kind of like a lookout point because it's about 800 meters above sea level. And it's possible that it was used, for example, when the Jews would communicate the announcement of the Rosh Chodesh in one of the high spots where they would light fires to signal that Rosh Chodesh had appeared. And it attracted, primarily for economic reasons, some of the brightest minds of Gerush Sfard, of the Spanish and Portuguese expulsion in 1497. Among them, the greatest of them, was Rabbi Moshe Cordovero in terms of Kabbalah. Someone that I study personally very deeply, and I'll share with you a little bit about his thought in a moment. But around this Rabbi Moshe Cordovero were a circle of students who were focused intensely on studying the mystical aspects of Judaism. The Ridbaz, the Arizal's teacher, had spent some time in Tzfat and had been exposed to it, and no doubt encouraged his student to leave Cairo and to go study under the Ramak, who had emerged as a great leader of Kabbalistic thought at the time. So the thought of the Ramak is, and now we're talking about the principal teacher of the Arizal. The Arizal, by the way, only got to learn with him for less than 2 years, and nevertheless he called him his principal teacher, because the Ramak was a revolutionary thinker in Kabbalah and completely transformed the Arizal. Even though the Arizal differed with him on some very, very key essential points, and in many ways the Arizal eclipsed his own teacher, nevertheless he showed tremendous reliance on the thought of the Ramak. So I have to tell you what exactly is Kabbalah, at least for the limited purposes that we can use in this brief lecture, and understand what is going on in Tzfat that allowed the Arizal to catapult himself to such heights. This thing we call Kabbalah, the word Kabbalah means reception or tradition. Lekabel means to receive something. And so that term is used in the sense that this is not information which can be deduced by logical analysis. This is information which must be somehow received, either through a revelation directly from God. As many of the mystics will find, the skies open up and they are greeted with some kind of messianic vision, which they later communicate, and it's inaccessible beyond, there's no reason that you can use to understand it. It's simply an experience. Or it is a mystical tradition that's handed down from teacher to student, teacher to student. We definitely have a very, very old tradition in Judaism of this mysticism. There are passages in the Torah which are clearly mystical in nature. For example, Abraham's covenant between the parts, where he is given a vision of the future, Ezekiel's vision of the chariot, all kinds of passages in the Torah. The Talmud is rife with magic, spells, astrology, all kinds of mystical information that is certainly not rational in the common sense of that term. But it gets a huge boost in the 13th century with the appearance of a book called the Zohar, which is considered the principal work of Kabbalah. There's a lot of controversy about the Zohar. Most scholars assume that it is not an ancient work, as many of its readers believe. It doesn't date from the ancient period authored by the Tana Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai. Most scholars believe, I'm talking about academic scholars, that it was actually written in the 13th century. That's a debate that I don't think we should entertain today. The most important thing for our points is, however, that the Zohar becomes sort of the focal point of all Kabbalistic research at this time. The problem with the Zohar, however, in my humble opinion, is that it's almost impossible to understand it. I mean, you can translate it into English, and it reads like gibberish. It's really, really hard to figure out what is it all about. It's a massive document. On my bookshelves, it takes up about that much space. And it's just so arcane and complicated, and the metaphors are weird, and it sounds very New Agey. I mean, it's perfect for New Age kind of stuff, and who knows how to make sense out of it. I will tell you that on a personal level, when I was about 25 years old, I started studying a beautiful book called Chok Israel. It's a Sephardic book that basically it breaks up the week into 7 days of study, and every day you study a little bit of the Torah, a little bit of the Tanakh, a little bit of Mishnah, a little bit of Gemara, a little bit of Halacha, so you get like a little bit of dose of every little kind of piece of Torah information, and it takes about half an hour to go through it every day. And at the very end of each selection, there was always a paragraph of the Zohar. And I asked my Rebbe, I said, am I allowed to read this? I'm not 40 years old. I don't know anything. And he said, yeah, you can go ahead and read it. I said, but what about the pen? He says, you're not going to understand it anyway. Just go ahead and read it. So that was my first encounter with the Zohar. What the Ramak did, what he did brilliantly, this is the Arizal's teacher, is that he systematized the Zohar. Among other things, he wrote a massive commentary on it called Or Yakar. But more importantly, he wrote basically manuals for Kabbalah. Most famous, the one that made his reputation at the time, was Pardes Rimonim, the Orchard of Pomegranates, in which he just sat the reader down and said, okay, look, this is how it works. And he started from the idea of how creation happened, and then he explains how this relates to our souls, the world around us, the purpose of the commandments, the purpose of the Messiah. All those things were systematized and written in almost a Maimonidean fashion, meaning he took this scattered, bizarre commentary on the Bible, and he just started from the ground and said, let's just explain this in a very straightforward fashion. It was a phenomenal hit. Even before printing, it was circulated widely, and the Ramak surged ahead as the preeminent Kabbalist of his day. So the Arizal went to Tzfat to specifically study under the Ramak. Just to give you a taste of the Ramak's teachings, and again, I'm not a Kabbalist, so I don't really know what I'm talking about, but that never stopped me or anybody speaking about Kabbalah. But so this is, you may have seen this very symbol, this very common symbol. This is the designation of the 10 Sefirot, the 10, hard to translate that term exactly, but kind of 10 emanations of God. And basically what this refers to, on one level, is the process of creation, a process which is ongoing and unfolding, meaning that as God created the world, he allowed his light, as it were, to penetrate each of these Sefirot in different orders until they come down here to where we live in Malchut. There's a lot more we could say about what this strange thing means, but let me give you one basic kind of metaphor to understand it. So God, as it were, is like in this diagram up at where the word tree is, and then he descends through Keter, Bina, Chokmah, through all of these Sefirot until we get to the world as we understand it today. You should consider it kind of like if you try to look at the sun. The sun is way too powerful to look at with the naked eye. It'll burn out the retinas. It's dangerous. But if you take a mirror, then when you look into the mirror, you may be able to get some fleeting glimpses of the sun because the mirror weakens the radiation of the sun. And especially if you take a second mirror and you position it in such a way that you look in the second mirror reflecting the first mirror reflecting the sun, then it's much easier to look at the sun. And if you set up 10 mirrors in a sequence like this, you can actually look directly at the sun because each one of those 10 mirrors has weakened the power of the radiation until you're able to see it. That's essentially what the Sefirot are doing. God's light, as it were, goes into the top, and it is filtered through these mirrors until we get down to this world here. There are a tremendous amount of implications for what the Sefirot do. They're associated with the human body. They're associated with the human soul. They can be manipulated. They are interrelated. But that takes us far beyond where we're going to go today. I will do one little detour, however, to give you a little bit of a selfish plug onto my forthcoming book, which should be coming out. I hope to have a book launch in this room, God willing, in about 3 months. We're looking forward to it. We'll have some music, and it's going to be, I think, a great time. But basically, he wrote his most famous book among lay people is called Tomer Dvorah, the palm tree of Devorah. It is perhaps the most widely studied Kabbalistic book, and it's certainly the most well understood Kabbalistic book because it's far easier than most of the other things. And basically what he does in Tomer Dvorah is he says, if God emanates and presents himself, as it were, to the world through these 10 Sefirot, and we have a mitzvah of imitating God, imitatio Dei, v'halachta b'derachav, you shall walk in his ways, then we should imitate those Sefirot. We should imitate each one of those Chokhmah, Bina, Dad, those various Sefirot, well, not Dad in Court of Aaron Kabbalah, and that's ultimately what we're supposed to do. So, for example, there are times when, we are supposed to evince Gevura, power. Like, let's say, for example, we're attacked, Israel is attacked, God forbid, and Israel has to rise up and defend itself, so it means it has to, energize the Sefira of Gevura. By acting appropriately with Gevura, we then, as it were, excite the Sefira of Gevura, and God sends more of that power down into the world. By matching our behavior with the attributes of these Sefirot, we can infuse the world with more godliness. If, on the other hand, we use Gevura when we should not, for example, on Shabbat, if you get angry at your kids on Shabbat, the Ramak says that's a terrible thing to do because you're using Gevura inappropriately. Shabbat is not supposed to be a day for Gevura, and you're ruining it. You're mixing the wrong sphere at that time. So in the first chapter of his book, which deals with Keter, he goes through 13 different levels of forgiveness, 13 levels of mercy, and describes how you can forgive others in 13 different ways, 13 different manners. It's a fantastic classic of Jewish spirituality, and God willing, we'll all be together in good health, and I'll be able to tell you more about it at the book launch. But let's go on. This is kind of a cool cover, right? That's like a baby palm tree. Okay. So, the Ari becomes the Ramak's disciple. Again, they only learn together for about 18 months, and then the Rabbi Moshe Cordovero, who is not even 50 years old, is killed in a plague, dies in a plague. Nevertheless, the Ari is tremendously influenced by the Ramak's systematic approach to Kabbalah, and basically adopts all of it, and then makes a few key changes that brings his Kabbalah really to a much greater scene. Just to give you a sense of how they relate to one another, and this is jumping ahead a little bit, but the Ari left very few writings behind. We have very few actual texts written by the Arizal. Almost everything that we have today, we rely on his students, and his most important student, his principal student, was Rabbi Chaim Vital. So the story goes that Rabbi Chaim Vital, as he records in one of his books, he was visited in a dream by his teacher, the Arizal, and he asked him, he says, what does it mean that you have a different type of Kabbalah than your teacher? And the Arizal said, in heaven, they study the Kabbalah of my teacher. On earth, they study my Kabbalah. So there was still a sense of Elu v'Elu Divrei Elokim Chaim. These and these are the world of the living God, even though there are some really sharp differences between them. So let's understand what happened in Tzfat. Here we have an amazing and incredible explosion of Jewish creativity at this time. Besides the Ramak and the Arizal, we also have Rabbi Yosef Karo, the author of the Shulchan Aruch. And we should remember that he himself was a tremendous mystic. In fact, he claimed not to be the rational mind that was writing down Jewish law, halakha. He claimed to receive nightly communications from an angelic being, a Maggid, which he later wrote about in his own diary, and he would just write down what the Maggid told him to write down. So they were definitely, Kabbalah and Halacha deeply intertwined with one another in Tzfat. They're engaged in all kinds of really bizarre practices, which make the Lechato D ritual of going out into the fields Friday night to greet the Sabbath Kohen, that looks absolutely pedestrian compared to some of the other weird things they're doing. For example, they're engaging in a sort of dowsing for graves kind of behavior, where they will go on long walks in the environs of Tzfat, trying to spiritually sense the graves of righteous people. And they will stop by a brook or something, and one of the Kabbalists, either the Arizal or others, will see this particular rock, and they'll say, under this rock is buried Rabbi Yehuda Bar Eloi. And they will stop there, and they will say all kinds of prayers, and they will prostrate themselves on the ground, and they will have these spiritual illuminations, and they will record them later in their own mystical writings. And this will be kind of like a Tzfat pastime to go around and find these graves of the tzaddikim. And they're engaged in heavy writing, and they're engaged in all kinds of rather new and innovative spiritual practices like exorcism, and it's like kind of a crazy place if you think about it. It's an extreme place with a tremendous amount of spiritual energy swirling around, and they're experimenting with all kinds of different ways of expressing Judaism that's clearly not things that are done in normative practice whatsoever, and yet highly influential. You may wonder, why did this become so powerful in our thought? So I'm going to tell you in this slide here. Let's try and understand what is Lurianic Kabbalah within the last 10 minutes that we have, and we'll see why it was so profound and why it made such a huge impact. First of all, I want to place a caveat on it. As I mentioned earlier, we have very few autograph writings of the Arizal. He left behind very few writings, which was very intentional. He wrote a few things when he was on that island back in Cairo, but otherwise he wrote nothing of his most profound mystical insights. And he instructed his students not to write down what he was teaching either. He wanted it to be a highly reserved esoteric doctrine that only his students and those who they deemed worthy would share. He certainly did not intend to create a massive revolution of Kabbalah with, blessed bottled water and things like that. That does not seem to be the Arizal style. His students, after his death, tried to enforce this. In particular, Reb Chaim Vital, who used to be a student of the Ramak, but after he got the Arizal, he sort of focused essentially on the Lurianic Kabbalah, and they tried to keep a lid on the Arizal's teachings. However, the word spread far and wide, and what ended up happening was some of the people who had studied with the Arizal began to sort of break discipline and start writing their own manuals of Kabbalah, attributing them to the Arizal, and many of them were contradicting each other, which is not impossible because Lurianic Kabbalah, unlike the Kabbalah of the Ramak, was not at all systematized. It was not at all a start at point A and move through B and C and all the way to the end. He would just sort of teach on the spur of the moment without necessarily connecting it to a larger doctrine. It wasn't like a course where you started with the basic principles and went to the specifics. Very charismatic leader, but not a systematic disciplined leader like the Ramak. And so it's very difficult when you can take all these things together. The fact that we have no actual writings to speak of from the Arizal himself, that everything we have comes from his students, many of whom were disagreeing with each other. And we have the very nature of Lurianic Kabbalah itself, which is very disjointed and not necessarily connected. It's very difficult to get a whole picture of what this is. Nevertheless, we can identify a few doctrines that seem to be common to all of the Arizal students, and they are so powerful that they kind of become mainstream thought to this day. The first one is this concept of Shvirat HaKelim, or the breaking of the vessels, which is not present in Cordoveran Kabbalah at all, but is perhaps the most pronounced element of Lurianic Kabbalah. If you recall, we go back to the Tet Sfirot that I showed you earlier, one of the key differences between the Kabbalah of the Ramak and that of the Arizal is the idea of what happened at the moment of creation. So for the Ramak, the teacher, creation was a logical unfolding of God's will, set up in such a way that the universe would be perfectly balanced in a kind of metaphysical law that mirrored natural law. That God, so to speak, imagined the structure of the universe. He, as it were, looked into the Torah as his blueprint, and they created a universe that looks something like this. The Arizal, however, injects a major element of drama into creation, placing human beings, and particular Jews, at the center of a cataclysmic crisis that is ongoing until the final redemption. How so? This concept of Shvirat HaKelim, or breaking of the vessels, refers to some kind of mishap in the moment of creation. I have difficulty understanding this, so I'm sure that when people see this on YouTube, they'll put all kinds of useful comments at the bottom. Mr. Rodriguez, you'll be at the top of the list there. But this is my basic understanding of it. I talked to you about the sunlight pouring into the mirror. So if you think of it instead using a Lurianic metaphor of like hot oil poured into clay vessels. So you pour this really super hot oil that represents, as it were, the light of God, into a clay vessel, which is, let's say, Keter at the top here. But the heat of the oil is so overpowering that the vessel shatters. By the way, if any of you have ever traveled in the Soviet Union, this happened to about, 1 in 10 tea glasses that I was ever served. That's why they put the spoon in the tea glass, because otherwise they put the hot water in, it smashes everywhere. But so the first vessel shattered because it could not withstand the power and intensity of God's light. So the light mixed with pieces of the broken vessel flow into the next vessel, but it too shatters because it can't stand it. So it flows into the third vessel, and it's mixed with the pieces of the broken vessels until finally you get down here to Malkut, and in this part of the world, the universe, we have the system kind of slows down because it's cool enough, but the physical universe that we are presented with today represents a mixture of this divine spark, the light of God, with the pieces of the shattered vessels. So, for example, this cup of coffee here, the cup itself, it has its existence. It owes its existence to the spark of godliness that is within it, even though it is an inanimate object. And the part that I can feel and touch and apprehend with my senses is really made up of the klipot, of the shells of the broken vessels that are mixed with that divine spark. Now, how this becomes dramatic is that the task of humanity, and in particular the Jews, is to identify the divine spark in everything and then to release it so that it may join its source once again, ultimately bringing about the divine redemption. And the way we do that is by performing mitzvot. So, for example, I've already said it, so I'm not going to say it again, but if I say a bracha on the coffee inside this cup, that bracha takes it from being asur, which means not permitted, since it does not have a blessing, and turns it into mutar, which means permitted. And by doing so, I release, as it were, I perform a kind of decomposition of the cup and allow it to return, the holy spark within to return to its holy source. The word asur in Lurianic thought means forbidden, but it really means tied up, constrained, restricted, because the spark is trapped in there. And the word mutar means untied, means released. So the bracha makes the cup, as it were, the energy in the cup, released. So too with the food stuff and so on. So in other words, what the Arizal did to Persever in Kabbalah is he took this moment of creation and he essentially made it into this huge drama where we are now in an imperfect universe struggling to bring it to perfection through the performance of mitzvot. And everything we do is literally tied up with that grand adventure. And if we fail to do so, then we bury the sparks deeper in the klipo. So every single action, every conscious moment of a Jew's waking existence and even sleeping existence is in fact tied to the unfolding of this metaphysical story. The process of dealing with these issues is called tikkun, or repair, which is where we get the root of the term that people know so well, tikkun olam, the repair of the world, in which everything that we do is designed to try and support this ultimate redemption of the universe. So while Cordovero's Kabbalah is fascinating and intricate and absorbing, the Arizal's Kabbalah is energizing and gives people kind of like motivation to go do something, because you got to save the world. Rabbi Cordovero is about thinking about the world and about its meaning, but the Arizal is all about action and implementation of this Kabbalah on a daily basis. The way you do this is through something called Yichudim. We're running out of time to go into that in greater detail. The one kind of detail that I find interesting, I just read an article for today that talks about the Arizal's metaposcopy. I had to look up how to pronounce that. Apparently it doesn't rhyme with anything, but I looked up all kinds of rhyming anyways. Metaposcopy is the technical term for reading the face. And one of the things that the Arizal will do, just to give you a kind of sense of who we're dealing with here, he was very much into the idea that the whole world was created through the divine name, through the alphabet. The whole quasi-Sanskrit gematria that we have is associated with Lurianic Kabbalah, and that whatever a person did with themselves would be literally written on their faces. And the Arizal, because he had purified himself through so many tikkunim and yichudim, was able to read on people's faces, especially their foreheads, specifically what transgressions or positive deeds they had performed. And he wrote tremendously about this. For example, if you give tzedakah, the word tzedakah is planted on your forehead, and it lasts about a week, which is interesting. And isn't it fascinating? It's about a week between classes. You can sponsor a class, but I don't even make fun of it. It's just too bizarre, though. In many ways. So these are the kinds of things that he would do. He would meet people, and he would say, "I know what happened at his home yesterday," and so on, all related to this grand scheme of the tikkun. So his legacy, here's an image of his grave, and the tradition of Tzfat, the graves of tzaddikim are decorated in blue, and it is a noted pilgrimage site. His legacy is so deep, it's very hard even to find a place where it does not reach. Certainly it reaches very deeply and consciously into the Hasidic world, where the Hasidic masters were deeply influenced by Lurianic Kabbalah. The Baal HaTanya is suffused with it. It reaches into the Lithuanian world, where the Vilna Gaon was also a Lurianic Kabbalist. It reaches beyond that into the non-Orthodox world as well, because there's so many of the rituals and songs and practices. Tikkun Olam, we mentioned earlier, is a very important concept for many in the liberal communities, that it really trace themselves back to Lurianic Kabbalah and his sense of the drama of human existence. So without doubt, it's amazing when we contemplate how this man, in a space really of about 3 years, from age 35 to 38, he was able to articulate, without even writing it down, this vision of the meaning of existence to such a degree that we feel its reverberations from Tzfat even to this day. Thank you very much for your attention and engagement. Next week, we're going totally off the mystical Kabbalistic, and we're going to talk about Baruch Spinoza, one of the most important philosophers of the early modern period, and I think you'll find it interesting. Thank you once again.
This is a story about a young couple who fall for each other despite everything.
How could you be so sick?
It's a story of manipulation on an epic scale.
This case, oh my God, where to start? What the hell has been going on?
Put it on the television, there are a lot of people that would see it.
Okay, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for coming. Tonight we're starting, of course, half an hour early. So that'll give me a little bit more time to relax, and I'll speak slower, but we still hope to conclude at 9 p.m. as usual. So the joke this week is also courtesy of Zach the Oyster, who sent me 4 really useful jokes last week. And it actually is very appropriate for today's material because we're going to be looking at someone who is slightly antinomian in his approach. That is, someone who is slightly non-traditional in the way he observes Judaism, as we shall see. So the joke goes that a Jew goes up to his rabbi and says, Rabbi, I'm so sorry. I need to do something. I have to confess. I didn't wash Natilas Yadayim before eating bread last week. And the rabbi said, you did? Why didn't you? He said, well, Rabbi, the truth is, the bread wasn't kosher. The bread wasn't kosher. Well, why? Well, it was a non-Jewish restaurant. He says, you were a non-Jewish restaurant? What were you doing in a non-Jewish restaurant? Why didn't you go to a Jewish restaurant? He says, on Yom Kippur, I should go to a Jewish restaurant. So, that's the last laugh for tonight. So tonight's lecture, we're very grateful to Mr. Eliezer and Mrs. Greta Hermes, who once again sponsored the lecture. It's a wonderful thing when we have people support the lecture financially because it goes to defray the costs of our lovely assistant, Ms. Eliza Abrams, greets her at the door, prepares the cookies, and Mr. Rodriguez, who is now actually amassing a bit of a fan club online. They go to Mr. Rodriguez because they enjoyed the video. So thank you very much, Shul. I appreciate it very much. And for those of you who are here, your presence alone is a tremendous sponsorship, and I'm very grateful to have you here. So tonight we're going to look at someone named David Rovani, also known as Rovani. The name is very significant. He ascribed his lineage to the tribe of Ruvain, the biblical tribe of Ruvain, and we'll speak about what that means shortly. But basically, he's a rather anomalous and highly unusual figure in Jewish history because he appears on the scene in the early 16th century, and he makes a tremendous tararam where he introduces himself with success to popes and kings and emperors and claims to be the brother of King Joseph, a leader of the 3 tribes, Gad, Reuven, and Manasseh, living on the other side of Israel, somewhere in the Far East, and he's there on a mission to create some new geopolitical reality. And basically, he was like a comet on the European political scene for about 10 years until his untimely demise. But he created not only a lot of consternation, particularly among Arab nations, for reasons that we shall describe, but also a tremendous amount of enthusiasm for a renewed and revived Judaism that was especially found within the converso population of Spain and Portugal, Jews who had converted to Christianity rather than, be expelled in the expulsions of the late 15th century. His meteoric rise to fame was cut short when the Inquisition got wind of his activities, and he died a horrible death. But the entire arc of his participation in European history is quite fascinating, and I think gives us some pause to think about several aspects of Jewish history and its relationship to world history as a whole. So what I'd like to do over the next 55 minutes is just give you a quick overview of the life of David Rovani. At least that is what we know about it. And I think that by the end of the evening, you'll have some food for thought and wonder. We will leave with a lot more questions and answers as usual. So our story begins really here in Oxford, England. We know of David Rovani from non-Jewish sources. Many centers of power had him traipse through their hallways at various points in the early 16th century. But the most important document that gives us information about David Rovani is his diary, which he composed and then would actually have people read as a sort of travelogue to bolster his own authority. The diary was purchased by the Bodleian Library of Oxford in the middle of the 19th century. It was duly copied out and then promptly lost. So unfortunately, we've lost the original text, which is highly unfortunate because it means that we don't have a lot of paleographic evidence. We don't have, for example, to see where he struck things out and rewrote them. If it was perhaps a scribe involved, perhaps a professional writer involved. A lot of things are difficult in this journal, and it's also impossible for us to analyze some of the bizarre place names that he cites because we can't compare his handwriting. Nevertheless, his diary does exist. The copied version was published in the critical edition in 1892, and has been the source of some wonderment for the last 100-odd years. This is one of the most important buildings in the Bodleian Library, and I'd like to take a short interlude. It's a little surprise for my daughter over there, because I actually spent quite a bit of time this summer working in this library where I have a lot of fond memories. It's a tremendous institution, fantastic Judaic collection, and I'm going to tell you a personal story that I think you might find interesting. This is what they do at Oxford, by the way. This is me several years ago. This is what they call punting, which is not what they say in America where you have that ball and you kick it with your foot. Punting is you get these flat-bottomed boats which go on the Churchwell River, and you pull along like in a gondola kind of thing. And that's one of the colleges in the background there. And of course, you have to do this kind of hunting with a lovely lady sitting next to you over. So this is Aliza when she was, I guess, about 7 or 8 years old. You all know her now because she's 18 and she's like, the greeter. But there she is, just enjoying the ride. And here's one more picture of her, also in Oxford there. So sweet. So anyways, I have a couple of funny stories. I'll tell you both of them. I can't help it. So, the first one is the library story. So it's a really old library. It's like 1,000 years old, this library. And they have a lot of arcane, bizarre rules. And one of those rules is, believe it or not, that before, it's not a public library. You have to have credentials. I had to have a letter of introduction. I had to have all kinds of stuff to get into the stacks there. And you go to the library office, you present your credentials, and you present your research purpose and so on, things like that. And they make you take an oath. They make you swear an oath that you will not set fire to the books. And I said, why do I have to take this oath? And she said, apparently, like in the 1500s, it's cold. And the students would say, we don't really need another couple of Virgils and hay, do we? And they would set fires to keep themselves warm in the library. So they made this rule, and it's been a rule for like 400 years. You have to take an oath. You're not going to. So the problem is, Jews avoid taking oaths. That's the whole business with colliderate. You don't want to come up. If I happen to accidentally set a fire, then I would be, responsible for it on a heavenly level as well. So I was, for a moment, I was put back. I didn't know what to do. And so then I asked myself, I said, wait a minute, can you take this oath in any language you like? And she said, absolutely. And she pulled out a huge binder about this thick, and it had like all these the text of the oath in all these languages. In English, it says, I swear I will not set fire to it. And I said, could you show me Hebrew, please? And she flipped over to Hebrew, and there it was in perfect rabbinic language. It did not say, I swear I will not set fire to the books. It says, I will take responsibility for the cost that I incur should I set fire to any books. Perfect. So I could read it, I got access, and all that stuff. The other funny story, which I'll tell you very quickly, and we'll go back to the Israel, I promise. But the other funny story is, there's a Jewish mitzvah that when you buy new cooking vessels, you're supposed to, before you use them, you're supposed to immerse them in a mikvah. That's just one of those wacky things in Judaism. And if you don't have a mikvah, you can use any flowing body of water or the ocean qualifies, things like that. So there's no mikvah in Oxford, but they have that Churchwell River, which is actually the Thames that turns into the Thames. But it's a really old town, and they have these banks that are really high, and they're 6 or 8 feet high. You can't just stand on the edge and put your pot in. So I was carrying this huge bag of pots, like Santa Claus in this big bag. And the only place that I could where I could put these in a mikvah is if I walked down to where the punts were released, if you rent the punts. And so I walked down there, and I'm wearing a suit like this, and I got all these dishes, and I'm toiling in the water, and all these Japanese tourists show up and start taking pictures of me. And I realized they must be thinking this is a native Oxfordian washing his dishes in the river. Okay, let's go back to our regular scheduled channel. We'll just two fun stories from Oxford. Anyways, it is a beautiful town and an amazing university, and I was very happy to be there. So, David Rubini first shows up in Venice in 1523, and he says, I come from Abyssinia. Possibly he came from Sudan. There's a huge debate among two of the major scholars on Rubini as to where exactly that was, but he claimed to be somewhere down here, either in Ethiopia or in Sudan, in the Upper Nile region. And he quotes a long travelogue of places that he visited and strange customs that he observed. The place names that he mentions on this travelogue are garbled. They're, it's very hard. Scholars spend a lot of time trying to figure out exactly where he was, but the consensus of modern scholarship is that he made the whole thing up, that he never was any of these places, and that he's just reporting things that he had heard from others. So much of his early travels are lost in mystery, shrouded in mystery, and in fact, one of the commentators on him in the 1930s, that his reputation for veracity was not particularly high. So a lot of the things that he says about his origins, we simply don't know. In fact, we don't even know if he is Ashkenazi or Sephardi. He was physically swarthy, very dark skinned. He was possibly, the technical term or the politically correct term is a little person. I'm speaking about a midget or a dwarf, to use the older terms. A very small person, often wore Islamic robes, which would have looked very exotic and fascinating to Europeans. And in fact, he claimed to have pretended to be a Muslim on many occasions. In fact, a descendant of the Prophet Muhammad when he was living in Egypt. But there's no real evidence to indicate that he has any of those origins whatsoever. The two most fascinating theories about his background are as follows. One is that he was actually from Prague, a Czechoslovak or a Czech Jew, and that's based again on paleographic evidence and internal literary evidence, because he has in his travelogue little Ashkenazic ticks, like for example the phrase which I will quote in modern Hebrew, a nice little proverb, ki hakas misalek hadat. So that sounds okay, which means anger causes knowledge to leave. But it sounds much better if you pronounce it in Ashkenazis, which is right, then you see the rhyming. So that little tick in his language may have indicated that he was Ashkenazi. I think a more persuasive theory is that he was actually a descendant of conversos, meaning those Jews who had converted to Christianity or who perhaps had become expelled from Portugal and Spain in the late 15th century, ended up in Israel, because he quotes in an offhand and obviously unknowing manner a very unusual custom that is no longer practiced today, but was practiced by the converso community. Specifically, that is that if a Jew were to convert to Christianity because of duress or social pressure and things like that, and then that Jew, now Christian, were to convert back to Judaism, there was a kind of quasi-conversion process they would go through, including immersing themselves in the mikvah, along with the guy wearing a suit and the pots in Oxford. And also, this is not practiced today, they would shave all of their hair and trim their fingernails and toenails. Kind of like, if you're familiar with the captured slave, the captured woman in the Torah. So that was a custom that was practiced by converso Jews living in Jerusalem, meaning they had converted to Christianity in Spain and Portugal, then they had emigrated, they made their way to Israel, and then when they became Jewish, this is what they went through. So at one point, he describes how he purchased a slave woman, And then he manumitted her and converted her to Judaism. And in the course of his description, he describes that this is what they did to her with the, cutting of her hair and the trimming of her fingernails, which is something that's not required for conversion to Judaism, but may have indicated that he came from that specific community in Israel. We simply don't know. It's lost, and he certainly wasn't telling us, so we're just guessing. At any rate, he definitely had some time in the Middle East, and he shows up in Europe, and it's in Europe where the fun starts. So I mentioned he appears in Venice in 50. Oh, look at this. The screen is a little too small. So, I'll just have to, I hope I can remember everything I wrote there. He's small, as I mentioned, a swarthy person. It's the screen, it's because the resolution is different. And he was surrounded by a lot of pomp and circumstance. He liked to, for example, get expensive rides, like a beautiful white stallion, and he would have like these gorgeous banners that would proclaim him as the emissary of King Joseph from the east. And he claimed to why the tribes of Gad, Reuben, and Manasseh. Anyone remember what's special about those three tribes? Of course, these I know, but Alaska, an audience member, please. Exactly. You'll recall. Thank you very much. Excellent. This is your first time here, isn't it? Amazing. Well, welcome. Just don't ask any hard questions. But this is what happened. Yeah, if you recall the story of the conquest of Israel, there were two tribes and one half tribe, Gad, Reuben, and Manasseh, the half tribe, who said, you know what, Taka, why are we going into Israel? This looks like a very nice place here. We can cover all the furniture with plastic, the roots of the Hungarians. And they said that, I've used that joke too many times now, but they stayed on the other side of the Jordan River, like what would be today something like Jordan, Syria, and Moses made a deal with them that they could have that land as long as they came in and fought for Israel first and so on. So there's this kind of mystery of those 2.5 tribes that never settled in Israel, and Reuven took the name Reuven, meaning from Reuben, to say that yes, they're still there. There's 100,000 of them. My brother is the king, and guess what? He wants to forge a political union with you to attack the Muslims. And so, with all of this, noise and fury and like pageantry and things like that, people were willing to listen, except for the Jewish community. The Jewish community, by and large, was not buying it. They were not convinced. There were a few significant individuals who were willing to financially support him, but by and large, the Jews tended to be rather skeptical about the whole story. Nevertheless, with his few wealthy supporters and a few key introductions, he actually gained an audience with Pope Clement VII. And when he meets with him, he goes in with the white horse, that kind of thing, and he specifically asks for 4 things. One, he wants letters that will allow him to create an alliance between France and the Holy Roman Empire. He wants to get these 2 countries, the Holy Roman Empire, historians like to joke, it was neither holy nor Roman, and it wasn't an empire, but it did have some political connotation of basically Central Europe, what we call today Germany and environs. He wanted to get France and Germany essentially to unite, and for the purposes of attacking the Muslims, as we shall see. The second thing he asked for is he wanted armaments. He wanted a tremendous amount of cannons and ships that he himself would lead to attack the Muslim empire. And the third thing is he wanted a letter to visit Portugal, which is especially significant, as we shall see. Now, but we'll come back to that. I know I said 4 things, but I actually went 3 things, if you're paying attention. He specifically wanted to go to Jeddah, over here. And the idea was that he would somehow, with all of these ships, attack Jeddah with, once again, the support of the Holy Roman Empire and the French, and of course the Holy See, the Catholic Church. And this would somehow disrupt the the Arab control of much of the trade in the Red Sea and especially the Arabian Sea, because India, you recall, we're talking about a time now, it's the age of exploration. The Portuguese at this point in history are the leaders of all world exploration. And they established a lot of Piedmont, a lot of trading posts along the Indian coast, and they were defending it very forcefully. Their main competitor in the region, besides the European nations who were slow to pick up on this, their main competitor were the Arab traders who were dominating the Indian Ocean. And it seems that Roumeni wanted to somehow get in there and interrupt the Portuguese trade by attacking the Muslims. So the Jeddah is maybe not the best port, because you'll recall there's no Suez Canal at this time, so it's not like people are using the Red Sea to get to the Arabian Sea and out to India. Aden would have been perhaps a much better port for that, but there's something else really valuable about Jeddah. Anyone see it? It's really close to Mecca, right? Mecca being, of course, the center of the Arab world spiritually, and so on. So an attack on the port city of Jeddah could really disrupt a lot of Muslim thinking and could really plunge Europe into another kind of major geopolitical crisis that would perhaps lead to nothing less than Armageddon. And that's where we get to the messianic aspect of this. Many historians believe that ultimately he wanted to provoke the coming of Mashiach by instituting a war between the Muslims and the Christians. But before I put this out of order, I'm sorry, I forgot to mention one other thing. There is 4 things. I forgot it and I recall it. The other thing is he claimed to have knowledge, direct personal knowledge of Prester John. Anyone recall this name? This is one of those weird footnotes in medieval history. Prester John was this widely held belief in Christian Europe that there was somewhere in the Far East a true Christian king named Prester John. Here he is, offering communion to his subjects, who had like hundreds of thousands of soldiers and was just waiting for the moment, the second coming, to reveal himself and his people, and they would somehow, dominate the globe and put an end to the Muslim infidel and so on. So there's all kinds of these strange, large geopolitical forces at work, tectonic forces really, that are pulling at each other. And Roumeni is trying to pull on those strings and get the popes to go along with this idea that would somehow bring the Muslims down, reveal Prester John, and everything would result in a messianic conclusion. But specifically, he was thinking clearly of a Jewish messianic conclusion. His real goal was the 4th request, which was, I want a letter to meet the King of Portugal. Please recall that Portugal was, as they say in German, Judenrein at this time. The Jews had been expelled from Spain in 1492. Many of them sought refuge on the edge of the Iberian Peninsula here in Portugal. And then Portugal, once on its own, went through an even more brutal inquisition and expulsion in 1497. And so Jews were not allowed there. The only Jews that were there were the so-called conversos. Just to take a moment to think about that as well, the great historian of the Holocaust, Raoul Hilberg, wrote in his magnum opus, The Destruction of European Jews, that he felt that the Nazi hierarchy of race had its intellectual origins 500 years earlier in Spain and Portugal. Why? Because one of the things that the Spanish and the Portuguese did was that it wasn't enough for a Jew to convert to Christianity. The Jew would be under some kind of cloud of suspicion of Judaizing, of doing the Christianity for show, but in reality practicing Judaism. And that shadow of suspicion would last for several generations. You would have conversos of the first generation, conversos of the second generation, and so on. And so this brought the whole question of race and lineage into something which was prior to this primarily a religious conflict. The rest of Europe, once a Jew converted, then in fact, he became Christian. That's all there was to it. Did I tell you the joke about the 2 Jews who walk by a church and they see a sign? Oh, it's terrible. I shouldn't tell these jokes. This goes on the internet. So the joke goes like this. Okay, so 2 Jews walk by a church, and there's a sign outside that says, convert to Christianity, earn $500. So one of the Jews says to the other, I'm going to do it. I can use $500. I'll go in, say what I have to say. I'll get $500. The other guy says, are you crazy? No, listen, I need $500. So he goes in. It takes a while, 10 minutes, 20 minutes, half an hour. Finally, comes out an hour later. And his friend says, so, did you get the $500? He says, what is it with you people? Yes, question.
I was going to say, the line from Hilberg actually says that the history of Jewish Europe falls into 3 stages. You may not live among us as Jews, forced conversion. You may not live among us, which is ghettoization. So you may not live.
It's very powerful.
Those are the 3 stages.
He is a doyen of Holocaust history. Yes, follow-up question. Okay,
I do want to say, because it was my understanding that actually the Inquisition began against the conversos, and that the Jews actually signed on. They were sort of supportive of it because it was intended. This is President Netanyahu's rationale. That's what he seems to feel, is that it was originally directed because the Christians were very upset because here these conversos were now able to function in business quite successful. So they were very jealous that here you had these Jews, as they saw them, successful business, taking away their thriving economy, and that the Jews originally were on board for this.
I don't recall reading in Professor Netanyahu's book that the Jews liked it, but definitely it's true that the Inquisition was not directed at Jews per se. It was directed at Jews who were feigning Christianity, and that they were not effectively Christians. Ironically, if you remain Jewish, you did not try to subvert the intention of the laws by converting, and you were technically exempt from the rigors of the Inquisition. You were not exempt from expulsion, which of course came later. But you're absolutely right that the converso community, sometimes called Morano community, they were highly endogamous, married within each other. They had all kinds of business relations. They were exempt from all the second-class, status that they were given as Jews, and now they have freedom of business and so on. So it was really an advantageous decision, more than $500. Let's go back to David Rubin. The context is one generation after the expulsion. Here he is. It's like 1523. He's going back to Portugal 25 years after. We're thinking about the Holocaust. Imagine going, so to speak, back to Berlin in about 1965, 1970. That would be the same kind of feeling, except how much more so because Jews were not even allowed into Portugal. And here he is wanting to show up there, and he specifically wants to draw the King of Portugal into that battle with the Muslims. And some of the scholars on Roubaix opine that what he was really trying to do is he was trying to start the final world war. This was going to be it. Muslims against Christians, Gog versus Magog, Armageddon, which would result in the ultimate coming of the Mashiach. So, strictly speaking, Roubaix, if this theory is true, Roubaix was not a false Mashiach himself. It's not like he's saying he was the Messiah, but he believed he could bring about the Messiah by sparking this massive conflagration. He met with King John in 1524. He was very open about his intention to seize Jerusalem. He made some pronouncements that the Ottomans were very upset with because, of course, they were controlling Jerusalem at the time. And he provoked a tremendous surge of enthusiasm among the Jews who were conversos in Portugal at that time. Many of them flocked to him because for them, this is 25 years later, and they're living in a very, very tenuous state, and they see him and they believe him as being the possible forerunner of the Mashiach himself. Perhaps the most fascinating of his followers was a young man named Diego. Oh, by the way, this picture here, this shows, this is one of the few artistic renditions we have from the period that shows Roubaix riding on a white horse. And we don't know for sure if the artist really saw this or not, or was creating it from memory. And he's carrying that huge banner that has the 10 Commandments written on it. Apparently, he received a major gift from one of his wealthy supporters, none other than Benvenida Abravanel, the daughter of the great Spanish leader and Torah commentator as part of her donation to Reuveni, was this banner with the 10 Commandments that he carried with him when he went in to see the King of Portugal. At any rate, one of his most fascinating and unusual followers was a young man named Diego Pires, who had reached a certain level of authority in the Portuguese government. He was from a converso background, born in 1500s. That would make him, he was born 3 years after his parents had converted to Christianity. And he was so taken with Reuveni that he strove to be his follower and begged Reuveni to take him along with him. Reuveni initially refused, doesn't take followers, but when Pires demonstrated his bona fides by circumcising himself, then Reuveni realized that maybe this guy is the real deal, so he took him with him. Pires then went on, they split up after a while. He ended up in Jerusalem, and where he declared himself the Mashiach. He believed that Reuveni was introducing him to the world, that he was the, so to speak, the John the Baptist, to use another religious metaphor, and that in fact Pires was the Mashiach, and where he didn't get too much traction with that idea in Jerusalem, because, you know, in Yerushalayim, every 4 cubits you trip over another Mashiach, so you don't have to do much. But this is a kind of interesting artifact in here. This is his signature. So that's a very interesting kind of, this is the signature of Pires, the name Shlomo Molcho, Solomon King. Very unusual with the banner and things like that. Anyways, once this happened, you can imagine Pires, a government official, circumcising himself and declaring himself a Jew, following Reuveni. The king said, you know, schon genug, or in Portuguese, something like, you know, that's enough. And he had Reuveni banished from Portugal. At this point, we sort of lose track of the story. There's a strange interlude where he is apparently shipwrecked. This is a very good picture. He's shipwrecked. No one, my daughter Elise is looking like, what? It's so funny. Well, you have to be at least 40 to appreciate this. So, at any rate, he's shipwrecked somewhere in the coast of France, and he is apparently taken captive by a Lord Clermont. Mysterious figure. We don't know if any of this is true. And finally, the Jews of, I think it was Avignon, and I forgot where else, they put up the money to ransom him, and then he's set free. So it was about 2 years where he was somehow, you know, exiled from Portugal, shipwrecked, taken captive, ransomed, and then he tries all over again. One of the reasons why this period is uncertain is because the diary shows some evidence of literary tampering. Like maybe he used the diary one way and then he changed it because, for example, one of the great scholars of this figure, Ben Melech, argues that what's really going on is that he wanted, Portugal was his main goal, and when Portugal did not work, then he had to rewrite the whole story and try something else. So the diary itself doesn't give us a really good sense of what exactly was his plan. Anyways, he goes back and he tries again. He shows up in 1530 in Italy, and he once again tries to get an audience with Pope Clement VII. At this point, the Jews, you know, he's been around now for 15 years. The Jews of Italy are not quite so enthusiastic about the entire thing, and they warned the Pope that in reality they're not sure that Reuveni is as, you know, he's not the real deal, so to speak. And specifically, they point to the numerous letters he is bringing with him. Letters from King Joseph, the letters from Prester John, all of these documents, and they say they're total forgeries. And he tried to defend himself by saying, no, they're not forgeries. What they are is that I lost some of them, you know, when I was shipwrecked. Remember that shipwreck business? So while I was shipwrecked, I lost some of my letters. I had to rewrite them. I wrote them from memory, it's true. But at any rate, Pope was not really interested, and so the story ended. We did, however, get a chance to meet with Emperor Charles V of the Holy Roman Empire, and by the way, at this point, his student Shlomo Molcho had rejoined him, and the two of them went together to Emperor Charles V, presented the whole story. Unfortunately for both of them, Charles V has just recently signed a new law into place that specifically bans any form of Judaizing in the Holy Roman Empire. And so therefore he handed over the two of them to the Inquisition, which was active there as well. And that proved to be disastrous for Moldova. Rubeni himself was taken away in chains to Spain. Moldova was given the opportunity to rejoin the Christian Church by baptism. He refused, and so he was burned at the stake on the spot. And so his brief life ended there. We don't know exactly what happened with Rubeni, but some external evidence indicates he was probably put to death in a similar manner in 1538. So in the space of about 15 years, you have this meteoric rise of this unknown Jew who gets access to all of the chambers of power and nearly starts a world war, at least comes closer than anyone else to that fact. And that's basically the arc of the story of Rubeni. So what do we get out of this? So we can assess a few things from this. First of all, why did he do all of this? Where did all of this come from? So you recall that I described his origins in possibly in Jerusalem among the converso communities at this time. You'll recall that the early 16th century was a period of tremendous Kabbalistic speculation. This is the period when, for example, the great Rabbi Moshe Cordovero was born in 1522, and the Spot Center was established with Rabbi Yosef Karo, with, of course, Cordovero, with the Arizal coming from Egypt to study Kabbalah in Spot. And Jews are very much engaged in an exercise in theurgy, or practical Kabbalah. The idea that we could, through our own efforts, bring about the coming of the Messiah. For the most part, the Kabbalists of Israel at this time were doing this primarily through, quasi-approved portals, such as prayer, fasting, self-exile, things like this. No one before Rubeni had really taken this kind of idea of forcing God's hand, so to speak, to bring about the Messiah, and applying it to geopolitics. This was something that was his innovation. At any rate, Ben Melech, again, one of the scholars that's done most of the work on Rubeni in the last 20 years, argues that he was heavily influenced by Abraham Eliezer Halevi, who was one of the most famous Kabbalists of Jerusalem at the time. Halevi had produced several Kabbalistic texts, including the fascinating Nevuat HaYeled, the prophecy of a child, in which he specifically anticipated that the Messiah would come, I believe it was in 1523. It was exactly when Ruveni appeared on the scene. It was delayed 1 year, so maybe that threw everything off. But there was a tremendous amount of messianic speculation and attachment of messianic ideals, specific dates and time, and things like that. And so, with all of this energy devoted to the idea of the end of days, it has been Melech's intention that Ruveni picked all of this stuff up and decided to do something with it himself. Not necessarily working with the Kabbalists. In fact, it's likely that they never met, but he nevertheless took these ideas and put them into class into practice. He acted apparently alone. We don't have any evidence that he's the head of a cell or all with any other people. But he was nevertheless able to attract the significant support of select individuals, wealthy Jews, who felt that this was actually something that would come to pass and deserved the financial support. That in itself, I think, is worth thinking about. Why is it the mass of Jews really went in two different directions? There were the Jews, the conversos, who felt that this was really the end of days, and other Jews who were perhaps not so hard pressed in their material circumstances felt that this is a crazy person. He's making up ridiculous stories. Nevertheless, there were those individuals who were willing to put their money behind it, and with the right amount of financial backing, he was able to get access to the highest chambers of power ever. I think that if you put this into an equation, we have to look at something like this. His personal piety. He is known to have been, highly observant of Jewish law, and in fact, rather punctilious. Some of the accounts say that he fasted 6 days a week. Obviously, he would be eating at night, kind of like Muslim style, but, lots of fasting, very careful with the laws of the Sabbath, things like that, combined with tremendous sense of theater, the audacious nature of his self-presentation, overwhelming to people. That resulted in tremendous credulity, and there were people who were willing to believe this combination, which usually is a good idea. Maybe I should think about this for a second career. Okay. At any rate, I have to ride a horse, a white horse. I think a white jag would be nice, actually. At any rate, this is a totally new tack for false messiahs, of which there have been so many in Jewish history. But it proved to be a very successful one that would later be emulated. For example, in the 17th century, perhaps the most famous or infamous of all false messiahs, the great Shabbatite Tzvi, who also went to centers of power, on the church and so on. But perhaps I would connect it more likely with Nathan of Gaza, who was his propagandist. Nathan of Gaza worked with Shabbatai Tzvi to present his material to the Ottoman emperor, and it turned out it was a disaster, much like it was for David Khomeini, but nevertheless the same kind of idea. So taking all of these things together, I presented to you a rather bizarre sort of story. I've never spoken about David Khomeini before. It's kind of interesting for me. But he's an unusual sort of comet that appears briefly on the stars of the Jewish constellation. I'm not exactly sure what it means for the overall scope of Jewish history, but it's a fascinating episode, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to present it. I apologize, I sort of mistimed this. It's much more fascinating to read about and talk about. If you like, I can make some stuff up in 15 minutes. Maybe I'll take a few questions. We have a little more time. Yes, please. He was never married. Single guy. He's got a mission.
But I've also seen from the story of the whole episode of Shabbatai Tzvi was that occurred when there was no terrible.
Absolutely.
So you think about this episode of history with the global devastation of Jews having Spain, Portugal, Shabbatai Tzvi had so much more of a following, it seemed. And it almost seems like it made similar in terms of cataclysmic events on Jewish society. So I wonder, why was it that Shabbatai had so much following under sort of similar circumstances?
Yeah, that's fascinating. I'm not sure what it deserves much more thought. The cataclysm that you're referring to is the terrible pogroms of 1648-49, which devastated the Jews of Poland and Ukraine, which, that was huge. That made a tremendous impact on the Jews of Europe. The expulsions from Spain and Portugal, though, were no less horrific, and in many ways, they were thought of as a much greater tragedy. It was considered like a huge rift in the world. The Jews should be expelled from those two countries of all. So there's definitely an argument to be made. I think that the Jews, when they're at their lowest ebb, and they feel that redemption just has to be around the corner, they're certainly willing to listen to people like this. Why was Shabbatai so much more successful than Reuben? I don't know.
It may warrant another PhD thesis or something on one of your students.
Yeah, it might be. Rodriguez, that's for you, I think, right? Yes.
To the modern, that's really may seem very odd, this fellow just coming out of nowhere, but in the medieval mind, it really isn't so out of place. You have to realize this is Gutenberg's Bible is just barely. And people had no access to books. They really knew very little. It wasn't uncommon for people, religious people, to travel the countryside claiming to have all kinds of holy relics, pieces of the cross, bones of Jesus, and they were very well tolerated and accepted. It was naivete of these people was really something that was very common.
Yeah, I think that's a very salient point, a good observation. You'll note also that no one was willing to give him any money or guns, things like that. So it was very interesting. You paid my take, what kind of thing, but there's no way I'm giving you a ship for Canada. Forget it. Interesting. Yeah. So just to paraphrase, that it's hard to compare the Khmelnytsky revolution and the violence that attended that with the expulsion from the Iberian Peninsula, because in the case of the Khmelnytsky rebellion, there was an opportunity to convert and avoid death. I'm not sure that's completely true, though. I think there were some options to be baptized, and so it's very hard. I'm not sure that we can quantify that. Maybe they're too much apples and oranges. It's true they're a century and a half apart. That's not so big difference, but I don't know. It's worth more thought. Did I see a question in the back?
Given the resurgence of science happening in Europe, what made this emotional development
in a relationship to false messianic science?
Yeah. It seems that all this macro, these failed, rituals, you can imagine into a ritual as opposed to resurgence into a sensation.
I don't know. That's a hard question to answer but I suppose I'll try anyways. I think most Jews approach these kinds of questions not thinking that they're following a false Messiah. They think that we've had so many false messiahs in the past, but this one is really the right. And when you join to that, the fact that I don't think there are very few of these movements actually proclaim Messiah, especially the Hasidic movements. Maybe a handful here and there may have made messianic pretension, or that the Messiah is just around the corner. But I'm not sure that we can really connect these guys with some of the more mainstream movements. It's another very good thought-provoking question that I have to think about something to answer appropriately. Okay, too many hard questions. Thank you very much for coming. Next week, we're going to look at the Arizal, a much more mainstream figure, at 8 o'clock. Thank you very much for your time.
To wake up and feel like me. Can't reach you. I just want to see if you're listening. KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
So, gentlemen, why don't we get started? First, I have some really good news for you all. I'm really grateful you've come on this auspicious night. It is, after all, Wednesday, and it's great to have you here. I'm really because tonight is Zach DeWeiser gave me some new jokes, so I don't have to keep recycling these jokes over and over again. Just wait 3 weeks and I'll tell you them again. But this is, there's actually several new jokes here. And, okay, I'll tell you one. And maybe I'll tell you later because they're so fine. So it goes like this. There's a very, very, well-respected rabbi, spends many years working for the benefit of the Jewish community where he lives, and he is well-respected and honored by his colleagues and so on. And he goes up to heaven, but it's known that he's very, very particular about all the mitzvot. He's very careful to observe all the mitzvot. So he goes up and he sees that they've prepared a beautiful smorgasbord with all kinds of appetizers, all kinds of delicious, hot dogs. I don't know, whatever hot dogs one is. But all kinds of
beautiful meat like this. And so he says, this is so wonderful. I've always imagined having something like this. And he goes up to one of the other rabbis eating there, and he says, so who's the caterer? And he says, the caterer is Masharovsky. And he says, oh, Masharovsky, very nice. Who's the mashgiach? Supervising. He says, well, this is heaven. God himself is supervising. Rabbi says, I think I'll stick with the fish. Okay. So that's I have to work on the delivery there, but I think if I got a little chuckle, then there's potential for later. I hope all of you all had a chance to get the flyer. It actually has not received complete approval yet. I hope that it's going to be okay, but it's a good draft at any rate. There are a couple of things that I'd like to draw to your attention. As Abram said, would you please distribute, or a couple of things I should draw to your attention. There's at least one typo. We're apparently giving 2 lectures simultaneously on March 19th. I'm not sure how I'm going to do that in my room, in my evil twin brother, but I think it should be March 19th and March 26th. We will correct it appropriately. Note, very importantly, we're going to be starting at 8 p.m. next week. 8 p.m. promptly. There's been a lot of people who've asked for an earlier start time, and we'll be able to do that until March 12th, when, because of the time of tomorrow, it will interfere, so we're going to go back to 8:30 once the clocks have changed. The ancient period is not my personal research strength. Most of the work that I've done as a scholar, as a historian, has been in the early modern and the modern periods, basically from the 16th century onward. So now it should get better, because I know a little bit more about what I'm talking about starting next week, and hopefully it'll be interesting. I have tried very hard to include a lot of people that you probably have never heard about, but they were very influential, or at least exemplary of important parts of Jewish history. For example, we're going to talk on here in a second. I'm really looking forward to talking about Sarah Bas Tobin. Did anyone hear the word of Sarah Bas Tobin? Mr. Weiser, of course, superior education. Sarah Bas Tobin was one of the most famous composers of women's tefillos, the so-called techinas of Eastern Europe. Beautiful prayers that were composed specifically for women, and specifically addressed women's life cycle issues, women's domestic issues, and they really provide a tremendous window into an aspect of Jewish culture that has received very little scholarly attention, with the exception of the great historian Chava Weissler, who's done an amazing job of rescuing these tefillos and presenting them to the scholarly and popular world. So I'm really looking forward to speaking about her. I'm going to speak about, God willing, the Vilna Gaon, and immediately afterwards the Alter Rebbe. So the two of them had some significant conflict, or at least their followers had some extremely vitupered to share with one another. So I think that would be an interesting kind of combination of them. Towards the end of the period, we'll look at Heinrich Heine, who is perhaps one of the most famous Jews of the 19th century who converted to Christianity, as he put it, to get a ticket to European culture, because it's during that period of time it was very difficult to maintain one's Jewish identity and still participate in the wider society, get positions in universities, conduct orchestras, all kinds of things like this. So he is exemplary of that period. But as soon as he did it, he regretted it immediately, and he spent the rest of his poetic life. He really was one of Germany's greatest poets of the 19th century. He spent a lot of time lamenting that decision, and so it speaks to the dichotomies of the trajectories of Jewish identity in the modern period. So I think over the next 2 weeks we're going to have a fantastic series of lectures. I'm really looking forward very much to engaging in them with you. One other change that's going to happen besides the timing. This semester I experimented with not having an email list, because it was a lot of work with constant contact that I used to have set up, and I didn't feel like I was getting really a lot of responses to it, so I dropped it this semester, and it was a terrible mistake, because I think a lot of people really rely on
just a little email nudge to remind them that there is a class going on. So I'm going to try this coming semester to return to an email sort of reminder format with materials, videos online, things like that. So if you would like to participate in that, and I don't have your email, please send me an email to the address that's listed at the bottom of this page. That's the website. You can sign up right there, and I'll make sure that you receive the Eventbrite notices as they go out. I think that's about it for my announcements. Any other good talkers? No, I don't think so. So let's, first of all, we're grateful as always to come bring this particular semester. Oh, Ms. Abramson, the time is 8. You're not paying attention. She's so brilliant. I said that first thing. We're starting, for those of you like my daughter, we're starting at 8 p.m. Actually, 8 p.m. promptly. Okay. So, once again, we're grateful to Young Israel for providing this space and providing this opportunity where we can get together and discuss history and discuss some of these turning points and turning personages in our past. And we're welcoming sponsors to help support this class, this series. The money goes to good purposes. Supports these 2 young students who will greet you when you come in and do the filming. Mr. Rodriguez actually has an online fan club. I received a message from Germany recently. He said, "Go, Mr. Rodriguez." I'm really not sure why. Maybe it wasn't a compliment. Maybe it was like, "Go away." But he said, "Go, Mr. Rodriguez." So sponsorships are certainly welcome. We're asking for $200 per lecture so that you can defray the costs and just support the synagogue for all the good they do in this community. But I'm glad that you're all here because your presence is sponsorship more than enough, and gives me the kind of energy to do this week after week, and I hope that you enjoy it. Okay, so let's go directly, without any further ado, to topic tonight. Now, one of the most important rabbinical minds of the High Middle Ages. He was a rabbi who originated in Spain, and towards the end of his life, when he was ready to sort of coast into a hoary old age and, essentially relax into retirement and the pursuits surrounding him, he was thrust into an extremely contentious debate with the church, which ultimately exiled him to Israel. But he was certainly not content to simply disappear into history, and in fact, even in his old age, he landed in Israel and completely revitalized that community in Jerusalem, which when he arrived only had, believe it or not, 2 permanent Jewish residents within the boundaries of the city. He created the first permanent minyan in Jerusalem in the medieval period, which is an amazing achievement, and essentially created the foundation for what is Israel today in many ways. So we're going to look at the arc of his life, which begins as a kind of a figure attempting to create compromise between 2 warring schools of Jewish thought, that of Spain and that of France. He moved through some fascinating periods of intellectual development and created a huge corpus of rabbinic literature that's still being mined today for the wealth of intellectual riches for contemporary scholars. And then, as I mentioned, in his final years, after being driven out of Spain as a result of this very contentious debate with the church, he really achieved his greatest things when he was living in the land of Israel. So that's basically the figure that we're going to look at today. His name, Nachmanides, like Maimonides, son of Nachman. The Ides is a Latin, the Latin suffix meaning son of, and he's known to followers of his thought, Hebrew in particular, as the Rabbi. There's an N at the end of his name for Rabbi Moshe ben Nachman, to distinguish him from Rabbi Moshe ben Maimon. It's not only the Ramban as opposed to the Rambam. The accent, if you want to be one of the cosmosenti and go to the yeshiva and impress all your friends there, Rambam is pronounced with the emphasis on the first syllable, Rambam, and Ramban is pronounced with the emphasis on the second syllable, Rambam and Ramban. That's also helpful because if you can't quite make out the N or the M difference, then it helps to hear the accent. So the Ramban was born in Girona in 1194. to a very illustrious family background. He was actually first cousin of Rabbeinu Yonah of that city, who was very important in Maimonidean controversy. Ironically, the Ramban was a intellectually critic of Maimonides and did not hesitate to publish a series of rather blistering critique on the Maimonidean code of Jewish law. This one, at the same time, when the crisis for Maimonidean writers writings in the 13th century erupted, he was a staunch defender of Maimonides against the attacks of his first cousin, Rabbeinu Yonah. The two of them were divided over that. But I'm jumping ahead of what I should do to talk about the life of the Ramban. We know that he headed up a yeshiva. We don't have a lot of information about the nature of that yeshiva, like what it looked like, how many students, what was the curriculum, and so on. But he has so many students who are reported in later rabbinic literature that there's no doubt whatsoever that this yeshiva existed. There is some evidence to indicate that he, like many rabbis of the era, earns a living outside of his rabbinic activity as a medical doctor. But unlike Maimonides, we do not have like an extensive literature of writing from the Ramban on various medical topics. But basically, he crafted much of his early life as a rabbinic leader, as a community leader, and as a teacher of Torah. And his Torah can be understood in several different avenues of Jewish thought. And in many ways, it's very creative, and actually was the originator of several key disciplines or sub-disciplines within Jewish thought. First of all, he was halachist. He spent a tremendous amount of energy. We have multiple works in which he writes or codifies Jewish law. We should understand where he is placed within the development of Jewish law. Maybe I'll pause and step back for a second to discuss that. There was a step back when I said that. That was kind of funny. It was funny to me anyways, but like most of the things I say. The halakha, Jewish law, is an interesting kind of phenomenon. There's a big debate that's currently raging in Mosaic magazine, if you read the online magazine, about whether or not whether Jewish law is primarily statutory in nature or common in nature. And I'm not a legal expert, but what I understand that to mean is that statutory law is basically like, this is exactly how you behave, and there's not much else to say about it. Whereas common law is sort of like taking a look at what people do and then developing that into legal precedents. And the two systems of law sort of communicate with each other. You'll have statements of this is how you behave, but then rabbis will say, well, we don't do it that way over here. We have a different custom. And so the statutory law will get a super commentary that says, well, that may be what the Spartans do, but we Ashkenazis do something different. And then you get to a different part of the world where people say, we don't believe actually in either of those. And so the statutory, we have Rick Moore, he knows about these things, right? So do you want to comment? Am I defining it correctly?
It's difficult under legal analysis. Statutory really has to do with things common law is developed in England, but it really doesn't exist right here.
Okay, good. So I'm going to stipulate for the court that I know nothing about these things. Read Mosaic magazine to see where that debate is going. But in terms of the evolution of Jewish law, I can say a little bit about that with some authority. That for the majority of Jewish legal history, as we have in textual sources, we have the Mishnah, which we discussed long ago, I believe in early October, September. The Mishnah is basically a whole bunch of statements of opinions of various rabbis with very rare examples of a decision between those opinions. You'll have a question about a given topic or behavior. Rabbi X will say one thing, Rabbi Y will say another thing, and maybe Rabbi C will say a third thing. And then you'll have a issue in Canada, you say Rabbi Z will say a third thing, and then they'll move on to the next topic without actually deciding. And you read the Mishnah and say, well, what kind of a law code is this? Where's the law? All I see is opinions. Then you move on to the Talmud, and the Talmud expands this tremendously with a lot of debate, again, without saying what's the bottom line? What is the conclusion? And this debate, engaging this debate, is considered a religious act in Judaism. The study is itself a form of prayer, a form of intellectual development, a form of self-refinement, even if you don't get to the bottom line. In fact, many yeshivas never spend time getting to the bottom line. They spend time just following the debate. So this is fascinating, and it's all well and good in terms of intellectual exercises, but at the end of the day, someone has to say, is the chicken kosher or not? Are this couple, are they allowed to marry or not? What's the decision? So at some point, these Talmudic debate transformed into a halakha, which means the way, which is transformed into some kind of statutory law. This is the law, they can't marry, the chicken is not kosher, that kind of thing. The way that these codes of laws were formed, right, the transference from the debate of the Talmud into a list of rules is something that took several hundred years to compile. And it began really in North Africa and in Spain about 100 years before the Ramban. And at that time, there were, in particular, the Alfasi, or the Ritzvah, what he did was essentially took the Talmud and edited out all of the debate as much as possible that did not deal directly with halacha, and he left you with a much smaller version of the Talmud, which was designed to sort of refine your reading of it towards the law. He did not state the bottom line, this is the law, but he said, okay, just ignore all that other stuff and concentrate on the law. Ironically, repeated in reverse by another scholar, Yosef ibn Habib, who wrote the Ein Yaakov, in which he said, you know what, the Talmudic law is very interesting, but I love all that other stuff you ignored. And so he created a separate Talmud called the Ein Yaakov, which is all the legendary material, philosophical material, recipes, the biographies, all that stuff was in a separate book. Very fascinating reading. So this is not actually a law code yet. And it took figures like Maimonides to say, all right, let's sort this all out and let's organize it by topics rather than by discussions. And we'll break everything up and we'll have no problem taking laws which are mentioned in one part of the Talmud and we'll gather it with something discussed in another part of the Talmud and create a logical code. The most famous of them was his Mishnah Torah, his repetition of Torah, as we discussed in this class several weeks ago. When he came out with this code, and there were a few contemporaries also coming out with similar things on a much smaller scale, naturally there was a tremendous amount of debate, because all of a sudden, all of this discussion that was open-ended, that people could engage in, it was kind of like open source code for software. All of a sudden, it was being kind of like hammered into one particular form. It was like Microsoft or Apple. The Linux was not on the same end. People couldn't just go in and fuck around with the code they wanted to. So there's a tremendous amount of debate. And in this area, there were two major schools of thought about what to do with this process. Spain loved the direction that Maimonides had taken, the formation of legal codes, and they spent a tremendous amount of time reinforcing them and adhering to them, because Spain was very, orthodox, very interested in saying, what is the law? Moving towards the law, even if it meant spending less time in the Talmud and more time in the codes. In France, on the other hand, they were very upset with this, and they felt that, you're ignoring the sources of the Talmud, and people, if they just go to the laws, they'll never know how we got there. They'll never, experience real debate. They'll never experience the mental purification process that goes through the back and forth. And so the schools in France were very upset about Maimonides, and in fact, as we discussed earlier, in 1232, they succeeded in having the church burn Maimonides' works. That's how extreme the tension was between the French and the Spanish scholars. So what Maimonides, or the Ramban, represents is he had a broad enough intellect that he could see the value of both schools. He attempted, with moderate success, to create a synthesis that engages in the study of Talmud for its own sake, but at the same time tries to arrive at a conclusion in the end. This school was ultimately developed much further by the Tulsivists, who also realized that the pure study of the Talmud was of great value, but at the end of the day, we really have to understand how to behave. So they also drove some of their argument, not quite as much as Nachmanides, towards a final conclusion. This is the kind of work that Nachmanides did, primarily with the halakhic realm, and be told this sort of combination of theory and practice formed the foundation of the next 800 years of Talmudic and legal study in Judaism. So he's an extremely influential thinker in bringing together these two very different approaches to Torah. Yes, exactly. Oh, excellent. Well, he wrote actually several books. His collected works today published, well, they were, it wasn't until the 20th century that all of them were actually published. Many of them remained in incunabula or in manuscript versions of the 20th century, but the critical edition that circulates today is 4 very thick, double-column volumes on a whole host of topics. In this particular area, he was mainly writing commentaries on Talmud and standalone works that dealt with specific subjects. For example, wrote a fantastic book on death called Torah, which deals with the practical and the philosophical implications of death in Judaism. Very, very profound ideas. He wrote quite a bit of Kabbalistic commentaries scattered throughout his works, but only one actual solely standalone work of Kabbalah. And he wrote significant commentaries following the Talmudic tractate. So all of these things contribute towards his reputation as an original thinker. But the most famous, without doubt, if you have heard of the Ramban, probably 9 times out of 10 you've heard of him because of his brilliant commentary on the Torah, which occupies in that 4-volume set that I mentioned earlier 2 full volumes of these dense little, double column pages with little footnotes at the bottom. And certainly, his commentary earns pride of place only behind Rashi himself. Of all the commentaries that we preserve of the Torah, it's certainly Ramban. And in fact, that's with the exception perhaps of the Aramaic translation of Onkelos, which is studied for other reasons. If one masters Rashi, the next logical step is Ramban. It has been very ably translated into English a couple of times. It was a fairly new edition that I have put in Rick Moore is going to get out of the library right now. That has met with tremendous popular appeal, and I highly recommend it to you. The difference, the major creative difference of Nachmanides' commentary on the Torah is so obvious to us now that when I tell you, you kind of be saying like, what's that? This is obvious. But in fact, it was not obvious at the time. Rashi's commentary, the main purpose of Rashi's commentary is to bring together the written Torah with the oral Torah. In other words, here we are reading the written Torah, and a lot of opaque passages, a lot of difficult passages, and we have, thank you very much. These are just 2 of 4, I think. This is the thing, my lovely assistant, Rick Moore, let's have it. Thanks. Okay. This is the new translation published by Art School. The translator is, see who translated it, Rabbi Yaakov Blinder, or Blinder, I'm not sure how to, it's either Blinder, I apologize, Rabbi. But this is a very well received translation, and you can see it's got the Hebrew original and the Aramaic translation of Onkelos. It's got Rashi's commentary, which is often very relevant to the commentary of the Ramban himself, because the Ramban will often polemicize with Rashi. They'll often take issue with Rashi. But to discuss what is the point of the Ramban's commentary, Rashi's main point is he wants to show the unity of the written Torah and the oral Torah, because that's a very basic idea of Judaism that we have these 2 Torahs, which are rather different in meaning, and Rashi brilliantly and concisely anthologizes the oral Torah, provides it as a running commentary to the Torah. So you really get with Rashi sort of like the distilled wine of both of these Torahs. The Ramban isn't trying to do that at all. Rashi has achieved that, and here it is, 100 odd years later, and the Ramban says, well, let's ask some deeper question. Let's synthesize this. Let us challenge the meaning of this. Like Hebrew, for example, it's almost a taboo topic today. Some very big rabbis have gotten into a lot of trouble for psychologically analyzing great biblical figures. And he will, on occasion, take them to task. He'll say that, our forefather Abraham, for example, erred when he tried to pass Sarah off as his sister rather than his wife, which is a rather courageous thing to say. I would be scared to say it, except I'm quoting Ramban, I can get away with it in our society today. So he really is much more of we would consider him a modern commentator because he's not just trying to hold our hand through the text. He's having essentially small essays on major themes in the Torah. So it's a brilliant, fascinating commentary which takes us to a much deeper philosophical analysis of the text than Rashi did. Rashi is essentially just trying to marry the written Torah to the oral Torah, so we get a holistic approach to it. The Ramban will say, I don't understand why this is so. And he'll opine various approaches to the text and really provides a much more engaging and fascinating approach to it. His style is quite different from Rashi or from commentaries of his era, whereas Rashi's comments are famous for their brevity. They say yeshiva used to say, beware of a long Rashi or a short Tosfos, right? Because if Rashi spends a long time explaining something, it means it's a lot of difficulty. And Tosfos, on the other hand, is normally verbose, so if Tosfos is short, it's going to be a real hard nut to crack. The Ramban tends to be like Tosfos in the sense of being, takes up much more space, much more loquacious, not to the point of tedium, God forbid, but he will really discuss an idea to its fullest. Whereas Rashi will only offer little, hints and nuggets at deeper psychological and philosophical issues. Yes?
Was this commentary in Spanish?
No, Hebrew. Absolutely, rabbinic Hebrew. On a couple of occasions, the Ramban wrote in Aramaic, and I'm going to jump into it. But there's also quite a bit of Kabbalistic references scattered throughout the text, which this is just around the time when Kabbalah is beginning to sort of emerge as a dominant trend, particularly in Spanish Jewish thought. And although the Ramban wrote very little that was explicitly dedicated to Kabbalah, there is no question that it influenced quite a bit of his writing. There are all kinds of passages here and there that are sort of mystical and opaque, and analysis of the Ramban's writings in Kabbalah really created a engine of interest and activity for medieval Jews. Okay. As I mentioned a little earlier, when he got caught up in the Maimonidean controversy, which was not only over Maimonides' attempt to codify the law in the Mishnah Torah, it was also based in Maimonides' rationalist approach. Maimonides was the uber-rationalist of Jewish history, and even Maimonides had difficulty with it at many times. Like, for example, when the what passage was it? I think it was when the angels appeared to Abraham. I forgot what passage it was on. The talking donkey, yes, that's one of the more difficult passages. I don't recall what the Rambam Maimonides writes on that, but one passage I remember offhand, but I don't think this is one that Maimonides responded to. If you read the book of Samuel 1, Shmuel Aleph, chapter 28, it's a very difficult passage where Shaul, the king, worried about his fate in the war with the Philistines. There was going to be a big battle the next day. He went to the witch of Endor, and he had already banished the witches from Israel, but apparently this was one witch who would, escape by the radar. And it's very clear when you read the text; it's straightforward. He convinces the witch to bring back the prophet Samuel from the dead, kind of like a seance. And then, Samuel comes back. It's actually got a kind of a funny aspect to it. Saul says to him, oh, Samuel. And Samuel says, why are you bothering me to come all the way back from the land of the dead? Tomorrow you can talk to me in person. Meaning you're going to die. But so majority of biblical commentators take it at face value. That, yeah, there's this witch and he has this power of bringing back the dead. There's a whole complication. You can see, you can't hear, you can't see. But the Ramban, Maimonides says, not at all. It was smoke and mirrors. This was all a charade that was designed. She took advantage of Shaul's, distraught mental state, and just the way she made her living. There's no such thing as bringing people back from the dead talk, and things like that. But the majority of commentators disagree with Maimonides, and they feel he's being excessively rationalist. So one of the major critiques of Maimonides is that he was overly influenced by Aristotelian philosophy. And even though Maimonides was a Kabbalist, and the mystics tend to be quite divorced from rationalists, even though he himself was a Kabbalist, he felt constrained to defend Maimonides and his way of thinking. Nevertheless, his attempt to find a pshara, a compromise between the rationalists and the Kabbalists was unsuccessful. He was able to bring about an intellectual compromise between France and Spain, perhaps the way we study Talmud, but he could not defuse the debate with Maimonides, and sadly, the latter's works were destroyed by her. Now, so moving on towards one of the more dramatic periods in Nachmanides' life is the disputation of 1263. Was it only last week we talked about Nicholas Donin? This was last week, right? So one of the 13th century was overall not a good time for Jews in Europe. It was a period when the church was ascendant, temporal powers were losing their authority. And in general, during this kind of triumphalist ecclesiastical period, Jews fared poorly as the church attempted to highly regulate their behavior and to segregate them to certain segments of society. It's not that the kings were great friends of the Jews, but one of the things that the Jews in the good favor of the kings and had the kings really defend them was something that I don't know if I've ever mentioned in this class, the Abrams rule of history. No? How about Ms. Abrams? What is the Abrams rule of history, Ms. Abrams? Money. Thank you so much. That's the one takeaway message I hope my undergraduates get. It's amazing how long I've repeated over and over again. Maybe it's something about being 20 that you just can't think about those things. But at any rate, the Jews occupied a very interesting niche in the economic system of the High Middle Ages Europe. It was a corporate structure or a feudal structure in which the Jews had a status called Servi Kamarai, which means the servants of the royal chamber. And just in a nutshell, maybe in another lecture we'll expand on this, but basically the Jews were Jews occupied a status in the economic structure of what was basically a barter society, where they were one of the few groups that actually dealt with precious metals in coinage. And this was through petty money lending. It was through small-time commerce, sometimes larger commerce, and so that meant that they generated a lot of cash money, as opposed to chickens and cases and fields of wheat. They actually had ready cash, much more than most elements of society, because of that particular niche. So what the kings did in medieval Europe is they said that the Jews will be taxed directly by the royal chamber. That's what that Servi Kamarai means, is that they are servants of the royal chamber directly. So you could have, like Shlomi and Yitzhak and Rivka and Shpritza and Seitel who are living in a little shtetl, and they're living in a shack, essentially, but they are actually direct subjects of the king. They are not subjects of the local duke or the baron or the lord. They actually report directly to the king. Not that they would ever see the king, but their money would. So the Jews, on the one hand, did not necessarily have a very high lifestyle, but the fact that they lived in urban areas and worked in industries that generated cash meant that they could generate also a lot of tax revenue for the king. And the king, in return for that tax revenue, protected the Jews. Hence the phrase King's Jews, which you may have heard of, which is kind of funny. We have at college, we have an excellent librarian, really one of the best librarians I've ever worked with. She's Cuban and not Jewish, and all her friends ask her, how are your Jews doing? All of us in college are Jews. So, I find that amusing, but at any rate, let's tell another joke. That one is, here we go. So, here we go. There's this old rabbi that's walking out of shul one day, and a gust of wind comes and blows his hat off his head and across a busy street. So the elderly rabbi, he can't quite cross the street, but across the street, there's a young man who sees this happening, and so he goes out and he gets the hat, and he returns it to the rabbi. He gives it to him, and the rabbi says, "Bless you, my son." So this guy, he says, "Wow, I've been just blessed by the rabbi. It must be my lucky day." So what he does is he goes for the racetrack, and he's looking at the names of the horses, and he sees there's a hat named Cap. So he says, "Cap, maybe that's a sign. I rescued the rabbi's hat. I'm going to bid on Cap." And sure enough, Cap comes in first. He makes a lot of money. And he says, "Wow, this is great." He looks at the next race, and he sees there is another horse whose name is Top Hat. Top Hat, wow, this is great. Puts all the money on Top Hat. Top Hat comes in first. And it goes on and on all day with all these kinds of hat metaphors. Finally, he comes home at the end of the day. He's all depressed, and his wife says, "What happened?" And he tells her the whole story, and she says, "Well, what happened? I mean, where's the money?" He says, "Well, at the very last race, I bid on a horse called Chateau." And she said, "You idiot! You're thinking of chapeau in French. Chapeau is hat." He says, "Oh, it doesn't matter. It was some Japanese horse called Yamaka that wanted me." Thank you, Mr. Weiss. Okay, that's it. I only have like 3 jokes left now. That's okay. Okay. Anyways, so serving camera. Right? So you've got this period in the 13th century. The church is ascendant. The church is not benefiting from these tax resources, and so as they get more powerful, various reasons that are beyond our scope here, they pressure the kings. They say, "What are you doing, allowing the Jews to prosper like this? I mean, we know what you're doing. You're getting tax revenue, but this is not right. You have to keep them down lower. They have to have a subservient state, because how does it look at those who, who reject Jesus, that they should be in such a high level in our society? How appropriate on Wednesday we should be discussing them." So what happens is, as the kings lose kind of power and traction vis-a-vis the church, the Jews tend to do poorly. This is a phenomenon that stretches through much of the 13th century in particular. And one of the expressions of this was so-called disputation, where churchmen, for various reasons, we saw Nicholas Donan last week, would sponsor a forced debate between representatives of Judaism and representatives of the church. And these debates would often be held in churches with an audience of dignitaries and nobles, and the Jews would be expected to, put forth an argument for Judaism, which would then be thoroughly trounced by their Christian interlocutors, and then everyone would go home at the end of the day saying, "Well, this is great, we have an amazing religion. Those Jews are so obstinate. Look, how can they keep believing this stuff?" That was the way that the thing was supposed to go. Typically, the debater on the Christian side would be a convert from Judaism to Christianity, who had some knowledge of Jewish texts and so on and so forth. So, in the case of Maimonides, it was a man who took the name Pablo Cristiani. To his dismay, however, when they called for this disputation, they demanded the leader of the Jewish community to represent Judaism, and it was none other than Nachmanides, who was really the kind of mind that only comes along once every 1,000 years, debating against some Shlomazel, and it was a rout. It was a terrible rout. It was extremely embarrassing for the church. But when he was invited to this disputation, a brilliant question. Excellent question. What my brilliant daughter is alluding to is a halakha that is, I'm not asking halakha, especially not in the shul where the Rav is the posek, but there is a large body of traditional religious thought that argues that Jews are not allowed to go into a church or into a mosque, although there's a lot to say about both of those. The main idea behind that, in my humble opinion, is what's called marid ayin, meaning it's what people think. It's a seeing of the eye. It's not appropriate for a Jew like you, let's say, for example, dressed like this, wearing a tie, to walk into a church. It's a joke. I meant this here too. Because then you say, oh, look at that. What's going on with Hillel Abrahamson? He's going to a church. So, marid ayin does not apply when people know why you're going into a church. You're not going into the purpose of worship. So, like, let's say, for example, as happens sometimes because churches are large open spaces, they're sometimes purchased by synagogues or by yeshivas. So the rabbis are allowed to go in and check out the space to see if it's if it says big for sale sign outside. No one's thinking it's paradise. So in this case, I would humbly tender that he's certainly allowed to go in because everybody knows he's forced to go in there to participate in this debate. Very subtle question. And she's going to Israel, God willing, next September, where she will become even greater and become a leader of the people. God willing. Okay. So anyways, Nachmanides, before he participated, he insisted successfully that he said, okay, if you want me to participate in this debate, one basic rule, I have to be allowed to say whatever I want. You can't make me go into this debate and tie my hands behind my back. I have to be able to muster any argument possible. So the church agreed to this, and in the summer of 1263, they had 4 dates for the debate that summer, and Nachmanides came out just absolutely destroying the opponent. The results were interesting. We do have 2 accounts of the debate. We have the Christian account written in Latin by Paolo de Christiani, in which, of course, as you probably figured out by now, the church wins. Because how can you sponsor a debate like this for the whole point of diminishing Judaism and have the church do poorly? So the judges, who are all clergymen, decide, yes, Christianity wins. But we also have Maimonides' account, which has become a classic of medieval literature. It's called the Sefer HaVikuach, the Book of the Debate, which is about 25 pages long in Hebrew, and it's published in collected editions. Reading the Christian side, it looks like the Christians win. Reading the Jewish side, it looks like Nachmanides wins. But when you look at a few other, external factors, it seems pretty clear that Nachmanides was the winner. First of all, the church ended the debate early. That is too much already. Enough. And even though they pronounced the church the winner, Pablo de Christiani the winner, the king gave Nachmanides the bonus money of 300 gold coins. Normally you give the bonus money to the winner, but the king obviously enjoyed himself thoroughly. And Nachmanides was then invited to visit the palace to meet privately with the king. We don't know exactly what the content of their conversations were, but obviously the king was well taken with Nachmanides. And if that wasn't enough, the church demanded that they banish Nachmanides forever, because he's just dynamite. You can't have this guy around. He makes us look bad. And unfortunately, that's ultimately what happened. Reading the accounts of the debate is quite fascinating, but I'm not going to go into that right now. The Vatican wanted Nachmanides to stand trial for blasphemy, and you recall that he had said, listen, if you want me to really participate in this, you got to let me say whatever I want. And in fact, he did speak his mind. So when they tried to place him on trial, it seemed that the only way that he could survive this is if he accepted to be banished. The Dominicans went over the head of the king. They went to the Pope, trying to get the Pope to support them, and that's when Nachmanides realized that he was the boss. And he fled Spain for Eretz Israel. He was already at this point, I believe, in his mid-70s. So he's really towards the end of his academic, intellectual, rabbinic career, and yet it is this point that in many ways he achieved his greatest successes. Just one point about the debate, though, that really should be discussed. Nachmanides employed an extremely subtle and brilliant and elegantly simple technique to diffuse one of the strongest attacks on the Talmud. And you recall from Nicholas Stone in the discussion last week that if this ended badly, then tens of thousands of precious manuscripts could be destroyed if Nachmanides doesn't hold his own. So one of the biggest charges, publicist Christianity was actually much better prepared than Nicholas Stone, was that the Talmud blasphemes Jesus, and specifically says some terrible things about Jesus' personage, about his parentage, about his character, all kinds of things that, according to the internal rules of this debate, were unforgivable sins. And Nachmanides' defense was very simple. He said, that Jesus? Oh, no, that's not the Jesus that you guys worship. That's another guy named Jesus. And he consistently maintained that, it's not an uncommon name, Yoshua, right? Joshua. He consistently maintained that because we do have a character named Yoshua that had a rabbi named Rabbi Yoshua ben Prakhya. His teacher was also named Yeshua ben Prakhya, and the timing doesn't work. The Jesus of the Talmud could easily be an entirely different person. It's unlikely. Chances are, when the Talmud says negative things about Jesus, they mean the Christian Jesus. Once again, since it's Wednesday, it's totally appropriate for us to be discussing this. But Nachmanides, whenever public Christianity came out with a criticism, said, look at what it says over here about Jesus. That's a totally different Jesus. That's not talking about your Jesus at all. And so the Christianity he was defenseless against that argument because it could not be said to be blasphemous. It wasn't speaking about the same person at all. And so he completely deflected the worst criticisms, and the debate had to ground to a halt whenever Christianity really thought he had the best arguments to marshal against the Talmud. At this time, most likely, he wrote the Igeret HaRamban, a very, very beautiful and moving letter, which is worth actually quoting a little bit. I wonder if we have it in a prayer book. It's very powerful. Elisa, did we study this when we were? I studied with my eldest daughter, Rafaela, before her bat mitzvah. We studied in depth the Ramban for this particular letter for about 6 weeks. Here it is, page 994. If you all just have your prayer books, page 994, please rise. But that was fun. Where is there? So let me read it to you, because it is really, it's a beautiful piece of rabbinic writing. He wrote this to his family when he was forced to leave Spain. And it's essentially a letter to his son about how he wants him to behave for the rest of his life. It's part of a long tradition of what's called the tzavah in Jewish literature, or the will, the ethical will. It's a document written not saying who gets my stocks, who gets the cars, who gets the house. It's a document that says, this is how I want you to lead your life. As it happens, my wife and I have a custom to write one of these every year for Yom Kippur and give it to each of our children individually, because you never know what can happen that year. All right, let me read a little bit of this to you, okay? I'll read it to you in English. Heed, my son, the discipline of your father, and do not forsake the guidance of your mother. Accustom yourself to speak gently to all people at all times. This will protect you from anger, a most serious character flaw which causes one to sin. Our rabbis taught whoever flares up in anger is subject to the discipline of Gehenna, hell. As it is written, banish anger from your heart and remove evil from your flesh. The evil mentioned here refers to Gehenna, as it is written, and the wicked are destined for the day of evil. Once you have distanced yourself from anger, the quality of humility will enter your hearts. This sterling quality is the finest of all admirable traits, and Scripture writes, on the heels of humility comes the fear of Hashem. Through humility, the fear of God will intensify in your heart, for you will always be aware from where you have come and to where you are destined to go. You will realize that in life you are as frail as the maggot or the worm, all the more so in death. It is this sense of humility which reminds you of the one before whom you will be called for judgment, the King of glory. Of him it is written, behold, heaven and the heaven of heavens cannot contain you, surely not the hearts of men. Furthermore, it is written, do I not fill heaven and earth, says Hashem? After you give serious thought to these ideas, you will stand in awe of your Creator and will be guarded against sin. Once you have acquired these fine qualities, you will indeed be happy with your lot. When your actions display genuine humility, when you stand meekly before man and fearfully before God, when you stand wary of sin, then the Spirit of God's presence will rest upon you, as will the splendor of His glory. You will live the life of the world to come. And now, my son, understand clearly that one who is prideful in his heart towards other men rebels against the sovereignty of Hashem, for he glorifies himself in God's own robes, for it is written, Hashem reigns, He dons the mantle of grandeur. For indeed, of what can man be prideful? If he has wealth, it is Hashem who makes one poor or prosperous. And if honor, does honor not belong to God? As it is written, wealth and honor come from you. How can one glorify himself with the honor of his maker? If he takes pride in wisdom, let him understand that God may remove the speech of the most competent and take away the wisdom of the aged. Thus all men stand as equals before the Creator. In his fury he casts down the lofty. In his goodwill he elevates the downtrodden. Therefore humble yourself, for Hashem will lift you up. Thus I shall explain to you how you may accustom yourself to the quality of humility, to walk with it always. Let your words be spoken gently, let your head be bowed. Cast your eyes downward and your heart heavenward. And when speaking, do not stare at your listener. Let all men seem greater than you in your eyes. If another is wiser or wealthier than yourself, you must show him respect. And if he is poor and you are richer or wiser than he, consider that he may be more righteous than yourself. If he sins, it is the result of error, while your transgression is deliberate. In all your words, actions, and thoughts, at all times, imagine in your heart that you are standing in the presence of the Holy One, blessed be He, and that His presence rests upon you. Indeed, the glory of Hashem fills the universe. Speak with reverence and awe, like a servant who stands in the presence of his master. Act with restraint in the company of others. If one should call out to you, do not answer with a loud voice, but respond gently, in low tones, as one who stands before his mentor. Take care to always study Torah diligently, so that you'll be able to fulfill its commands. When you rise to study, ponder carefully what you have learned. See what there is which you can put into practice. Review your actions every morning and evening, and in this way, live all your days in repentance. Cast external matters from your mind when you stand and pray. Carefully prepare your heart in the presence of the Holy One. Purify your thoughts and ponder your words before you utter them. Almost done. Conduct yourself in these ways in all your endeavors for as long as you may live. In this way, you will surely avoid transgression. Your words, actions, and thoughts will be flawless. Your prayer will be pure and clear, sincere and pleasing to God. Blessed is he, as is written, when you prepare their heart to concentrate, you are attentive to their prayers. Read this letter once a week, he concludes, and neglect none of this. Fulfill it. In so doing, walk with it forever in the ways of Hashem, may He bless, so that you may succeed in your ways and merit the world to come that lies hidden for the righteous. Every day that you shall read this letter, Hashem shall answer your heart's desires. Amen. Selah. So that's why it's printed in the prayer book, because many people do have the custom of reading it every single day. Others have the custom of reading it every week. Others have the custom of reading it whenever they give a lecture on Nachmanides. But it's a beautiful exhortation for ethical behavior, and I think you get a sense of his personality coming through. That even though he's a man who was the leader of his community, very well published, a man capable of aggressive debate, not fearful of power, and enduring great punishment, nevertheless, the letter is all about being humble. So, no, I think his last name was E-Days, but that's about all I know. That was a joke. We'll take that out of the end. Let's go on. He arrived in Israel in the year 1267. He found very few Jews in Jerusalem, and in fact, he writes there were only 2 permanent residents in the holy city, 2 permanent Jewish residents. That when they wanted to make a minyan for Shabbos, they actually had to bring in Jews living in the surrounding countryside. Israel at that time had been devastated by the moving Tatar hordes that made their way into it, and Nachmanides, as an older gentleman, came to this devastated Jewish community, and rather than simply giving up and saying, "Oh, he started to build." The very first thing is he established a synagogue, and he made sure there was a permanent minyan in Jerusalem again. God, the building himself, and it still is placed today in Jerusalem. His legacy is, and of course, around Nachmanides, around this great scholar, if you'd imagine the Havdil, this is the Einstein of Torah. Even that is a very big kind of comparison. This is one of the greatest minds coming to this. Even though it was a rural backwater of Judaism, and just by the force of his personality and his intellect, creating a community around it, planting the seeds for a much larger community to come. So when we think about the legacy of Nachmanides, we reflect on the tremendous literary achievements, his great work as a synthesizer of the Spanish and French approaches to Torah, his incredibly powerful and enduring Torah commentary, and towards the end of his life, the brilliant way he handled the disputation, followed by the reconstruction, his greatest achievement of the Jewish community in Jerusalem. So with that, I'm going to formally conclude, and I thank you very much for your attention. Please recall next week we'll be at 8 p.m. sharp. Thank you once again.
iHeartRadio's Thank You Teacher, powered by Teachers Choose. Nominate an outstanding teacher in your life to be among the winners of $5,000 to stock your classroom at iHeartRadio.com/teachers.
Can't be stocked with unstoppable flood.
Hello, everybody. Well, today's topic is golden age of financial jewelry and land important. Fascinating and unusually curious in medieval history. What I'd like to do in this brief lecture is to give you a sense of why Spain is different from most of Jewish history, either in North Africa, the Middle East, or in Europe, and then specifically at what's different about Spanish jewelry specifically. And that'll wrap it up for today. It's not going to be a very long lecture, although in detail it might be just specific individuals that I mentioned in passing. There's a lot more to say. So first of all, it's important to understand that Spain has a triangular culture. There are 3 main populations, actually more than 3 big ones that we're going to be concerned with, specifically Christians, Muslims, and Jews. This is very different from what you'll find in Europe, which you basically have Christians and a small Jewish population, or in North Africa, where you have Muslims and a small Jewish population. The same basically holds true for the Middle East, where you have Muslims and a small population of Jews. There are also small Christian populations. I don't want to overgeneralize this, but that's especially the most important thing about Spanish Jewish history is that the Jews were in a situation where they, although they were never in the majority, the fact that power was divided to 3 major populations rather than power concentrated in one major population meant that Jews had a lot more leverage that they could use for their own advantage, which in many cases they actually did, and rose to tremendous heights in the Spanish Jewish culture. Let's have a look at quick history. So, first of all, when we enter into the first millennium of the Common Era, the Spain is dominated by the Visigoths, who are Christians, not necessarily Catholics. They had a flirtation with Arian Christianity, which is a slightly different theological variant of it. And Jews were definitely present in Spain throughout, let's say, the second millennium on. We have evidence of their existence there.
but things generally deteriorated over the first 7 centuries of the Common Era as the Visigothic people became surprisingly more and more anti-Semitic. And in fact, many of the strongest degrees of level against Jews, of forced baptism, and so on, really come out of the Visigothic era, when life for Jews in Spain was rather uncomfortable and increasingly so by the time you get to the early 8th century. At that point, in the year 711, which is an easy year to remember, the Muslims begin to cross into Spain from the south. You recall from the previous lecture that Islam spreads rapidly through the 7th century. It goes all the way across the coast of North Africa really quickly. And then in the early 8th century, it makes its way into Spain. For the Jews, who have been suffering tremendously under the Visigothic rule, the advent of the Muslims is actually viewed with a considerable amount of favor, and there's a lot of evidence to suggest that Jews actively encourage Muslim events. So the Muslims essentially take over all of the Iberian Peninsula, which is today Spain and Portugal. They take over the entire region in very short order, and all of a sudden, Spain becomes Islamist, and there is the beginning of what we will call the golden age of Spanish Jewry. We'll return to that. However, this is fairly short-lived with the scope of larger history, because the Christians begin to reconquer the Iberian Peninsula, the period known as the Reconquista, the reconquest, and gradually they push themselves downward, driving out the Muslims, including the fairly aggressive Almohad Muslims who were responsible for driving Maimonides out of Spain, for example, around this time period. But over the next few centuries, from basically the 9th century to the 15th century, Spain gradually becomes Christian once again as the Muslims are driven out. Now that's Muslim power is driven out. Muslim people, of course, still remain behind in Spain, and so you have this triangular culture perpetrated throughout the entire period, where you have Jews, Christians, and Muslims. There are also other populations like Berbers, but we're really going to focus on those three nationalities or ethnicities present in Spain. Of course, it ends badly for the Jews. In 1492, the Jews are expelled from Spain. 5 years later, they are expelled from Portugal, and as you can see in this map, they end up moving all over Europe, throughout the Mediterranean, all the way out to Israel and to Greece, places like that. Many of them go up north to Holland, the Netherlands, and a significant number go all the way over to the west. They go to the New World. That'll be obviously the subject of later lectures. But that's, in a nutshell, the very history of the Jews in Spain. You'll recall, first it was Visigothic, and it was very difficult for Jews. Then in 711, the Muslims come in, and it gets much better for Jews, the beginning of the Spanish Golden Age. And then within a couple of centuries, the Christians start pushing their way downward, and the Golden Age continues for a little bit, but certainly by 1200 it's over. And by 1492, the Jews are actually expelled from all Christian Spain, and shortly thereafter from all Christian Portugal. But let us turn then to what do we mean by this golden age of Spanish Jewry? Basically, this is a period where Jews were so well integrated in the culture and had such phenomenal access to the highest corridors of power, and participated very actively in really creating the dominant cultural motifs of the era, that it was a period of great flourishing of Jewish expression. And you have a series of figures of Jews who are truly unique in that they exemplify both political and sometimes military power, along with really phenomenal Jewish learning at the same time. This is something that was totally unique, that we don't have really ever since that in Western history. You will have obviously Jews who are, let's say, incredibly well adapted Jews to the general society, Jews who rise to public power, but they tend to be Jews who have largely left their Jewish background behind. Like, let's say Benjamin Disraeli, Prime Minister of England in the 19th century,
recognized his Jewish background, but ultimately was a baptized Christian. And on the other hand, you'll have Jews who are phenomenal expressions of Jewish culture, Rashi and Tosfot, and we can go on. They have very little access to political power over a larger geographic area. The Spanish Golden Age, one in which Jews had both positions simultaneously, where you had Jews who were really tremendous scholars of traditional Talmudic wisdom, for example, and at the same time they also had political, military, and general cultural power. That's something that really is special about the Spanish Golden Age. The kinds of figures that are exemplified by this period are, of course, the greatest of them is Maimonides, shown here in this statue in Cordoba. A little bit of an exception to the rule because he was driven out of Spain at a young age and really made his career in Tunisia and to a much larger degree in Egypt. But if we look at figures like Kastai ibn Kaprut, very important Jewish philanthropist and scholar who ended up becoming a major Spanish diplomat. After him, the great Shmuel Hanakid, or Samuel ibn Agrela, who was a Talmudic scholar who wrote an important commentary on the Talmud called the Mavo, and at the same time he was the military leader of Cordoba. For over a decade, he ran the military of Cordoba and was essentially the Grand Vizier of the country as well. People like Yehuda Halevi, who were composing poetry in Arabic and in Hebrew. Tremendous number of figures like this were really at the top of their game in so many different fields that they're truly Renaissance men who exemplify excellence in both the secular and the Jewish realm of thought and activity. This may be why, well, I shouldn't say this may be, this really is the reason why in the 19th century, when there was a renaissance of Jewish expression, particularly in Europe, Germany especially, and then of course feeding into Zionism, the Spanish Golden Age was viewed as an age of tremendous emulation, a period that Jews should really try to strive for again, achieving both secular power and Jewish power simultaneously, which represented a return to this ideal. It may have been exaggerated to some degree, but that we'll explore, of course, in History 156 when we look at the modern period. But that's basically the essence of what is the Spanish Golden Age. It ends badly. Of course, the Golden Age is really over for a couple hundred years by the time you get to Isabella and Ferdinand's decree to banish the Jews from the Iberian Peninsula. And there's a long period of tremendous anguish known as the Inquisition, which resulted in the public burning of many Jews and resulted in the underground activity of many Jews who chose to practice their Judaism in secret while pretending to be Christians in public. And these are things that we will have to discuss towards the end of this course. But at any rate, this very brief lecture, you've got an idea now of what was the Golden Age of Spanish Jewry, and I look forward to speaking to you more in the next lecture.
That could be the most awful death I've ever heard. The most absurd death I've ever heard.
Sound? Any sense of the sound? It sounds okay? You have no way to tell, right? We'll find out later. Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, why don't we get started? So, thank you for coming. It's the first night of the spring semester, and I'm sorry that my lovely daughter Aliza is a little bit unwell. They have the notorious Taurus MS flu. So it's with one kid in Taurus MS, and it spreads through all of them. Even though some of them are, beyond that stage right now. And I want to say thank you to all of you for your kind thoughts for my father. He has had, proud to say, and very pleased to say, a rather remarkable recovery. He's still in the hospital. We imagine that put it to you this way, I had the opportunity by going out to Canada, I had the opportunity to speak with my father at length about things that were very important. And
now that I've had the opportunity, every conversation I have with my father is like an unexpected gift, and I'm very grateful for all of your good wishes. And my mother, of course, is very pleased that my father's health is kind of stabilized, so that we can have a rational conversation with him. You have in your hands the flyer for the spring semester. You'll note that the topics are on the right, and there are a few key dates when we will not be meeting around the holidays of Passover, and they're listed down there. But I'm really looking forward to having you join us for these lectures. I'd also like to give a shout out to the students in Touro College who are taking this course both in New York and in Los Angeles. We're trying an experiment where we're putting these videos online for students around the world to take advantage of them. So I hope to be hearing from them shortly. Let me start with the opening joke. Oh, I should tell you something. One other thing is very important. This is a new innovation. It's got this great microphone, which was given to us by the nice people at TorahCafe.com. If you're ever wandering around the web looking for some interesting Torah content, have a look at their beautiful website. They have a lot of really good people speaking there. And I'm pleased that they're picking up a lot of these lectures, and then they are professionally re-editing them, adding the PowerPoints right into the lecture in a very nice way. The only thing that's a little weird is that they're taking my 60-minute lectures and they're shrinking them down to like 36 minutes, which means they cut out the jokes for sure, and they cut out all the questions. So this part of the lecture will probably not be their version of it. But this is a joke I heard Rabbi Rothschild say when he was here last weekend, and it's for our meeting today. So the person goes in to see a psychologist to have a consultation. And he sits down, and on the sofa, the psychiatrist there in the chair, and he says, "Listen, doctor, before we begin, I'd just like to know how much is this going to cost me?" And the doctor says, "Well, an initial consultation costs $1,000, and then each subsequent visit is $500. So he says, "Well, here I am again." I think he said it in a funnier way than I do, but there you go. Let's get started. Okay, so tonight, stick to my day job. Tonight, we're going to speak about a very fascinating character in Spanish Jewish history. In many ways, the last of a long line of statesmen philosophers that are endemic to the Spanish Jewish experience. As we've seen in previous lectures, we talked about Kasta ibn Shabrut, Shmuel ibn Nagrela, Shmuel Hanagid, individuals who were both learned in a Jewish sense, well-versed in the Hebraic tradition of the Talmud, the Midrash, and so on, communal leaders, and at the same time, very highly placed political leaders, financiers, viziers, prime ministers, and so on. So Don Isaac Abravanel is perhaps the last in this great tradition of Spanish Jewish political leaders who are at the same time well-learned in the Jewish tradition. And as I think I mentioned the last time we spoke about Shmuel ibn Nagrela, one of the, if you look even at our age, in which Jews have achieved so much politically, and simultaneously the Torah learning that is going on in this country really outpaces even the number of Jews learning in ancient Babylon. Nevertheless, we have yet to find in one figure a person who combines Torah learning and secular achievement to the same degree as the great Spanish leaders of the Golden Age right through to the late 15th century, as we see in Abravanel. Much of this material is drawn from a very famous biography of John Isaac Abravanel. I should mention, by the way, many people pronounce his name Abarbanel, and that's because of the it's much easier, as Stephen says, it's much easier to rhyme the song to the name Abarbanel, if you know what I'm talking about, right? It was a rock version of Abarbanel, but it's most likely pronounced Abravanel or Abravanel. So we'll stick with the scholarly norm, although you know who I am talking about. So the premier biography remains the great classic written by B. Netanyahu, not the Bibi Netanyahu that's in the news today, but his father, who was a great scholar and a historian of medieval Spanish Jewry. And so I'm going to be taking most of the material we're discussing tonight from his biography of the same name. And here's a quote from the conclusion of his book. The life of a man who served 6 kings, was associated with the most powerful personalities in Portugal and Spain, Naples and Venice, must necessarily have been far richer, more complex, and more stimulating than this biography might suggest. So I'd like to extend that concept as well to the presentation that I'll give with you tonight, because he is an absolutely fascinating man, and in the space of 60 minutes, there's no way we give justice to the depth of his thought or activity on behalf of the Jewish people. Okay. Let us begin with a little bit of contextual information. Perhaps the most important thing to know about medieval Spanish history is that it is completely different from all other paradigms of medieval Jewish history. The primary reason for that is because Spain is, as one scholar put it, a triangular society with three large plurality populations, the Jews, of course, being the smallest of them, but nevertheless being very significant. And whereas if you contrast that to the experience of Jews in North Africa or the Middle East, or the Jews in Europe, the Jews were always a very distinct minority, and pretty much the only minority. If you look at the Jews in France or the Jews in England, you have Christians and a few Jews. If you look at the Jews of North Africa, you have Muslims and a few Jews. So there you have a binary relationship between the dominant population and the tiny Jewish minority. Sometimes there will be internal politics, like, for example, Catholics versus Protestants and so on. But for the most part, the Jews are the only non-titular religious minority in a given region. Spain, however, is quite distinct because you have both Christians and Muslims quite active in the society. If you recall back to the lecture we had about 6 months ago, Spain was originally dominated by Christians, the so-called Visigoths, who worshipped a form of Christianity, or they adhered to a form of Christianity called Arianism, spelled with an I, which was later deemed heretical by the Catholic Church. But Spain was originally a Christian land, and then in the year 711, easy to remember, the Muslims advanced from North Africa and took over Spain. And so Spain was Muslim for close to half a millennium. And then, coming primarily from the north, from France, the Pyrenees Mountains, and downwards, there is the reconquest of Spain by the Christians. And the period that we're studying, of course, Spain is under the control of the Christians, but it would be, I think, an exaggeration to say firmly within the control of the Christians, because there's still all very significant Muslim minorities, and there's ongoing tension between these populations. The Jews, because it is a triangular society, are a pivot point around which either minority may, either the Christians or the Muslims, may exert their will on the other population. In this case, the Jews are in a fragile position where they often are in a position of authority over the Muslim minority, and that changes all of the dynamic that's in place. Furthermore, because Spain has a somewhat checkered past with regard to the traditional Roman Catholic faith, first with its Visigothic origins before the Spanish conquest of the 8th century, and then later, because there are so many Muslims in the society, Spain frequently wants to demonstrate its bona fides as a Catholic nation by, indicating how loyal they are to traditional Catholic doctrine. When in doubt as to the best way you can demonstrate you are a Catholic, all you have to do is persecute the Jews. That's one way to really send a signal, we're going to hold the line on traditional doctrine. And so that's another factor that comes to play in Spain that will be very relevant to our discussion. Okay, pause for discussion, questions on the contextual background? Yes, please.
Until the Muslims kind of like thrown out of Spain, you might say, or had to leave Spain, that's considered the golden era of Spain because of the Muslim.
Right. Golden era vis-a-vis Jews. Yeah, there's a tremendous period of toleration and allowed for Jews to advance tremendously in that society.
And exactly, they had tremendous amounts of, well, I don't say something, but influence on what went on. I noticed that on the first slide, it said Don. There we go, Don.
Yeah.
Was he knighted? Because that answer.
Yes, I'm not positive how he got that title. It is definitely an honorific of some sort. I don't recall reading about it in Netanyahu's biography, but I think it means like a lord of some type. It's like some kind of And several of the figures we'll be discussing had that same title. Either that, or they all had a common ancestor named, no, okay, joking. All right, his family background comes from Seville, and perhaps one of the, question. Yes, you've got, they're both Christian dominated, but they're fighting back and forth between each other. And Abrevano got involved in quite a bit of that as he's fleeing from Spain to Portugal, back to Spain again, and so on. So his background is from Seville. If we look at the map here, we see that that's fairly close to where the Muslim conquest occurred, down here on the lower third of Spain, close to the bridge to North Africa. And it became Christian in 1238. That's 200 years before Abrevano's birth. And it has a long history of anti-Jewish persecution. You have pogroms in 1391, which were first begun in Seville and then spread throughout the entire Iberian Peninsula. And you have the beginning of the Inquisition occurs also in Seville, again, because of the proximity of Muslims. I will speak more about what exactly was the Inquisition shortly, but there's a strong tradition of anti-Jewish agitation in this region, and this had a signal impact on none other than Abrevano's own grandfather, who converted to Christianity in the late 14th century. It's clear from later and by the way, Abrevano never mentions this fact in any of his very prolific writings, but it's clear without doubt from the historical record. We know, however, from later events that this was clearly done under duress because Shmuel Abrevano later fled to Portugal, and in Portugal he then resumed his Jewish identity. So his conversion to Christianity was most likely, we don't know a lot of the details about it, but was most likely the result of his very high level of influence in Spanish society. He was the primary, most likely the royal treasurer at the time, and it was unseemly for a Jew to have such a high post and remain a believing Jew. A couple of things we can mention here in terms of historical tradition. The first is, and this continues right up to our own day, there's a very strong tradition of Jews occupying high positions of economic regulation in societies. Including in our own times here in this country, we often have Jews at the very top of the economic ladder associated with government putting in place tariffs, taxes, and so on. There's a lot of complicated historical reasons for this, but to be sure, it is a time-honored tradition that goes back, perhaps might one even say, all the way back to Joseph, the idea of the trusted Jew high in the court who understands what needs to be done economically and tells the rulers how to put these policies in place. There is perhaps a possibility of an anti-Semitic kind of interpretation of this fact, but I think it's much easier to simply look at the long cultural tradition encouraging Jews to work with their minds and with their, account books rather than with their backs that leads to that. Not to mention the restrictions placed on Jews as a result of canon law that disabled them from participating in many other occupations in medieval Europe. But we're going to pass that. The other thing that's useful to mention besides that position is the fact that in Spain, unlike in Ashkenaz, the modus vivendi for persecution was much more inclined to adapt, to acculturate persecution, even to the point of making a false conversion. In Ashkenaz, and perhaps best illustrated by the terrible massacres of the 1096 Crusades, any type of indication of movement towards another religion was considered sufficient grounds for self-martyrdom, for Kiddush Hashem. And so you see a real bifurcation in Ashkenazic culture working more towards an insular culture, viewing the outside society as much more toxic and dangerous, whereas in Spanish and Sephardic culture, there's much more a sense of, well, we can work with this, we can adapt, we can find ways to keep our values while still, outwardly appearing to be open to the general society. There have been some historians who have been questioning this model, but that's the historiographic model that has pertained for the last 100 years or so in Sephardic studies. So with regards to Shmuel Abrevano's conversion to Catholicism, it fits within this Catholic, this Spanish Jewish pattern of accommodation
to the external realities of the day. Nevertheless, Shmuel did convert back or return back to Judaism once he got free of Spanish clutches in Portugal. There in Portugal, he once again rose to prominence, as was his son and grandson. His grandson grew up in a Portuguese Jewish home that was filled with politicians at all times, filled with courtiers, filled with noblemen, as his grandfather and then his father worked very closely with the crown to set monetary policy for Portugal. So right from his very early years, Abravanel studied politics in the behavior of the people who were coming in and out of his home. He also grew up in an exceptionally wealthy family, and he cherished the preservation of that wealth to a degree that he was able to actually exert considerable control over his finances, even while he was fleeing across Europe from Spanish persecution. This is, by the way, the Abravanel family crest. I think I have a colored version of it later, so you can see a little bit more of what it was like. He was trained in the best Renaissance philosophy that was then penetrating the Iberian Peninsula. Not only did he have a thorough grounding in all of the Jewish classics, of course, the Bible, the Talmud, Midrash, and so on, he also studied contemporary European languages and the classics. He was perfectly fluent in Latin. It seems that he knew some Greek. And as we shall see later in his writings, he was remarkably open-minded when it came to reading sources from outside the Jewish religion. He was well-versed in the writings of the early church fathers, St. Thomas Aquinas, and many of the other thinkers that were circulating in society. I didn't find any confirmation that he knew Arabic, but he certainly was familiar with the writings of Avicenna, Averroes, and several other people who wrote in a Maimonidean phase. In fact, much of his early energies were spent on analyzing Maimonidean philosophy. So he had a really, we would say, the ultimate day school education. Very, very strong in traditional Jewish subjects, very, very strong in traditional secular studies as well. Yes?
Notice that family tree next to Judah is it said on de Sevilla. Was that his grandfather?
When he was converted to take Christian names. Okay. We don't know a lot about his family. His wife we know only as Mrs. Abravanel. We know that he was married young, judging by the dates of the birth of his children. We know of 2 sons, and there are passing references that may include 2 daughters as well. We know more about his sons who really followed in their father's footsteps, many of them following him into exile. Some of the most tearful passages of his biography describe how he was separated from his family for several years, and then one of his sons would come and finally find him in Venice or someplace like that. At least one of his sons continued in the literary tradition as well. So we know a little bit about his family life, but it seems he was mostly wrapped up in his political energies and his literary activities. Speaking of his literary activities, the things that he wrote, basically his literary oeuvre was composed in 2 really distinct periods. The first was in his relative youth, that is before he was about 40, when he was very much at ease in Spanish society and not terribly disturbed by the Inquisition or the later expulsion, which came as a great shock to Spanish Jewry, as we shall see. And then, surprisingly, a very, very productive period when he was actually being chased from country to country, and he wrote extremely voluminous amounts of material at that point. Early on, though, he engaged in philosophical discussions. In particular, he was fascinated with the philosophy of Aristotle and its critics. And of course, when you study Aristotle in a Jewish sense, you must study Maimonides, because Maimonides was also heavily influenced by Aristotelian thought. And so Abravanel very much engaged in the in continuing of that tried and true debate that has been going on for several centuries, I have to say, although I admire the man phenomenally, I find it hard myself to really get through his commentaries. I find that, in my humble opinion, and I'm not a literary scholar, but I find that they tend to be kind of long-winded and repetitive. And you can see that I'm not the only person who thinks so, because there are several abridged Abravano commentaries where if you can't make it through 2,000 words, they'll give you a 500-word summary of the same concept. And when you do that, it's really much easier to take them. Now, that's not saying that Abravano was long-winded in his thoughts. It's probably a result that much of his writings were originally delivered orally, perhaps were even written to be delivered orally, because oral presentations will often, repeat obvious information, will often go over the material to make sure that people understand it. So on. So the long-winded nature of much of his writing may be due less to his lack of literary skill, which was enviable, and more to the way the material was originally intended to be consumed. He began a large commentary on the Torah. It was interrupted several times in his lifetime because of his flight from one country to another. One of the most moving passages, he lost most of his commentary on the book of Devarim for about 30 years. And then when he was fleeing from one country to another, he ended up on the island of Corfu. He came across a manuscript copy that someone had made, and he had a tremendous simcha because he realized that much of his early work was not lost, and in fact he continued and completed at that point. So what ends up happening with him politically, as we see quite often with Jews in this situation, it's Joseph once again, right? The problem that Joseph had was, or the problem that Jews had, was that a new Pharaoh came up, a new Pharaoh, who knew not Joseph, right? Rav says it was a different person, and Shmuel says it was the same person, but he forgot about Joseph. And this is exactly what happened to Abravano. His primary supporter was a king named Alfonso V, who died in his early 40s as a result of the plague. The bubonic plague was still quite active in Spain in the 15th century. It broke out in the early 14th century, but for the next 200 years, it continued to scourge much of Europe. And when Alfonso IV died, his successor was not at all the same kind of king. And this new king had, and by the way, I would tell you that king's name, but I'm not sure how to pronounce it. Maybe we have some Spanish speakers here. It's spelled J-A-O. Is that How? How? It's okay, so, but it would be, in this region, would you say it with the H or with the J? Okay. I remember, I'll tell you a funny story for a second. I'll cut this out in the Torah Cafe version. But when I first moved down to Florida, we got lost. And we got off we got our car at the Orlando, we drove the car train down, we drove down, and we were supposed to drive down the turnpike to Golden Glades, but we kept going all the way down south, off I-95, and we were on US 1, when finally we said, we probably passed it, let's stop at a gas station and ask directions. I, of course, being male, did not want to ask for directions. I figured we'd hit the ocean and then we'd turn around, but I said, no, we have to ask for directions. So I went into the gas station, and there's a Hispanic woman there, and I got on, this was, I think, before cell phones, or at least we didn't have a cell phone, and I got on the payphone, and I called a real estate agent to get directions. And he said to me, well, where are you now? And I said, well, I don't know. And I asked the woman behind the counter, I said, what street is this out here? And she says to me, US 1. And I said, what? She says, US 1. And so I said to her, I don't know. They call this place Jews 1. What kind of street is that? Jews 1. But anyways, we found the Okay, so his successor was quite tyrannical, and to make things worse, Abravano was associated with a noble house called the House of Braganza, and these were, of course, the principal rivals of the new king. And so all of a sudden, Abravanel went from being one of the most trusted and respected officials in the court to being persona non grata. He was summoned to appear before the king, which probably would have been a terrible moment where he would have maybe been stripped of all his wealth and his position, perhaps thrown in jail. And Abravanel got the idea that this was going to be a dangerous invitation, and so he decided rather to flee, and he left Spain, heading west towards Portugal. He couldn't simply cross the border. He had to travel a little bit north and then end in, get into the country a little bit later. He realized that this was the end of his prominence at the time. He managed to cross the border, and amazingly, afterward, of course, Spain was absolutely correct that this is what they were planning for him. They sentenced him to death in absentia, a decree that would remain in effect for the rest of his life, even though he would end up later working for the Spanish crown again. During this time, when he was separated from his wife and children, living in exile in Portugal, he had an incredible rush of creative energy. And he produced, it's amazing, about 400,000 words of biblical commentary in 5 months. And you think about 400,000 words, let's see, 20,000 words is something like 100 pages. So 400,000 would be like, 20,000 words is about 100 pages. So 200,000 would be 1,000 pages. So he produced about 2,000 pages of material in 5 months, which is an astounding literary output, all publishable, of course, and all utilized today. Especially fascinating are his commentaries on the early books of the Bible after Devarim, which deal with, for example, the kingship of Saul and the split of the kingdom of Judah and Israel, and his insight into the political structures of the day was absolutely fascinating, undoubtedly colored by his own experience in the royal houses of Spain. Netanyahu, in his biography, influences speaks to this influence of political experience, and also notes the wide exposure that Abravanel clearly had to many Christian classics that were circulating in the day, including Thomas Aquinas. So he managed, nevertheless, to have a. Did I skip something here? He managed actually to get back to Spain, despite I'm sorry, he fled Portugal to Spain. Thank you. No one corrected me. Torah Cafe, please remove all those things when you edit it. But he's leaving Portugal into Spain. So now here he is in Spain. He has the death warrant on his head in Portugal. And in Spain, he once again rises to authority. He likely is principal financier of the court, and he does this primarily by advising Ferdinand and Isabella, the king and queen who would later expel the Jews from Spain, advising them how to finance their wars with nearby kingdoms. He is incredibly successful in this regard, and he is allowed to bring his family to Spain with him at this point. And then he moves into a new type of industry, one that was tried and true for many Jews in Europe, and later would become the downfall of the Jews in Eastern Europe, as we'll talk about in 2 weeks. He engages in tax farming. What is tax farming? Tax farming is a type of economic tax collection method which works in a corporate society, meaning works in a type of feudal society where you have people divided by classes on a very large scale. This is tax season, and we all know how they collect taxes in America. The government knows each of us individually. We have personal income tax. Unless we are dependents of someone else, we all have to fill out our own individual taxes, and we all have to individually pay to the government. We can also file jointly if we're married and so on, but that's about it. The government deals with us all as individuals. That's something that only really develops after the French Revolution of the 18th century. In the medieval period, that was way too detailed for the medieval monarchs to handle. And so they say, okay,
all you peasants have to produce so much money, all you nobles have to provide so much money, and so on. And they would not, they wouldn't care which person paid more than another. So we want, at the end of the year, April 15th, we want so much money in our treasury. So how would they actually achieve it is typically they would hire tax farmers who would be quite often Jews who are given a certain amount of territory and told that you are to collect so much money from the local population in any way that you see fit. So that would include, for example, a tax on grain production. It could include a tax on the usage of bridges or tolls, hunting regions, orchards. It could include a tax on a poll tax on individual people. Whatever way they could figure out to collect those taxes, that was their job. It was called tax farming because whatever they were able to collect beyond what was requested by the king was their profit. And so this worked very well for Jews because here they are a separate population entirely, and they move into a region where they have, a large, let's say, peasant or serf population, and the local nobleman says, I cannot be bothered collecting money from all of these people, but I figure there are 6,000 gold coins, so you have a whole year to go in there and get these 6,000 gold coins. And if the Jews would collect 7,000 or 8,000, then that extra 1,000 or 2,000 gold coins would then go back to the Jewish community to support yeshivot, day schools, mikvahs, Chinese restaurants, all those kinds of things. It was a very lucrative profession for Jews. It involved very little, physical labor. It did not endear them to the local population, who often saw them as, tax collectors. Ultimately, that's what they were. In some cases, as in Eastern Europe, the Jews were granted certain monopolies, such as the monopoly of alcohol production, propinatia, which allowed them to be the sole manufacturers and distributors of alcohol. And there's a lot of other factors like this that means that the general population from time to time would have a certain amount of resentment against the Jewish people engaged in this activity. At the same time, the Jews were protected because the king wanted to see them succeed. And so if you were taking out your frustrations on the Jewish tax collector, you were really taking out your frustrations on the king. So the king wanted to make sure that the Jews were successful, and he would back them with his army to make sure that people submitted to the Jews' will. One I wanted to mention, I had another detail. This worked great for the Jews, except for a couple of possibilities. First of all, if the noblemen were too greedy, now I remember. Shimon Dubno, a great historian, we'll speak about him later on in the series, he referred to tax farming in such a way that the Jews were like a sponge that were dipped into the peasantry by the noblemen, and then they were squeezed dry for whatever they could suck out of the population there. And it was definitely a kind of precarious model for the Jews, but potentially very lucrative. In terms of the model working, it's great so long as there is a very fine balance struck between what the peasants will tolerate paying and what the noblemen will tolerate accepting. When the noblemen demand too much, or the peasants get too rebellious, then the Jews are in a terrible place, and they usually have either popular uprisings, such as the 17th century uprisings in Ukraine, or you have expulsions, where the noblemen say, you know what, I put too much pressure on peasantry, I'm extremely unpopular right now, or also quite possibly, I myself owe the Jews a lot of money. It's more expedient to simply expel the Jews and start with a clean slate, even if I have to, as the French did, invite them back 20 years later, 3 times in a row. Because you owe money to the Jews, so you expel them, but you need them to work the tax farming system, so you invite them back, then you borrow money from them, you owe too much money from them, you kick them out again, and so on. This is... Yeah. Yes.
Service value that also in that moment also divided by that timeline as to when I can do how much behind all these things.
Exactly.
But in the center, protected by what the government needed, the reverse protected the community.
Yeah, it provided for the insular nature of Jewish society because you couldn't exactly make friends with all the peasants. Yeah, absolutely. Please.
It's a fairly long history of this expulsion of Jews, the temporary uplift in the economic conditions as they confiscate all of the possessions.
Correct.
Then, of course, the economy gets hit because they lose the contribution.
Right, there's a one-time bonus.
Expulsion of Europe. Yep. Long history of this, and fighting them back. It wasn't just limited to Spain.
No, absolutely. No, absolutely. Very, very true. Please, ask for that. Yeah. He was the grantee. He was the tax farmee. No, he was a tax farmer. He was given control. Okay, you farm the taxes over here, which means you collect it. Yes, absolutely. Okay, so now let's talk a little bit about the Inquisition, which is a major element to this story. The Inquisition is basically a Spanish institution that spread beyond Spain that was directed at searching out heresy among Catholics. One of the widely held misapprehensions is the notion that the Inquisition was directed against Jews. It was not actually directed against Jews, and in fact, Jews were to a certain degree immune from the Inquisition per se. What it was directed at were the so-called conversos, or the derogatory term morados, those Jews who had, sometime prior, perhaps after the 1391 pogroms, accepted Christianity in an outward fashion, but did not actually believe what they were behaving. And the church in Spain was very concerned about rooting out these false Christians, so to speak. They actually had a distinct term for them, new Christians, and you could retain that distinction for 3 generations. One of the great scholars of the Holocaust, Raoul Hilberg, introduces his magnum opus, the Destruction of European Jews, by comparing the Nazi Nuremberg laws to the 15th century Spanish laws regarding these so-called new Christians. Because there was really a kind of a blood-based racist attitude that you don't see anywhere else in Europe really until the 19th century, that discriminated against these new Christians because the Spaniards felt that they weren't actually believing Christians. And the truth is, they were right. The so-called conversos, or crypto Jews, were definitely still practicing Jewish services in secret. They were highly endogamous, meaning they were only marrying other conversos. They weren't marrying regular Spaniards for the most part. And they were basically creating that kind of Sephardic niche of, well, everybody outside thinks we're Christian, but everybody who's important knows that we're actually Jewish. And they could do this quite comfortably for decades or centuries, as it turns out. There are crypto Jews that are still detected in the American Southwest, even well into the early 20th century. Mr. Rodriguez, to go further than that, 20th century? It goes right up to the 21st century even then. It's like it's an amazing phenomenon. So the purpose of the Inquisition was that the church in Spain was trying to root out these false Christians, the Jews who had converted to Christianity but did not actually believe what they were saying. The Jews technically speaking, had a false sense of security because they felt like, well, the Inquisition isn't bothering us. As long as we keep to our traditions and we openly practice as Jews, then we have nothing to worry about. That turned out to be a false sense of security, but nevertheless, much of the bulk of the animus was directed at these new Christians, including even old Christians who were suspected of Judaizing, of being tempted by Jewish values, and so on. Please.
They say now crypto Jews were very successful because they had all the restrictions removed from them. And so Christian business people were very respectful of them because they could practice their own trades and at the same time still not be fully Christian in their mind. And as a matter of fact, I think that Jewish Jews were actually very supportive at the beginning of the Inquisition because they felt these are people who betrayed us. Let them be.
Yeah, and that was certainly not the best moment of Jewish unity, I think. Did I tell you the joke about the guy who wants to join the country club? Yes? You're right. Well, you remember all my jokes. Do you mind if I tell it again? Yeah, the joke goes like this. So, in the, for those of you who are younger, that up until, it was Mr. Schwartz? Mr. Schwartz, okay. So, up until, really, it's ancient, but until the 1990s, a lot of these clubs, even here in Miami, were so-called restricted, right? You could only join if you were Gentile clientele. And there was no problem with this. I joked about the 1990s. There were some that were still like the 90s, but they were openly like this until a great film came out called Gentleman's Agreement that really turned around the way people thought about these things right at the end of World War II. But at any rate, up until the 1940s, Jews could not get into a place like this. It would be forbidden, ridiculous, and hotels, forget about it. So anyways, the joke goes that there's this Jewish guy who wants to belong to this restricted country club. And so he goes to the membership director and he says, listen, these are my assets. I have these boats and these apartment buildings, and I really think that I belong in your crowd here in the Flaming Crosses Country Club. And the membership director says, listen, what's your name, Cohen? I can't help you because, we're a very exclusive club and you can only join, if you have a sponsor. And I don't think you're going to find a sponsor. He says, well, who's on your membership? I'm sure I know someone. So he says, look, here's the membership list. Shows it to him. Cohen looks down the list and he sees someone named Schwartz. And so he says, oh, I know this guy. I'll go talk to my friend Schwartz. So he leaves, he goes, he knocks on the door of Schwartz, and Schwartz opens the door, and Cohen says to him, Shalom Aleichem, Reb Yid, listen, I wanted to join the Flaming Crosses Country Club, and I need a sponsor. So I was thinking, maybe, you're a Jew, I'm a Jew, you could help me out. So Mr. Schwartz looks him in the eye and says, listen, mister, what was your name? Let me tell you something. I am a Presbyterian, and my father was a Presbyterian. And my grandfather, Allah Shalom, was also a Presbyterian. Okay. All right. So let's go on. Now, so you have this scenario where the Inquisition is directed primarily at these new Christians, these conversos, and Jews who were remaining within the traditional Jewish community felt largely immune to the pressures of the church were exerting. And even though there were some really distinct warning signs, the edict of expulsion took them completely by surprise. A couple of the expulsions that are significant, Andalusia and Aragon in the 1480s, some really nasty trials and executions that occurred in a few places, including a blood libel in 1490 and 91. But the traditional Jewish approach was, these things...
And they're already developing advanced...
They're like individual sorts of occasions, and we shouldn't connect the dots here. In many, it's ironic. There are many similarities between the Jews in 1930s Germany and the Jews in the late 15th century Spanish expulsion. I don't want to overturn that point, but it's certainly worth talking about. What did the Jews rely on? They had two basic ideas that they felt would carry them through like they had for hundreds of years. First is the Jewish reliance on lobbying, or the Hebrew term would be shtadlanut, shtadlonis in Yiddish, where basically, as a relatively unprotected minority, yet often quite wealthy, the Jews said, whenever we feel threatened by local authority, all we have to do is we have to find a charismatic individual who knows the dominant culture, who speaks the language well. We'll give him a large amount of money, which he can use as a contribution, and he will essentially bribe our way out of this mess. And that worked so many times for the Jews that they relied on it excessively. They would, simply collect large sums of money for whenever this was needed, and the Shtadlan, the intercessor, would go and take care of it. Secondly, and more significantly, and also similar to Germany, was the reliance the Jews had on Spain as a Rechtsstaat. This is a German word which basically means a society governed by law, a society governed by order. Jews as a minority
are very comfortable living in societies, even if they are mildly discriminatory, like South Africa, well, let's say more than mildly, let's say Quebec. They can live in those countries as long as there's no anarchy. Anarchy is a worse enemy to the Jews than a little bit of corruption in government, because Jews know how to deal with corruption. They know the rules, they know who they have to pay, they know what has to be done, and you can live within those boundaries. But anarchy, people running in the streets, destroying property, no rule of law, no reliable police force, no reliable judiciary, even if they were corrupted. That's the kind of thing that's very dangerous for Jews. Spain was ultimately a Rechtsstaat, a society with an effective system of governance, and in fact, it was centralizing its power at this time. And the Jews felt that these two factors, are Stadtlandes and Spain as a Rechtsstaat, will be fine. We have nothing to worry about. Of course, they had no idea what was going to happen. The decree of expulsion was prepared completely in secret. Ferdinand and Isabella didn't let anyone know about it. I'll talk about some of the reasons for it in the next slide. This is actually a picture of the decree, and it was announced to the close circle in the early part of 1492. It was not announced to the larger population immediately. So when Abravanel heard of this, he went together with the 8-year-old Don Abraham Sr., who was also a major figure similar to Abravanel in terms of his position, and they asked to meet with Ferdinand to, do the usual. It was a pretty severe decree, and it came out of nowhere, but they thought they would do the same thing they'd always done, and they would avert this terrible event. So right away, Ferdinand says no, which they could expect as well. So they went and they got a huge bribe, and they brought back the money. But at this point, even though Ferdinand initially said maybe to the money, he ultimately said no. And so that was kind of a huge surprise to Abravanel that, wait a second, the old strategies are not working. Much like, if you can imagine, I'm sorry, it's 3 times now I'm mentioning Nazi Germany, but Hitler could not be bribed. He was not interested in money. Only perhaps towards the end of the war, the Jews for Trucks scheme, which involved Eichmann, but in the initial years, it was not about money at all, and money and the Jews were simply not ready for that. So Abravanel said, maybe it's not actually Ferdinand who's doing this, maybe it's Isabella. She's the power behind the throne, I'll go and talk to her. He went to her, and we have a record of their conversation that he presented. He spoke in prophetic tone, speaking about how many countries decline after they persecute the Jews, speaking about the kind of negative repercussions that would occur if this were to happen. But Isabella was obviously prepared for him, and she gave back arguments based on Hebrew scripture, indicating that the will of a king is the decree of heaven. She quoted chapter and verse from Psalms, indicating that the heart of a king is guided by God, and she rebuffed him, sending him out of her chamber. This was a completely unexpected event, and in fact, it signaled that the expulsion would in fact go through. Don Abraham Senior, that I mentioned earlier, actually converted to Christianity. Many of the commentaries in subsequent centuries looked down on him for this, although some research is questioning, to what degree that's merited. But many refer to his name, Senior, as Soneor, the hater of light, because of his capitulation. But let's turn to what's the main reason for the expulsion. So I like to tell my history students, my undergraduates, there's such a thing as the Abramson rule in history. The Abramson rule is, I have a history major here. Ms. Herman, what is the Abramson rule in history? It's all about money. Thank you very much. When you don't know how to explain something, it's probably about money. In Russian, you have an expression, kogo, whom, which basically means who's taking from whom, who's beating whom, that kind of thing. So in this case, just look at the economics of it. The annual tax revenue from the Jews nationally in 1472 was about 500,000, I forget the unit of currency, I think it's called Medellin or something like that. But the value of confiscated Jewish property in Burgos, one region alone, was like 7 million. So you just think about the immediate first-term economic lump of expelling all these Jews was overwhelming, too tempting to resist, even though
should the Jews remain there and be generating tax income over years, that would be generate a greater profit. But the short-term bump in cash flow was so overwhelming that this cash-strapped kingdom that was engaged in rapid centralization and at the same time fighting several wars said, you know what? This is a great source of income. Simply expel the Jews. I'm not going to go there. This microphone only reaches here anyways. Okay, so the edict was made public in late April, and the Jews were told that they had to leave Spain by the end of July. Ironically, the last day of July was Tisha B'Av, National Jewish Bad Luck Day, the day upon which so many great trials came to the Jews. Created a mass panic as Spanish Jewry rushed hither and yon, selling their homes at ridiculously low rates, getting rid of their property because, like in Germany, under the Aryanization rules, it was impossible to remove from Germany more than a very minimal amount of currency. So in Spain, same thing. Germany and Spain, the same laws. So people are trying to liquidate their currency, trying to buy diamonds, sew them into their linings to their coats and so on to flee the country. But severe limits were placed on these things. As I mentioned here, Abravanel himself was pressured to convert. He was offered a huge bribe by the crown. They wanted to keep him. They wanted to keep his financial expertise, and they begged him to become Christian. And as I mentioned, Senior, in fact, took that offer, although it was unlikely that it was done perhaps with the most open of motives. Abravanel refused, and in fact, he learned later that one of the last-ditch efforts that the crown was going to do to try to keep him in place is they were planning to kidnap and baptize his 1-year-old grandson. So he immediately left. He was told of this by an informer who was possibly inclined towards him, and he managed to rescue his son, his daughter-in-law, and their infant child, and escape Spain at that time. They followed a route that was common to many Spanish Jews. As you can see, the expulsion took Jews out of Spain up here into the more tolerant regions of Northern Europe. Of course, you have Spinoza and others up in Amsterdam. They're a result of the Spanish expulsion. Many Jews took the somewhat dangerous sea route here over into North Africa. The strong populations of Sephardic Jews in Greece come largely from this expulsion, and Abravanel ended up kind of island hopping his way throughout the Mediterranean basin for the remainder of his life. Nevertheless, wherever he went, he met with great success. His expertise in finance was valued by whichever ruling power he came into contact with, and he once again engaged in rapid, prolific writing, completing his commentary on the Torah during this very difficult period of separation from his family and of the total devastation of his entire community. I'd like to speak just a little bit about some of his ideas here. We're almost out of time. This is a great work from undergraduates. I like to use this word a lot. It impresses strangers, makes them think I'm smarter than I am. Weltanschauung is a German word meaning way of looking at the world. Welt means world. Anschauung is like onlooking, and it refers to your political philosophy, your religion, your optimism or pessimism, your extroverted nature or introvert. It's a large term that refers to basically how you look at the world around you. So his Weltanschauung was obviously colored heavily by his political experience and then his terrible personal experience. So one of the things that's fascinating about his later writings in particular is his fervent belief that the Messianic period was nigh. And in fact, in a publication he issued in 1407, that should be 1497, not 1407, he believed that 1503 would be the year that Mashiach came. He lived past 1503, and of course he met with some disappointment once that year went out, but he believed that the tremendous persecution of the age clearly indicated that God would not tolerate this much longer, and it would be time for the Messiah. Unfortunately, there will be much more pain and suffering in place over the next 500 years. By way of
conclusion, for much of the scholarship on Abravanel for the last few hundred years, he comes across fairly weak as a leader. And to some degree, there's a lot of arguments to be made. He failed to perceive the warning signs of the expulsions of Spain. He failed to understand the dire implications of the Inquisition. And given all his political experience, surprisingly put so many of his eggs in one basket, so to speak, so as to be reliant on any one king. Nevertheless, new scholarship by Mark Saperstein has significantly reevaluated a lot of Abravanel's role in the leadership of the Jewish community at this time, emphasizing much of the work he did, for example, for the rescuing of captives, because many of the Jews, when they were expelled from Spain, they were taken captive and sold into slavery. And so it was quite a job to try and ransom all these Jews out of slavery and set up communities again. But a lot of Saperstein's research has focused on, the disability we have of looking with hindsight. It's much easier after the events have passed to be able to say, well, why didn't you see this? Or didn't you see how that related to this? And so on and so forth. We know, of course, from our own times in the 20th century, and he evaluates Abravanel's scholarship at a much higher level, along with, in general, the leadership of Spanish Jewry in the 15th century. This was truly bold from the blue, something that would have taken a genius to anticipate, and he believes that much of the negative assessment of Abravanel is undeserved. So, finally, with Don Isaac Abravanel, we have a rather amazing example of someone who was at the very highest peaks of political activity, and an incredible exemplar of Torah scholarship, producing many works still studied today in the original Hebrew and translated into English, Spanish, and many other languages. He's an example of a leader that would not be repeated for the next 500 years, and ultimately one of the more profound individuals of the 15th century. I want to thank you very much for your attention and your endurance, and I look forward to seeing you next week when we'll talk about Rabbi Moshe Cordovero and the Tzfat Circle.
One day,
thank you.
A cart was coming across the Mongol territory, and only women drove carts. Men rode horses, women also rode horses. But women owned the houses, which were called gers, tents. They owned all the household equipment, and so they had to have carts for moving back and forth. The fact that a cart was moving meant that some woman was moving from one place to another. And in fact, her husband was with her. She was a new bride, and her husband was on a horse close to her. So what happened was a man named Yasuke. Yasuke, the future father of Genghis Khan. Yasuke was up on a hill. He was hunting with his falcon. The words of the secret history of the Mongols were very clear. And he looked down and he saw her, and he could barely glimpse her, but he knew she was young and she was a new bride. And he rode back to camp. He got his two brothers, and they came racing down. And they came, and first the husband of the woman looked around, and he decided to flee. Not because he was a coward, but he figured he would probably pull the men after him. They would chase him, and they did. They chased him. He went far away. He circled around. He came back. He arrived back at the cart where his wife was. Her name was Erlun. And Erlun had time to think while he was riding around, being chased by the Mongols. And she decided that it's more important for him to live. And she told him when he came back, you must flee. If you stay here, they will kill you and they will take me. But if you flee, they will take me, but you will have the chance to find another wife. There are many women in the world. You find one and you call her Hulot, after my name. And you remember me when you're with her. It's a very dramatic moment. And he rode away, and he looked back and forth, and it said that the pigtails or the braids that were hanging down were whipping back and forth from his chest to his back. He was divided, obviously, and whether he should go or stay. But the three men were approaching again, and they were headed straight for the cart this time. And they came in, and they took Erlu. She didn't say a word until her husband was over the ridge. And when he was over the ridge and she could no longer see him, she began to scream and wail. And one of the brothers said to her, "Doesn't matter if you shake the waters out of the river and if you shake the mountains with your screaming, you will never see this man again." And he was right. That was the moment when Genghis Khan's mother and father met. That's the beginning of his story in this kidnapping. And it's going to reverberate every detail of it. It will come back again and again, not only throughout the story of the life of Genghis Khan, it's going to continue on with the feuds and the issues caused by it, all the way into the future. To some extent, in certain parts of the world, you could say it still exists.
So the meeting is fundamentally sort of a mixture of heartbreak and dark criminal type of kidnapping. And from that is conceived this conqueror of the biggest contiguous empire in history.
What I was really interested in was, how did this happen? Who was this person? As Wordsworth wrote in his poem, the child is father of the man. And it's the childhood that created him. And it's that episode that was before he was born, but all the things that happened throughout his childhood made him into the man that he became. And so he was now suddenly, this unusual situation was created where a child is going to be born to a kidnapped woman who is being held by strange people, the Mongols. They were not her people. And he already had another wife, her husband. He had a wife named Sochiko. He had at that time already one son. Later he had another son with her. It was a very odd situation. And in fact, the father, Yasuke, wasn't even there when Temujin was born. He was off fighting the Tatars. And during this campaign against the Tatars, he killed two Tatars. One of them was named Temujin Uke, which is sort of person of iron. It's what it means from the Turkic, but today part of also Mongolian language. So he came back, he had a baby, and he decided to name him Temujin, the person of iron, or Iron Man, we might call him.
After the man he killed.
After the man he killed. So this kidnapped mother, just a second wife, now, not a legal wife, but just a second kidnapped wife. And he's named for someone his father just killed. It was not auspicious beginning. And in fact, just episode after episode in his childhood was inauspicious. The father and mother moved camp one time when he was quite young, and somehow they overlooked him and forgot him. He was left behind. So here's this young child, we don't know what age, but about 4 or 5, I think. He was left behind, and as it turned out, some other people, the Taichu, found him, and then they kept him for a while, and eventually he was reunited with his father and mother. And it's very odd to me that I never have any inkling of a spark of relationship much between the father and the son. Because then when Temujin is 8 years old, his father decides to take him off to find a wife, which finding a wife in the Mongolian terms means you give the child to that family, or you give the boy to that family, and he will live with them, and they will raise him up, and they will train him the way they want before he can marry their daughter. And so he's taking him off at age 8, but he didn't take the other son from the other wife, was keeping him. There was something about Temujin having been lost once and found by the Taichu and reunited with the family. Now his father takes him off at age 8, and he was going to take him to Erlu's family, but he never made it. He stopped with another family. It's like the first family he came across. And the words of the secret history, it's sort of like instant love. there was fire in his eyes, fire in her eyes. He saw this girl, Ersta, who was about 9 years old, a little older, and he wanted to stay there with that family, according to the story. And so the father left him there with that family. But on the way home, the father decided, he saw a drinking party, and he decided to join them. They were Tatars. He hid his identity. On the step, everybody kind of figures out who everybody is. And they figured out who he was. And supposedly, they poisoned him. He got on his horse and was able to ride back home, but within a few days, he died. So now, Temujin is off living with another family. And somebody comes from his family, not a relative, but a close person. Muslim comes to get him, take him back. And they make it through the winter. They make it through the winter. Mother Erlu, by now, she has and one daughter. I think the daughter had already been born, or the daughter was going to be born not too long after that. They make it through the winter. The spring comes, and of course, the clan is going to move to a new camp. They go to spring camp or winter camp. And they have a ceremony for the ancestors. And they started the ceremony, what they did not tell Erlu. And so she came, and she was angry that she had been left out. The old women said, "You're the one for whom we do not have to call. We will feed you if you come, but we do not have to take care of you." Letting her know that as a captive woman, she was not a real wife in their view. And that was really the signal that when they moved camp, they were not taking her with them. And they packed up, they took her animals. They took the animals, but she, at that moment, she still had one horse for a moment, and she jumped on the horse and she took the banner of her husband, and she raced around the people. And the banner after death contains the soul of the person. And so she raced around, and they were a little bit nervous, and so they camped for one night, and they waited until it was dark. Then they took off, and this time, one of the friends of the family came running out to try to stop them, and they killed him. Temujin cried. He was a little boy, 8 years old. There was nothing he could do. He was just a little boy. But now that family is left there on the steppe. 4 children, possibly 5 already. Sochigel, the other woman with 2 children, they're all left there to die on the steppe. When the winter comes, they will surely all die. How do they make it in the winter? Mother Erlu, in the words of the secret history, she pulled her hat down over her head. She took her black stick and she ran up and down the banks of the river, digging out roots to feed the gullet of her brood. She fed them through the winter. She found food, digging up whatever she could, finding whatever she could, everything she could. And even at this young age, Temujin was already beginning to go out to collect things. He could get fish, he could do a few tasks to help feed the family. It was an extremely awful struggle at this point. But she saved every one of the children.
So, Temujin's early years were marked by loneliness, abandonment, and struggle.
Yes, even after this, he was kidnapped at one point by Taichi people. He was kidnapped, and we would say, I think the correct word would be enslaved. They put him into a gang, a yoke, like an ox would wear. And so his 2 arms are in it, and his head is in it, and he's trapped in this thing. And every night he would be taken to a different year to be guarded by that family. And one night there was a little celebration, so most of the people are drinking, and he's left with a boy who's not very smart. And Temujin managed to take the wood yoke that he's trapped in and use it as a weapon by turning it around very quickly and hitting the boy in the head, knocking him out. Those are the first lessons for the Mongols that anything that moves is a weapon. This is going to go on for generations. Very important for the Mongols. If it moves, it's a weapon. He did that. He raced off in the night, and he jumped into the river to hide. He's still got a tank on him. He's still trapped under there. The people are looking for him. They come out and up and down the river, and he's hiding underneath the water for the most part, trying to breathe as best he can. But it's dark, and this protects him a little bit. They give up, and they say, okay, we'll come back tomorrow. He can't possibly escape. But the next day, he knew one family that he thought he could go to. And he was right. He went to that family at a great risk to themselves. They, in fact, were a captive family at the time, too. And at great risk to themselves, they managed to saw off the tank and then burn it in their fire. And they gave him food to escape. And then he had to go find his family again. So this is the kind of life that this boy Temujin had.
So he, just to be clear, the neck is strapped and the hands are trapped.
We think that's how it is. We just have the word. They don't say the head and the hands. We know that his body is trapped in it. But from all evidence we have, it's the hands and the head.
And he's running around deeply alone with this thing.
Yes. Yes. And then he has to go out and find wherever his family is.
So this, in part, was the foundation of his breaking with Mongol tradition that kinship is the most important thing above all else. Because here's my story where he's abandoned over and over and over.
By his father's own brothers. See, the men who kidnapped her, they had an obligation under Mongol law and custom to marry her when her husband died. They did not. They should take care of her and her children, because her children are the children of their brother, and they count as the sons of the clan, or they should. But no, they had all deserted him, all betrayed him. He learned very early on that you cannot trust family.
You mentioned that Genghis Khan's childhood, Temujin, was marked by extreme tribal violence. Can you describe sort of the state of affairs in the steppe? How much violence is there? How much kidnapping is there?
The story of Temujin is not a story for that time. Now, as an isolated family outcast, of course, he's not participating in the various feuds and the rage of the people around him. But they are constantly raiding in the winter, and for women and for horses and for any kind of valuables that they can find. It's almost like their way of getting trade goods from China. That one group raids the other in order to find out whatever they have for textiles or for metal. Mongols produce nothing. They could produce felt to make their tents, but they were not craftsmen. And so they had to get these items from somewhere, and it was through raiding. And so even in the genealogy of Temujin, you see going back generation after generation of women having been kidnapped, children born who are not necessarily the father's child, unclear who the father was. And all of these issues go back for a long time. Later, Genghis Khan will realize, once he becomes Genghis Khan, he will realize that the true source of most of the feuding on the steppe is over women. And later he will outlaw the kidnapping of women and the sale of women. In part, not only because of what had happened to his mother, but what happened to him next in his life.
And this is one of the things you talk about. This, in some ways, the love story with his wife was her kidnapping was the defining. If you could point to one place where Genghis Khan, the conqueror, was created, it's that point is where being kidnapped. Can you describe, first of all, his love for this woman and what that means, and what the kidnapping of her meant?
At age 16, first, the girl he had met when he was 8 years old, and she was 9. She's now 17. And she and her mother come. It's hard to even imagine what it was like for this 16-year-old boy who had suffered these indignities of life in every way that you can imagine. And suddenly, here is the love of his life, who's going to be living with him, making him happy. He has somebody who loves him, not just his mother running around getting food and trying to feed the 5 children and plus the other wife and her 2 children. No, he has somebody who loves him. And it's all the excitement that you can imagine, with the fire in the eyes and the excitement, and then it only lasts a few months. So there they are, and there's a lady visiting that we don't know exactly who she is, but just they called her grandmother, Kawakchin. Granny Kawakchin is there, and Granny Kawakchin is sleeping, of course, on the floor of the gear, the tent. And early in the morning, she feels the vibrations in the earth, and she knows the horsemen are coming. She rouses the family. But Mother Erlun is in charge. Mother Erlun is still in charge, even though Temujin is now married. She puts all of her children on a horse. She takes the baby girl Temujin in her own lap. She has one extra horse, but she won't take Urshta, because she knows, she doesn't know who the men are, she has no idea. They're coming in the dark, they're coming for a woman. They know there's a girl there. This family of outcasts has acquired a wife, and they know that they're coming for that. And so she leaves Mochiko, the other wife. She leaves this old lady, Granny Kawakchin, who actually has her own cart, and she leaves Urshta. They pile into Granny's cart. It's only an ox to pull it, so they don't get too far before the attackers get there. But Mother Erlun is right. She's able to get her children off to the mountain, to the mountainside, away from them, because the men are so focused on this cart and finding out how many women are in there and who they are. And all. So Mother Erlun saved her family, but at a cost. Suddenly, Temujin realizes he's obeyed his mother, but he's lost the most important thing in his life. I do think this is the defining moment of his life. The story began back when his mother was kidnapped. Well, now the kidnapping of his wife, and he gets to define, what will he do? What should he do? What can he do? Is he going to just resign himself to it? Is he going to go out and look for another wife? And he decides that life is not worth living without Urshta. He has found something good in his life. And if he has to die trying to get her back, he will die trying to get her back.
And this is the early steps of the military genius. One, because in order to get her back requires an actual organization of troops.
He needs allies. He goes to a man who ruled the Karyak people in central Mongolia, and a little river about where the capital of Ulaanbaatar is today. He goes there because that Wang Han is his name, or Torgal Han. He goes there because Wang Han had been the lord over his father at one point, and his father had gone on raids for him. So he went there, and actually he took a gift. That's because Urshta's mother had brought a sable coat as a gift for Mother Erlun at the time of the marriage. So he took the coat, and he took it, and he gave it as a gift to Wang Han and asked for his help. And Wang Han said yes. And he said, I will send some troops, but we need more. And you need to ask Jamaka. You need to ask him to come also. He said, I will send a message to him to get troops.
You have to tell the story of Jamaka. Because the story of Genghis Khan is one of people abandoning him, being disloyal. And here is a person who's not of his kin, but becomes his, in a way, brother, in a way, loyal. And as you've described, he's both. The best thing to us happened Genghis Khan and one of the biggest challenges in the later years of Genghis Khan. So who was Jamaka?
Jamaka was a boy about the same age as Temujin, and his family had winter camp close to where Mother Erlun was living with her children. And so the two boys met during the winter time. In fact, they both claimed descent from the same woman about 4 generations earlier, or 5, it's a little unclear. She was an Orihankai woman who herself was kidnapped. And actually, Jamaka was the descendant of her from the fact that she was pregnant at the moment of kidnapping. And then Temujin is descended from her through the new kidnapper, Motonchan, his ancestor. So they're both as the models would say, from the same womb. They come from the same historic origin. However, their lives were similar in that both lost their fathers very early, but Jamaka also lost a mother. So he grew up in a household of his grandfather. He had no siblings, unlike Temujin with a whole household of siblings. He grew up with his grandfather, and his grandfather had several wives, so he grew up with a bunch of old women, which later he said he thought was an influence on his life. But the two boys meet, so they come from different backgrounds, and Jamaka is not as deprived by any means as the life of Temujin, but he has a certain emotional deprivation, I think, having not had mother, father, siblings, and he lives with these old people. The two boys meet and become good friends playing on the ice. And so they're playing on the ice, and then very early on, I think when they're about 10 or 11 years old, they decide to make a pact. It's called becoming Anda. Anda is more than a friend. A friend is like Nur in the language, and there are several different types of friendship. But Anda is a friendship that's beyond a friendship. It's something for life. And they swore that they would be there forever to protect each other, to help each other at every moment. And they exchanged knuckle bones. So each one of them had the knuckle bone of a robot, a deer. Knuckle bones are used in these games that they play, but it's also used to forecast the future. You can roll them around and all. It's very strange. On the ice, I will say, in wintertime in Mongolia, it could be up to 50 degrees below zero. It doesn't really matter at that part whether it's either Celsius or Fahrenheit or what it is. But slide something across the ice and it's just absolutely smooth like silk, and it goes on for a long way. And if you put your ear down to the ice, you hear this celestial sound that is unlike any sound on the earth. It's just like the angels are singing out of the ice. So once there's this relationship of Anda, then a couple years later they swear it again, but this time they're slightly older boys and they have bows and arrows, and so they exchange arrows with each other. In fact, the text is very specific that Jamaka took the horn, cut it off of a 2-year-old calf, and he whittled it down, and then he drilled a hole into it in order to make a whistling arrow, which is used for several purposes. It's used for signals, for one thing, from one person to another, but also when you're hunting, if you want to move the animal in a certain direction, you send a whistling arrow in the opposite direction to make the animal move. But it had a lot of use. So the boys had exchanged robot knuckles. This time they exchanged, and so they had been close friends. And Van Han said, okay, Jamaka should raise some troops and go with you. And he did. So the three set out some troops from Van Han. He himself did not go, he was too old. But he sent some troops. And then Jamaka and his troops. And then basically just Temujin and his family. He just had his brothers. That's all. They set off to find the merchant people of the Siling River, which flows into Siberia and on into Lake Baikal. They had to go through some extremely rough territory. And you see in this episode, though, Jamaka is already a little bit fierce without necessarily thinking it through carefully. He gives this long speech about all the things they're going to do to the merchant people. We're going to jump through the smoke hole in the top of the gear. We're going to jump in there, and we're going to kill them all. We're going to kill the men and the women and the and children. We will destroy these people forever. He has an extremely militant rhetoric, at least. And he's also rather critical of the elder people. Von Hodge people came late, and he gave them this long lecture about we are Mongols, and if we give our word is our promise forever. And rain or sleet or snow, it doesn't matter, we be there on time. And then so he's dressing down his superiors. He's very aggressive, but he's very helpful. So these troops, they move in on the market camp. They also come in at night, and so there's a small amount of warning because some men are out hunting sables, the merchant men, and they race back to the camp and they tell the people, and the people are getting ready to get out as fast as possible. So Bergstedt has no idea who's coming. She doesn't want to be kidnapped again. It's just somebody. So she and the grandmother go box in again, and so they're loaded into a Temujin comes in, and there's a full moon that night, so they can see what they're doing. And he's really searching for her. He's not paying too much attention to the battle. And he's calling for her, and she hears voice. She knows who it is. She jumps off the cart and she runs to him, and they're reunited. And he grabs her, embraces her, and then he said, "This is the goal. This is why we are here. We don't do anything else." He was very clear about that.
And that was his first full-on military engagement.
Aside from the things, yes, his first full-on military engagement. Now, along the way, in addition to escaping all these horrors, he had killed his older half-brother.
And that, too, was a deeply formative experience. So what was that about? Can you explain in Mongol society the role of the older brother and the power struggle there? And, not to moralize, but there's also the ethical foundation behind the murder.
The killing of Richter, that's one of the things that's totally unknown outside of the secret history of the Mongols. None of the Persian chronicles, none of the Chinese chronicles, none of them knew about this until the secret history was deciphered and translated. But Richter was the older child of Sochiko. And his son, the older brother, has complete authority over the younger siblings in Mongolian society. They have to refer to him with a special pronoun all the time, Tom, and he refers to them as Chi. It's like a formality. And his word goes. He is the father in the absence of the father. But also, it's quite common that if a man dies and his brothers either has no brothers or his brothers do not marry his widow, and if he has a son by another wife, she will become his wife. So it would have been common that Richter eventually, when he passed through puberty, would then perhaps marry mother early. Now, I don't know that happened, but I think either it did or Temujin was trying to prevent it, because it was bad enough that he was the older brother, but he got the older brother and the stepfather. Temujin just couldn't handle that. And he was already, Richter was ordering him around, so he would take things like a fish or bird that Temujin had caught, and that's perfectly acceptable in the Mongol hierarchy.
So Temujin would catch a fish, and Richter would take the fish.
Yes, it's only recorded once, but perhaps it happened several times.
So that's an okay thing to do for an older brother. Take stuff.
Yes, he can do anything he wants, just about, with his younger siblings. That's, yeah. But Temujin is not going to stand for it. So, mostly in the record, they kind of put the blame on this fish, which I'm not so sure that's really the blame. But the boys had actually taken the sewing needles from their mother. They were using them for fishing. And I think it's more complicated than that. But for whatever reason, he and his next brother, Hasser, decided to kill him. And they did.
Why to you is it more complicated than that? It feels to me like stealing of a fish is like the final straw. Here he's being abused over and over and over, and the fish is a symbol of that. And so here he takes matters into his own hands.
I think it is a symbol of that, and it can be the thing that pushes him over the edge. But it's all these other tensions of what's going on with the family. Because they shoot him with arrows, they kill him. But what happens afterwards is also interesting from the dynamics of what was going on before, because we hear nothing from Xochitl. She and her younger son, Belgatai, they stay with the family. They don't go away. But the one who is outraged is Mother Ergo, his mother. She screams and hollers at him in the longest kind of tirade you can imagine about you will never have anybody in your life except your own shadow, and you are worse than everything that she could name. She could be worse than. She was outraged, went on and on and on about it. So she was obviously extremely distressed about it. Whereas Xochitl, the mother of the boy, she may have been distressed, I don't know, but nothing has shown up in the record. So he does have this episode of having killed off his brother, but I don't think it was a deeply meaningful, I think it was important, but I don't think it was emotionally deeply meaningful for Temujin. The brother was gone. Problem was solved. Mother is extremely ticked off at him, but
it does show. In fact, it's interesting if it's not a big deal for him. It does show that he's willing to resort to murder, take care of a bad situation.
Yes. He is capable of doing anything that needs to be done to resolve what he sees as a problem. Richter was a problem, he resolved it at a very young age. So he had that experience behind him. But now, Richter's younger brother Belgatai is on the raid with him and with Dumbledore when they go to Captain Burstaback. So he has both loyalty, and Belgatai stays loyal to him his entire life. So it's very interesting.
Return to Bertha. Is it normal to have such a love story across many years when you're separated? Sort of having that kind of loyalty? Because those two-way loyalty from Bertha to Temujin, and Temujin to Bertha. And this is like before he was Genghis Khan.
I think as children, he was too preoccupied with staying alive, trying to find fish and roots to eat and things like that, to really be pining for her all the time. But for whatever reason, she came, and it could be that her family liked him in some way, or that she remembered him, or that she had no other suitors. Because at 17, she should have been married, actually. So I can't explain why, but it was certainly a strong love story after the fact, if not before. Those two were loyal to each other throughout their lives. She was, I would say, the most important person to him after that.
He went to literal war to get her back.
He risked everything. He was willing to die. He was willing to kill. He was willing to die in order to get her back. And he got her back. And now he's reestablished his relationship with Jabuka. And so they decide to stay together. And they all go off to the Horanok Valley. And she is pregnant. This becomes a huge issue for her. It's one of those things that to this day, almost, it's an issue and what happens. But as he says much later in life, when his own sons rebel against him, and they call the first child a murky bastard, He defends his wife viciously. To his own son. He says, you were not there. You do not know who loved who and who did not. You did not see the sky turning around. You did not see the stars falling. You did not see the earth turn over. You don't know what was happening. And if I say he is my son, he is my son. Who are you to say otherwise? You were not there. You come from the same warm womb. And if your mother could hear your words, her warm womb would turn to cold stone. So he defended her forever. But he's off now. We go back to the beginning. She's pregnant. They're in the Hohanak Valley. And he and Jamuk decide to renew their vows of being Anda to each other. So this time, it's more serious. A ceremony in front of the whole, we can't say tribe, it's not big enough yet for a tribe, but the whole clan that's there. And then Jamuk takes off a gold belt, which actually he'd stolen from the market at some point. Where on earth they had a gold belt, I don't know. But he took off a gold belt and he put it on Temujin. And then Temujin gave him a mare who had never had a foal, had never given birth. It was an unusual mare who had a little growth on her head, which they called a horn. So it was an unusual gift, and it has meaning, but I don't know all the meanings behind it. It's sort of odd to me. But golden belt, you can kind of sort of think about it in different ways. But the belt for the Mongol man is really the sign of manhood. And in fact, this belt of Tus, a woman was often then and even now called person without a belt. Because that's how they were at that time. Today, women wear belts, of course. But they still use the word uskui, with no belt. So it's a very important symbol of manhood. So he gave that to Temujin, and they celebrated. And then the words of a secret history, they slept apart under the same blanket, apart from the mother group, and they were happy together. And then when the baby was born, Temujin named the baby Tunch, which means visitor. Some people say, well, it's because the child was really the market child. Other people say, no, it's because he was a visitor on the territory of Jamuk at that time. And other people can say, well, Jamuk's ancestor, who had been born from the kidnapped woman who was pregnant, they had named that Jorigadai, which meant foreigner. So it's kind of like a parallel, visitor and a foreigner. And so Jamuk's clan took the name from him. They were called Jadalan. And so there are all these things that sometimes we can't quite understand because we don't have the total mentality of that time that we're not there.
But we should say that the pretty powerful part of this love story is that the child is likely not his, and he accepted that child as his own and defended it as it becomes much more important later as his first child.
Yes, he defends his child through his entire life, and but not long after the birth, he and Jamuk break apart, or really it's Temujin breaks apart at the urging of Ersta. She said he lords it over you too much, he orders you around too much, you need to be free, we need to break away. And she urged him, and he loved his wife more than anything. I think that it is certainly the most important other character in his life, adult life, would be the Anda relationship, which gets up being severely tested in the future years. But they run away through the night. They go all night long to escape from him. But he obviously loved Bertha the most and took the baby, of course, with him as well.
So here's this breaking point of the Anda. How did that relationship evolve?
The two of them never claimed to break it. They had just separated. And now we have the Banghan, the most powerful ruler on the steppe, who's ruling out of central Mongolia, the Karyak people. And so Tamakhan remains loyal to him, but at first so does Temujin. They're both loyal to him, but they're fighting in different kinds of campaigns. So for a while, they're not fighting each other. But eventually, some things happen that separate Temujin. Temujin was making all of these great victories for Banghan, but he was even got the title Bang, which means from Chinese meaning prince or king. Banghan received that from the Jin dynasty because of all of these conquests against the Tatar people. So Temujin was rising up, and then he wanted his son to marry the daughter of Banghan. And Banghan said no. His own son, told the father, no, we don't marry those little people. They're Mongols. They're not like us. We are Karyak people. We're not going to marry them. And so then, now war, you could say, breaks out, or feud, really. It's more of a feud. And Temujin has to flee far away into the east, to a place called Baljuna. And he goes to Baljuna, and at this time, then, Jamaka is going to fight on behalf of his lord, Banghan. The two of them do not meet in combat, but now their forces are fighting each other.
And they didn't see that. I mean, there's an obvious tension there. There's an obvious, slight breaking of loyalty, right?
Yes, it's hard to know what's going through their mind at that point. We only have it later on, where the relationship is being resolved in unfortunate ways. Then they claim that neither one of them ever truly broke it because they never harmed each other directly. And in fact, then Temujin eventually defeats Banghan. So he takes over central Mongolia. He's starting to really rise up now. And he has the title from his own people of Genghis Khan. They give him that at Black Heart Mountain by the Blue Lake. It's a very beautiful, special place. But he takes that title. That's not a title that anyone had ever held that we know of. Genghis Khan. It was a new title that he just thought up, or somebody thought up, or somebody thought it had an auspicious meaning behind it. It's very close to the word Tingis, which means the sea. It could have had something to do with that. Mongolians really like, you might say, puns. They like words with multiple meanings. And it's very important to them. The more meanings a word has, the more power that word has. It has different meaning in different languages. So in Mongolian, it sounds like strong, chin, chicken. But in Turkic, and there are many Turkic people, including the market themselves, are mostly Turkic people. It sounds like the sea, things.
So it's exciting to them when there's this double meaning.
Yes.
And the double meaning plays with each other, and that excites them.
Especially with names. Like today in Mongolia, well, I've been there so long, I think the fad has passed now, but about 20 years ago, it was popular to name children Michelle, girls, because it's a French name, an American name, and it means smile in Mongolia. So it's the power of three great languages and three great civilizations, and so many names are like that. And so I think Genghis doesn't have one meaning. I think it means powerful, it means the sea, I think it means many different things. But so he had become a Khan, and he was ruling over him. And so Jamaka now switched loyalties to the next kingdom over, called the Naiman people, who are farther west. And he becomes the protege, say, of the Naiman people. But when Genghis Khan attacks the Naiman, Jamaka deserts the Naiman. He tells them these people have snouts of steel, and they eat humans alive. And he was telling them all these horrible things about the Mongols, and Taiyang Han, the leader of the Diamonds, he was rightfully scared about him, and he was left there, and he, in fact, was very quickly also defeated. So Jamaka has not fought against Temujin in this campaign. And he's off with some of his people, Jadavan clan people. He's off with them, and they see the turning of the tide. You know, right? But he now wants to become the great Khan of the steppe. He has very few followers, but he takes the title Khan, which is a very old, ancient, important title. But because Khan is gone, Khan gone, that he can take this title and pretend to be the great Khan of the steppe. You know, but his own people turn against him, and they capture him, and they think they will take him to Genghis Khan. They'll take him, and they'll be rewarded, perhaps, for turning him in. And Genghis Khan does reward them immediately. He kills them all because they have betrayed their leader, who is his hunter. It's a very strange encounter. And so, supposedly, Genghis Khan says to him, "Come back to me, save me, be beside me, protect me, be my shadow, be my safety guard in life." And supposedly, Jamukha says, "But I did betray you. My people fought against you, and you will always know that, and you will never completely trust me. I will be like a louse underneath the collar of your tunic. I will be like a thorn in the lapel of your nail." He said, "Kill me without shedding my blood. Let me die. And if you do, take my remains up to a high place and bury me, and I will be the guard. I will be the protector for you and your people forever." So, obviously, Temujin did not participate in the killing, but he ordered the killing. And he was either, it's not specified how he was killed without shedding blood, but the Mongols had several ways, because the most honorable way to die was without shedding blood. The blood contains part of the soul, and if you lose it, you're losing your soul before you die. So they usually wrap them up in felt carpets, and then beat them to death or trample them to death with horses, something like that. There are a couple other methods, but I think that's probably the method by which Jamukha was killed. And so he was killed, and then Temujin had it, or Genghis Khan had his remains taken up and buried in a high place. This is over near Tuva, which is the big part of Russia. But until the 20th century, it was a part of Mongolia. The Tuvan people very, very close culturally to the Mongols.
It seems that both of them, under the relationship, had a deep value for loyalty. And so the way, it's not worth living after you've been disloyal, which is the Jamukha perspective, right?
He had become very practical at this point, and he understood that you needed complete total loyalty and trust with everybody around you. And I think for this reason, he was willing to accept the plea of Jamukha. And when Genghis Khan was asking him to come back and to be his shadow and to be his safety guard again, maybe that was just a formality that he knew would be rejected. Or maybe when Jamukha offered to be killed without shedding blood, that was a formality that he thought would not be followed through.
Nevertheless, to me, just reading your work and understanding the history, this relationship seems like a really, really important relationship that defines the nature of loyalty.
Yes.
For Genghis.
I would say in both negative and positive ways. It was the most important relationship of his adulthood aside from Bertha. But that relationship really did not seem to have any negative aspects. They sometimes disagreed on things, but small things. So she was by him. She was positive in every regard, so far as we know, forever. Although she was not submissive, but she was always on his side. And Tamaka, it was just a little too hot-headed for me, I mean, in my evaluation of these things like, oh, we're going to drop down on the market and we're going to come through the smoke hole and kill everybody, And he had a flair for the dramatic, even in a way giving the gold belt to Temujin. But Tamaka also, he explained himself at the end of life. And he said, we both lost our father, but I also lost my mother, and you had a strong mother to raise you. I did not. He said, you had Bertha. You have a very strong wife to help you. And my wife, he just used a word like prattler, like she just sort of complains and prattles along, and we did not have a relationship. So, something about that rings true. There were some elements of that were true. But Tamaka certainly didn't have the intelligence and the real genius for dealing with people, dealing with soldiers, especially in warfare, that Temujin had.
Yeah, in that relationship, there's a contrast because Genghis Khan did not accumulate riches or accumulate power in a way that was for the sake of the riches or for the sake of the power. He was always very practical in what is the way to maximize the success of this operation.
Yes, I often wonder what happened to the gold belt. It disappeared from the story, and the gold belt doesn't just disappear. What happened to that? It's so interesting because Temujin was never interested in material goods. And as Genghis Khan is the ruler, he, in some ways you could say, became the richest man in the world because he controlled the most wealth flowing through him. But he always dressed simply. He always lived in the tent. And he said, I eat what my soldiers eat. I dress the way my soldiers dress. I live the way my soldiers live. We are the same. So he had no interest in the wealth. And Tamaka, he had sided before with Manghan, which was very advantageous because they had more trade goods and wealthier people and all. But he just didn't have the temperament, I think, that was going to be helpful for Genghis Khan's continued rise.
That is one of the powerful things about Genghis Khan's stories. He came from nothing.
From absolute nothing.
And he didn't, from what I see and understand, become sort of corrupted by the riches or change. He fundamentally remained the same person who does not have value for material things.
He changed and matured in various ways over life, as we all do, or we hope we do. But he never became avaricious in any way. He was never greedy. He was never inquisitive. He kept the simple life. And part of the simple life for him meant that no one was allowed to write about him. No one was allowed to make his likeness. They couldn't paint a picture of him. They couldn't make a statue of him. No building could be built dedicated to him. No palace, no tomb, no temple of any sort. Not even at the point of death, but the simplest gravestone. Nothing. Nothing.
It's fascinating that a kid, a boy, that doesn't know the world would have the intelligence to understand how corrupting that is. Like the moment somebody builds a statue of you, that's like a slippery slope towards becoming, not seeing the world clearly, not seeing, surrounding yourself with sycophants that don't tell you the information, not being able to select the right people to lead the armies or to lead the territories that you conquer. It's interesting that he had that foresight of don't record, don't worship. That's because that's a dangerous road to go down for a leader.
And it's very hard to explain how he stuck to that, how he got it. You're so easily corrupted by power, and and yet he maintained this very fierce attitude towards his relationship was with the people around him, his guard mostly, or his private part of the army, that went with him, the central part of the army. That was his relationship, his family. He had 4 wives. This was what was important to him. And in fact, no portrait was painted until 1278. Well, by then he already been dead for 51 years. And then no statue until the 21st century.
Just incredible. But let's go to the document that you referenced several times, the Secret History.
The Secret History is a very unusual document, and I happen to love it very much. But I said, Genghis Khan allowed nothing to be written about him in his lifetime. People couldn't take notes. Even the army Genghis Khan ordered the invention of the alphabet for the Mongol people, and it was adapted from the Uyghur people. And so to this day, it's often called the Uyghur alphabet, the Uyghur alphabet. So he had ordered that, and he'd ordered his children to learn to read and write, and some did, I think most did not, but some did. But one of the things he did with every campaign, even the one in the Merkin when he rescued Berta, was he always adopted one orphan. And that child became a full member of the Mongol nation, his household. His mother, Erla, would raise the child. So she eventually had a whole household full of boys of different tribes, but they all became very high-ranking members of the government. And one was a Tatar boy who turned out not to be so great as a soldier, but he could read and write. He was the best. And later, eventually, he became the supreme judge, appointed by Genghis Khan, of course. And so when Genghis Khan died, he recognized it was important not just to write down the law. That's all Genghis Khan allowed to be written in blue books, only the law. Nothing about him or campaigns or military anything. What Shigehutuk was his name. Shigehutuk realized that this was going to be lost, that this is a great historic thing that has happened. So he compiled the work. Part of it, I don't know, other people contributed, helped him. That's a little bit unclear. The Mongols, they don't specify that. So they always tell you exactly where something happens. So we know exactly where it happened. You can still go to that spot where he wrote it. That's very important to the Mongols. And we also know it's year of Mouse, so it was
Today we're going to speak about an extremely consequential Jewish astronomer and historian named Abraham Zakuto. His role in Jewish history is especially important this week because we're commemorating the anniversary of Columbus's departure from Spain for the New World, and Zakuto's work was a signal importance of getting Columbus to the New World. Let's have a quick look at his life. So Zakuto came originally from, his family originally came from Castile, and they migrated to Spain. Zakuto received his education at the University of Salamanca, and he spent much of his time studying astronomy in particular, although a good deal of his training was especially in the Jewish science, the study of Torah in particular. One of his teachers, besides his father, was the great Rabbi Abuab, the author of the Menorah, or Kabbalistic work.
The rest of the family doesn't want
He
him.
made his claim to fame primarily with the Tibur HaGadol, which is a translation of the big book, the great book, which is essentially a collection of highly accurate astronomical tables, which is later translated into non-Jewish languages. And played an important role in a lot of the exploration that happened in the late 15th century. Columbus himself owned a copy of the Tibur HaGadol, obviously a language he could read, and we have his marginal notations on the side, and he directly credits Zakuto with an exceptional event in his memoirs when he describes how he was taken captive by natives of some type at one point and was threatened with death until he used Zakuto's timetables to be able to accurately predict an eclipse, which of course demonstrated his superior knowledge and so on, and allowed him to be saved. Zakuto's work also played an extremely important part in the travels of Vasco da Gama, and particularly his improvement of the engineering of the astrolabe, which was a device that was originally made out of wood. Zakuto switched to metal and also calibrated in such a way that it was possible to actually calculate one's position at sea far more accurately than ever been done before, and ultimately led to the circumnavigation of the globe. Zacuto was, of course, highly regarded in his own lifetime for his astronomical work. He was the astronomer to the king of Portugal, actually, after he had been, along with the other Jews, expelled from Spain in 1492. He resided in Portugal. And he is justly credited with the many great discoveries of that great age of exploration. One of the modern recognitions is the fact that a crater on the moon has been named after him. However, his life did not end well in Portugal. He was exiled from there as well, along with the expulsion of all Jews in 1497. He made his way with great difficulty to Tunis, and then eventually to the Holy Land, where he believed to have passed away in the year 1515. One of the most important aspects of Zacuto's work outside of his astronomy was the compilation of an amazing book called Sefer Yuchasin, which is a truly phenomenal 15th century history book that gives us tremendous insight into Jewish history as a whole. Well, that's it for the Jewish history.
Sometimes, for example, they call him Genghis Khan. Well, he wasn't Khan then. Sometimes they call him Hun, which is like chief, and not like Han, which is emperor. Well, in one case, a big difference. You know, so there are little things like this that move around that you're not sure why, but it's a document that I have great faith in. It was not published in English until 1982, when Francis Woodman Cleaves at Harvard University translated it in the 50s. It was ready for publication, and he was having trouble with the publisher, and so it didn't appear for nearly 30 years. There was supposed to be 2 volumes. The first volume is the translation. The second volume was going to be the notes, and the second volume was lost. To this day, it hasn't been found. I would love to see that, but anyway, now it's in all languages throughout the world.
Can you clarify? So there's 2 volumes. The 19th century Chinese manuscript covers the first volume.
Yes, that is translated and then published by Harvard University, but the notes were just the notes from the scholar Francis Woodman Cleaves. Those were his notes, not Mongolian notes. Now, there are Chinese notes that went with it because the Chinese had trouble understanding a lot of things, and they also disapproved of some things, so they would try to put their own notes in the margin to kind of correct the story and explain away why the Mongols women would be often marrying their stepson. It just did not match with Confucian ethics. You know, so there's several things like that that they try to skip around. But so it's interesting just to read the Ming Dynasty notes that are attached to it. But the document itself, it's just so important. And for me, it was the guiding document. I didn't want to be guided by anything else first. Everything else I would check to correlate, fill in blanks, and get more information. But I went to Mongolia to travel around to those places because they are so exact in there and to feel it. And it's so important, I think, because the history does not live in books. History does not live in archives or even libraries as much as I need them for my work. But history lives in the people. History lives in the memory of the people and the culture. And for example, the episode with the kidnapping of Bertha. So I went to that place, and I didn't know when it happened, what season it happened. It was very important for figuring out the verse that came afterwards and other events that were being correlated. Very important to me. And so I'm just talking to the people who live in that valley, the nomads there. They said, oh, it's clear. It was the winter. I said, oh, where did you read that? I said, no, Granny Clarkson was on the ground and she could feel the vibration. She said, look, this is summertime now. You're not going to feel any vibrations. The ground here is so soft. Suddenly, a whole important piece that I've been searching for just came together from some nomad sitting there next to his horse. And he was absolutely right. It could only happen in the winter. And that also correlates with the time that reading was done. So it correlates with other historic factors. But that gave me the time basis for figuring out a lot of other things. History lives in the people.
Just to linger on that point, you visit different places that were important to the story of Genghis Khan. What did it feel like? What are some memorable things about just the experience of standing there?
I really set out mostly to visit the cities he conquered across Central Asia and all. There was so little to learn. I mean, everything was kind of known of whatever the chroniclers had recorded. The archaeologists had found whatever they had found. And I get there, and he hadn't spent much time there. He didn't identify with it. I wasn't feeling anything. But in Mongolia, I would go to these places, and I would know, if Genghis Khan came back today, he would know exactly where he is. There's no road. There's no sign. There's no building. There's no power line going. Nothing. And just to smell the air, to feel it, to see the animals, and to see what kind of animals live here, what kind of plants are growing here. You begin to get a feeling for how he was thinking. And then you begin to see, I know which direction they came from. The only direction they could come from was that way. You begin to see it, and his life starts to unfold in a very dramatic way. That I have the text, but the text is like it has no scenery, no props, nothing like that. The Mongols all understand their way of life. They don't need to explain anything. They know which way the gear faces with the sun. They know all these things. But for me, that's how I learned it. It was from being with the people. It was the most important thing. And this was starting in the 1990s. And the people... At this time, they were amazed that I would come. The Soviet era had just ended. Socialism was just ending. Democracy was starting. Genghis Khan had been forbidden to them for almost the entire century. And every known descendant of Genghis Khan was killed in Mongolia. Following the secret history, that became the key to writing what I wrote. Take the history, which is difficult to understand. You have to go over it again. I often never understand different parts, or I change my mind. I think it was yes, now it's no. But the secret history is a valuable document. And to me, also, it's the opening document of Mongolian written language. And I think it's very important how the people begin the written language. And they begin it with the words, from highest heaven came the destiny of the blue wolf, who was married to the tawny deer, and their descendants, who came from the great sea to live at the base of Mount Honolulu.
And integrating the spiritual elements of nature, mountains, and great sea, and this kind of just like a deep connection to nature that they have.
Mongolia is a world that, for the most part, is the same as when Genghis Khan was there. We cannot say that for hardly any other place in the world. Certainly not for America, but just a few hundred years ago, it was entirely different. People, languages, everything. But you can't say it for London or Moscow or Constantinople, Istanbul, Constantinople. All of these things have changed so much. But Mongolia is still Mongolia. It's one of the largest countries in the world in space, with the fewest number of people, today 3.3 million. And they're spread out, and they live in their environment in such an intimate way. This was important for learning about Genghis Khan, how he thought, how he hunted, how he strategized for war. You learn that from the people today because they are still there. They're still living.
What's the open Mongolian step like as we return to the feeling of Temujin and Genghis Khan? What's it like looking at this place that has not changed since his time?
The first thing I think about this step is that you can see forever in every direction. There's no building, nothing to stop you line of view. And It's like being in the ocean in many ways. So you have this extremely open space, and the wind is usually blowing through it. But it's extremely fresh. It's coming out of Siberia. It's coming out of the Arctic. It sweeps down across Mongolia. The cold is thickened sometimes, but it's always fresh. Always fresh. So you have the wind coming in. You have the smell of the wind, but also then there's grass. The smell of grass becomes very important. Now, because of the particular location, from one year to another, one area may have grass one year and then drought the next year, another area has grass. So you don't always know. If it's not grass, it's dust. You have dust. Coriander dust doesn't smell so good, it doesn't feel so good. But it's just one more part of the country. The waters are mostly pure. Now, unfortunately, there has been pollution in this century from mining in several areas. But even when I was there, even today, when we go to some place like the Sea Lake River, where we talk about the market lift, so it's a place of pure waters, and that's how the Mongolians define their world, is by the water. They don't, Genghis Khan does not give lands to his sons to rule. He gives waters and people to rule. They do not refer to the earth as land, they refer to the earth as Dala, ocean, the sea. So water is very important. To learn the rules about water, you don't camp by water. If you camp by water, your animals and you are going to be polluting it, messing it up. So they're back, maybe in our modern terms, about a kilometer back. You take the animals to the river to drink, and then you take them away. You do not bathe in that river. You take the water away from the river, and you bathe away from the river, so you do not pollute the river. The rules are very strict and very clear. They're from the time of Genghis Khan about how to deal with it. But also, it's dangerous to live close to the river because there are flash floods in the summertime. You can suddenly have it, and it can wipe away. If your camp is right there by the water. So the people, they live with nature in a way that I don't see anywhere else in the world. And even today, with the changes with the cell phone and with solar panels, and they can get TV out in the middle of the step, still they're living a similar life. The young people, of course, want to drive a motorbike, but they're still herding cows and yaks and camels. If it's on a motorbike, okay. They're still doing it the local way.
But then if we go to the time of Temujin, of Genghis Khan, another component is the horses. We talk about their relationship with the horse. Thinking about this open step, from a young age, they've been all Mongols were trained to master riding horses, as you write. While standing on the horse, they learn how to ride while standing on the horse. From a young age, while standing on the horse, they often jousted with one another to see who could knock the other off. When their legs grew long enough to reach the stirrups, they were also taught to shoot arrows and to lasso on horseback, making targets out of leather pouches that they would dangle from poles that they would blow in the wind. The youngsters practiced hitting the targets from horseback at varying distances and speeds. The skills in such play proved invaluable to horsemanship later in life. Can you speak to the relationship of Genghis Khan and the Mongols?
The Mongol and the horse are inseparable. I wrote one line in the book to the editor because I was insulted. I said, the Mongol and the horse, they live together, they know each other with every twitch of the muscle, and they smell the same. Well, I was saying it just not to be insulting about anything, but they have that deep intimacy. And the horses do know their owner from the smell. This is very important. It's also important for Genghis Khan because they made the flags, the gold soap, out of the horse hair on their own horses. And so in battle, they used it for a very practical purpose, and that is the horses would return to their source because they knew the smell of their flag. There was other members of their own herd. So the language itself, I have never ever mastered all the words just for the colors of horses, much less for all the other things about it. I can remember Mongolians being out there in the countryside. They said, "Oh, I want to learn English." I said, "Okay, yeah, that's nice. You teach me some words in Mongolian. I'll teach you the word." Okay. Then what color is that horse? I said, "Brown." They would say, "Brown." I said, "Yes." Okay. What color is that horse? Brown. But you said this color was brown. What color is this?
Let's get them all down. What are the 6
It's just amazing. They have words based on sort of how smooth the coloring is, and the variation in the texture, and all the different. Today in English, sometimes you can put them together. We say like yellow brown or brown brown or but the words for horses of course, by sex, and then they have 3 because they have geldings, so they're very important too. And by age, and by whether or not they reproduced in the case of the female, all these things are important parts of the horse. And the horse, a few years ago, the presidential candidate ran under the slogan, "Raised to the dust of many fast horses." It just resonates with the Mongolian spirit, and the dust itself is important. The Mongolians, they will wipe the sweat and the dust off the horse and wipe it onto their own forehead, which is the most sacred part of the body where the soul resides. This is how intimate a relationship is with the horses. And they're hard on them in some ways. They train them very well. They ride them very hard. But the horses are also trained for that. They use a very small prop. It's a little bit like a stick with a slight whip at the end that they hit the rump of the horse. Never anything else. They're horrified Western people who use metal spurs and metal to harm the horse in the stomach. And to harm the head of a horse, they say it's a capital crime. I don't know anyone's ever executed for it. But you never ever harm a horse's head. So the horses are important in every way, even religiously important with the making of the fermented horse's milk. The mother goes out every morning and she throws some to each of the 4 directions to start the day. And they use it for every kind of thing. Well, some things puzzled me in my watching. I remember one day being with a very nice family. It happened to be on a gelding day when they were up to gelding with bee stallions. You don't get the bee stallions, but one of this family, they had a bunch of boys, and only 1 or 2 girls, or like 4 or 5 boys. And one boy was maybe 11 years old. He fell from the horse. You couldn't see it, not so far away. He fell from the horse. He didn't get up. No one moved. They all kind of turned attention away. And I thought, what am I supposed to say? This boy fell down. Somebody go get him. And then the boy was trying to hobble back. He still had the reins on his horse, but he couldn't move out. He was trying to hobble back. So his little brother went out to help him come in. And they came into the care and they sat down. The mother just turned her back. And I'm thinking, how on earth can you do this? This is a child. This is your child. But 2 weeks later, by chance, another boy who was practicing for Naga and no races, like this boy had been doing, he was off in an area right close to the forest mountain area, and the horse bolted, got off to the woods. He was knocked off by a tree, and then the horse went deeper into the woods. The boy followed him. The boy became lost. The boy was 12 years old. He was lost for 2 weeks, and he lived. I would have died in 48 hours. He lived. He said, well, he slept in the daytime when it was warm. He walked at night when it was cold, even though this was a summertime. The nights could be quite cold as the summer. And he sang loudly all night long to keep the wolves away. And he knew what to eat. And then he walked until he found water moving, and then he would follow that water down to the He lived. And I realized, the boy falls from the horse, his mother's not going to beat him. She knows that. It's probably hard for her too to see her boy suffer, but she knows.
Just a small tangent. There's a wrestler named Gary Cole, and he tells a story about mental toughness that
That's more the domain of
The first time he saw truly mentally tough people was when he visited Mongolia for a wrestling tournament. And he remembered that they were taking showers in ice cold water. And all the other wrestlers that take the shower, and then when the water hits them, you can see a little grimace. But with Mongols, there was just nothing. It was emotionless. Like ice cold water or any other kind of hardship.
Yes.
You build a hardness to that. And I suppose that falling from the horse is just an example of that. There's a mental hardness and a mental toughness.
You have to be able to take care of yourself. And with the weather, for example, often in that time and still today, some people, if they can have the privacy to do it, the men will strip naked in the first heavy snow and roll around in the snow in order to prepare for the coming winter. And the valley where I live, a lot of wrestlers come there to train in the summertime for the competition. And the water is very cold coming down from the mountain. And every day, when there's a break, they go down, they do not get in the water, never. But they take the water and they pour the cold water over themselves. And yes, that's refreshing to them, refreshing.
Well, then, getting back to the horses, the value they had for the horses and the horse riding skill they developed throughout their life created one of the most unstoppable military forces in history. So if we just talk about the mounted archery that they've employed in war, the Mongols were able to do targeted shooting accurately at 200 meters or more while riding fast, up to speeds of 60 kilometers an hour, I read. So, there's a lot to say. You have the time, and just watching some of the videos, it's just incredible how stable you can be on top of a horse. And I guess you're supposed to be shooting at a moment you gallop when all 4 feet of the horse are off the ground. And you have to time all of that. You have to position your body to maintain balance. And then there's the skill of the actual holding and shooting the bow accurately. There's obviously the technology of the composite bow, the recurve bow. They've also, I read, used crossbows later with adaptive technology. And there's a particular kind of thumb draw that you use for shooting with the composite bow that works for a horse. Because the thing is bouncing up and down, right? So you have to not drop the arrow. It's just incredible to be able to shoot while the horse goes 60 kilometers an hour. Anyway, can you speak to this kind of exceptional excellence that the Genghis Khan and the Mongols had for riding horses and engaging in war off the horse?
The Mongol, the horse, and the bow were a perfect combination. And it was the most lethal weapon known to the world before the modern era. It was incredible, the synchronization and the timing of the movements, and also the years of skill. The fact that from absolute birth, the Mongols would be on a horse, and by 3 years old, they would probably be riding alone on the horse. When I first went to Mongolia in the 1990s, at that time, all jockeys on horses for races had to be under 6 years old. That was the age limit, the cutoff, was 6 years old at that time. And so you had some as 3 years old racing out there. It's absolutely kind of course, at that age, they can't even have a saddle because it can't even be used. So all they're doing is staying on the horse. The horse has been trained to do what it has to do, and they just stay on it. But by staying on it, they learn the horse, they become one. And not just one horse with one rider, but one rider with several horses. And usually 5 is the number that you should have for you when you go off to battle. And this ability then is shoot. You have to defend your animals. There are wolves around, or foxes, and other things. In some areas there are even tigers and other animals that would come in. And you had to be able to shoot to defend it against other people who might be raiding you. So they became excellent archers. They had composite bows that were very powerful, much more powerful than those of most sedentary people. Now I say all that because it's very important, but those are all sort of nomadic traits of the Great Steppe anyway. I mean, in an earlier version, you had the Huns who came out of Mongolia, and Hun is just the Mongolian word for human. But to this day, that's what they say for human beings. So they came out of Mongolia, and all the early Turkic groups came out of Mongolia, and they had the similar skills. So you have this perfect weapon, but also you have to have perfect strategy on how to coordinate it, organize it, and use it. And this is where the genius that I cannot explain at all, but the genius of Genghis Khan came in. Other people, I think, were very good in earlier times, a number of Turkic leaders, and also, or even Attila the Hun, who, of course, was actually born in the West, but they were charismatic leaders and very dramatic leaders. And it wasn't that they were so excellent in their strategy, they were very good in warfare, and that's what carried them through. Genghis Khan's army was extremely good in warfare, but small. He never got probably above 100,000, the most 110,000. That is small. When you're going against China, that has billions just in the army, not counting the country, and you're going against Russia, and you're going against the Middle East and Persia and Afghanistan and these areas. The whole army has to be as finely tuned as each rider, each bow, and each horse. That's the weapon. But the army becomes the super weapon of Genghis Khan, how he organized it, and how he used it, and the strategies that he put together.
Yeah, when you have a small army, just think about that. A small army that conquered the world.
It would fit in a stadium today in America.
So there's extreme efficient coordination of units. Most cavalry, right? All cavalry. That's all cavalry.
He had no infantry, and he had no baggage train. He had no backup commissary. Early on, no engineer corps. Later, one was added much later. But all cavalry.
And so there's light cavalry and heavy cavalry. Breaking down units using the decimal system, 10, 100, 1,000. So there's a kind of hierarchy where you delegate authority, but to the degree there's commands, they must be followed strictly. So following extremely efficient, accurate, precise deployment of these troops on the battlefield and the dynamic movement of the troops, including all the interesting tactics that were utilized. You have to have really good communication and coordination. And for that, orders must be followed. Is there something to speak to that? Like, how do you tune this kind of system to where everybody is working together so well?
I think the first point is the extreme loyalty of the people whom Genghis Khan chose. His kinsmen, his resident, deserted him. His Anga was a Christian relationship. But all the others that he found were just common people, herders or hunters, very common, and they were loyal to him and never, ever revolted against him, never betrayed him. So he had extreme loyalty. And then, as he organized his decimal system, so the smallest unit of the army was the Alft, the squad of 10 men. They were put together, and then the head of that squad, he had total control over it. But the men knew that they were going to protect each other, and they had to come back with every member or everybody. You don't leave anybody behind. So this was extremely important. So if you submit to the orders of the man in charge, you know that he's risking his own life for you also. And you know that your brother on the left and on the right is risking his life for you. The army they were organized with 5 horses, each man. They had their bow and they had a lot of arrows, as many as they could have, but they also retrieved arrows at the end of their battles. And they also would retrieve the enemy arrows. This was a great advantage, by the way, when they hit Russia, because the Russians could not use Mongolian arrows. They could knock them in their bow, but the Mongols could use Russian arrows. Right? So all these little things, it's not even just the arrow. Also, they had to carry needle and thread.
really
Every soldier had to be able to sew.
outside
And sometimes that could be a torn garment. It could be a piece of skin or a wound that somebody had. It's a very odd thing when you go to the army of Genghis Khan and they're carrying everything themselves. They don't have any factory behind them. And then one of the things they have to carry is needle and thread in order to sew up things.
Only self-reliance in that part.
Yes. They also carry dried dairy products. Auto, it's called, where they dry curd, and they can keep it for a couple of years. But you dry it, and then when you need it, you can put it in a flask of water. You ride all day, it joggles up and down, boom, boom, boom. It turns into kind of thick protein. It's said that the Mongols could easily go 3 to 5 days without ever building a fire. They had enough food to eat. So all these little things at the lowest level were important, as well as the highest level of his loyalty of his men to him. And it went all the way down. Loyalty was extremely important. And he organized the army into left wing, right wing, or east and west. Mongols, the word for left is east, the word for right is west. So those two wings. And then in the middle was the pole, the center, this moving center that was his bodyguard and his unit in the middle. And usually they'd have a vanguard and a rear guard. Sometimes the vanguard would go out as much as 2 years in advance to clear the land, run the people away, scare them, make them go away, so that the grass is left there for the army when it moves through. And they never marched the way other armies do it in a line, of one following the other. They would always go in long lines spread out in wings, so that each horse is on its own path, you could say, but all parallel together. So they had very precise ways of doing things. And this, I think, was the secret with him. And he used the best people, but he also, he was willing to train them as much as possible. He never punished them for what happened. So Shikihuto, for example, the supreme judge, he was in command one time of a group in a battle in Afghanistan, and he lost the battle, which is very, very unusual for Mongols. So Genghis Khan went out with him and said, okay, let's go to the battlefield together and look it over. You explain to me what you did, and then we will talk about it. So he was very thoughtful in the way that he was training the people around him. And they knew they were going to be punished. It's not like these countries where the general comes back and gets executed because he lost. No, Genghis Khan knows every general is going to try 100%. And if they retreat, fine. They're saving Mongol lives. They know what to do. He respects that. So all these things like that fit together. But I think a part of it that was important for him, so he had this base from steppe warfare already, the horse, the archery, and how that all fit together. But he was very quick to embrace any kind of other technology that he saw. I think that sedentary armies, like sedentary civilization, they get stuck in their ways. This is how we do it. And we're going to make it a little faster, we're going to make it a little bigger, a little stronger, but this is how we think. Genghis Khan had no set way to think. And when he encountered the first walled cities around 1209, after founding his nation in 1206, he went out on these raids. And I really think they were raids, not wars at first. So he went into Tanga territory of what's now northwestern China in the upper reaches of the Yellow. So he went there, and of course the cities have walls around them. This man who's never encountered a wall in his life. Well, he did, but they were made out of felt. The walls around his tent are felt walls.
Yeah, just imagine what it's like. The first time you're like seeing a wall, when you come from the Mongolian steppe, where there's very few even natural wall-like things.
Well, they have like the wall cliffs in some places. They're familiar with that. They can climb them, but they don't have people at the top shooting down the mountain. But on the, so he looked at everything around him, and he saw, okay, they have this river, and they have all these channels, and they're always moving water around, and like we said, for a Mongol, anything that moves is a potential weapon. Anything that doesn't move is a target. You've got moving water, you've got a standing, non-moving wall.
And things like that.
So he said,
And it's amazing when you see that
the men are going to dig
meter works, the rhyme works,
channel,
and
they're going to bring down the
letters
wall
are
of the Talmud City.
absolutely essential
Well, they
to
did it,
the entire
but
poem.
they didn't know exactly what they were doing, and the embankments weren't high enough, and too much water came in from the Yellow River and actually flooded out the Mongol camp. But, okay, it happened, we learned that lesson, so we're going to improve it. And that became a strategy that actually worked for the Mongols for the next 50 years, all the way to Baghdad. They were able to use it when they conquered Baghdad in 1258. So this is this ability to see things and to try them, and if they fail, to try them in a different way, in a better way. We all think we learn from our mistakes. We all like, I learned from that. What do we do? We repeat the mistake. I think it's just a part of human nature. Well, it didn't work the first 8 times, but I'm going to do it one more time. I think it's going to work. I know I'm going to win the lottery this time because I got the right thing. That's how we think. But he had that real ability to, first of all, to be humble before these other things he didn't know about technology, and to understand that he didn't understand, but he could understand it in his own way, and he did. Over and over, the Mongols were excellent at putting together new things in new ways and using them against their enemies.
So, rapid, extreme, continued innovation. You couple that with
it goes through again with these complicated
I have to say, a revolutionary idea that promotion should be based on merit. That idea, combined with the innovative approach to military, it just feeds on itself. Because the people who are learning from their mistakes and constantly improving are the ones that get promoted in the positions of power, and then they inspire everybody else to do the same. And so it's just, if every action is judged based on the excellence of that action, then over time, repeated iteration and more creates a more and more powerful army.
Yes. And they were able to do that for 3 generations, to create an army that was ever changing its tactics and its technology. And they got worse at it over time. But Genghis Khan was the one who iterated it. He was the best with it, and he used it throughout his lifetime, and he was getting better over his lifetime with using foreign information, foreign technology, foreign ideas. He just had a genius for that.
If we go back to the horses, you mentioned every soldier had 5 horses. The reason for that is the horses get tired. And so you can cover a lot of ground in a single day.
Usually the way the rotation works with the horse would usually ride for 1 day and then rest for the next 4 to 5 days, and then another horse would ride the next day. One way to measure it is later, at the time of the death of Abdul, the word went from Mongolia to Hungary in 6 weeks.
Mongolia to Hungary in 6 weeks. So just imagine this army that's able to move at such high speed. It does not need to follow roads because it's used to riding in the open steppe. So it can do all kinds of dynamic movements in circling openings. And then also, one of the other famous things is the famed retreat that was used continuously. Can you explain how that worked?
The Mongols did not fight for honor the way we often think of brave soldiers, Achilles, and the Iliad and things like that. They fought for victory. That was the one thing. So to retreat, to save lives, there's no shame in that. So the Mongols would often retreat, and Genghis Khan basically, he himself never fought a battle that he thought he could lose, and he won every battle he fought. It wasn't true for every general under him, as we said for Shingoto, for example, but he won every battle, because there was no shame in retreating and in not fighting against the enemy. However, that also becomes tactic, and that they would send in a small group of soldiers to attack. And the Mongols were able to fire, of course, going forward on the horse. They were able to then act like they were defeated and turned, but they can still fire backwards, which is the Parthian shot, which is unusual in the world, not totally unique, but unusual to fire backwards. But the Mongols also could lean down and fire under the neck of the horse, so they protected. They had many different ways. So they're firing coming, they're firing going, but usually the soldiers who were against them would break ranks to chase them. They want to go, they want to get the weapons, they want to kill the Mongols, and if they didn't immediately break ranks, the Mongols would often start throwing things out like loot from some place and valuables around, and the soldiers usually couldn't resist it. So they'd come chasing out after the Mongols, sort of pell-mell, going in every different direction. And then they would get to a certain point, and from behind the two hills, the Mongol army would come and slaughter them. Over and over, this tactic worked. It's like the one with the water. I'm thinking, to people, how can they not know this is what the Mongols are doing? How can they not know this?
Human nature, there's something that when the forces are retreating, you want to follow them. You can't help it. I don't know what that is. That's maybe the animalistic, but take that with the ability at high speed for Mongols to encircle and attack the flanks, which there's been many great military historians who have written about the great military forces throughout history, and one of the things you write about in general is the Mongols don't get written about almost at all, and don't get credit for the military tactics and the military genius exhibited through the different strategies. This kind of idea of the feigned retreat and then attacking the flanks, that's been, if not invented, then perfected by Genghis.
It really was a military genius. But there were other things too, they didn't like roads. They just didn't like roads. So they would often be coming from some direction that nobody ever came from, and the people would be unprepared for that. The most famous example is probably in Bukhara. This is a beautiful, wonderful old city, a great place in the world to this day, and they came across the desert. Well, nobody had ever attacked across the desert, so people see dust coming. They go a caravan, they don't even know what's going on, but it was the direction that was a surprise element in that particular case. So he was able to think in ways that the other people were not thinking, and to be able to surprise them.
What do you think it, again, felt like to have this Mongol armada, the horses? It must have, the ground must shake when you have that many horses. What do you think it feels like to be in a town when Genghis Khan is approaching?
I think the terror was one of the greatest weapons that he had. That he cultivated this reputation of ferocity. Not only did he win battles, but he didn't allow people to write about him, as we said, but he encouraged refugees. And when he conquered a city, he always made sure there were plenty of refugees to go to the next city, because it's going to weaken them, it's going to weaken their food supply, and they're going to terrorize the people with tales of the millions of people that the Mongols killed with their steel chiseled teeth and eating children and all kinds of horrible tales. Genghis Khan encouraged it. This is propaganda. It's terrorism of a mental sort to weaken the enemy. And so when you hear, or even if you know they're coming, you see the dust, you hear the kind of roar that comes with all those horses and the trembling of the earth. It must have been truly terrifying.
So psychological warfare was a part of the whole process. But as I understand, there was always an offer for the towns and the territories being attacked for them to surrender peacefully without the loss of life. And the alternative would be a near complete loss of life. Can you speak to that?
Genghis Khan had a precise system. Exactly. He sent in envoys first to explain to the people a little bit about the Mongols. Already much was known, but to explain to them that if they surrendered, all the lives would be spared, but they could continue in their professions. It's just that now the rulers would be the Mongols. They would have to pay the taxes, and usually be the same taxes they paid before, but now they would go to the Mongols. It was kind of the general system. And because you only have 100,000 soldiers, you can't leave a detachment there. So you're going to leave the local people in charge to run their country, or their city, or their area, the way they have done in the past. He was absolutely faithful to that. In one episode in the north of Persia, on Iran, his son-in-law, Tokhtar, he violated that and was stealing and looting from the people who he surrendered. Genghis Khan called him in, and he stripped him of his rank, and he said, the next city, you go first, as a common soldier. And of course he was killed in the next battle. I don't know the name of the daughter, unfortunately. I'm trying to figure that out. But anyway, he was a close relative to him, and he was killed in the next battle as well. So that was the law. So then, if the city fought, and the Mongols won, they did not kill everyone. What they did was they killed all the leaders. They felt like the elite had not served them well, and they usually killed the army because they couldn't incorporate the army into their own. The army had failed. The one thing that they valued were all the artisans, everybody who had a skill, and that skill could be making a pot, it could be hammering out a metal plate, it could be weaving carpets, it could be translating or just reading and writing. Every person with a skill was spared. So the killing of the people who were defeated wasn't so severe. What was truly severe was if you surrendered, and many of them did, and then they knew they would not be harmed, so they're not harmed. The Mongols go on. The Mongols are hundreds of miles away. You know, to forget about the Mongols. Genghis Khan said word they were supposed to send so many cows or sheep to help out. Forget about the Mongols. They're far away. Stopped, he returned, he conquered the city, and he killed everyone. That's the way it worked.
So the most drastic slaughter happens when there's an agreement and there's betrayal.
Yes. As it turned out, I would say it was more the Middle East, or what we call it around Iran and Afghanistan, where these were the worst cases. And I'd say only in Afghanistan did sometimes the emotion of the slaughter
Aristotle said, you know, all of this
take over in unfortunate ways. He had a grandson whom he loved very much, and that grandson traveled with him, and he had the happy childhood that Temujin had not had. And I think Genghis Khan just loved that about him. But in Afghanistan, he was sent off to conquer the valley of Bamiyan, where the great Buddhists are actually. He was sent to Bamiyan, and as it says in the Persian history, the thumb of fate fired the arrow and shot him down. He was killed. And for Genghis Khan, he had never lost a family member, not one. None of his sons, none of his grandsons in battle, he had not lost them. But now to lose the most valuable grandson you have, the one that your pride and joy in so many ways. And so he called the father, his own son, to him. He did not tell him, he did not announce it to the public. And the son came, and the son didn't know why he was being summoned. And Genghis Khan said,
Neoplatonism also asserts
you have to tell me that
other existence,
you will not
there are other things
cry
that exist.
or moan
Somehow,
when I tell you
within
this,
the context of that one,
but your son is no more.
There's nothing other
And the
than
father
God.
was, no one was allowed to moan. No one was allowed to cry. No one was allowed to do anything.
We don't understand
Just,
what are the barriers
he said,
individual existence and God's
make
existence.
them
So
cry.
these existence are somehow, and
You know, he came down on the people of
they are like
Afghanistan
emanations of
so harshly.
itself, as it were,
And it went on for
rays
weeks and weeks, the killing in
come out of the
Afghanistan.
sun, or
And then
sparks
it just kind of wore itself out. He recognized that he allowed his emotions to overcome practicality, and the slaughtering of these people should stop. So he did. That's the only time I know of that he really kind of lost control of his own emotions.
By this radiation from
Something we can all understand, but his response was truly extreme. We will not cry, we will not mourn. They will cry, they will mourn.
Like the soul lives in
goes against
and then the soul is sent
the
down
cold,
into this world,
rational way he approached
and then
war, which is peace is offered, and then betrayal is punished.
I should add, he did not slaughter the people in the peaceful towns. What happened was the killing of the, what people thought was the heir, and will they have been, of Genghis Khan. The killing of him revitalized a lot of people's hopes, and a lot of cities revolted. The ones who did not revolt were not killed. But the cities who revolted, he killed them all. There was a mass slaughter.
There are estimates that Genghis Khan and his Mongol Empire were responsible for an estimated 40 million deaths, approximately 10% of the world's population. So to put this number in the perspective of the modern day, that would be equivalent to killing about 800 million people in today's population. So how should we think about the brutality of numbers like these?
The number itself is difficult to deal with. Millions of people were killed. For every family that lost someone, it's a total loss. It doesn't matter what the number is, it's a tremendous loss. There was tremendous loss of life, as in every war. I don't think we should judge him any differently than other conquerors in history and other countries today that fight wars, including our own country. If whatever we are willing to permit our country to do, we should be able to understand why Genghis Khan or the Mongols did it. You look today in the world, people are killing children, women, civilians, every day. And it's always in the name of something, in the name of peace, or in the name of God, or in the name of our nation. There are always reasons for the killing. And the United States has certainly involved with that, supplying the weapons for bombing people, invading Afghanistan, fighting in Iraq, fighting in Syria. The United States is very involved, and it's always, but we're defending democracy. And yeah, we brought a hell of a lot of democracy to Afghanistan. We killed a lot of people.
Essentially writing Greek commentary on the
Bible. Even look back to World War II, our great moment of democracy and bringing freedom and democracy to Germany. We dropped atomic bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Those were not military targets. We were not doing anything strategic against the country other than terrorizing the country by killing women and children. That's America. That's us. My father fought in that war. In fact, he fought in all. He fought in Vietnam, he fought in that war, and he fought in Korea. And he was a good American. I mean, there's nothing wrong with it. And I don't even condemn America, but I'm saying, how can we condemn one set of people for doing it and then excuse it in ourselves? But we tend to do that. We, especially barbarian people from the steppe, for example, we tend to demonize them. Or any enemy we have, we tend to demonize them.
You said a lot of interesting things there. So one is just the very nature of war. That war is hell.
He also spoke to a topic that's much
sometimes things like dropping the atomic bomb, which is an act of essentially terror in the same style as Genghis Khan, in an attempt to prevent further war.
It's a justification. People are always fighting for peace. Always fighting for peace. World War I was to make the world safe for democracy and peace. In World War II, well, what happened? We went to war in Korea. We went to war in Vietnam. We bombed Cambodia. We bombed Laos. We bombed Afghanistan. We bombed Syria. We bombed Iraq. We're always fighting for, and I'm not a pacifist. I am not. I grew up surrounded with soldiers, and I am not a pacifist. But I am trying to be a realist.
if this
all
is the way
nations
God
kill.
designed the world,
It happens everywhere.
So can we universally also then, in the way you're passionately criticizing wars of the 20th century, can we also criticize Genghis Khan and Alexander the Great and the wars fought by Caesar and others in the Roman Empire? That they're essentially wars of conquest. And in some human way we're not necessary or we're not defensive. They're just part of this human drive to expand, to explore, and to accumulate power. Maybe this is a good place to also talk about something I respect a lot. Dan Carlin of Hardcore History Podcast did an amazing series on Genghis Khan and Mongols called The Wrath of the Khans. I recommend people go listen to it. So he had a lot of interesting ideas there. One of them, he presented the idea of historical arsonists, so referring to figures who cause immense destruction but also pave the way for new developments and progress. Basically making this complicated case that destruction often in history paves the way for progress. So what do you think about this?
Creative destruction, it certainly works in some aspects of life. With ourselves, for example, if we creatively destroy some of our habits and build new ones, it sometimes works. Or we can destroy relationships that we're in order to create new ones that can work. When you start applying it to world history, it does become a little bit more difficult. I certainly think that these episodes create great changes. You can see great changes that happen because of the Mongol Empire. Now, whether or not that's a good reason for the Mongol Empire having happened, it seems like a bit of a stretch for me. The Mongols helped to unify many countries. You can think Korea had been three, basically, kingdoms pushed them together. Everything that you see in China today was a part of the Mongol Empire. They put together North China, South China, Tibet, Manchuria, and it was a little bit larger under the Mongols. Even Russia, with so many little kingdoms and duchies and dukedoms, and the center had been in Ukraine. They shifted the focus out of Ukraine and more towards what we call Russia now, and they began the process of unification that had a great impact on the country. So, in a way, it's a new creation. Yes, it does arrive out of the destruction. But also, I think we need to look, where does the destruction come from? It often comes because the powers around them have been so debilitated and so corrupted and so decayed with their own lack of moral fiber that it was easy to conquer them. Okay, so Kublai Khan finally conquered all of China. He was conquering a decayed dynasty. When the Mongols conquered Baghdad and overthrew the Caliph, they were conquering a very decayed institution. No one likes war, and I certainly don't like war, but I'm not 100% against it. I think that there are times that people are going to do it for their own protection, if nothing else, or their family, and it's justified in that sense to themselves. It may not be justified in a world sense, but I just make the case for being tolerant of what the Mongols did if we could tolerate what the Americans did. And I am American through and through, there's no question about that. But we overlook all of our things that we did. That's interesting, for example, in Afghanistan, we were there for 20 years. We had made the Taliban stronger before when they were fighting against the Russians, and then we kicked them out, and then they kicked us out. But some of the Taliban leaders are from the Jadran clan, descended from Jamuk family, from his clan. This is what I mean when I say that the ramifications from that time are still with us, and we don't even see it. When Saddam Hussein went on television for the last time in Iraq to plead with his people, he said the Mongols, meaning Americans, the Mongols have returned. The Mongols have returned. And he said the Americans are just the new Mongols. I can see it. I don't accept it. But I can see how people think. if we can be honest with ourselves and strip away our own lies about ourselves, then perhaps we will be more ethical in our dealings with other people.
And there's effects that you can talk about. I mean, the unification of China, Mongols or otherwise, is a very important step in the history of China that permeates to today. And then there's a lot of stuff that we'll talk about, the ideas of religious freedom, the postal network, the trade routes, all of this. There's a lot of progressive consequences of the Mongol conquest in the Mongol Empire. We'll talk about that, but let's linger on the heavier topic for a little bit longer. Like we were talking about Dan Carlin, he was critical of your work a little bit, showing it respect, but also a little bit critical as being a bit too
man is wise only
emphasizing and focusing a lot on the positive impacts correctly and accurately, but not giving enough airtime or describing the brutality of the killing, the hell that is war. So can you understand his criticism?
Guilty. I'm guilty.
Steve Madden.
Carlos is a very smart man. I respect him very much. I like him tremendously. And he's right. But that is not what I want to stress. It's not that I want to deny the killing. It's not that I want to deny the warfare. But that's pretty much the same everywhere in the world. And how much do we need to say about how the wall was broken down, how this unit was defeated, and all. No, it's what comes afterwards. Just as the story of our life begins far earlier than we are born, the story of our life goes on for a long time afterwards. If you have a nation of 1 million people, and you are ruling over hundreds of millions of people, China, Russia, the Middle East, you do not do that through warfare. You conquer them initially through warfare, but you do not rule them through warfare. You've got to be offering something that they want, something that they like. And all the things you've mentioned from the trading system, the postal system, the religious freedom, the rights of women, the rights of minorities, these were things that people responded to. And so the world benefited tremendously from the life of Genghis Khan. But all we want to talk about, and I don't deny it, is the conquest part. Okay, that's 20 years. If you went on for another 150 years, there's more to this conquest.
There is a point that you correctly identify, and you've also written about Native Americans and so on, that history does seem to be written by the non-barbarians, but in reality, history is not divided in this kind of way, and the barbarians are not these crude, brutal, plain, simple people, that there is a sophisticated, deep culture within them as well.
Yes.
All the different kinds of peoples that came from this steppe.
Yes. I guess if there's one thing that I try to do in my career of writing, it is to get us to recognize the importance of tribal people in the history of the world. We tend to have two categories for them. They are barbarians who kill people and eat one another, or they are victims and we should feel sorry for them and nostalgic about everything about them and maybe wear some of their beads or some of their clothing to show how much we sympathize with their suffering. That's the two rules for tribal people. I'm trying to show them in a different light that they conquered, yes, they were conquerors, but they also created great things in the history of the world. And that the Mongol Empire was really the first modern empire in the way that I'm putting together that story. And Genghis Khan was the genius behind that, who created this idea that there could be one world in which there would be one set of supreme law, but all people could follow their own law. You could have any religion you wanted, but ultimately you had to obey kind of the great ethics of the sky. And there were things like that about his vision that I think very few people in history had a vision. And I look around the world today, and in my lifetime, since the time of Roosevelt's death, I look around, I don't see much vision. I see lots of slogans, lots of talk, policy papers. Oh my God, we can produce it. Where's the vision? It's always, we're going to have peace and we're going to have a better life. And
thank you very
vote
much
for me or vote for my party.
We have an amazing
we're really
topic
for
tonight,
the people.
I know of these things for a long time, but I never get around to really studying them until I prepare for these classes.
What should this
so
country be?
amazed
What is this world?
with the
How should
range,
it?
the
No
depth,
vision.
the breadth, the
Well, those figures,
fascinating elements of Jewish history. It really is tremendous. Tonight's topic, we're going to look at the incredible Rabbeinu Bachya, also known as Rabbi Bachya. We'll talk about the pronunciation of his name shortly. Who is the author of a classic, very creative and pioneering work in Jewish history, the Chobos HaLevavos, and the duties of the heart. Very important work that,
along the way.
I hope I can say everything I need to say in the next 60 minutes or so. Maybe
When they come along, they change the direction of history.
I have to start with a joke. Last week it was not so successful. I think I had fun, but when I reviewed them again, I ended up cutting out so much of the B-roll lectures. If you like the jokes, feel privileged because the rest of the internet is not getting them. It's only for you guys. But let's try this one, okay? This is actually a joke that I've told maybe 3 or 4 times, and I never managed to get it right. Although I have to say, it's probably one of my favorite jokes in the whole world.
Some empires in history, some
I just don't know why I can't get the punchline right. So it goes like this. You have to understand a little bit of cultural background. This is one of the famous cycle of Chelm jokes. Chelm in Ashkenazi sort of cultural mythology is a town that is filled with fools, and there are all kinds of jokes and stories about Chelm Jews that are sometimes uncomplimentary. Sometimes they show a strange kind of subversive wisdom, like the famous joke. This is a bonus joke, not the one I was trying to tell, about the Chelm family is sitting around the breakfast table one morning, and the father is getting his breakfast ready. He drops a piece of bread on the floor, and they look down, and he's shocked. He calls everyone over, and his wife and his kids come over, and they look, and it landed butter side up. They don't know what it means. Oh my gosh, they dropped the bread. Look, it landed butter side up. They have no idea what to do. They didn't know should they move it, should they touch it. They end up, they decide to go talk to the rabbi, because whenever something is deeply troubling like this, you got to go to the rabbi. So they went to the rabbi, and the rabbi said, "Are you sure?" He said, "Yes, we all saw it. They brought in witnesses, kosher witnesses not related to each other, the whole thing." He says, "Okay, I have to check the books." So the rabbi goes into the library in his home, and he pulls out all the big tomes of the Talmud and Kabbalah and things like that. He's looking everywhere for an answer. Everyone's waiting. Meanwhile, the entire shtetl was kind of gathered around the rabbi's house. They've heard this amazing thing, and they don't know what does it mean. Is it a messianic sign or something? Finally, the rabbi emerges from his study. He's drenched in sweat. He's obviously exerting himself intellectually to find out the answer. He says, "I have the answer." And they say, "What is it, Rabbi?" He uttered the wrong
They're not fighting over religion, they're fighting over religion. And so he made the law.
Maybe I'll save the other joke till later if I find out. So tonight's topic is Rabbeinu Bachya. Absolutely amazing topic. It's such a creative and foundational thinker that has received so little treatment in the literature. It's surprising how few lectures, for example, there are on YouTube about this topic. I'm glad to be contributing this topic. Okay, so some good and welfare just to, before beginning today's our lecture is sponsored by an anonymous donor who is supporting our students for Refuah Shalema, which is a Hebrew term for complete healing for Mordechai Ben Bachya. So Refuah Shalema is a complete healing, and we should
that alone, I mean, that's why you talk about Thomas Jefferson being
very quick kind of point
by Genghis Khan.
Piece of information for the internet audience. I'm going to put a little kind of thing at the end of this lecture with more information, but I'm delighted that I was asked to lead a tour to Portugal and Spain this summer. It's a riverboat tour that's going to go from the shoreline of Portugal into Spain. There's all kinds of road trips on the other side. And really, it looks fantastic. It looks so cool. Watch the internet version. You'll see some of the pictures from the trip at the end of it. Also, very important, good and welfare. Next week, I have parent-teacher interviews. So that is a very high priority. I love learning history with all of you, but I got to make sure that I'm there for my parent-teacher interviews. Not because I really want to, because my wife will kill me if I don't show up. but it is really important, obviously. So we're going to skip next week. We won't have a lecture here. I may send out something on the internet in advance, so if you're on the mailing list, you'll get a postcard book. But otherwise, there's no class here next week. We'll convene again the week after. And here's one last good and welfare thing. So this is more for the internet than this audience, but I get, I shouldn't do this first thing in the morning, but sometimes when I, after I finish davening and things like that, I turn on my YouTube and I look at the comments and I try to respond to some of them. And every now and then, maybe about 5% of the comments are really nasty anti-Semitic ones. YouTube does a really good job of immediately deleting the ones that are really offensive, but sometimes they get through and it ruins my day for about 15 minutes and I forget about it. So this one bothered me a little bit. This one was in last week's lecture. I've wiped out the names. Since most Jews in the United States rather Ginos, I had to look that up, it stands for Jews in name only, and it's based of part of a really bizarre, complicated anti-Semitic myth that today's Ashkenazic Jews are actually descended from the Khazars, which we talked about in previous lectures. We're not real Jews, we are descended from the Khazars. Our leftists, they hate history and are constantly trying to revise it. This makes it hard to raise money for true history. So I'm not exactly sure what he's getting at, but I think he's throwing a little jab at the fact that we have not made a $100,000 goal for solid scholarships yet. So the way to deal with these guys, I'm going to delete him later. But in the meantime, support our students, all of you on the internet. Doesn't matter how much. Go online and deal with people like this and say that we don't care, we want to keep learning, and we will help our students just get through their undergraduate degrees. Okay, well now, good and welfare, let's go straight to the actual material. So who was Rabbeinu Bachya? One of the most difficult things about this particular topic is that we know so little about Rabbeinu Bachya. In fact, these are the 2 volumes, kind of like a classic printing of Rabbeinu Bachya, the late 20th century version. And this is everything we really know about him. There's hardly any material about him in the medieval world. We barely know when he lived or where he lived, and most of the information that we get is based on internal literary evidence alone. Even though he was clearly a scholar of towering proportions, and his creativity literally started a major genre in Jewish literature, nevertheless we know very little about his life. When he was born, he died. We have a hint, one word, from China for a living. Let's have a look at what we do know, most of which can be expressed on just the title page of this one book. Let's check it out. So this is the Hebrew title page, Toras Halevavos, which is a beautiful title. The word Torah, of course, is used here in the sense of teaching. The word Torah comes from Torah, to instruct. So the teaching of the obligations of the anything, and suddenly this powerful man summons them, and he has to say, okay, well, explain your religion, explain yours. The obligation of the heart, you can't just explain it in terms of your own scripture. Refers to how, and we'll return to this, so much of Jewish literature is all about the obligation of the limbs. We would say that's where do you have to be at a certain time? What do you have to do? Early in life, he worshipped that mountain. What do you have to eat? What do you have to not eat? It's all about physicality. It's all about the body. What do you do with your body? That's the mitzvah. But there's very little discussion in a concerted way. What do you do with your heart? How are you supposed to focus your heart? That's what we see in nature. This became rather dramatic. But anyway, that's the title, Teachings of the Duties of the Heart. And then below it is written here, Hebrew Lashon Arabit, Harav Hagdol HaChassid, written Arabic by the great and pious rabbi. The Arabic original is extant, and we have new translations directly from the Arabic.
although overwhelmingly we have relied on the 12th century Hebrew translation that we'll look at in the next slide. So we know he's a great and pious rabbi. What else do we know? He's our teacher, Rabbeinu. This term Rabbeinu is actually a fairly high-level honorific. Very few people in Jewish history received the letter, the term Rabbeinu, especially until the modern era. The Hasidic movement, I think, co-opted it such that just about every Hasidic leader becomes a Rabbeinu. But before the 19th century, in particular, Rabbeinu was reserved for really unique individuals. Like, for example, Moshe, that was the one universal Moses, our teacher, was everywhere in the world. So we know he is an important person. Now, this is the hard part. The name that we have transliterated into Hebrew is spelled Beit Yud. In the Kudot, the vowels, of course, are arbitrary. I'm not exactly sure how to pronounce his name. The customary pronunciation is Bachia, but it's not a regular spelling at all. Bachia would be something like Beit Yud Hey. So then the sky could embrace all religions. People also say Bechaye, which is also not exactly right. This would be a schwa, so it would be a is kind of weird. I wasn't exactly sure how to say his name, but we have certain conventions. And we know his surname, son of Yosef. The family name is apparently Yehuda, and he is finally, we know he was a Dayan Sephardic, the Sephardic judge of Spain. Now, how do we know that these encomiums on the title page are true? It's because they're taken from the 12th century translation of Peter Tibon, which is the closest to Rabbeinu Bachia that we have. Okay, here's the bottom part of it. It says, translated into the holy tongue by Rabbi Yehuda Ibn Tibon. There's some fascinating things about Tibon. It's a fascinating thing. Ibn Tibon was the progenitor of a multi-generational family of translators in Provence, in particular in France, who were rendering Sephardic Arabic classics into Hebrew. And this is a period when the 12th century, when the Almohads come in, and you're saying, the Andalus period of the golden era begins to wane with the Orthodox Muslim persecution of a cosmopolitan environment, and so Arabic readers are fleeing from Spain, including Maimonides, we saw before, Yehuda Levi leaves, and others. The Alfonsi, ironically, we have 1 million people, you've got to use every one. Period when Sephardic Jewish culture in Spain is in decline, and it's now being transmitted to a new generation of Christian Europe. So even Tibon and his children and his grandchildren were all well versed in Arabic, and they rendered almost all of these great classics. The Moral, the Restream, the Guide for the Perplexed, the Kuzari that we spoke about a few weeks ago, came from Tibon's translation house. This, amazingly, is the very first work of Sephardic Arabic literature but it wasn't necessarily the hour chose to render into Hebrew. My contention, I haven't read it anywhere else, but it's my contention that he chose this over Maimonides, or actually Maimonides and also about not using water. You couldn't move water into an area to irrigate. He chose him over so many others because Philip the Levodoc was so unique and original. A lot of the historians think, well, they're so stupid, they let the irrigation system start. No, it takes more work to destroy the irrigation system than just to create it. And then, just to make it a little more complicated, it has a modern translation by Pinchas Yehuda Lieberman. So I didn't actually bother taking a typical sample page, but if you can sort of see, when I hold up mine, there's on the top there's a few paragraphs in one Hebrew font. Can you zoom in on this there, David, just for fun? Let's see how close we get. Environmentalist or feminist. All of this was a part of it. Yeah. Another part was the protection of envoys. He said every envoy, every ambassador, every messenger. On the top, there's the Hebrew translation of Ibn Tibon. But because Ibn Tibon, as he mentions in his introduction, you know,
wants very much to try and preserve the language of Rabbeinu Bachya as precisely as possible. He renders Arabic terms in Hebrew characters with little comma. And so you have all these obscure philosophical terms that make sense to Arabic readers, but don't make sense to Hebrew readers. It's very difficult. So there's been a tradition of retranslating even Qumran, often by people who don't read Arabic, but read Hebrew well, and they render it into an easier Hebrew, which I tend to read much more. It takes a little longer because it takes more words to explain the concepts, but the more modern Hebrew, in this case the 20th century translation, is just a little bit easier to access. There is also a very fine English translation as well. It's been published by Feldheim, another edition that I consulted online, the English edition. But that's the problem with working with a translation, is that
method of communication.
Translations themselves are already a step back.
So if you destroy
that's how we access public of the world.
in any way,
and that's where I should go on to the next
to
slide.
everybody else.
So where did it come from? Zaragoza, also spelled with S's, but this is apparently the official spelling. You can see it's in northern Spain, close to the Pyrenees Mountains. We really don't know anything about him, and in fact, there's huge question marks about exactly when he lived. We know certainly he had to have lived before he won, because even he won published the translation in 1160. We also notice that there's some strong similarities in a couple passages between the work of Ibn Battuta that we talked about last week. So that means that one borrowed from the other, or potentially they were contemporaries sharing the same source. Some of it is kind of bizarre. Like, remember that square we looked at with the 5 different, 4 different character traits and the 4 different elements, things like that. So that appears also in Rabbeinu Bachya. The scholar Diane Lobel, who will speak on in a second, she estimates that based on a Geniza fragment written by Ibn Ezra, who refers to Rabbeinu Bachya as the previous generation, more or less we can ballpark the authorship of this book around 10 so that's as close as we get in terms of knowing anything about his life. Everything else is going to be internal scholarship, internal literary evidence.
Genghis Khan did for the trade network.
So at this point, we have to pause and have a little bit more philosophical discussion about what is this book, why is it so distinct and special. This is an amazing 19th century painting by Karl Schleicher. The title is Eine Streitsfrage.
Very little in their home country. They couldn't grow hardly anything.
Translates as
they didn't have the technological skills
controversy question out of the Talmud, focus from the Talmud. I just like the word Streitsfrage. It sounds like a controversy. I got a problem with you, my wife says, by the way,
where merchants were considered extremely low, and all of a sudden he raises them up above scholars. They're going to have certain rights.
German is one of our secret languages that we speak when we don't want our kids to put
whatever
out
the
those
national
things.
taxes, that's
They
it.
figure
They're
it
not
out.
taxed every time they stop.
Okay, so this is a picture my grandmother Shalom used to own, and I always liked it when I was a kid because it shows, rabbis engaged in a Talmud discussion. Besides that very short artistry moment, what exactly is Jewish philosophy? Let's back the statement up a little bit and say what exactly is
They were
philosophy.
guaranteed protection if they had to pass through an area where it might be dangerous.
If we
then
look at the Greek
a small
tradition
group, a
of
squad of
philosophy,
men and
and as
horses
Whitehead
would go
put
with
it,
them.
all philosophy
So trade
is
was
footnotes
extremely
to
important.
Plato.
And then the Mongols,
Philosophy is
also,
basically
they
an
supported trade
attempt
in
to
a very odd way.
understand the universe,
that is, the merchants would come in
starting
and they would ask for an
zero.
outrageous
No
price.
assumptions. You
much
build
more than they should
logic.
get. Waiting for the Mongols to
From
bargain
logic,
down.
you take premises, develop
The Mongols would
syllogisms. You have
I'll give you much
proposals,
more than that.
hypotheses,
Every
thesis, antithesis, synthesis,
There's
all
these
kinds of different models to try and
why do you do
create
that?
an
You gotta stop
understanding
doing
of the
this yourself.
fabric
One
of
Muslim
reality.
financial
You can break it
advisor.
up into different
He called in and
schools
told
or
me we've got to
different
stop taking more than
disciplines,
people ask.
epistemology, metaphysics, things like
Where's
that.
the money
But
gonna go?
ultimately, philosophy
It's in my empire. It's
begins
going to
with
come back
the
eventually.
search for wisdom,
So they had
and
a
that
much
is in
different
fact what the
attitude
word
with great
philosophy
respect.
means. Sophia
I
in
think
Greek
a
means
symbol of
wisdom.
that
Philo
is in the
means
time
I
of
love.
Ramadan when we see that his
I
uncle
love
and father
wisdom,
went to
philosophy.
China and came back from
And
China.
what
And then on the second
characterizes
trip,
Western
Marco
philosophy,
Polo
drawing
went with
from
him to China
Plato,
and back.
is
They
the
were safe the
Socratic
whole way.
idea
Their
that we
goods were
know
safe. They
nothing.
came back with
And in order
tremendous
to know
amount of wealth.
anything, we
They were
must
never
start
harassed.
from
And
zero.
the mere fact that they could cross, it took 2 years.
This
But the mere fact
is
that they could
perhaps
cross the
why
whole
undergraduates
continent
love it so much,
safely
because
and come
it's like
back.
being in the sandbox
It was
and you have
unprecedented.
nothing created and you
We
have to
really
build
don't
it up
have any
from
well-documented case of anybody, say,
On the
from
other
China
hand, is it
visiting
fair
Europe or
to
Europe visiting
say
China
that this
before the Mongols.
is a Jewish
But since
activity?
Genghis Khan, there's never been a year
With some rare
without contact
exceptions until
between
the
these two
modern
races.
era, I
It
would
was
say
permanent.
no.
Once he
We
created
use the
it, it was
term
permanent.
Jewish
I don't
philosophy.
think it's possible to
That Jewish
measure the
philosophy
positive
does not
effect of
start
that.
from
Because it
zero.
wasn't just trade of
Jewish
goods.
thought,
It was
use that
also
word
exchange,
probably more appropriately, that term.
explicit or
Jewish
implicit
thought
along the way,
starts
exchange of
from
ideas.
some,
Whether that's exchange of
what the Germans call
technologies,
Grundlagen,
exchange of
like foundation
philosophical
points. There are
ideas,
places where you got to
scientific
start.
ideas,
You got to start with, for example,
technical,
Torah
mathematical
Messina,
ideas, all of this
Revelation.
spread
You
throughout
start with,
and constantly circulating.
in the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth. There are certain premises
There
which
was an
are
exchange of ideas on
axioms
every
that are
level. Ideas,
non-negotiable,
technology,
and we build from there.
ideologies, beliefs,
What does
scientific
God want us
information,
to do
everything
with
was
this
being
universe?
exchanged, including even
What is
agricultural
the
goods,
practical
new crops from
outcome
new areas.
of our understanding of this
But
universe?
Genghis Khan, he
That
had
goes into Jewish thought,
part
and
of
we're
his
very good at
genius
that.
of
That's
organization
why we
was
have such
knowing
a
what skilled
profound
people had that would
legal
contribute towards his
tradition,
empire.
because
For
we
example,
explore the
Muslims were
material,
very good with
real
arithmetic. In fact,
implications
he conquered
of the foundational
little
principles
empire of
which we were
Khwarezm,
given.
from which we get the word
True story.
algorithm.
I heard
Because
this
there was a
from a
mathematician there.
student who was
There's
at a particular
algorithms.
law school in
And
the
so
Midwest,
Khwarezm
and
belonged, they
it's
conquered
near
it
our
very
local
quickly,
yeshiva.
no problem.
And
But they
every
belonged
year
to him.
in
But
Law 1,
Muslims were
there's a
using
whole
the
bunch of
zero.
boys from the yeshiva who were
Mongols were
studying,
absolutely
they're in law
impressed
school.
with
They're
that.
sitting
Chinese
usually at the
myself
back in
were
their
very
white
suspicious
shirts
of
and
zero.
dark
But
pants and
the
things like
Mongols
that.
were very impressed
And
because
the professor,
herders,
who's a fairly well-known
numbers are
professor, he
important
does
to
the
them
survey
for
class,
keeping
and
up with their
at the end of the class
animals.
says, and before everyone
In
is
fact, the
dismissed,
Mongols
I
have a
would
simple
like
system.
all of the young
They
men from the
reduce all
rabbinical
animals to
seminary
the
to please
number of
come
horses you
down
can
and
have
speak
somebody.
with me privately.
How many
So
animals
after
you can
all the
have?
other
They can
students
say,
file out,
one horde,
the 20 or
horses.
so guys
That
from the
doesn't
yeshiva
mean
come
they
down,
have 100
the
horses.
professor says
It's
to him,
going to be
listen, you
like
leave me alone, and I'll
5 cows
so
count as
we
4
have a
horses.
very
5
extensive
sheep
legal
or 5
tradition,
goats count as
but
1
it's not
horse.
per se philosophy
4
the way the
camels
Greeks
count
understand
as
it.
5 horses.
We have
So they
started with that.
reduced it
When
all
you get
down
to the
like that.
modern era,
The
which we're not
Mongols
going to
take
get
the
to
census
today,
of everything.
you will
That's
find
one of the first
philosophers
things
who like
Genghis
to
Khan
start
did.
all
And that
over,
was one of the
who like to
demands he
say,
made
I'm
of
going
every
to
place he
tear down
went.
everything
Is
that
a complete
existed before
census of
and
your
try to
people.
build it up
And every
in a
house
way
had to
that's
post
somehow
outside
Jewish.
how many people, how
But
many
that's not
animals,
our
what
agenda
did
for
they
today.
do, the
We're looking
occupations, all
at
this
what
information.
we might call
So they needed
philosophy in the medieval
good
environment.
mathematics for this.
And that's why I
The
think that
Muslims provided.
Phobos
So they took the Muslims
is
to
so
China, they took
unusual
Middle
in
Eastern
our
scholars
tradition,
and all.
because it
Unfortunately,
is really
they were rather
the
ruthless
first
sometimes when
work
it came to implementing
that
the tax policies.
synthesizes
But they became the
disparate
financial advisors
material
to him.
of internal
Other groups
spiritual
of people
ethical
had
life
other roles like that,
in
and he was
a
moving them
single
around constantly.
study.
And so
Let me
you
explain
had a
that.
combination.
As I
As I
mentioned
said, he
earlier,
himself had the
we have
genius for
a
combining
deeply
new bits of
sophisticated
technology.
legal tradition,
But it
which
created a
begins
new
from
kind of
verses in the
cultural
Torah,
spirit in which
it goes
other people
through
were also combining technology at
applications
other
in
levels.
the rest of the
And
Bible,
being
and especially
encouraged.
in the
It was no longer heresy or the devil's work to bring in this thing.
Rabbis discuss
So we had the spread of printing, for example. We had the partial spread of something
later
that says
this goes
this
into
is print
codes
money,
and so on, which are,
for
by the way,
example.
just about
We
now
had
being
almanacs being
prepared.
created now
11th
through
century,
printing
12th century,
that combine different calendars and different information that was coming along.
And that's kind of like a Jewish way of thinking
Simple
about,
but lethal form of technology was that, for example, Chinese had gunpowder.
in these conditions.
Mostly it was used
The idea
for
of just
fireworks.
that's not the sole
And then sometimes in warfare was used for kind of printed
material
hand
in
grenade
the
or
religious
printed
tradition, of
bomb that
course.
could be
There
thrown in
are
different shape.
scattered
This
here
is
and
the
there
time
these
of
gems
war,
of spiritual insight
So they had that.
that
The Middle Eastern
may be
Muslims,
collected
they had,
in
and the
places a
Byzantines
little bit like
especially,
Pirkei
they had
Avot, Every now and then you'll see a glimmer of like kind of the internal spiritual life, but it seems to be overwhelmed, just like there are stars in the sky, but they are overwhelmed by the blackness of the expanse between those stars. What Cobra Telephone did is say, wait a second, you know, we should think systematically about our internal lives with the same kind of discipline and rigor that we speak about our halachic lives. And that's what Cobra Telephone is all about. So I'm not going to talk about, you know, how you shake the lulav or whether or not this chicken is kosher. I'm going to talk about how you should orient yourself to God, how you should focus your mind, how you should, you know, be disciplined with your relationship to the universe as a whole. It's a deeply mystical, fascinating work, and it is completely pathbreaking. So this combination, and it starts a whole genre, which, depending on who you ask,
you put it all together and come up with something incredibly different.
The whole idea of personal development starts with Cobras and Bubbles, not earlier. My wife and my daughter had a little text argument. By the way, for those of you who use texting, I have to say it is the best way to have domestic disputes. You know, having an argument over text is great because nobody interrupts you. You know, you have enough time to express yourself properly. You know, you can see the other person typing. I love it.
First of all, he changed a lot of the strategies. They were no longer working. All the system worked perfectly on the grassland.
But anyways, my daughter, who is a very dedicated Chabad so many farms, here in Crown Heights, she shared a piece of Torah with my wife on WhatsApp.
It's too hot, too humid, the bows are beginning to wilt. The horses are exhausted. It's not working. So to conquer South China, Kublai Khan had to come up with
a nice piece of Hasidus. Right? But it's just different words for the same kind of thing. It all starts with Cobras and Bubbles. It all starts with the Bakia. First said, let's just think together on how we live spiritually as opposed to halakhically. I want to see a little bit of what's in there. Now, our task is to approach this from a historical perspective. I really would like to give you an introduction to the content of the book, but from a historical perspective, if we don't know more about him than the title page, how do we learn, how do we flesh out the historical context? So you've got to do an intellectual biography based on the material in the text itself, which is much harder. This is an older printing, obviously, Bubbles, with the date metaphor, which is quite symbolic and traditional in Jewish theology. Many chapters, including those of Cobras and Bubbles, are named after dates. So one of those, obviously, I don't know what I have to say here. Obviously, his source base is overwhelmingly Jewish in nature. He's citing verses from the Torah, passages from the Talmud, the Midrash. He is clearly well versed in all of Tanakh. He's clearly bringing verses from all over the Torah. And that's fairly typical. Of course, we say it's typical because we base it on him. But what's surprising, and this is uniquely Sephardic, is something that has been known for about a century.
He's got lots of cousins out there who've been riding around and conquering Russia.
Sufi
they've already burned down Kiev,
which are
they've conquered different places in the world. They're real
Muslim thinkers that have a lot of ideas that resonate with Jewish values. And this stuff just slips in without any comment. I'll give you a couple of examples. And we see it repeated through many other sources. We see it, for example, Maimonides' own son, the famous Abraham ben Rambam, wrote works that are deeply infused with Sufi wisdom. I know it sounds jarring because we live in a time where Jews and Muslims tend to be along in conflict and in Israel. We look at them. God forbid we don't want to look at them, but occasionally you see these things of ISIS and beheadings, and you say, do we have any common vocabulary with these people?
His mother,
all after this we did, we shared, and we grew from it. So I'll give you one example here. Yes,
she wanted him to become, even though
so the forbidden gate. Let's start, and I'll show you the example. Or let's just come to the example, and I'll come back to the forbidden gate. So here we go.
She took over
here's a Sufi teaching, which Diana Lobo, that I showed you earlier, she wrote a great book on related Bakia recently. So this is the 9th century, 3 years before Rabbeinu Bachya. The story is cited in 11th century hagiography of Yahya ibn Muad. It was said to Yahya ibn Muad, tell me about
He only lived till
God.
1259. He died
There
of
is
something. It could have been
Or what is he, sorry.
cholera.
And by the way, this word here,
different stories. I
Abatu,
don't know.
is actually a technical
But he
Muslim
died of
term,
campaign in China,
and
trying to conquer southern
I
China.
just made that up. That's
Up
because
to
I
this
had a
point,
typo. Sorry.
Kublai Khan has
Tell
not been
me
distinguishing
about
himself.
God.
His mother
See, when you're on 10 years,
she
you
was
get
a
away with
Christian
things
woman,
like this.
but she had a Buddhist
Tell me about God.
nurse
What
for
is
him,
he?
and she had Chinese
Yahya
scholars
responded,
come
he
in to
said,
tutor
God
him.
is one.
She had a very
There's
good
definitely
education for him.
What
And I
is he
think that
like?
she planned that he
Strange
was going to be
phrase,
a great
original.
administrator under his
How
spiritual
is
brother, and he was
In
going to
what
administer
manner
the
is he?
lands in China.
And
So
the
he was
answer is
learning
an
all this
all-powerful
stuff.
king.
But the older brother,
The question is,
he
where
insisted on
is
sending
he?
him out on
I think it's a
campaign.
strange answer.
Oh, but he was
On
overweight,
the
he was
lookout.
fat, he had gout.
And then
He
you have
needed
this
to go
funny
rest. There
coda.
was always
It
some
was said, I
excuse.
didn't ask you
But the
about
brother
that.
was
Yahya
assigning
said,
people.
that is
Young
the description
who
of
was
the
the
created.
son of
As for
Sudan,
the
the great
description
general,
of
he
the
assigned him
creator,
to teach him
is what I
warfare.
told you.
He
Sufis
wasn't great.
talk like this a lot.
He really was not.
There's a fantastic book called
He was very
The
smart.
Origin of Consciousness by Robert
At first, a little
Weinstein,
bit
which
lazy, like talking about the religion,
explains
sitting
almost
around, go
much beyond our
hunting.
topic today.
As
Now
long as he
let's
had been with
read
it to do the
from
sheep and
and
then
read the
prepare the
Hebrew
food
translation.
and all.
Territory
northern China
one of the wise was
being
asked
run in
about
the
the
dirt by these
creator.
administrators, the
I
Mongols
have a
had gone
feeling
in.
there's got to be about
They were just
30 or
overtaxing the
40
people, cheating
passages,
the people,
stories
doing
here
everything
where
wrong.
one of the
And his mother
wise is
basically
asked, an
just
anonymous
pulled his
wise
chain.
person.
She said,
I haven't gone through
go
the
to your
sources,
land. This is your
but
land. You have
already
to
100
administer
years
this
ago
land.
there was
You go
scholarship
there. You live there. You
listing
take
all
charge.
of the passages where
But
he
everybody
borrowed
was
from the
terrified
Sufis. I have a
of the
feeling
mother.
when
So
this
he
unnamed
ran off to
source
China and
probably
he started administering his land and he
Anyways,
started
the
learning how to
question
do
now
it.
is asked by
But when his
creator
brother died
Mahu.
in 1259,
What is he? But
he was
the
down on the
answer is
the Yangtze River
one
on
God.
a campaign
God is
that he
one.
was sent by his brother. He was
Amalesh,
in
also the questioner asked,
but he thought, okay, the brother's dead, I should finish
how
the
is,
campaign.
again, that strange
They found his
language,
youngest brother, Arikbon.
how is
Arikbon was
he? Doesn't
another
mean what manner
hothead
is he?
Mongol like their father.
Amalo,
He was rather hot-headed, and he was back in Mongolia, and his tolerance for religions.
He said to
He
him,
was
where is he?
overseeing the debate
Amalo,
one time
here's
between
the
the
Hebrew
Taoists
term,
and the Buddhists because
Tzipia.
the Mongols thought the Taoists were overtaxing everybody. The Buddhists.
Is
So he had to
probably best
oversee. They
translated
got mad
as
and he picked up a
on the
statue of the
lookout,
Buddha and beat the Taoists.
watching, like a sofa,
Oh,
right?
he just
God
wasn't
had
good for
Sophie,
moderating.
mountain of the lookouts. God is on
So
the
he was
lookout.
going to be the new great
Now
Khan.
remember, the question is,
So he
where
was
is
declared
he?
the great Khan in
And the answer
Mongolia.
is what he is doing.
But this was a turning light for
But
Kublai
it's not the
Khan.
right
Who
answer.
never
The
achieved
question
much of
deserves
anything.
a where answer, right? You know,
So
where are you going to
his
be
wife,
for dinner
Tommy,
tonight?
sent him
At
some
home.
coded
You know,
messages.
that's what you say.
Basically
You don't say
telling
where are
him,
you going to be for dinner tonight?
forget about
Tuesday.
southern
It doesn't
China.
make sense.
It's going to always be there. You're
But
conquer that
the
some
answer,
other
the
time.
deeper answer
Right now,
is,
your
as
brother
Diana
is
Lobo
taking over the
explains,
empire. You
you
should
can't
be
ask where
the new
God
emperor.
is,
You are the
but
next
ask that
son
question
after
and you misunderstand the basic reality that
And somehow
God is
she
everywhere.
invigorated him.
You can't
And
say
he came back, and even though he didn't have all the
the
military
question itself is
strategy,
absurd.
he had northern
Rather,
China. The
where is
resources were
God?
immense. He
Where
could cut
is
off
what
Mongolia.
God is
Mongolia
doing? God is
was
looking
very
out,
dependent
looking out
on
for
northern
what?
China for food.
Looking out for us.
All the Mongols
Looking out,
supported
waiting
Alex.
for us.
All the ones in Central
Looking out
Asia,
for us.
all of them
And
were
as soon as
supporting
we
Alex.
start to
And
look
so
out for God,
they went to get food
then
from them,
the teacher goes, we are where
and then
God
they didn't want to give up their food.
is. We join
Yeah, we'll
God,
support
not
you
in a
for
place,
Han, but
but in activity.
we're not giving up
We
on
meet
food.
God when
So
we
he was
look for
basically
God.
kind of starved into
It's
submission
a beautiful
in
idea,
1262.
and you don't have
And
to
then he was
take
taken
my word for
prisoner
it.
into China.
Rabbeinu Bachya
And then
likes it.
he
And then the end of the story is the same as well. He says, so the questioner it says, I didn't ask you that. I didn't ask you what he was doing. I asked you where he was. Amareros. The wise one said, Shiotani Bengulat Ha'ela Shmurot Alamida Taru Lebavra. Sorry. Below our border. So you ask me with words that are appropriate for a created being. A created being can be in a place. God, who is not a created being, cannot be in any place that is not his reality. So that's why I answered you only in terms that you would understand. Because it's impossible to explain it in any other way. So you see, here's just one example of the many Sufi passages that the Nabaki would bring into his work, which is indicative of a syncretic culture, the values of Andalusian Spain that allow for the communication of Muslims and Jews who are spiritual seekers to share whatever wisdom could effectively cross their otherwise rigid religious boundaries. Fascinating example. Let us just look back a little bit about the forbidden gate itself. Now, the book is divided into several gates. I'll give you the whole list of concepts shortly. The first gate is one of those ironic things in the Shiva world is taboo and rarely studied in a formal setting. And in fact, in my edition here, which is a very orthodox kind of edition, I told you that there's a modern translation of the There's no translation of the first chapter. The first chapter is left in the original 12th century version. And moreover, there's about a 30-page introduction, which is essentially a long series of warnings. Don't read this chapter. Don't read this chapter. This is what this rabbi said, don't read this chapter. This is what this other rabbi said, don't read this chapter. So what's so forbidden about it? And of course, especially with someone like my wife, assign one that have to burn the boat. Sorry for sharing. Well, the war, the elephants are running wild. All kinds of chaos is going on. So divided into two halves. The first half that sent to burn the boats, their mom. The second half, the wives. Go and join the battle, they leave the boat. Well, Apollos won the battle. And I would agree that I would read the first everything. Stuff like that. You don't know. She read the section. Then, before reading her section, she had to, burn. They lost the war. They retreat. How could I have all this happen? And he recognized duty of your heart, relationship to God. He spent his time studying every little river. Or heavily there's invasion line of boats to protect them. The first chapter is all about the city walls are weak, the defenses are. That's right. They said, what? The only way you can find God in the philosophical way is by not. It is not special. God is not. And they had to play around with it to adapt it for a boat because they were usually made for stable ground. God is infinite. What else can you say? Things there's no also you can add to God. So the first chapter, which I have to say, had something that was working. They worked their way down the Yangtze. The first chapter is basically all about destroying city after city with this navy. The warnings are well placed. After the navy had broken down. Rabbi Rothschild asks a lot of philosophical questions. Many yeshivas are simply taboo. You can't ask these questions. Maybe not like in an Asia Torah kind of place, but if you are raised from childhood with a simple faith, the Munah Pshuta, and belief in a creator, and even opening up these kinds of questions. An arrow is a giant bow and arrow. All of a sudden, you got 5 years of going off the derrick, trying to figure out. You got to get back to Yiddishkeit. So it's a very difficult thing, and that's why most yeshivas actually, similar the opening sections of Maimonides. Chazakah, section on the whole book guide for the perplexed, all kinds of difficult things. With the rabbi who really knows himself all about Sufism here that
let's invade Japan now.
I really find fascinating. How is it possible from Sephardi Dayan to borrow from the Muslims?
He had abolished his grandfather's
As I
policy
began to say a little earlier, it's all about that syncretic nature of
no more.
evolution Jewry that was so special. If you think it's so unusual, however, I would like to say about Jewish culture that was
not to destroy.
And a lot of transition. But I would like to draw to your attention
a lot of very clever people with shipbuilding and engineers, and these people were flocking to the Scotland, Guangzhou, doing poetry, singing.
Very catchy tune. Almost
they were being scholarly. I think there's a
if you're not thinking about the Spanish and not listening to the words, then it sounds like a catchy sort of pop tune. But if you happen to watch the video, which I do not recommend, it's a Latin love.
It was a great
Totally
source.
inappropriate.
Other reason.
Nevertheless, check out this video.
They don't want that to happen.
David, we can leave it running, but I'm actually cut this out of the internet version.
Maybe they'll just
Here
surrender
is
down there.
a Jewish take on Despacito.
Well, it was a total. A bunch of ships that are mainly great on the river and right along the coast, and you're crossing some treacherous water there. And
These Jews are so
the
amazing.
Mongols
We
basically
take
just
this
didn't know what they were doing.
schmutz stuff.
Okay, you
Not
can
okay. The word just
might
like
scare a few horses,
the tune,
but you're not destroying
and then we
cities.
just transvalue it.
Japanese weren't there on the beach waiting for Mongols to
And
come
just think for a
invade.
second, 100 years from now, you may have, in the back of come across these Latin pop songs that they sang in 2016.
And the
But then we
samurai
go to
learned
a
some very
Jewish
valuable
day
things. The
school,
samurai
and
had
the kids will be
such a
singing the Hebrew
ritualized
version
way
of it with
like the
these
Knights of
lyrics,
Europe.
and it'll be
Coming out
alive
with
and
armor that
fresh
had to be lifted up on a crane
like
onto a
real
horse.
shoes to it.
I mean, it was just crazy.
Culture is
Samurai,
all about
you recite the
because we
story
live
of your
in a
genealogy.
multilingual, multicultural environment, we're able to kind of like trans. Once it becomes Jewish,
And the weather did turning. I don't want to give
too
much
so
credit to the
that's
weather.
that's what
I
I'd
really
like to
think
think
that
is
the
happening
Japanese
with
defeated
Urbana
them.
Brachia,
The Mongols
using
weren't
Sufi
well
sources.
prepared.
Here's
Their
a Sufi
ships were not
teaching of
very
great
good.
deep value.
They get
And he says, you know what?
his small battles on
And
land.
now it's become. I don't know Muslim history. Muslims are actually studying those Sufi
Well, see, they
teachings.
don't have enough
But
horses for what
if you go, for example, to the shul just down the street here, 2 blocks over, I happen to know it's
such a massive
so
invasion.
Rabbi Rothschild's work
They're just learning the
is still
basics.
being alive and studied just 3 blocks away across the street in the Baal Shem Tov
He's thinking like
library,
a Mongol that
everywhere.
ruled
That
those
is
waters and
something about
lands.
being the
He stopped the
let's
trade.
go on.
He stopped the supply.
Here.
He cut off
But that was
the possibility of the
so,
Sultan.
right.
The way he was cutting off Southern China. So he gave them
the idea is he describes
maybe
kind of like
some
a
experience with
passage
the ocean,
through
and now
each
they were
of
ready.
climb higher levels.
When I say
Spiritual
the head
purity and
command was
oneness
a
with,
man named Bayan,
you
who
know,
was a Mongol
God's
who had been
purpose
raised
here.
more in
The first day
Central
we
Asia.
talked about the
He was
Forbidden Gate. It's
perhaps
actually called the
close
Gate
to the
of
Fergana
Unity,
Valley in that area.
which is
But we're not
God. And the next gate he gets to is called the gate of discernment. Also a fascinating evolution. It's very much about science.
Very well.
Amazing universe we live in. He says, so you gotta study the to know astrology. He has a whole passage on the astrolabe. It was like the big invention of the day. It's like the iPhone of the day. You have to know iPhones. They're great. What do you do with them? And the natural world, and you have to appreciate biology. All these various sciences, because that's how we come to know God through our experience of material. He goes, for example, human development. He tells them how amazing it is. Children develop inside their mother's wombs, and they don't need to breathe, and they don't need to. Children,
she was her name. She said she was a child.
And then the child moves.
She offered the local everything. Please let the emperor stay. If you devoted to the king.
His parents are not disgusted with him.
Total surrender.
Mr. Robinson, Rabbi, and they don't get angry with him because he needs so much.
Soldiers, they looked around.
Recognize how much they've sacrificed for him. They have a feeling that he probably wrote this when he was the man.
You have to come with the emperor.
And the fact that they give him everything he needs, and the fact that they protect him from all harm. The fact is, the parents worry about it more now that he's on the adolescent.
There's no wholesale
backwards until it becomes a day.
So
she
comes out, she surrenders, she bows on the ground towards me.
So,
the emperor.
I'm sorry, I found that more fun.
She was
but the idea is like, God created this universe that parents don't throw out their teenagers. The gate of discernment is all about discerning the case of life, see what the universe has to offer, and understand. Very powerful. Third gate, wow. This is called the gate. It's because someone's typing this and getting distracted by it. So now, you want to know what God is?
Little boy, 7-year-old.
Applying your control for me. How to govern properly. How to put your soul into what you're doing. Wow.
They're just floating around.
Study anything. I went through it.
The trade of that area, there were Chinese Muslims.
If we had person learns to trust God, one after another.
Muslims were switching over
this way, and then you have
kind of order some places.
Such a sense of calm.
They dropped the emperor in the ocean.
The universe is my friend.
How do you drop the emperor in the ocean? They accidentally spilled him in the ocean, and then fish him up.
Referring to the idea of
so on that time,
you can
the airport is today.
Also, where Maimonides ends his
had a big coronation ceremony.
God.
It certainly wasn't Hong Kong.
The time that we have here. The last part is everything. This is
you're going to stop and build a palace.
The Chinese,
yes, the general,
which
the
is
general army,
speaks to his how he needs to focus and be disciplined, realize the mag.
They change.
And then the last part is the public. of taking responsibility in his soul for what he has. Then he has a long, says, he exhorts people the tochacha and the after having said in order to develop to the next level. I personally before, but I totally forgot it, and I don't know anybody who actually
all sickest dogs out there, and
who actually keeps this practice, because it's a very
the leaders
beautiful one
refuse to
that I think
surrender.
will be wonderful to
The little boy is there, 7-year-old,
Rabbi's own words in
Big
Hebrew
was
at the
his
end of
name, with his pen.
Here's the Feldheimer. Yeah, and make great
Ministers.
You don't need
Howard
to. It's a work of
history.
he said it's quite unique.
We will not just
Jewish literature.
So first,
spiritual growth. Really,
the emperor,
so many
him, he was 7 years old. He just turned
from
and jumped into the
the
water
Phobos
with his
Legados
child.
speech is very different. To a different kind of
He's a
personality.
child.
Honest, for example,
Compared
with
water to.
so
the 7
comes back.
died. That was the end of one of the greatest dynasties in the history of the world. The Song Dynasty, they were intellectually great, they were artistically great, they were technologically great, they were just one of the greatest moments of world history. Howard killing a child and his pet parent in order to save the honor that was betrayed by this woman. The men lost the war. The men, an old, one-eyed, ugly lady.
Probably has become the institution in the army weekend. I have lost confidence at ruling and all that kind of stuff.
Well, that is true enough. And the Chinese summarized that with losing the mandate of heaven.
Right. I mean, everybody has their perspective. Maybe if the way you told the story has a very kind of objective way of revealing the absurdity and the cowardice of it, but the perspective that they tell to the last
Very often, Picture traitor to the country. No, boy lived on for another 45 years.
With the kind of bright, motivated,
and so she did not betray the country. She, the emperor that she was supposed to protect, it was the man who killed young Pink.
So, what was the lasting impact of?
All the way from
had unified China, largest sense of the word, with Korea, Tibet. He had unified, but he did so, I think, his empire. They didn't recognize him. There was great opposition from the Golden Horde of Russia, and also the Chagatai, those descendants of Sagade, the second son, Chagatai Empire, and then from the Ilkhanate of Persia.
These are the different fracturings of.
And only the were still loyal to him, still far away. Now he has,
but I mean, 4 pieces. The whole thing is gigantic, and even the pieces are gigantic. So I mean, it's very hard to keep an empire of this size together.
Yes. But he had China, it was unified under him. And then he sent out the first expedition to sail to Persia. different merchants. No, he ordered to send a queen or princess to marry the old Khan of Persia and Azerbaijan and Armenia and Iraq and part of Syria, all of that area. So he said organize this, and it so happened was about to die when they lived. They wanted to before they didn't know what was going to happen. They've been in one generation, and they didn't know what was going to happen. And also, before that, they've been Japan a second time, and he had failed a second time. The second time, I think again he had a practical purpose in that he had this whole huge Song army. And now he's a light Mongol who doesn't. So he's not reliable. A bunch of them up into the Amur River, of what's now the Russian Far East, right? We call Siberian English, but the Russian Far East, the Amur River. He sent expeditions up into Tibet, exploring options up there, but there wasn't enough room, enough agricultural area for a huge military colony. But most of his ships were loaded or from the Song dynasty. They were not armed and implements for farming. He wanted to create, obviously, an agricultural military in Japan to help feed northern China. So it was very important, just as they were doing with the Amur. So, again, part of the reason is the expedition was massive. They organized it in the Mongol principles of left wing, right wing. Just didn't work at sea. Because the left wing is from Korea. There's Korean ships built up there. The right wing is from southern China, mostly. There's ships built down there. They're not the same. They have a head, but there's no center point. Genghis Khan always had the goal. They call it GOL, the center, or QOL, actually. He had the center in command. No, he sent the two without a clear. They were arguing with each other, not cooperating, not helping each other, sabotaging each other. They get there, and once again, they have the same problems, even though they've come with lots of grenades this time. Again, the grenades are exploding. You know, screens are made later showing these impressive battles. You know, a typhoon made a final destruction of the Navy. But I think it's Japan had defeated the Mongols. I would say. The Japanese deserve credit for that.
Jewish man's barn.
But already the Japanese had developed while the Mongols had been away. They knew how the Mongols fought. And they knew that at night they could fire flaming arrows, ships set them on fire, and they were doing invasion of Japan. But the soldiers, the ground. He didn't kill them off. It was just doing their plan. But the problem was solved. There's ironies of history. So finally, happened was coming to the end of life, and Marco Polo and those wanted to get out. They're ready to go, and Kublai Khan allowed them to sail expedition with go to
on the spot.
And then began a whole situation back and forth. Kublai Khan died. Soon after that, his grandson, who's not so well respected in history, when he was young, grandfather had been caned a couple times in public, and he cured him of drinking. And actually, he was not a drunk later on. Reassemble the Mongol. He did. Or recognize him as Great Han, as Emperor of the whole empire. The Chagatai Asia, they declared loyalty to him. The Khanate was already loyal to him. They all declared loyalty. He had reassembled the empire, and he had the greatest navy in the world, and he sent out envoys to every place they had attacked or traded with. It's over. We're no longer attacking anybody. We're changing from conquest to commerce. We want to trade with you. Come to China, bring your goods, we're going to trade with you. He instituted it, was short, unfortunately, it didn't last forever. I wish it could have. But it was a great era of exchange of all kinds of things, going back and forth, all the way to Africa. They had connection to Somaliland, and some people say Kenya already. I'm not sure. Very wide. So, the Mongol Empire had Golden Horde. They were quite independent. There were Ossetian soldiers.
This is my YouTube page.
A whole contingent of Ossetian. They were intermarrying with Mongols. They were switching to Mongol language. At first, I don't know. International. I said, okay, we need to do it. Everybody. Imagine Marco Polo. So he's this famous explorer that traversed the continent, the Silk Road, and stayed with Kublai Khan for a while. I guess was one of the primary documenters of everything that's been going on. Is there something else interesting to say about Marco Polo and about his interaction with Kublai Khan? I like I use his work a lot. I find him very reliable. In areas where he's not reliable, you can kind of tell because he wasn't there. Other places he was, he reported a lot of stuff. So I'm very much indebted to him for a lot of things because with something like the Princess, and also another fighting princess from Central Asia named Kutulu. He wrote about that, but I also needed other sources, so I found if I could find Chinese sources or Arab sources or something else or Persian to support it, then I really felt a lot of confidence with him over time. But pieces were romanticized, and you have to always discount it, but it's very good. However, I believe the best work written about Marco Polo, aside from his own book, which was actually written by Restream, dictated in prison in Genoa. In the 20th century, Eugene O'Neill wrote a play that became a comedy on Broadway called Marco Millions. That was both a play on what he was called El Milione, a million. Because he had talked about cities of millions of people and about money in the millions and things that people in Europe just couldn't believe could happen. He then published his whole play as a book to show people what he really meant. And it was an ironic look at capitalism, because this is 20th century already, versus the idea of like a philosopher king, which he saw in Kublai Khan. And so Marco Marco Polo becomes a symbol of capitalism, not at its worst, but at its most basic. And that is like the princess in that story. This is not in real life, but this is in the play written by Eugene O'Neill. I think it captures a lot. The princess Hochschild says, Marco is an excellent judge of quantity. There are things like that. And then in the play, Bayan, the great general, he talks with Kublai Khan, and he says, look, these people are dangerous from the West. We should go conquer them now while we can. Kublai Khan tells Bayan, and in the play, this is fiction, he tells Bayan, they are not worth conquering. And if we conquer them, we will become like them. And he said, Marco Polo has been in our land. He has seen everything. He has learned nothing. He has seen everything. He understands nothing. For me, this was such an important moment in the history of the world, symbolically, with Marco Polo and Kublai Khan, the coming together of two worlds. It could have gone a different way. But I am, it's not that I'm anti-capitalist, I'm pro-capitalist, but the way so many things worked out, there was a misstep in history. Maybe we took the wrong step in that moment. We could have learned more from cooperation.
They didn't quite integrate successfully.
But today, we've returned to that. I think the East and the West are confronting each other again on more equal terms. For a long time, the West was so dominant and the East was so downtrodden by colonialism and other things, and internal plight and other things. Well, today, there's not necessarily equality, but there's more of a balance. And which way will we go?
And again, there's a lot of room and a lot of energy for division, for misunderstanding versus integration. Like the East is demonized in the West. And one of the great regrets I have that I hope to alleviate is just how little I understand China and the East. It's just sort of not just from kind of economics, politics, reading a few books, but like the way you've understood and developed the Mongolian steppe. Like understand the Chinese people in that way, because it does feel like from that understanding there could be integration of ideas.
My work is often classified as Chinese history, which I think is ironic, because for me it's always Mongolian history. But for the last book I wrote, which dealt a lot more in China, because it was about Kublai Khan. And in that book, I deliberately did not go to China. I've been there numerous times before. I deliberately did not. I'm an outsider. I do not speak Chinese. I'm not a Chinese scholar. I never even had a course in Chinese art or calligraphy or anything. And I want it to be very clear, mine is an outside perspective. But I think it's possible as an outsider to still have respect for their culture, even if I disagree that they point this one as a hero and that one as the villain. I disagree, and they'll say, oh, I'm wrong, I don't understand their history, and they're probably right, quite possible. There's an outside view that is different and tries to be respectful of what happens in that part of the world. Just as I'm respectful towards Genghis Khan and the Mongol Empire, I respect China very much. I'm an American. I love the ideals of my country. I love so many aspects of our culture, and there are many aspects I don't, of course, because it's impossible to love everything, even about the members of your own family. And I do hope that through understanding one another, or just making the effort to understand, even if we understand wrong, like we're incorrect in it, just to make the effort to understand will help us a lot. And the West has had a long couple of centuries of extreme arrogance that they are there to teach the world. And I, sometimes dismayed, I meet these young people all over the world who've come to help. They're an NGO, they're going to teach the people how to take care of the environment. They're going to teach the women how to exercise their rights. They're going to bring in microfinancing to help liberate people. We are arrogant beyond words. And we need to be a little bit more humble and try to put ourselves on an equal basis with some of these people, not a superior basis.
Beautifully put. How did the Mongol Empire come to an end? How did it fall?
Despite the fact that Temuro-Chittuhan had united the empire, at least symbolically, all of it, and they had the trade going on, the Mongols never adapted well to China, and they began having problems in different areas. So in some areas of the world, they became more like the local people. So in Central Asia, they became Muslim, and they got more absorbed into that world and broke away from the Mongol examples of reform. Russia lingered on longer under Mongol domination, but it got weaker and weaker over time, and it was based around the Volga River, but they weakened to the point that they just became a tributary people minority within the Russian Empire. But the Mongols had left the framework for empire for Russia. That's something the Russians don't want to hear anymore. They want to hear me criticize the end of the Song Dynasty. But it is true that even Yam is the word that was used for this postal system, and that's the ministries today. Russia, there are many, many other things in Russia. Even Malchin is a herder. Mal is a person, is an animal, and Jin is a person who takes care of animals. It's all kinds of influences in Russia that some people want to deny. There's always a great, powerful strand of research and scholarship in Russia that supports this understanding of the Mongols, and I depend on them tremendously. It's not just Gumilyov is one of the famous ones, but he was a little bit too romantic with his ideas and all. But I depend upon a lot of the research done by Russian scholars and by early German scholars in the 19th century under sponsorship of the Tsar. So I depend on that work. So you had great influence there, but it was weakening. So bit by bit, 1368, the Mongols have become so weak within China that they were overthrown. But they weren't absorbed into China. But the Mongols have been there since 1215 to 1368. They packed up, went back to Mongolia. It was just another seasonal migration. It was just amazing. And they said, okay, we're still the Yuan dynasty. We're not giving you the seals. We're not acknowledging the Ming. And they never did. Throughout the whole of the Ming. In fact, they went down one time and captured the Ming emperor, took him back to Mongolia. And then they tried to ransom him. And the Chinese said, no, we're going to find another emperor. So the Mongols decided, okay, the worst thing we could do to the Chinese is give them back the old emperor. So you had two emperors back. Okay, let them work it out. And the empire just weakened from internal reasons for the Mongols, but some external things from nature, and I think that was the Great Plague. Everything in history, everything that's good comes with something underneath it that's bad. And everything that's bad seems to have something underneath that sometimes works out good. Anyway, but this great system that united, called the Yam or Mokto, that it united everything, people could move back and forth quickly, and it could also take the plague out of southern China into all parts of the world. And I do think that's what happened. And the plague destroyed the Mongol system. And if all of these people are ruled by Mongols because they're benefiting so much from this system, and now the system collapses, they don't need the empire anymore. So it just fell apart. After 1368, the empire just fell apart. And most of them stayed in Persia and Iran and Afghanistan. The Hazara people are still descended from the army there. And in Russia, some of them stayed, but then finally, in the time of Catherine the Great, a lot of them were returned. So they had been there for hundreds of years, and then they returned to Mongolia. the 1700s. And so many Mongols came home. They were still Mongols, despite hundreds of years of exposure to other cultures. They came back to their tent, squatting around the fire and drinking fermented milk and eating dried curds.
It's interesting that the Mongolian spirit is so strong that it persists through centuries.
Yes.
And they just return right back on the horse, riding in the open steppe.
Yeah. Well, it was actually very difficult because they were a little bit lazy and they weren't so good with doing the task. And so it became difficult actually to support so many people coming home and eating up all the animals. The Mongols in China had been used to just eating. They hadn't been producing much for 150 years.
So just to return to Genghis Khan, so we talked about Dan Carlin, and Dan Carlin said that Genghis Khan's army was the greatest military force in history, and many other historians agree that before rifles came into use, Genghis Khan would basically beat every single army, including Napoleon. And you mentioned samurai, the whole formal setup, same with Napoleon. There's a whole, several hours to set up the chess pieces on the military board. I mean, you could just imagine what Genghis Khan and the dynamism, the speed of everything, what that would do to Napoleon. So I guess the question is, where do you agree with that notion that Genghis Khan's army is the greatest military force in history?
Short answer is yes, absolutely. No other power in the history of the world has conquered Russia and China and Persia and Central Asia and Turkey and Korea. No power in the world has done that. Not Alexander, not the Romans. Nobody will ever do it again. Nobody's going to conquer China and Russia again and rule both countries. It's just not going to happen.
What lessons can you take from that's applicable to modern warfare?
Well, I think there's a very good lesson. The Mongols took Iraq. They took Baghdad. They held it. The Americans, we followed the exact opposite strategy of the Mongols. Mongol strategy is, first you take the countryside. They're country people. They think in terms of countryside. You take the countryside, you occupy the countryside, and you cut off the city. It cannot live without the countryside. And that's how they did it every time. They would come in, as I say, in some cases, two years in advance to clear people out so they would have room for their horses and have pasture for their horses and all. And you take the small towns and then the small cities, and then the last one is the big city. Americans, they said, no, we're going to take Baghdad, we're going to bomb back there, we're going to have this shock and awe, we're going to go in, we'll conquer the country from Baghdad. So they go in, they get trapped in their little tiny green zone. They never conquer Iraq. The strongest army in the world. You know, this is something that worked in Europe. World War II, yes, we bombed the cities, and we took the city because that was the center of production for the modern era. But the countryside is the place that produces the food. The Mongols were very aware of that, and supplies the water. You cut off the water from the city, you cut off the food from the city. What's the city going to do? They're going to surrender. The Americans were applying something that worked in Western Europe to conquer Germany. It did not work to conquer Iraq, or Vietnam, or even Northern Korea, or Cambodia, or Laos, or Syria, or God knows, it worked only in Grenada. I think that's the only, in my lifetime, that's the only successful war we had. Lasted a couple hours, we went in, conquered the little tiny island. Otherwise, we've been chased out of every country, we've lost it. Tail between our legs. We dropped more bombs on Cambodia than we dropped on Germany. It's hard to believe. Hard to believe. We dropped more bombs on Cambodia than on Germany. We did nothing. Because Germany, you destroy the cities, the people surrender. Dresden, Scotland, Frankfurt, Würzburg, Berlin. In Cambodia, you can bomb the countryside forever. You can kill the people, and they did. You can use chemical warfare, and they did. And you can still go into the eastern part of Cambodia, and you can go to large areas where you don't hear birds singing because of their chemical warfare of American bombs. So we still do it, but we don't want to admit it, and we don't want to go into it. In World War II, the Americans did have unconditional surrender. Well, I mean, you can support the war, not support the war. We did it right, we did it wrong. These are all issues that people can argue. But we had a clear policy. We go into Afghanistan, we're fighting terror. We're going to bring democracy, we're going to free the women. What? It's absolute sheer insanity, the things that we did. And we kill people. Not only did we use chemical warfare and kill a lot of people in Vietnam and Laos and Cambodia, we killed American soldiers. We killed American soldiers, and my father was one. He died from Agent Orange disease. Oh, but that doesn't count. He didn't die on the battlefield, and we didn't mean to kill him. It doesn't count. Modern warfare is brutal. And we just paper over it sometimes.
Can you explain Agent Orange?
It was designed to kill all vegetation. This is going to be a humane way. We're going to kill all the vegetation in the jungle, and that way they can stop moving the army through the jungle, and they can stop the supplies from coming. That was the American strategy. Henry Kissinger, Nobel Prize winner, he is now resting in hell. This is exactly where he belongs for what he did to Vietnam, Laos, and Cambodia. The bombing was just absolutely horrendous. So Agent Orange comes in, they defoliated, which means they wiped out the crops, so people were starving. Literally, in the case of Cambodia, starving to death. The animals are being killed, and deformed children are being born to this day. And American soldiers died by the thousands. Not immediately, not on the battlefield, not right there. They go home, they have the disease, they linger, they take the whole family down with them in an emotional trauma of becoming slowly paralyzed and dying. We did that to our own people. So yeah, warfare, I don't think we're any more humane with it any better today than in the past. It's just, we can hide parts of it more easily and deny it more easily. If you're killed by a Mongol, it's very clear you're killed by a Mongol. You're killed by friendly fire in America in war.
It seems that what people mean when they say that war is hell, and in some deep sense, everybody loses, no matter the narrative you put on top of it.
Yes. I'm not a pacifist again, but I think war is acceptable in some situations, but the more controlled it is, the better. My effort is not to do away with all the things that happened under Genghis Khan, with brutality and all of that, but it's to measure it against what goes on today in the world today. And we have different images. There are two images of Genghis Khan. One is our image. He's a barbarian on horseback, killing people and raping women all the time. The other image is a Mongolian image. And when they finally built an official statue of him in this century for the 800th anniversary of his founding of Mongolia, they had to think about how to present him to the world and to themselves. Chose the Lincoln Memorial as the model. He was the late great lawgiver of the Mongol nation. So he's seated there in front of the Mongolian parliament. There's another statue that's better known, but it was a private enterprise that created him on horseback, but not with a weapon, but he's on horseback out in the countryside. But the official one for the government is Genghis Khan seated like Abraham Lincoln. And they issued to show that he is the great lawgiver.
And the truth is somewhere in between.
Well, depending on where you are and how you want to see it, you know.
Yeah.
there are many things that happened that were terrible and horrible. And for people who lose a war, it's going to always be terrible and horrible.
Let's return back to Genghis Khan's life and the end of it. How or where did he die?
After conquering the Khwarezm Empire in Central Asia, Genghis Khan returned, and then they had a great, what they call Nadam, a great celebration that went on for a whole summer just about it. They had so much wealth to distribute to everybody, and everybody is being given all kinds of things, for what they have done, including the people who helped save him when he was in the cake and the ox yoke. Rewarded with land. It was a great time. But the first place he had attacked outside was the Tangut nation, and they had sworn allegiance to him, and then when he went off to the Middle East, they refused to send troops. He didn't forget that. He's going back. And he's going to conquer them again. As he was crossing the Gobi, which takes a while, and you're crossing the Gobi, he was distracted a little bit by hunting the hulan, which is the wild, we say the wild ass, or wild horse, it sounds a little better. But the hulan, say hulan of the Gobi, he was out hunting hulan, he fell from his horse. And he injured his leg very badly. And he seemed to decline from that point. And it took some number of months before August of 1227. He was very much near the end of life. You can read online the exact date. It's all very specific. But the truth is we don't know exactly which day he died at that time, because one of his wives was running the camp. And they were keeping it secret until the defeat of the Tangut was completed. And the Tangut offered all kinds of things to the Mongols to go away again the second time. And Genghis Khan told his family no, accept nothing. And then when they surrender, you kill the royal family, kill them all. So that they were Buddhist people, and the Tanguts were Buddhist. And the idea was usually you could be reborn into your own family. But he said, no, you kill off the whole family so they can't be reborn. So he died there.
How was his successor chosen?
Oh, the succession issue was always difficult. He did not have the right to appoint a successor. That was not the Mongol way. He could nominate somebody. So before he set off for the Middle Eastern campaign, one of his wives said to him, even the biggest tree falls. You've got to make a plan and talk to your sons about the future. So he did. He called the sons together. So this is Dutch. The oldest boy was born while the father was allied with his Anna, and he was named Visitor Zuch. And then the next one was Chagatai, and the next one was Makade, and the next one was Tula, the father of Kublai Khan, but he was still alive at this point. So all four of them came. So Genghis Khan explained to them he wanted to talk about the succession and to get some consensus from them about the succession. And so he said, the Mongols always call on people to speak by order of age. They also serve tea or food, anything by order of age. It's always done that way, from then till now. So he called first on Zuch. He said, what do you say, Zuch? Genghis Khan favored Zuch. This is the one who was questionable paternity, but he always favored him. The youngest Tula was too hot-headed. Makade was a heavy drinker. Chagatai was very rigid about the law of the Mongols and all. But he thought he seemed to favor Zuch as a more reasonable, good warrior, but reasonable person. And he called him Zuch, my son, speak. Chagatai, the second one, who believed in Mongol law, supposedly, he jumped up and he said, this is when he accused his father of all kinds of things. How can you call on this Mongol, this market bastard? If you call on him first, that means you want him to be the great Khan. He should not be the great Khan of the Mongol Empire. This is Mongol Empire now. You can imagine, you can kind of see. Well, Genghis Khan is the greatest ruler in the world. You should by his. And this is when he gave that impassioned speech to his. And actually, the way the secret history makes it look like it was his assistant speaker who said it, because very often the great power doesn't say the words directly. They let somebody else say them for them, a spokesperson. But anyway, I think it was his words, and I think he said them on that day. That's what I think. On this business of you do not know, you are not there. You know, the stars were moving in the sky, the head was turning around, the earth was turning over. You do not know who loved who. You do not know who your mother loved. You do not know what your mother did. And if I say he is my son, who are you to say he is not my son?
By the way, pretty just really high integrity, really respectable to do that. To have that respect and honor his wife in this way and his son in this way is pretty powerful.
I believe that, I don't know if she was alive at this point or not. We do not have the death recorded. Mongols are not good at recording death. They don't. They usually just say somebody finished her age, or they have some euphemism for it. But he made that impassioned speech, and Sagade had to submit. And he said, yes, you are our father, and we accept what you say. But a deer shot with words cannot be loaded on a horse. A deer shot with words cannot be.
Very sad story.
So,
next week when we look at Abraham Senor,
Genghis Khan knew.
the senior figures of
So he said to the boys, I mean, these middle-aged men, they're not boys. He said to the men, well, what do you want to do? What do you want to do? And he said, I don't favor Sagade because of his attitude and the situation. And Talal is still hot-headed. He actually ended up being drunk and died early. So, but there are other guys, they said, well, a good day. They chose him because he was the most generous and bon vivant. He was for every party and drinking every time. And one time, Shigi Hutuk, the great judge who wrote The Secret History, Shigi Hutuk was sleeping in a cart one time.